Okay, we are streaming. Let's see if it's connecting to the studio. And we're going to hope for a connection. And we're going to hope that we can ultimately reach Aristides, our executive producer. Okay, let's give that another try. And I'm going to heart his comment and then try to remember how to dial. Now you just heard my nails scrape against the mic. And all right, there we are. So, dear Aristides, tried to give you a call a few times just before the show started to see if there was anything you wanted to discuss privately, but we're live streaming now.
All right, let's go ahead.
Yeah, sure. And so, such being said, do me a favor and make certain to emphasize the blurb and all the usual talking points, including especially the needs. Nobody's paying attention to the comments that are posted on the so, and subscriptions, of course. Okay, I'll leave it to you. And T Tank Barry says, good evening, loud and clear, brothers. And let me see, you're registering, right? Let's hear you say something.
Something.
Good. That's because MSN, what is it? Firefox updated. So Firefox updated, but Firefox doesn't fuck with the mic.
Yeah, you should be. Yeah. You should be all right. I mean, did somebody? I can hear. Hold on.
No. Yeah, you can hear us. I mean, we can hear you.
Yeah, it's okay. So, all right.
Wait. Before you say anything, I'm so sorry. My apologies. T Tank Berry, thank you so much for that 100 United States dollars I scooped off the floor when I walked in. Yes. So T Tank Berry was kind enough to drop by my home and deposit 100 United States dollars through the mail slot. Goddess bless you, T Tank Berry. We love you dearly. Hugs, my dearest brother. Thank you so much for being you and for being there for us. And that's T Tank Berry. With that, we turn to another man who has contributed greatly, an entire new computer, which I'm exceedingly proud of, to the point where I'm afraid to use it.
And it's not all that. Come on, you gotta do
something. I know. We'll do it. We'll get there. I'm a creature of the 20th century. You're so much younger than I am. Trying to understand.
Could you contract someone to come there and help you discuss?
Jesus, I'm afraid. I'm afraid to have anyone into the crypt.
Well, hopefully someone that knows you already.
Yeah, someone knows me already. I'll talk to Wolf Boy, see if he's in the mood.
Yeah,
he's still around. I mean, yeah. He's still around these days, as he says, trying to put his life together, which he had a great job with Toyota, so much so I've gone into this before, and then that ended, and then he just does private stuff now. Anyhow, so Eric Cradle says hi guys, and with that we go back to Mr. Aristides and his blurb before we.
Right, the blurb. So as soon as you get here, you please hit the thumbs up vote under the program window. It's very important because it affects the algorithm and Douglas's ability to be seen. You don't see any downvotes there because YouTube hides them. It's common these days for a lot of reasons in this age of hurt feelings, but or for whatever other reasons they do, but they do place them. People who are against Douglas, and this affects his ability to be searched and suggested and etc. So please do hit the upvote as soon as you get here. Please do make sure you're subscribed, the button nearby, and next to that is a bell icon. Make sure that it's turned on, the notification bell, so that you are notified when the programs start, either on time or sometimes not on time. Seems to be happening a lot lately, as in getting cut off and trying to restart, which takes a while. So as far as the upvotes again, if you are so ambitious, since you have an account to do all this stuff, it is required to do all this. You can go under your account settings, and the little kind of settings thing in the corner has your your little profile image, and you can, for me, it's switch account. And what you can do is create, you have your main account, but under that can be basically sub channels. I guess they call them channels. Yeah, channels. And you can create channels under your main thing without an extra login. The purpose of this is normally to partition different types of content. But the cool thing is each of them can do its own upvoting. So you can kind of switch between them real quick there. It makes it easy. Place a couple more upvotes. And I'm just doing that right now. Just make sure you switch back to your like kind of regular profile to chat and interact and stuff. So, and as Douglas said, as far as upvoting, also, if you are listening to this after the fact, after it's live, please do look for Douglas's comment that he, I guess, below every program you do, right?
Yes.
Below every program, he puts a comment. Please, if you see that it's Douglas, just automatically upvote it. And if you see any other positive, supportive comments, please upvote those too. And that is only after, that's under the show window, not in the chat window.
That's correct, and it's pinned.
Right.
Oh, it's always pinned.
Yes. Yep. And yeah. So I see the last one. I believe I got that one. Or was it? I don't know. Or okay. So yeah. I've been trying to do that. So you try to do that too. The donation link is already in the chat. Please find that. Please send Douglas your support in terms of some money on PayPal. You know, if you can even consider that, you can probably at least do $20. You know, don't send $5. He tends to get annoyed at that. Yeah. So you know, let's say if you're really hard up 10, and then we won't give you a hard time. But don't go into that. Make it double digits, please.
Though I do want to thank the people eventually by name who did send, $5 or something along that line over the last few months, because people do try, and it's
okay. Yeah, I mean, look, if that's really all you can, then okay, but just try to do a little more.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
And if you send $5 every week, then okay,
yeah, that would be.
Then yeah. Every day. $5 for just $1.30 a day. You can support a starving Douglas.
Yes. Actually, just so people get clarified, what we work for here is my shelter. Yes, at the estates, I work for food, drugs, and sex in that order. But here, we're working for my shelter.
Yeah, exactly. And you're, just consumable.
And, oh yes, that's true. Consumable supplies.
Yeah, rent, and your whatever, your beer, or are you still doing? Wait, you still doing the beer?
Yeah, I still do beer. Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Thank you for asking. Yes. Yeah. I don't do Coca-Cola anymore. Yes.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I stopped the Coca-Cola, and
okay.
And I miss it, but
yeah.
It is what it is. Okay, and so my dear man, shall I start? You did great. You did fabulous. That was beautiful.
Okay,
thank you. Let's take a look at the live stream.
I'm bringing people on, right?
Yes. Take your time and do that while I send kisses to Vicki Johnson. Okay, Vicki Johnson, we love you, Vicki. And definitely appreciate everything about you, Vicki, and everybody. I also appreciate everybody else, Eric Cradle, T-Tank, and our incredible Aristides, our executive producer, has already put the link into the chat, which people can use for support. And all right, sending kisses to Vicki here. Give me a few moments. And it's been a very busy past President's Day weekend. Let's put it that way. We'll get into that soon enough. Obviously, we're going to be spending the all night dealing with it if they don't cut me off. Now, lately, exactly as Aristides has said, lately they've been cutting me off every episode. It is getting pretty alarming. I don't know how we can deal with it, if we can deal with it, because when they do that, they do kill the numbers, and you can never get them back because the numbers it divides the audience. In other words, not in a polarizing sense politically or emotionally, but the audience gets divided as people. I know that there's a hardcore group of dedicated listeners who will listen to both episodes when the episodes become divided like that, part 1 and part 2, whenever they cut us off. Unfortunately, most people don't do that, and they listen to one or the other. So an episode that would normally get literally over 500,000 people acknowledged as having reviewed it. We know the numbers are much higher, and we know how YouTube skews those numbers for whatever reason based on whatever illogical aggregation that they use. They have aggregators that I know exaggerate the listeners or reviewers for some uploads, and then they round down with others, and it's not even necessarily malevolent, but it may as well be. At any rate, when it comes to when they split the episodes like they have been doing, in other words, by when I get cut off the internet, and it has nothing to do with YouTube, so far as I can ascertain, has everything to do instead with the NSA. Once that's done, then everybody's divided listening to one part or the other. Very few people will listen to both, and as a result, the numbers are cut way down, and the impact is devastating psychologically, because it's impossible to restart very quickly. The internet has to restart. The modem has to reconnect. What they're doing is they're knocking off my modem. So there's nothing I can do at that point other than shut down the computer, because I have to shut down the computer in order to unplug the modem and then restart the modem and then restart the computer, or the computer somehow doesn't interface with the modem effectively unless I do that. And so altogether, it's literally a 45-minute process, because that's the way it is. So other than that, we are blessed to have with us, aside from our executive producer, Aristides, the incredible co-producer, Brendan Zogit, our lovely ladies, Holly Kaditis Kiefer and Amy Como. And yes, we all have much to talk about. And I would like to, now I believe I've introduced the two of you already, Amy and Holly. Is that the case? Yes?
Oh, yes.
Excellent.
Yes.
Excellent.
I feel like I know you much better after our talks.
Okay, great.
We had some good talks. Yeah.
Great. That's right, Amy. She's talking to you. Amy.
I hear her. I hear you all.
Okay, wonderful. And so let's test the audio of Brendan. All right, Brendan, let's test your technology. You doing okay? Well as can be. Gave me a bunch of horrible links on mass.
I'm here.
Yeah, give me a bunch of depressing links on megadeth in the ocean and shit. Thank you. so.
Oh yeah, there you go. We're in the time of great peril.
Yeah, yes, to say the least. Oh yes, I know. Oh my God, we should be talking about that all day and all night, but of course we'd have no listeners. That's if we stuck with oceanography and various other obtuse subjects, we'd really be in the doldrums. But at any rate, dear Brendan, thank you for bringing that to our attention. We hope. Oh my God, how did you do with your sleep after the last episode, Brendan? Oh my fucking God, you were up essentially throughout the entire episode. How the fuck did that turn out the next day?
It was fine.
Oh God, fuck. Are you on drugs? How do you do it?
No, but imagine if I was, I'd get a lot more done, probably.
Oh yeah, thank you. Well,
no, I just I had to deal with stuff at home, so
okay.
It's not like I was stressed or anything.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I stopped doing overtime temporarily because they're just fucking me over. So I had a free weekend for once.
Excellent. Thank you. Good to know. And so I will share with everyone a little bit about President's Day soon enough, but. Dear Amy and Holly, let's have you two ladies get started. Holly just sent me an incredibly disturbing link, and I'm going to bring up some incredibly disturbing news to Amy. None of this is negative for any of us personally, per se, except maybe in Holly's case. Jesus Christ. All right, so, but I do want to get this out before I forget. Before Holly tells us about what she's going to tell us about, then we turn to Amy, and then we get both these ladies talking. Already getting questions about the image in thumbnail of live stream. That is not PAULA M‌ESAN. So that is, I'm just, the experience behind that photograph is not negative in and of itself. That is the young lady that I was going to marry, who I was involved with in the Balkan Wars. And she is dead. She's no longer with us. But at that time, she was very much alive. That's all I can bear to say about that photograph right now. No, I did not fucking kill her. Okay. How is that the automatic response?
Said that?
That's we'll let that slide for now. Okay, that's at any rate, I do want people to know I thought it was in the spirit of PAULA M‌ESAN's birthday because of the burning of the book, and that's how I feel about Peter Moon's books. So there we are. I think it fits perfectly. And it is a Balkan lady.
It translates.
Yes, and it's a Balkan lady.
Translates well.
Yeah, it does. And it's a Balkan lady after all, just like the child bride of Peter Moon. Okay, so such being said, it says where YouTube's not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. So, okay, all I can say is hopefully they're not messing with us already. And again, we'll most certainly avoid the topic.
We know what not to talk about.
Yeah, let's not talk about certain celestial objects in the vicinity of Earth orbit right now for a little while again, after what happened last time. We're already getting a good number of views, so let's turn over towards before again, just to remind people that there's a number of weird things going on all over the place. In breaking news, the police have arrested the known leader of the San Francisco Zizan cult. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. The Zizans. And they're linked to multiple killings in these United States. They're now being held without bail in Maryland. So how did this one German math genius get drawn into a cult involved in coast-to-coast killings across three states is what I'm going to ask all of our roundtable soon enough. But to just iterate in a shall we say, a summarization of its details that I'm aware of, because I really don't know too much. I do know that the known Zizan cult leader of a San Francisco Bay Area cult that's linked to 6 murders, including that of a Vermont Border Patrol agent last month, was arrested this weekend in Maryland as I hosted transmission on Sunday night, is now being held without bail in Maryland after being arrested there for trespassing along with 12 other associates. I will put some links into the text box of our roundtable so that my fellow hosts and hostesses can review this. And then we're going to, first, before we even turn our attention to that, we're going to preface it by turning towards Holly first and getting the latest on what's basically California's 3 Mile Island. So please get us started with that, dear Holly. You can start the night. Get it going.
Thank you, and hi to everyone.
Yeah.
Glad to be here.
Hello.
This will be short because, as usual, information's pretty clamped down, but the pile did reignite last night and continues to smoke and smolder, and it's never really stopped since the first event a month ago.
Whoa, honey, always start from the beginning. When you say the pile reignited, our listeners may not understand what you mean. Please emphasize the facility, what the facility is.
The coal and the natural gas plant at a place called Moss Landing has been reinstalled with giant battery storage capability under a green mantle, and it's had repeated fire events, and each one worse than the last. And so a month ago was the big one, and it's never really gotten under control until a big outbreak last night again. So no evacuations, no significant news. Too late, they told people to stay indoors and close the windows.
You get glitching a little bit. You're glitching a little bit, honey. Get closer to your mic or in a better cell reception.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. Not your fault.
There is no better. Yeah.
Understood. But you're sounding a little better now, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, we're stuck with this thing with plans for more of them on the way, and nobody much on an official level is taking it seriously, including the regulatory agencies.
Right.
This isn't just the fault of politicians.
Right.
There's been a couple here that have stood up, and the whole thing is a big mess. I haven't eaten a vegetable in a month.
Whoa! I mean, whoa!
Yeah.
How can you be alive? I mean, preserved? You must be eating something preserved or something of that nature.
Oh, you can. Yeah. Green drinks and stuff.
Yeah. By the way, Aristides, you're making some terrible noises. If you could, thank you.
I thought I hit the mute. I'm sorry.
No, don't worry. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. And thank you. Bless you, Aristides. Continue, Holly. If you'd be so kind.
So that's about all I know. But it's happening, and it's ongoing, and it's far from resolved, and nobody's getting any relief. It was the laughing stock of the country when a couple weeks ago, Vistra, the plant, Moss Landing was always an industrial area, not that residential. And the evac zone was a tiny little area hugging the plant. I guess there's officially 1,200 residents. So in that tiny little evac area, Vistra was handing out $750 gift certificates. You can believe that. For compensation for this heavy acid bath the people are
where are they getting this number? 750. Because they did the same thing. They did the same thing in Asheville. I spoke to one of the people there, and he said they just gave him $700, and dude has multiple kids, and it's just like, where are they getting this fucking number from?
One per household, as long as supplies last. So
for what? What is it supposed to like uncancer your lungs? Like what is it? What is 700 going to do?
Everybody's telling them, "Oh, don't take it, or you can never join the coming class action suits."
Interesting.
I don't know
basically.
How these people can be so tone deaf to think that this is any kind of legitimate response. They are that tone deaf.
It's not tone deaf. They don't fucking care.
It's deliberate. It's deliberate.
Yeah,
because then they can say, "Oh, look, we did something."
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like Peter Moon sending me $300 and saying, here's $300 for all the years. And
then it averaged. What did I calculated? It averaged out to like you were getting paid like $1 an episode to deal with them.
Are you? Yeah.
Apparently, that's how much you're worth.
Yeah.
Speaking fee is $1. Yeah. It's just like, what the fuck?
An episode, not a minute.
Yeah.
Oh no, it averaged out to like pennies a minute. It was like Doug's getting paid pennies, and this dude says, "I am legally paying you now."
Yes.
It's like, dude, this makes you look worse. You should have just not paid anything.
But he thinks this way that he has, I don't know, some right to claim
some kind of recourse.
Yeah, that he's remunerated myself, and I have no complaints, no right to complain. It's in that spirit that they give out these weird little gift cards. Here's your gift card for $350. Yeah. Sorry,
you might not be able to go to work because you have lung infections, but and then the long-term damage, you'll definitely never hear from them after that.
Right. By the way, I don't know if any of you, while Holly's speaking, have had a chance to look through those links, but this is like
I'm looking at the Coventry Ziths.
Yeah. They're a Sith cult. They got the name Zizan from Zith, but they say that they're Sith, that they're dark side cultists, based in San Francisco, of course. But they've attracted.
I wonder where those came from.
Yeah. Oh yes. No shit. Oh, but just the connection between Vermont killing the border patrol agent in Vermont, based out of San Francisco. It's bizarre. We'd like your opinion on this as well, Holly, because obviously you're a resident in the area. I think you're even geographically closer to myself than Brendan is. Brendan's in Sacramento. Aren't you kind of closer to me than Brendan, Holly?
Still a couple hours.
Right. Right.
2.5 hours.
Right.
Driving.
Right. And
yeah.
But so do take a look at that.
You could be right over the bridge and it takes 2 hours to get there.
Yeah.
But you don't have a car, so you don't care, or you didn't notice that.
No, believe me, I do appreciate that. I do appreciate that.
One time I was in Berkeley. And I was like, oh, I'm just gonna, just go pop into the city real quick. And then I pulled up the navigation. It was like 1 hour, like literally an hour and 8 minutes to get there across the bridge. That was it. It wasn't even.
That was it.
Dude. Yeah. Back in the days when I had to depend on my operations manager for a ride, believe me, he couldn't understand how I could accept it with such equanimity when we would just try to get back into San Francisco on the bridge, and it was hours. But I understood that. Well, that's what's going to happen.
Some days it's like that. Sometimes it's like
that. But he would go mad. But he was the driver, and I couldn't understand.
Yeah, and also I got the toll. Yeah, I got the tolls, by the way, of our trip.
Yeah,
it's gone up so fucking much. It's like almost $20 just to drive out there.
Jesus,
it's insane. It's insane. I skipped the tolls on the way home, so it's just.
Oh, cool. I mean, at least you were able to do that. But when it comes to the tolls, honestly, as bad as that is, I'm surprised it's just that. I'm surprised it's just that. Yeah. It's going to go up. You watch.
Definitely. I remember, I know I sound like super fucking, what is it called? Boomer. I remember when it was like $4 or something. It was like, oh, okay, we can handle that.
Oh, God, yes.
It's still expensive, but people on the East Coast would like have a conniption. Like some of those are only like $1, as far as I know, unless you're in New York or some shit.
Oh yeah. By the way, and Trump has outlawed the anti-congestion laws. He's canceled all the anti-congestion laws in New York City.
Oh, well, thank God. That shit doesn't make sense. Why not just fucking build better subways or something, like where you won't get shanked in the fucking aisle, Like, I know this is the oldest argument in the book. Like, oh, if Europe can do it, how come we don't? But in London, I was paying 90 pence to get across the city. And over here, it's like, to take a bus for me to get to the main city, like downtown, it costs like $5 and nothing shows up and it sucks and you get like mugged. It's like, instead of charging people to drive, just make it more user-friendly, like a better bus. It just doesn't make sense other than... Stupid. Yeah, it's backwards. It's ass backwards.
Well, you can't do public transportation in America, unlike other places in the world, because, well, it's kind of like India. You just get gang raped. It's just because all the other Americans are just fucking crazy. And
well, the way things are going, everyone's not going to be able to survive without it. So it's just going to get, out of necessity, something's going to have to happen.
Yes. Yeah, and we'll see. It's
pretty soon all this quote unquote saving money hasn't touched any of the plebes.
Yeah.
Plebes haven't gotten anything.
Well, I wouldn't hold my breath. It's never gonna happen.
Oh, they said hold out for 2 years. Hold out for 2 years, it'll get better. That's what the billionaires are telling us.
Oh yeah. That's
You'll be fine in 2 years.
Yeah,
You'll be swimming in money.
So. You'll be swimming, all right. Yeah, we'll be
swimming. in crypto bits and fake shit. Oh, and they obviously listened, Doug, because then they started talking about Fort Knox.
Yes.
He was like, we're gonna live stream it.
Yes.
After you said something.
Yes.
He said, I'm gonna go in there and we're gonna live stream it, make sure everyone knows we have gold. And then if you follow the gold heads, they're saying they're flying in so much gold to make it like to refill it because it was empty.
Oh, oh, that's
Just so
funny.
they don't look like idiots.
Yeah.
It's yeah, so definitely what's his name listens because of the whole vampire alien thing.
He does, yes. Yes.
Or someone listens for him and
Yeah.
gets notes.
Yes,
Yeah.
the muskrat.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I can't believe the woman I was dating who was just so into him, and now that he's in charge, I don't know. She must be orgasmic just watching him, and I don't know. This is what I'll say, just so I want to get this allegory out there. We've used the allegory of the helicopter. It doesn't really fit. I remember when I was dating this woman for a short period of time. I don't know if that dating's going to resume. Our politics are just too different. But she was saying, didn't you always say the government's so full of waste and corruption and nobody does anything? And well, it's like this. There was a knight who was eager to participate in the Crusades. He was middle-aged and had gotten overweight. And this is a true historical story. It's not an allegory. It's a true historical incident. He could not participate in the Crusades if he could not fit in his suit of armor, which he had outgrown in terms of weight. And so he no longer could fit into his fitted suit of armor, and there was no time apparently for the forger to reforge a new suit of armor for his weight, or perhaps he couldn't afford it, but whatever the case, he decided he was going to perform some personal surgery, and he took his blade, his sword, and he cut his gut off, and of course died in horrible, excruciating pain. This is the equivalent of what Elon Musk is doing with the government. He's presented with an incredibly corpulent, fat man who has multiple health issues, and the fat is ultimately going to kill him. He's responding to it by taking a chainsaw and proceeding to lop off large amounts of this man's body. And of course, this individual is going to die, not just die, but die screaming in horrible, horrible pain. So that's what's happening with our U.S. government, and essentially to all of us, because we're all part of that aggregate, the conglomerated body of our government. So Musk is making life impossible. He's basically killing us all, while looting everything for himself. He's taking all that blubber and he's selling it as whale oil. So there we go with that. Just the parable that needs to be related before we turn back to the ladies and Brendan and Aristides. But yeah, John Doe.
That was a horrible but accurate analogy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, it's so sad, and it's just yeah. And to think, had that knight been alive today, yes, he could have had surgery that could have lowered his weight miraculously. They can do that with incredibly corpulent men and women these days. They can lower your weight. They can even band your stomach, constrict it with a band that may be transitional, maybe not, that keeps you from gaining weight again along the belly band, so to speak. But this takes surgery. It takes a surgeon, and Musk is not that surgeon. Neither is Trump. So Trump, with him, it's the helicopter analogy. He's cut the engine and the blades have stopped rotating and we're all falling like a rock. With Elon Musk, it's, and Trump thinks he can auto-rotate, which is, I've described that before. We don't need to go into that now, but it's basically, crash safely in the helicopter, or as safely as physically possible, using the momentum what momentum the helicopter does have by spinning its airframe instead of its blades. But with, Musk, there's nothing. He's got no qualifications. Well, neither does Trump in the pilot's position, and neither does Musk in the surgeon's position. It's just horrible. It's just catastrophic. But with that being said, Amy, what are you willing to share about how you've been before we go back to,
Wait, I wanted to get in one quick thing.
Oh, please.
On that whole morass. Now Trump's messing around in the Tate brothers trial, trying to get him off or something.
That wouldn't surprise me. That would not surprise me.
He's got time for that.
Yeah, that's well. Look, the guy's micromanaging.
That's actually funny.
The guy's micromanaging New York. I mean, there's no president who would step in and say, "Hey, New York, stop that." You know, Trump may have a personal connection to New York, but that doesn't.
Yeah, he has personal beef.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Except for with Eric Adams.
yes.
They'll get along fine.
Oh yeah, they're fellow criminals. And we've got another image from T-Tank Barry. It's funny as hell with Musk waving a samurai sword. Oh my fucking god, that drugged out piece of shit. And T-Tank Barry also shared with us a route map that from Berkeley, California to San Francisco by 180, they say about 14 to 31 minutes, about quarter of an hour to half an hour in current traffic. So yeah, it's traffic is what it is. And so with that, Amy, share whatever you're willing to share personally about how you're doing. Let us know how you're doing.
I'm doing pretty good. I am getting oriented. I was driving today and I knew what road I was on, probably for the first time since I've been here. Like, I wasn't super lost. I could sort of imagine what the road ahead looked like and which way to turn.
The city, honey, you need to tell people where you're at. It's kind of like...
Oh my God. I'm in a suburb of Pittsburgh, but Pittsburgh has the 4 rivers, like the 3 rivers you can see, and then there's a glacial melt river underneath them. So there's actually a 4th river in this area, and they have all these hills. Like, it's a very it's suburbs. It's very much all houses in every direction. But just being in the city, it's like there's so much I could do, like, every day. Like, I still haven't taken the trolley. I'm really excited to ride the trolley a little bit. It's pretty cold. It's still winter here. It's not 30 degrees. Like, we're cold still. But I'm happy that I'm not at home in Vermont. We've been watching people put up their pictures of the north side of their valley. It just looks like it's creeping in, and it's just evil. It's just like this nasty bluish light that just sits in the meadow. Yeah, you know, it's showing like shovel after shovel of snow on the socials for so yeah, I'm liking it here. I'm liking where I'm at. It's working out. It would have if I'd just put too much more effort into staying there.
Oh, I'm so glad you got out.
I know. You're my biggest supporter, really.
Yes.
Of me not going back there.
I told you. I said get the fuck out of her.
Glad you came to your senses.
Yes.
Come to your senses. I know.
At least to a degree.
I'm somebody who likes to plan, and when like I can see the plan starting to unfold, I get really like tense about like, how is it going to work out? What's it going to look like? How's it going to be? Anyway, it started to come all together there at the end. Like, I got the bed, I got the shed, and I just got really excited.
Honey,
and then
that wasn't a shed. That was a goddamn shake and bake microwave where you just either the sun's coming through the windows and baking you. You were being freeze dried. Dude was freeze drying you for future eats.
Okay, so I was hoping
she'd either have to. It was like a sauna. She'd have to run out of it sweating like a pig, and then encounter the icy cold as soon as she left. The oven, and then would promptly start shivering, run back in, run back out again. It was like your organs can only take so much of those extremes.
This is listen there, gringo. It's the northern cultures enjoy this activity. Like, this is like, the sweat lodge is important. It's part of like the whole surviving. You have to get your hot rocks, throw the water on them, steam yourself up.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to live in it.
Yeah.
It's a separate room.
Yeah.
But I agree. Yeah, the northern cultures value saunas, yeah, and sweat lodges.
Sweats.
And it makes them stronger.
It's just nice. You get to sing with strangers while sweating.
Honey, your room couldn't even fit any strangers. You were sitting there in that little shisha.
Nobody but me. Just me. All Amy.
Except the ghost of Vinny, but
Yeah.
He's been banished. He's
yeah,
banished.
good.
No, so yeah, anyways, I was reading that thing you sent us about the Vermont, San Francisco, Pennsylvania triangle.
Yeah.
Zizans. I can't wait to go back to Vermont and start talking about Zizans.
Well, I wouldn't proselytize. You'll get like, they'll be like, so you're one of them, you know?
Yeah. I mean, they already killed a Vermont border guard, honey.
I'm reading this and I'm thinking to myself of all those nights where we're like, what are they shooting over at the Border Patrol building? And it was
You probably heard it. You
Really?
probably fucking heard it.
I don't know. Like we still don't know. But no, they're never. It's not like any new.
You do now.
Yeah. The Zizas are not getting across.
How is it spelled? Z-I-Z, right?
Isn't that what?
Zian? Zizian? Zitian. Or Zitz.
Yeah.
Zitian. Like Zitz.
Like
Yeah,
setback.
Zijian? That's like that's literally Star Wars lore.
Okay.
For like the ancient Sith planet or something.
There we are.
I'll have to find it. It sounds familiar.
Yeah, but can you see the links inside of the text box? Yeah. How about you, Brendan? Can you also access those?
I just see Musk smoking weed. Let's see.
You gotta scroll up. That's all from John Doe. That's our man T-Take Berry.
Yeah. Which, by the way, got his entire company drug tested, and he was laughing at them. He was like, "Yeah, they weren't very happy about that." Fucking asshole.
I mean, yeah. Talk about efficiency. Yeah, and by the way, T-Tank's also putting some photographs of that thing that our lady Amy was living in. There we are, the bloodshed. And and right above it. Yeah.
So scary. It's as scary as a wayward turkey trying to make friends with you on a deserted mountaintop. That's kind of scary too. Did you all see John Doe's video of the turkey that was trying to saddle up to him like it's a bar stool or something?
Oh, all right. I didn't see that. He must have put that in the call after I had left.
It was a little video, and I was like, what is that turkey doing out in the middle of nowhere, and why does it like him so much? It was so funny. That was like one of my favorite things he's ever done a video of was the turkey on Mount Shasta, wherever it is that he is.
Yeah.
But
he's got his own estate. It's kind of like it's
Zizians?
Zizans. There, did you find it? How did a German math genius? Did you find that link?
Yeah.
And then above it, the one above it, their brainy children got involved. It's if these kids are so intelligent.
Well, what does that mean? What is?
You'll have to open it and find out. I was hoping you guys could tell me.
A sword attack in Vallejo? Yeah, there you go. And then they came back.
They came back
and killed him.
industry.
Yeah. So Holly says, sounds like tech industry shit. Like tech industry runoff. Social runoff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Social runoff.
That's almost giving them too much credit. These are like disturbed people with like Star Wars fetishes or something.
Yeah, I was wondering if they'd had, at least one guy sounded like he had some kind of good paying job.
Oh, I don't doubt you.
A leader guy.
Okay, that makes sense.
But again, it was vague.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, Amy, are you getting any? What's your overall impression looking through this again? Continue with your own summation, Amy, and your own analysis, by all means, please.
Of what?
Oh,
Of-
great. They were vegans. Great.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It says Maryland State described them as transgender, vegan, anti-artificial intelligence murderers.
Yeah.
You sure that it's
That
just not a
sums
bunch
it
of
up.
reactionary Republicans just trying
Yeah,
to
of course it is. Of course it is.
describe them as that?
Of course it is.
I mean, to a reactionary Republican, everybody who's just
Everyone's
off.
a vegan.
Yeah, everyone
Stupid
who's off
vegans,
is some kind of
trans vegan crazy.
yeah, is some trans vegan crazy. Yeah.
Definitely
Yeah.
pushing that angle.
And I don't think Sith are vegan. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense, does it?
No, that doesn't add up.
I'm a Sith vegan. Yeah.
No, you're not. Come back to me when you can shoot lightning out of your thing. It definitely sounds like some First Earth Battalion runoff or something.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Thank you. Yes, it's still like the younger version. It's like they started. You know what they do? They go after the lonely kids, the lonely intelligent kids. Yes, who hide in the libraries. Used to be the kids that hide in the libraries. Now that's why Man Boy Love Association was always in the libraries.
Yeah.
Now it's the
Now they
internet.
just go on Discord.
Yeah. Yeah.
Apparently, like the furry groups are all old guys.
Oh man, that's so...
And you know who was, speaking of sketchy ass old people, my uncle was asking me, how do I get a furry? I'm like, dude, they're underage. They're fucking children. And he's like, they're hot. And I'm like, oh, great. I had to stop the conversation. Didn't want to give him any tips on how to find them. Yeah, fucking scumbag.
That's some weird shit, man.
Yeah. And this is the guy that was saying, you're some kind of fucking, what was he
Cultist.
saying?
He called you a
Some
cultist.
pussy, cultist, queer lover. I don't even know what the fuck he was saying. Basically, some shit that he was on the level of Ian West by the end.
Oh my god! When he said queer lover, is it because he saw photographs of myself?
No, actually, he wouldn't ever go there because I would just counter with dude, you're gay as can be.
Yeah.
I think he said something like, he kept insinuating, why don't you have a girlfriend? You should be out there slaying women, all the time.
Because there's this thing called money. There's this thing.
Yeah, I kept saying that. I was like, how am I supposed to take someone on a date? And he's like, you don't take him on a date. You just fuck him. And I'm like, dude, you know that's not working for you. And you bald head Tesla piece of shit. You ain't even got any chicks.
Oh.
You're stuck with anyways, let's not go there.
I like the way you don't date him, you just fuck. That's called rape. There's a legal term for that.
Yeah, and he's like, they like it. He was watching all those red pill fucking misogynists.
Oh,
They love it. They love it.
He that's what Trump said. Trump says the same thing. Grab him by the pussy. He said. That's
why they love Trump.
How many days has he been in office, and you just brought that up again?
Yeah. How could I? How could I?
Honestly, that is just.
Well, at this point, freaking Blue Chews don't work for Trump, so he's moved on. He can't get it up anymore. Or something.
All right,
allegedly.
we really need to shift our focus. Disclaimer: none of this information is actually. We do not believe this. We do not believe in Trump, and we do not believe in Elon. Disclaimer.
Well, I mean, he's 80. Because you notice, after it's been a long time since 2016. He doesn't talk about chicks as much as he used to.
I noticed that. Though he was grading a bunch of the women on the runway, saying, what was it, Heidi Klum? Yeah, she's worn out or something like that, something along those lines, past her prime and shit, and saying that about other chicks.
She's his age and she's still doing shit. It's what are you talking about?
Yeah.
If he took his suit off, we'd all be blind and shit.
Yeah. it was funny that he focused on her, considering John Warrington's brother was so focused on her for so long. Maybe they went to the same NK Ultra program or something, but yeah, definitely. Back to Amy for a minute here. She was on a roll, and honestly,
That was Kate Moss, Doug.
Kate
But
Moss, thank you.
There
Thank
you go.
It's still funny.
Yes, my bad. And
They're both hot German chicks. I mean.
yeah, there we are. There we are. It's always confusing to me. I always confuse one with the other. And but yeah, I do want to tell T-Tank Barry, the picture you sent us of the shed that is what kind of shed is this? It's Costco or something. It's Bed Bath and Beyond. Yeah, that shed is that would be acceptable compared to what Dude put Amy in. Dude put Amy in a shed that was all windows on the sides, and he added a window onto the roof. Is that the case, Amy? Just so that no matter where you were, the sun would bake you? Like, this dude is trying to burn you alive like an ant under a magnifying glass. Because, you know, all that sun reflects off the snow. And it reflects off the snow, and it comes in burning you alive. It's just like... there's nothing can stop it. Not even the curtains really do it justice. And then of course you run out in the snow screaming, and then you freeze to death. It's yes. There we are.
Douglas, go on.
Well, we just got to pick.
And there's trees around. You're surrounded by trees.
Yeah,
I do love my pine tree. I picked that spot for the pine tree. I liked the pine tree first.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know.
But there was no trees around the shed. The shed was out in the open so that it could bake.
No, you're Douglas. You're gonna fry in the shed because the sun is gonna hit your vampire skin. Your naga milk in your brain. Gonna leak out your ears. And you're gonna sit on the toilet, and somebody's gonna have to come in and put your feet up over your head. For goodness sakes. Is anybody out there listening got a piece of property Douglas can move into in the vicinity of San Francisco? Come on. Look at us. He's gonna fix this.
There are plenty, but you should have heard him. We went like not even out of the city, and he was like, "This is the woods," and shit. I'm like, dude, he couldn't hang. He needs cityscape.
Congestion. Yes, urban congestion.
You want to move to Pittsburgh? You want to come live in Pittsburgh? Because the Dietrich Foundation, turns out it's been like run by William Dietrich.
Okay, interesting. Yeah. So
Yeah.
William Dietrich, of course, for those of you who don't know, everybody in my my legal father's family was named William. All of his brothers were named William because his crazy father named them all William because he had zero imagination. But I'm assuming he was naming them after Kaiser Wilhelm. But they all were named William, and but it was like just weird shit. And so this might be a relation.
They're sickly wealthy. They are donors to every good cause in Pittsburgh.
Damn, I gotta get them in touch with me.
Well, I don't know. Maybe you should come to some functions with me. I don't know. Can you dance? Are you a dancer?
Well, none of them are. Why should I be?
I don't know. I know it's something I wanted to suggest to people, that we never ever hear about Douglas dancing. Like, he's at all these parties and whatnot, but it made me wonder if vampires can dance.
Well, my mother was very much a dancer and a singer. I unfortunately cultivated none of that. I really, you know, it's only so many things we can do with ourselves, and we're gonna do some things, and it does cost us in others. It really is like Dungeons and Dragons or the old role-playing games. You've only got so many points to expend.
Your skill points can't be put in everything.
Right? Yeah, and so. Yeah, I just.
I mean, killing people is kind of dancing, in a way.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of perspective.
Yes, yeah. It's certainly
soundtrack.
Yeah, it's certainly choreographed in cinema. In cinema, they choreograph it. So it's like, By the time you get to John Wick, it's just all, it's just a music video. It's
unwatchable.
It's just a violent music video. But yeah, it truly is unwatchable. And I've noticed that they do make killing look like dancing. So it's it's fun to watch, but unfortunately,
like to me, John Wick is like Bollywood. It's like if I were to watch Bollywood, I'd have the same cringe factor as John Wick.
Thank you. But I noticed that in a lot of action films is they make killing look like dancing, and they do that, of course, because it's eye catching, it's eye riveting. But in reality, of course, let's put it this way: it requires, in order for that to happen, the cooperation of the enemy. It's just something you don't get in real life. Just something you don't get in real life. Though you get it just to a degree with the way I operate, because half the time they think I'm a bitch. So then you get them doing something where they leave themselves wide open. So it's different in my case, but still, they want to maintain this tough guy image of guys like John Wick or these other action heroes, making them look straight, making them look like you could never mistake them for female, yet they want all the killers coming in close to them like the killers want to rape them or something. It's absolutely bizarre. And therefore the killers get all knocked off. So the dynamics just aren't working there. They're not calculating correctly. But that having been said, Brendan entered a link about Zia-Zaldor-Zana. So this is a character that is obviously inspirational to these people, but as you said, it's also a planet.
It's like it's just this side of a furry. She's like living on the freaking the same planet as the Wookiees.
Oh, okay.
So this is like a little kid Star Wars character. This is not like a normal Star Wars character.
Interesting.
So they were like, some really nerds that got like brainwashed or something.
Weird. No, this isn't just because it's called Wikipedia. This is also, she really lived on the Wookiee planet? Is that...
Yeah. She apparently, yeah.
Okay, interesting. So, like you said, these are kids who grew up watching this shit. This is like... So they're young. Yeah, they're young.
They look like they were in their 20s, like early 20s when I saw the photos.
Yeah. And now what I can't understand, if you look at the one article where it says...
This is from Young Jedi Adventures. This is like a baby show.
Yeah, that's right.
Like a kid's show.
Yeah, this is beyond... this is lower age bracket than even Saturday morning cartoons. It's almost like these are like children's books you buy in... like the bookstore, we used to call them golden books for the kids. They'd be like,
it's like that.
Yeah, so it's like that level of reading. It's so sad. That's so sad.
She was a Jedi Master stationed on planet Tennu to teach Jedi initiates during the High Republic era. So there you go.
Oh my God. But how did that get
some background? Yeah.
Why do they identify her with a Sith?
I don't know. They don't. I think they just...
that's
how stupid they are. How brainwashed they are.
So in other words, these kids took what's supposed to be a Jedi character, but they're identifying with the Sith. Bizarre. Yeah. And
it's like an inversion of her name. Zia-Zaldor-Zana. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, got it. Because
you have to be on some serious droids for this to make sense.
Yeah, right. No. But who was the Jedi character that all the people had a crush on for so long? Female Jedi. If I look that up, female Jedi versus Grievous, and what happened was she turned to the dark side for a while. So I think it was
Ashoka.
Ashoka turned to the dark side for a while, so maybe they're thinking on those terms that they wanted Zia to turn to the dark side like Ashoka.
Yeah, they wanted to corrupt her or something.
Yeah, they wanted to corrupt. Ooh, that's so.
Why that character?
Yeah, of all people, what's weird is she's ethnic, just like Ashoka. They're both. If anyone ever noticed, Ashoka and I don't know if anybody knows of this other character Zia, but they're both very ethnic, and they both run around saying "master, master" to some dirty old white guy. So it's almost like in Ashoka's case, who was it? She kept saying "master, master," but she was calling out to. What's his name?
She was the Padawan of Anakin.
But then later on she wound up with what's his name, right? The other guy, Kenobi, because she was like
Yeah, later.
Later, okay, but she was called.
They kind of tandemed it.
Yeah, that's right. They kind of tandemed it. That's true because they had their own thing going. Kenobi and Anakin. So yeah, this might be something like that. We're just trying to figure out the workings of this cult here, or what's going through their minds. But for those of you who are not great Star Wars fans, neither are
Darth
we.
Ziz. There it is. Darth Ziz. There it is.
Okay, Darth Ziz. So tell us about Darth Ziz. What is this, the same character?
She's hot. I don't know.
Oh, let's take a look.
The Lady of Manipulation, the Bearer of Chaos. Yeah, that's what they're talking about.
Damn,
They're
Cheryl
dark
Link.
goddess cultists, but they wanted it to be a Sith.
Okay, so share us the link into the text box,
So the
please.
top guy is trans. The top, I understand. There's.
I wouldn't even claim him to be anything like.
Well, this is what they're pushing in the news, and it's hard. I'm not sure if he's a trans man or a trans woman.
Oh yeah, here we go. Musk defunds the veteran crisis line, so now they're all just gonna blow their brains out.
No, they're too chicken shit to blow their brains out. They're gonna go out and conduct mass shootings. Is what they're gonna do.
Well,
yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
But allegedly, this is, according to a 2014 documentary, this is the most successful tools to fight veteran suicide. So. Yeah, I think you're right. Maybe they're just gonna go postal and shit.
Oh yeah. They just say they're gonna kill themselves. That's their manipulation that veterans use. Is I'll kill myself because it sounds more sympathetic than you're going out to say I'm going to kill others, because then they're gonna detain you.
like a teenage lover. I'll just kill myself.
Yes, it's like that. And but when it comes,
they'll shoot the wrong people.
Yeah. I was trying to kill myself. But I blew away that other person.
You shouldn't laugh, but there you go.
Yes.
I had it pointed right at me, and it just, went full auto on the other direction.
Oh, so what I can't understand is, could all of you look at the link that I provided where it says young German math genius gets involved with this cult? And is that her or the cult leader they're showing? And it looks like the person is dead. It looks like the person is either unconscious or dead, and they're holding their head up. I didn't think it was legal to show a photograph of someone in a public circular like that. Anything that's a public...
They are dead, that person.
When was this?
Well, you see it in the article, the link. If you click into the link that says young German math genius gets involved with this cult, have you found that link yet? If you click onto that and scroll down, you'll see somebody's head looks like they're asleep. And that looks like, in the old West days, they used to do this. When they killed an outlaw, they would parade the body. They'd put the body in a cadaver and put it on public display because they're trying to send a message, don't be a bad guy. But with this person, it's like somebody's...
I'm just getting a bunch of these fucked up ads.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that. But, that's life. That's how it works. If you...
I see the dog and the guy.
Okay, so what I'll have to do is I'll have to, we'll have to go into the... let's see,
the police blocking off a road and some
Okay, let's take
Coventry, Vermont, straight snowy as fuck.
Okay, let's take
a guy missing an eye.
Oh, I know what to do.
It's
yeah, honey. Go on.
It's a really long and complicated story. And it's
so you see it. So you see it now. That person's head.
They have his face cradled with the gloved hand.
Yes. That's not legal. That's not legal. You're not.
I don't think they're dead. I don't think they're dead right now.
Oh, okay.
As far as I know.
So
it says here the Alaskan native. Okay, there's your problem. He was Alaskan. Continued to play dead when a mugshot was taken.
So they had to.
Mugshot.
Did they stand him up and hold him like that?
Yeah, they had to stand him up to take the mugshot.
Oh my god!
That's fucking sick.
So he's pretending to be dead.
In Pennsylvania.
In Pennsylvania. Yes.
Why? Should I go interview
you're there.
him? I know, probably. Probably all the wackos just start zombifying Pennsylvania now. They all just turn towards here.
This person said, I represent vegans. We believe in nonviolence, Friedman said.
I
all of this is crazy.
I wasn't gonna say anything. Wasn't even
Well,
gonna.
I don't speak
mention
for all
that.
vegans, but I'm not against,
You're not against shooting
maybe I shouldn't say it.
random.
Calling some of the excess
Yeah.
human population that's just below a certain level of civilized behavior.
Let's put it this way: if there was like a murderer, like pointing the gun at the cat, or like some rando, I would probably jump in front of the cat.
Well, the cat could probably take care of itself, but this is interesting. So, Astra Kolomatskia,
Yeah, son.
Buckholt's former roommate. So this chick is Ophelia Buckholt, right? That's the woman who is apparently shooting people, right? So Astra Kolomatskia, her former roommate, said her day revolved around super micromanaged decisions to make her state of mind, to make sure her state of mind was in the right place to perform as well as possible at work. What?
Yeah, see?
What
Some
work?
low-level tech job is my guess.
I don't.
Customer service or something.
And they still couldn't handle it. Some of it.
But they got paid for a while. I don't know. Details are scant.
So Zizan tenants, there's an importance of altruism, Ayn Rand, and ethical veganism.
That's all just. This is like smear campaign shit. These people.
It is.
They couldn't get worse code names like Ophelia Buckhole, Teresa
That's their
Youngblood.
actual name.
No, it's not. Come on now.
That's their actual name.
Look at this cutie. They're definitely selling the Border Patrol agents up in Vermont. He's really cute. The picture of that guy. He's dead.
They killed him.
Yeah. I mean, ginger.
They weren't trying to fuck him, they killed him.
Irish dude. He got 48 rounds of .38 caliber jacketed hollow point ammunition. No, I don't know what I have no idea.
It's like this is almost like an Ayn Rand advertisement. It says their Zizan tenants stress the importance of altruism and ethical veganism. Like this is like where she comes back from the dead and says, "I told you, altruism was evil. Told you guys."
Well, she admired a serial killer. We went into this, a child killer. Yeah, herself. Yeah. But go on.
Well, that was the pinnacle. Like
well, and they got a landlord too.
Yeah. Oh, yes. So tell us about this, Holly.
That sounds messy. Also, I don't remember any detail except it was bad.
Yeah, and they're young, 21. This young blood chick is 21.
Like super vicious.
How did they get 38
shot.
specials and shit? Jocketed hollow points at 21?
Yeah, I mean, you can't get that shit in San Francisco, that's for sure.
No.
Yeah, that's...
Probably somewhere in the middle. They like stopped in Wyoming and they just like gave it to them for free. You guys are some upstanding young children.
All they needed to do was start talking Star Wars with some local gun. Yep.
Yes. Oh yeah.
I wonder if they wear the gear.
They did. There was a black paramilitary outfit.
She says that she wears black robes.
No, I mean like a Disney gear.
Yeah, no. She said she wears black
Star
robes.
Wars gear.
Yeah, she said she wore black
Sith robes.
Sith robes. Yeah.
Got it.
In other words, they walked around dressed like Michael Aquino as a black magician. So yeah, it's
Well, we know where they got their inspiration from. I don't think this is normal.
Thank you. No, it is.
And you know what that reminds me of when they're going around being crazies and killing people and then saving. It's like that shit that Brandon Young was saying. But they're saving turtles.
Yes.
They're saving turtles. So they got that line from the Aquino Lilith book.
Yes.
We may be sacrificing humans, but we love turtles because those evil Chinese are eating them.
Yes, so exactly.
That's what it sounds like. It's not, these people aren't actually vegan or something.
No. Yeah, and there's something. They're Brandon Youngians, Youngites, or Youngins, we'll call them. Yeah, Brandon Youngins, and So when it comes to this whole situation, again to Amy, because she is a person who's in the area of their activity, what draws them? What were they trying to do? Were they trying to escape into Canada? Were they? What's your impression, Amy, as to what they were trying to do? If they wound up killing a border guard in Vermont, they must have been trying to escape across the border into Canada. Doesn't that make sense? Or what do you feel might be going on?
Caves and tunnels.
Caves and tunnels, interesting. Fascinating.
I don't know. That's what I was just thinking of. I was just
Did you just
thinking.
channel Ian West or something?
No, I would never let him back into my sphere of influence. But
Thank you. Yes.
anyway, it's okay. He's fine wherever he is. But no, I definitely.
I hope not.
I hope not. Yeah, we hope not.
They're probably just part of the whole movement of the whole Lovecraftian weirdness, the Edomic push to like recreate the unbearable name or whatever it is that is, you know, driving people to chaos and just doing things that they would normally never do. Vermont is the home base for a lot of H.P. Lovecraft stories. And when I originally started listening to him, it made so much sense that it's just such a dark and terrible, not fit for man or beast, was what my mom's family used to say about their farmlands up in the middle of nowhere out there. That you can't live too far from the hearth in those areas. And it's creepy. It's I mean, I say caves and tunnels, but maybe they're not even human tunnels. Maybe they're sealed off in there for a reason, you know? Like just old beings that don't need to be reawakened.
I like the term eldritch.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, Lovecraft nailed it.
Yes.
Dunwich Horror and all that, and absolutely nailed it. That country is brooding.
Well, and the one that I really enjoyed was the rats in the walls. That one to me was like, that is just like, yeah, this sickness and depravity of like these generations with like excessive wealth and control and like the way they
breeding and
like they go after each other. Like it's like your family becomes your enemy, and then it's generations of this, like the horror of carrying on after, you know, something really disgusting and tragic that you should just leave in the past and carry.
A haunted landscape, I think, in its own right.
That's that's what I'm saying, is like you'd want to walk away from it, except that it hasn't been resolved. Like there's been no closure from generation after generation of just like people being abused, betrayed, and abandoned, neglected, and it's, you know, it's part, you know, part of it I believe is like because the colonization happened further south and then it kind of came north, but there'd already been this group of settlers from the, you know, the French, like up in the north. They had secured these lands, you know, they'd created trade with the natives over just, you know, just the terrible things that they did. The native cultures, like one of the phrases that sticks with me in the journals of Charlevoix and Frontenac was how at one point the natives had these captives, these slaves, and they'd tied them at the neck and the hands and the feet, and then the guides for the colonizers were burning the Indians' fingers in the bowls of their pipes. Just, you know, just as cruel, just as like to invoke more pain, and like, you know, like the natives were always warring. Like the tribes have always been warring. There's always.
That's when I start wondering: is it something about the geology under the soil, or some places just spooky and maybe not good for you in general, in terms of humans?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That there is something about certain landscapes, good and bad. And that's always kind of fascinated me. Down in Florida, I understand the Seminoles said the Civil War happened because the earth needs blood. The earth needed a drink of blood. Never forgot that. Yeah. Yeah. So I think so much about everything, and spirituality too, is that we seem to have these hot spots that, to me, must be geologically connected somehow.
Or need healing.
Analysis, the water, yes.
Yeah, the dowsers.
Yeah,
I was going to say.
Good places and hard places.
Yeah, the dowsers would come and, gather people around them and push them to realize that we have to honor the earth. We have to heal the earth, that it works better in groups, to put your energy towards that healing, to, have your own prayer, but also to encourage others also to feel whatever the earth is telling you from, one point to another. People don't walk. Like, I'm in Pittsburgh, nobody walks. The traffic is absolutely monstrous, but nobody walks. Like, I'm the only one out on the streets walking. Nobody.
Wow.
Yeah. And I've been listening to Henry Rollins, and I love his mantra. Right. Like, I love his mantra of, I just go out wherever I am and I walk until somebody talks to me. And I find that, like, that repeats in my head sometimes. Like, just go out and walk until somebody talks to you. And you do kind of feel like a maniac, but at the same time, I'd really not enjoy my life half as much as if I wasn't, like, just making every day an improv. Like, not.
Henry Rollins is like the least approachable person. I don't know how he gets people to walk up to him like that. Like, he's interesting to talk to, but imagine just seeing him and not knowing who he is. It's like, it would be impossible to walk up to him unless you're like really brave or something.
But he's walking some little tiny dog, I figure. He's got a chihuahua, a really cute one on a leash. So everybody wants to talk to him.
That's one way to get around it, is have a little tiny dog.
Little tiny dog. I can picture that. He's such a jarhead, But funny as hell. And pretty good actor, too.
Yeah, I was about to say I'm not really familiar with this person. I've heard the name, but yeah.
He's the lead
He's
singer of Black Flag.
Right?
Oh,
Black
okay.
Flag.
Okay, there you go. So he's some heavy metal
Don't
rocker.
don't worry, Doug. You wouldn't have been able to listen to it either.
Thank you.
You weren't tone deaf. It's, like, it's punk rock, but I've never really, like, I don't know how to describe
It was
it.
so appropriate. Well, and he tried to be political, too, like Jello. And the DK.
Yeah, this was the guy that was saying, no one travels, like, go to Afghanistan and just walk around.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's a good idea.
Like,
yeah.
Like the airport was getting bombed, and he said, "I was walking, nothing happened to me."
This is
that what you're talking about?
Ignorance is bliss. Ignorance is bliss.
Yeah,
Well,
like,
I just remember him from See a Grown Man Cry. He's a poet like you. He's from California, and he's a poet, and he watched the police murder his best friend one night, and it stuck with him, and he wrote a book about it, and he cries about it.
They were a bunch of, like, antagonist anarchists.
Yeah.
I mean, they were like punk rockers.
Oh, there's that.
It wasn't like he was, like,
They
walking and
weren't
the police, like, ran him over.
bad.
To us, but back then, it was like you could just be walking with a mohawk and they'll run you over.
Yes,
Top 8 for
they
sure.
they were bringing attention to themselves. Let's say that. That's there's
They were like smashing shit up.
There we are. That's
Yeah.
probably a better way of describing it. Yes, there you go. Then the police killed my best friend.
And I'm not shitting on him, but that's like,
Dude.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sure that's what was happening.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's like it's like they killed Fritz scene from the Ralph Bakshi cartoon in Wizards. Yeah, that's
Yeah, the kid was murdered by a gunshot to the head.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Well, you're calling them gay. Like the police were antagonizing them, and they had them like execution style on their knees with their hands behind them.
I'm sure they were terrible. That's for sure.
Yeah. Well, I this is just from the book. Like I'm not,
Yeah.
I'm not trying to make
You do understand that it's not necessarily true, but if the book is written by him, he's going to obviously place himself in the victim's position as basically, hey, we weren't doing nothing wrong, and the police can't, and it may be true, it may all be true. It's just, let's put it this way: I can see it from both angles. That's all. And I can also see that, yeah, they're going around like some rebellious kids do, smashing, crashing, probably even stealing to an extent, or what could be interpreted as such.
Yeah, they were held up at
squatting.
gunpoint. That's
Yeah.
what it was.
Yeah.
It wasn't the police.
Yeah. Okay. There we are. Held up at gunpoint. Then there we have it. So it wasn't the police.
And Mr. Henry Rollins ran away, left his friend to get
there we are. There we are. That's another narrative. Amy.
Sometimes the truth isn't what you want to hear.
Right. No. In all fairness, that may not be the truth, but
And then it says there's a theory that Rollins was the one that killed him because they never caught the actual perpetrator.
Interesting.
And then this guy's saying, if that's bullshit, that's bullshit. It's like, no, I don't think so.
Oh.
Yeah. Sorry, Amy. I'm not shitting on him. I've listened to Rollins a lot. I know about. I'm not against him.
Yeah.
It's just.
I was afraid of him. When I saw him in a grocery store in Los Angeles, I did not approach him. And I did not even try to.
That's what I was saying. He's like not approachable.
No, I was scared of him, and I had a lot of empathy.
You mean you knew who he was?
I read his books. That's how I read
his book. Why not approach him? Why not approach him if you've read his book?
Have you seen a photo of him, Doug?
I think that's a photo of him that was provided in the link, right?
Yeah, but that one makes him look almost wholesome.
Oh, I see. I get it. Okay, yes.
Like, if you click in there, you'll see.
Yeah, got it. Okay.
Once you talk to him, he's very charismatic, but like he just has like resting bitch face. Like if you saw him walk in, he would be all like puffed up and walking like a punk rocker. So, yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
So
out of context, no one would approach him.
Yeah. Okay. I get it. Yeah. And there you go. So he's like.
And he has some kind of like speech impediment or something, so he's even more like awkward than he looks.
There we are. Yes. Yeah. Okay. That all makes sense. But so Amy, you're telling us you're walking around alone, and nobody stops their car and tries to ask if you're soliciting.
There's
Douglas,
no streetwalkers anymore, Doug.
It's 15 degrees here. Nobody's gonna roll their window down and be like, "Hey, old lady."
Yeah.
Although it would be funny if they tried. It would. No, there's no, like, the streets here have so many stop signs that nobody even wants to like hang out on a corner because they're just like so busy hitting the next stop sign to get to the next stop sign to get to the next stop sign. Like the design of Pittsburgh is just for miners. It's only for the miners to go home and then walk back to the mines. That's it. That's the design of Pittsburgh. I drove in a 2-mile circle today, not a single grocery store. Nowhere. And then as I get lost and I come back, I pass 3 of them. But it's just like neighborhood after neighborhood after neighborhood, and a church and another church. Like, I think I passed 3 churches, no grocery stores.
And not even a bar? Holy cow.
Well, those are
There's got to be bars.
yes, favorites. Yes. There's a bar next to the Himalayan Institute that's got like really fancy high-end drinks where they mullet it for you. Your fresh herbs and your vodka. That one. Probably. I'd go in there for St. Patrick's Day, maybe for Mardi Gras. But yeah, no, I'm just getting oriented. I'm having.
So you're in an area that you would say was a company town?
Oh yeah.
Development, yeah.
Yeah, like just it's on the trolley line, so you can ride directly into like where Fort Duquesne is and where all the colleges are and downtown. But you'd have to like to get to like some of these communities with other stuff, you'd have to like get a transfer and take the trolley transfer. I mean, it's so, Pittsburgh's the only American city with the incline, which I did that the first time I was in
Incline?
Pittsburgh. Incline, like they have in Switzerland, where it goes up the hill and then you go through the trolley and you push the seats the other direction and goes back down the hill.
Jesus. Well, and it's by the way, we've just received a link from Brendan. Could you put this into some perspective for us? This is a screenshot of. Yeah, please put this into perspective.
I wasn't planning on saying anything publicly, but Lorne Michaels, the SNL guy, the head of SNL, the creator.
Yeah.
When Taylor Swift called him and said, "Can you take this sketch about me off air because it's it's gonna cause my life to be threatened, literally, like people are gonna try and kill me because you're making fun of me." And he said, "I don't negotiate with terrorists, Taylor."
But I thought what I believe this happened, but what I'm trying to understand is is this first off, aren't they supposed to be liberal progressive?
Not that I'm defending Taylor. Yeah, they are.
Then why are they attacking Taylor Swift, who is liberal progressive?
Because
and why would they call her a terrorist?
Because it's like him and Larry David. They just free speech is fine when it's them speaking, right?
That's evil, man.
But if anyone else has a umbrage, then it's like,
Right, but I mean,
your problem.
But I will say this. I will say it in this manner that first off, obviously, the man's ethnicity.
I don't know much about it.
Yeah, so I'll say it. The man's ethnicity is obvious, but what I can't understand is, so should Taylor Swift's ethnicity also be obvious? Right. Do they not know she's half Jewish, and are they kissing up to Trump, thinking that, suddenly they've turned into, maybe they're all agreeing with Trump because he's so pro-Israel, and so they feel that she is not supportive of Israel because she's not supportive of Trump? What it is. Is that what it must come down to? Because
probably because she was like her whatever they're called, those girls that follow her, like they're like pro-Palestinian.
Right. That would.
So
make
now
sense.
They're gonna say.
Got it. That's what it has to come down to. That's the only thing.
Because why else would he call her a terrorist? That's what it means.
Yes.
It means you're.
Well, there would be another reason. Would just anyone who doesn't support Trump would be considered a terrorist by a Trump humper. So they use that term. I mean, the term is now, it's just like the term Nazi.
Apparently this situation was years ago, so I don't know why he's making it a thing right now.
Well, Taylor
really
is Taylor's making a thing of it now because now the situation has entered a whole new level. So if this had happened years ago, Taylor's bringing it up now because of the blue
here's what it says. It says 2015, Taylor asked to appear in a skit that was asked by SNL to appear in this skit that made fun of her friends group, spoofed by the Bad Blood music video, which featured her real-life friends, Selena Gomez and Gigi Hadid, suggesting that they were members of an apocalyptic cult. Michaels was in the office. Yeah, so Lauren was in his office, and she called him directly saying she's not going to appear, and she wants him to kill the sketch entirely. And he says, I do not negotiate with terrorists, and hangs up the phone on her. So there you go.
That's,
And then he sent her flowers. Classic.
yeah, that's crazy.
This is from 2015. It has nothing to do with the 50th anniversary special.
50th anniversary special.
No.
Of what?
No.
It's SNL.
Of SNL.
Oh, that, yes. Who cares about that? I mean, but I hear what you're saying. Why wouldn't it have something to do with that? Yes, that makes sense.
Yeah, why would they bring it up now? I don't understand that. Other than he wants to just make a point. Like, I told her off before. I'll do it again.
I mean, well, who's bringing it up? Is it she bringing it up or he bringing it up as far as you can ascertain? Or the tabloids
Just
bringing
the
it up?
tabloids, yeah.
If the tabloids are bringing it up, I would assume it's because of the boo she received at the Super Bowl and the 50th anniversary. And in other words, somebody has probably leaked the information that she's approached him privately again about scrubbing. That is what I think would make sense.
Something like that.
Yeah, and but thank you for bringing that to our attention. It's definitely bizarre, but what about your so Amy?
I just brought it up because it illustrates
Yeah.
their situation, you know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for those of you who don't know, I have a stance on this, which is that, as I've said before, as far as I'm concerned, Taylor Swift is the daughter of Zeno LaVey. This is based on what I know from the days of when I was working with Michael Aquino and what I knew about the First Church of Satan. And basically, Zeno LaVey was forced to have a child with the ugly motherfucker she was dating Boyd Rice for a while, but her dad made her marry who was it, Rex Diabolus or the other guy? I forget the other dude with the horns nailed on his head. Somebody with the silicon injected horns. Yeah, it was Rex Diabolus or someone very similar to him. Seth, whoever it was, people can tell me. I really don't remember. I found the situation so repulsive and felt so bad for her. I just bleached it out of my mind. But she ultimately escaped that situation and became a Christian. She converted to Christianity. None of this is made up on my part because I'm pushing some evangelical line. That's quite the opposite. Everybody knows my stance concerning the overwhelming majority of evangelicals. But rather, she became basically what would be called a born-again Christian. But at that time, she had a baby based on the commands of her satanic father, Anton LaVey, and she refused to turn it over to the church. Originally, the baby was supposed to be turned over to the church as a sacrificial altar baby or raised to be the heiress of the church like Zena was supposed to have been in her place if she turned, which people have a tendency to do when they're in extreme situations like that. So in terms of this baby, that is Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift is, thank you. That was Nemo. Nemo got it for us. Her ex-husband was Nicholas Schreck. Thank you. And so Nicholas Schreck, Taylor Swift may be the baby of Nicholas Schreck or someone else in the cult. I would doubt it was Nicholas Schreck because Nicholas Schreck is so fucking ugly. But she's definitely a product of someone else in the cult, if not him. And Taylor Swift, and Zena LaVey. In other words, Taylor Swift is the product of Zena LaVey, and she looks exactly like her. And but in order to, because she was going Christian, Zena LaVey adopted the baby out, and this was done covertly. And but basically, that was how Taylor Swift wound up on the road to success. I mean, basically, the Magus Anton Zandor LaVey is Jewish, and so she was just knowing her background. And her mother being Jewish, Taylor Swift is also Jewish, which means that Taylor Swift was quite readily accepted and groomed into success. For people who think that's racism or nepotism, all you need to do is take a look at, who's the guy who everybody thinks murdered Natalie Wood? Come on, Christopher Walken. That's it. So Christopher Walken. Yeah.
I didn't know he was sketchy too. Damn.
Dude. I met this guy who, it may or may not be true, but this guy, poor son of a bitch, he insisted he was the son of Natalie Wood, and he insisted that his mother was murdered by Christopher Walken. But for those of you who do not know, his claim was not unbelievable at all. His claim was...
Robert Wagner was her husband,
Yes.
also on the boat.
Yes, tell them about that, Holly. Tell them about the boat and Bobby Wagner and Chris Walken.
I just remembered that he was the other player in it because, half the other people thought he did it.
Yeah, yeah,
We're talking about Christopher Walken, that creepy old guy from SNL
yeah.
that does the cowbell thing.
He's just creepy old guy. to me.
Christopher Walken exudes sketchy.
Yeah, yes.
Right.
Comes
Well,
out his pores.
yeah.
Yes.
And
Yes.
people have stopped him and, asked him in the middle of New York, like, what do you do in a day? And he's like, I just take it a day at a time,
But you know
What
there's
does he
something.
do for fun? I don't want to know.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wouldn't tell them.
Well, what he basically, when he's interviewed, he'll pull the scam of, look, I'm a normal guy. I go home every day to a wife and family. Oh, here we are. Vicky Johnson says it's satire on Lorne's part. Yeah, that's him, the cowbell guy. So, and so there we are.
So she was saying Lorne was just joking when he closed the phone on her? Is that?
Oh, right. I don't negotiate with terrorists and then sent her flowers because he probably felt she wasn't clever enough to get his stupid joke. Yeah. And
that sounds more likely.
Yeah.
So the tabloids are just blowing shit out as they usually do.
Yeah, we can assume that. Yes.
Well, why bring something up from like 10 years ago? It doesn't. It's just odd. It's very odd.
Well, we're in weird times. And but when it comes to Christopher Walken, for those of you again who do not know, there was a boat and it led to this horrible joke. What kind of wood doesn't float? A Natalie Wood. Get it? Ha ha. That's horrible. But anyhow, Natalie.
Is that how she died?
Yeah, she was pushed off the boat. Yeah, and she drowned.
Oh, shit.
And so here we are. You got a boat. You've got Chris Walken. You got Robert Wagner, and you got Natalie Wood. She somehow winds up in the water and drowns. Both those guys sail home like it was nothing and say, "Oh my God, she got so drunk we couldn't stop her. She jumped off."
Oh, she got the Liam.
Yeah. And everybody just rolled
whatever
with
that
it.
guy's
They
name
were
was.
all shit-faced all the time.
The Liam Payne treatment.
Yeah, and they were all shit-faced all the time.
And more than drunk. Yeah.
Yeah, and more than drunk. Yes, they were on every drug imaginable. Yeah, of course.
Oh my God. You could get really good shit back then.
Yeah, that's true. Yes.
Real drug.
All this is true.
Sounds like you remember or don't.
Yeah.
I caught the tail end of that.
Yeah.
It was already pretty bad.
Yeah. Holly caught some tail, all right. Yeah.
Very tail.
Nice.
Yeah. Now, but as I was saying, that having gone down, everybody just let these guys off. Just like, actors have a way of getting away with this in Los Angeles because LAPD pretty much considers the actors to be an asset to the community. It's like, look, this guy's a brand name. He brings money to the community. It's like, you really don't want to fuck with these people unless you have to because they're considered a community asset. And so that's how all these guys get away with it, such as, Beretta. Who's the guy who played Beretta? Come on, somebody help me out.
God.
Yeah.
Robert something.
Yeah, he killed his wife. That we know he killed his wife. That's anybody who says, "Oh, that's just he went to court. He went." They believe me. His wife. It wasn't like she didn't deserve it. But is that? Let me check on this. Oh, that's Brandon this time. Yeah, Brendan's cooking up a storm there. But when it came to what was the other thing I was going to say about, aside from him, there was Captain Kirk. What was Captain James D. Kirk, the original guy? Come on, help me out. Shatner. William Shatner killed his young wife. He had this beautiful young blonde he married, and he couldn't stand her, and she drowned in a pool. He called the ambulance, said, "Oh my God, I came home and my wife's dead, face first in the pool. I just found her like that. Oh my God." And of course,
Yeah.
of course he,
Classic.
drowned her and shit, and all these guys, their wives just die, and they just let him go because they just say, oh, he's an asset to the community, he's a big brand name, he brings, everybody money, so, they don't want to push it unless they absolutely have to. But when it comes to, this is what they did with Robert Wagner and, Doofus, Christopher Walken. But
they both went on to long careers.
Yeah. But the whole thing was that when it comes to Christopher Walken, there's a point that he made that just said it all. Was aside from the usual bullshit when he's being interviewed, like, oh, look, I'm just a normal guy. I go home, every day to my wife, and all this stuff. Was when they asked him about, oh, you're 80 years old or whatever, and you just got this new role as the Angel of Death. And he says, well, of course, who else would they choose? And of course, there's anybody who could play this role, any number of other
with
people.
more charisma.
But yeah, thank you. But he said, you have to understand, we all know each other and we're all one big family. Yes, they're all Jewish. I mean, it's all down there. Yes, he said, all of us actors, we're all comfortable with each other. We all know each other. It's all one big family. And, well, yes, they're all basically of a single ethnic enclave. So, yeah, very few of them are not. And
but that's been well known since the 80s, I assume.
I don't think of Walken as Jewish, is he?
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
Really?
Now that's
Robert
funny.
Wagner?
That's
no
funny. That's funny. That's like, come on now. When I was young, we used to, let's put it this way. My family and I, my mother and my father, my legal father, my mother and myself, we loved to watch Japanese television on Sundays once a week, and Saturdays and Sunday nights it'd be dominated by Japanese TV. Twice a year, our TV would get cut off. Japanese TV would get cut off for these Jewish telethons. Telethons. Yeah. That because the Jews would buy the station. The Jews would buy the station that was they'd best rent it from. It was a San Francisco station. Right. These things don't exist anymore.
Oh, okay. This is like
Yeah. And so
RF, like radio.
Yeah, it's almost. It's on that
transmitted
almost,
TV.
Yeah.
Transmission TV.
Thank you. And so twice a year, the Jewish...
Antenna TV is what we would call it. Antenna TV.
I can't even remember what it was called, but Shabbat. I think it was called Shabbat.
Yeah,
but,
Shabbat.
Yeah, so twice a year, Shabbat would happen, and they'd bring in people who were known Jewish actors to raise funds for all kinds of Jewish causes. And among them were Whoopi Goldberg, because she had converted to Judaism just like Sammy Davis Jr. did. So I don't know if anyone knows that. But people don't.
Her original name was totally unassuming.
Yeah.
So she had to pick the most
Jewish-sounding name because she converted to Judaism. That's how she got her career.
I thought you couldn't convert. I mean, you can technically on paper, but apparently you can.
No, you can buy your way into being a Jew. Yeah, you can just say, look, I want to pay this amount of money and I want to be Jewish. And then, if you pay enough money and you change your name, you pick up the religion, then you become Jewish. And so
because when I told you about the story when I was younger, we had the family, the lady come in. She was like the mother of one of the Jewish kids, and we were talking to her.
Yeah.
We were teaching like diversity.
Yeah.
In the school of different religions, and she was like, "You can do it, but it takes like 10 years of really difficult study, and you have to learn the Torah front to back and be able to recite it."
Technically that's correct.
Yeah, but I don't think Whoopi has the brain capacity.
No. Neither did Sammy Davis Jr.
Exactly. So it's
but
how did they scam their way through that?
No, you just because
it would make sense if
you just
were
bribed the rabbi. You just bribed.
Of course. Just well, I won't comment on.
You let him circumcise you.
It's easier if you're a chick.
Yeah.
And most people in America already qualify that. So
that's right. Most people in America have already been circumcised, so it's not an issue. It would be an issue for me if I were to go that route, obviously, for any number of reasons. But anyhow, but one of the other people who came on Shabbat was Christopher Walken. And when they don't look it in the films, because in the films they get them all cosmetically made up so they look different. But whenever Shabbat came on, they all looked very Jewish. They all looked very Jewish. They weren't wearing any makeup. They weren't wearing any makeup. They just came on.
It's funny because it's true.
Yeah, they just were being themselves. And so our man Nemo says Whoopi's original name was Karen Elaine Johnson. There we are, Karen Elaine Johnson. And so there we have that. And he says quite inaccurately actually. Nemo says Walken's parents are Scottish and German Methodists. No. No.
That's what the online thing says.
Yeah. No. He's definitely ethnically Jewish. I can tell you that because just look at him standing next to another tall Jewish man. What's his name? Goldblum. Jeff Goldblum. Just take a look at Jeff Goldblum and Christopher Walken, and they,
And I hate to be like this, but it's a telltale sign is they were on SNL for years.
Yeah,
or
yes,
just keep coming back. I mean, there's a high chance they're Jewish.
Yeah, thank you. It's just they really are all related, generally speaking. Very, very few exceptions to that rule. Maybe one of those exceptions would be like the early days, like Johnny Weissmuller. It'd be like Johnny Weissmuller would be an exception, so far as I know. Right. Then again, I grew up with like all these people I looked at on television and felt some kind of like I could relate to them. They all turned out to be gay. Hollywood was just dominated with all the guys that you wouldn't think were gay all turned out to be gay, and all the guys you thought were gay all turned out to be gay. So it's not only that they're all Jewish; it's that the overwhelming majority of them are gay. Yeah, and by the way, so Nemo is basically saying that that's what comes up about Christopher Walken online. I'm sure he's Jewish, but he's hiding his Jewish background. But the reason that I think something else is going on there is because he has no reason to, especially at his age. Why would he care? And it's beyond that. You just look at him and you see it. It's for one thing, there's just a comportment. There's a comportment that they have that's very New Yorkish, and and anyhow, Danny McBride is obviously Jewish from his looks, but he hides it too. Who the hell is Danny McBride?
Some awful actor.
Oh, okay. There we go.
One of those comedian actors that just they get like pigeonholed into this like same character over and over again.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, and well, they should be, because the majority of actors, as people should know, aren't acting at all. They're just being themselves. You can see it. I mean, look at Jack Nicholson. Jack Nicholson does not act.
Oh, yeah.
Christopher Walken does not act. Christopher Walken is always the same character. No matter what Christopher Walken is,
true.
It's the same character. Jack Nicholson the same way. Well, Arnold Schwarzenegger. I mean, these people are not acting. There's nothing they're doing that is, all they do is they come on and they're just the same thing over and over again. And they're just paid to be a certain stereotype. That's, whatever template they fit into. So here's a point Nemo makes that is correct. I can agree to this. It says, because some of them are pathologically paranoid and think people want to kill them for being Jewish, some of them were raised to be like that. That's true. Okay, that hits the mark. That makes sense. It could be. And but at any rate, so there you go with that. So my stance on Taylor Swift is should be known. She's the daughter of Zena LeVay, and there we have it. But she is liberal progressive, and her life is now in danger because, I mean, take a look. When she went to the Super Bowl, people were booing her only because she had stood against Trump, who was also there, and they wanted their master Trump to see them booing Taylor Swift, whose husband was.
That would have been a better game if Taylor Swift and Trump went at it on the field.
Yeah, don't even get me started. Yeah, it's like, that would have been a much better halftime than what was there. Yeah, that's
just a better game overall.
Yeah.
Like,
well,
it was really
considering that was a blowout, yeah.
It's terrible. It was. I've never cheered for both teams just so that it would be fair. Like it was so bad. And I never watched the Super Bowl, but we were watching it. We were watching the commercials. We were being good Americans in front of the TV, and I just kept pulling. Like it was like I was cheering for Philadelphia because I'm already down here. But then at the end, I was like, I just want them to get on the board. Just do something. You know? Yeah. Injured players. But anyway, it's just football. It's all just, yeah, it's just like that. People were more interested in Taylor Swift and Trump. And why aren't they on the field duking it out, rolling around?
It's
Offer stiletto and get him right in the ear.
Yeah, so don't even. No, you're making me orgasm. Yeah, just thinking about that.
Welcome. Well, then you're welcome, everybody. I gotta wrap this up. What do you need me to do for you? Are you gonna get some tea, or what's your plan here? What do you think you're going to talk about tonight? Why isn't Nemo coming on?
Yeah. Why aren't you coming on, Nemo? Other than that, we'll wait till he responds in that regard.
Question.
Yeah, he's shy. He's very shy.
Answers.
Yeah. But when it comes to yourself, Amy, I'm well. Of course, I'm going to make some new tea soon, relatively soon. But first of all, let's hear about You've had a number of health issues that you've been very comfortable talking about. Will you give us a health update? Let us know about what your health update is, how you're doing in that regard.
Yeah, I'm waiting on the insurance that the federal government cut. So, don't know. I have appointments, but it looks like I'm going to reschedule them. Mm-hmm. I've really, like, last week I got really motivated and I took care of a bunch of things that, like, I just haven't even wanted to face. And that felt really good. And, and a part of it is distance. Like, I've always done a lot better, like, not having the emotional pressure of, like, being around people that I know, or, like, it's a small town, or, like, my family, like, to just not have any of that pressure around. I get really, like, I can start to see clearly and, like, really, like, remember, like, what it is that, like, I can do, and, like, how not to fall into the same traps of, like, taking jobs that are, like, 4 hours a week and then expecting that will change. It won't change. Like, I'm pretty secure in the fact that I'm going to be able to get a job right now. So I'm not really worried about that so much. I've found a bunch of fun places to hang out. I went to the farmer's market. They have a winter market here, and I guess I was early. I didn't know what the hours were, but, like, a lot of them weren't set up yet, and so I walked right over to the woman with the lettuce and the microgreens, and I walked right over to her, and she's from Vermont. She's also a Vermonter, and go figure, she was there, set up, ready to go. Nobody else was ready yet. Kind of joked about that, how, like, all of us Vermonters, we're just, like, we're very prepared. We're very prepared for whatever we're gonna do. And yeah, and so I'm just doing stuff. Like, I'm making stuff happen because I usually can. And there was that period of time where just, like, it was so overwhelming, like the police and the blah blah blah, and it just it was so annoying, and it needed to be resolved. Like, there was no way we could avoid it, and I feel like we did our best, like, getting the situation with the road and the fence Like, I know I maybe didn't explain to the listeners, like, the mud pit that was the new road wasn't working out, and the guy who was going to buy some of the acreage failed to buy the acreage, but then put up a fence across the town road and wouldn't let us use the road that we could access our property to. And so that was a huge hassle for the summer and the fall. And then Thanksgiving came and we didn't have enough wood and the road was too sloppy. So it had to come to a head and it got resolved. And now the neighbor has this fence, but we also have access to our road. And just stuff that, like, it was really overwhelming at the time, because if you can't get in and out, then, I mean, it's a hassle. So that got resolved. And then, we had our friend come up, and Douglas talks like the whole thing is windows. It's not all windows over there. There's 2 stoves with a hearth. So it's just the tiniest space with 2 wood stoves and 2 giant windows across from the wood stoves that do suck up all the light. And if you were a vampire, it would probably not be the house that you want to live in.
No.
So there's
Sounds
that.
all Thomas Kincaid to me.
It's pretty.
Picturing Thomas Kincaid.
I'm living a Thomas Kincaid painting right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's I like that. I like that idea. Like, even in Pittsburgh, it's kind of like a little, like, fancy community. We've got snow here, which they don't always have snow for the winter. And that's really...
It's a Christmas village.
It is a little... Well, you know about Pittsburgh and how it's, like, very provincial, and, like, the ethnic enclaves have been here for generations. Like, there's the Polish Hill. There's the Italian section. I'm sure there must be some Asian quarter somewhere, but they just seem to be sprinkled all about. Like, there's holistic massage places everywhere, and they're the only ones open late at night alongside the beer distributors.
Oh. Okay.
So
there's your prostitution.
Incursion.
Yes.
I don't know.
So what about immigrants, desperate asylum seekers? Are you seeing that?
In Vermont. Like, people here are pretty settled. Like, the homelessness is not quite as severe.
Right.
They're just managing it better, as far as I can tell. And in Vermont, it's just, I can't believe how long it was that I had to keep going back to the same organization with the same problem. Almost a decade of having to talk to this woman who did nothing every single time I saw her. I'm from there, and it bothers me that I had to watch my home deteriorate into that. But luckily for me, I had escaped from there, and I had that hope, that sick, toxic hope in my mind that maybe it's different somewhere else. And it is different. It's a little bit the same, but it is different wherever you go.
Right, still, barely, but yeah, still.
Barely.
It's a lot more homogenous than it used to be, I've found.
Oh, that's going to change.
Over the decade.
That's going to change.
In terms of, the towns all are the same.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Bed Bath and Beyond every 2 miles kind of thing.
The
corporatization.
Yeah, it's all going to change. That's all going to change. Oh, with the Great Depression that's coming, all that crash, you're going to see regionalization really make a comeback. Yeah. Oh, so in terms of...
Is there anything else that you're thinking of? Like, I think I told you guys about the Raynaud's syndrome.
Tell us about this. And did you try some of that You know, Inez? Inez?
I
Or...
put it in the. So we've got this little. It's a tiny wood stove here, but I put it in the potpourri. I put it in the water and herbs on top of the stove.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
I didn't take it. I didn't internally take it, but
What?
maybe I'll.
Why? Why not?
Well, the one I have, we are in a museum here that was his great grandfather's house, and we really don't know how old some of this stuff is. Like, no dates on it. So, I mean, I could go buy some more if I could find a grocery store.
Sure.
But yeah, no, I didn't do that in particular.
Okay.
But I've been doing. I'm getting treatment. Like, I'm responding really well to the treatments, which that was what the osteopath always said. He's like, as long as you can get in here, you seem to do a lot better.
Right.
And that I'm getting treated 3 times a week right now, which
I thought you were on a really long waiting list. Did that hurry up?
I just walked into this fellow's office and met with him, and he agreed to just treat me because he could see. Well, I cried my eyes out like a freak, like the
That's
second
for
time.
you.
But
paying all out of the pocket?
yeah, I'm gonna pay him out of pocket. It seems like a fair deal, and like, I don't know when I'm gonna be able to do that. Like, it might be that I have to borrow money.
Miracle.
But
that happened for you.
I mean, this is not like I seem to be able to negotiate my way in ways that other people just find very frightening. And I don't know. I have a lot of trauma in my past, and I've been really dealing with the nervous system and the abreaction of things that happened so long ago, but they're still like really in my tissues. And so you have to really just be gentle and with yourself and allow that. And you know, I did. I went in, I saw this guy, he's like, come back at this certain time and I'll talk with you then. And then that second time I went in, I started talking about like the throwing out all the bedding and not having a bed for a couple weeks, and it was just pouring out of me. I just had big wet cheeks, terrible, like blah blah blah. Can't stop sneezing and blowing your nose and weeping, moaning, terrible, blah. And then he took the X-rays and showed me my neck, and I was like, yeah, no kidding. That definitely needs some help. I've
always heard good things about osteopaths.
Yeah. What's the shape of your neck?
S. It's in an S shape right now.
Oh, for the year of the snake.
Yeah, for the year of the snake. I finally got an X-ray, and it is really severe. It's very severe, and he doesn't sugarcoat it at all with me, and he lets me know that if you don't show up, this is not going to get fixed. Like, you're going to start to feel better, and then you're going to want to stop coming.
Yeah, that's right.
And he's very severe with me, because he's an older gentleman. He's not going to do this for the rest of his life. Like, we went to dinner with one of Toke's friends, and it turns out his friend's dad went to this guy also. And they were, like, the best of friends. They really got along. And you know, he and this friend of Tokyo's, this guy's father had passed away, so that was, again, it was just like another thing that just randomly, like, I happened to know his best friend. I know, like, my partner is friends with your dead best friend, son. So yeah, I mean, it's just everybody is really small world. It's a really small world.
Yeah.
As awful as it is to do it, is some kind of bracing in order? Support the changes?
No, I
don't want to get dependent on a brace.
I go 3 times a week. I get these I have to ice after the manipulations.
Not hot. No.
No, he does these. It's a machine that I've never seen. It's like some fancy chiropractic machine where it takes a reading, and then it gives you the exact number of movements of like jarring little like tick tick tick tick ticks, like little adjuster pushes until it ends up in the right position.
Wow. And you're like in this machine. It's on.
Oh,
you?
it's like you submit to it. You sit on a kneeling bench.
Wow.
Put your face forward, and then he does the readings. And he's done this for so long that it's like second nature to him.
And so it slowly aligns you.
Yeah, the ice, and then
Wow.
I have strengthen the weak muscles, and then deal with the subluxations, right? That's what they call them. The subluxations need to be addressed. And I can
Are there any mild exercises that help?
Right now, I don't do any.
Right. It might be too soon. Yeah.
No, since I saw those photos, I was like, the films. I'm not confident that that's really for me, and I knew I needed body work. Like I was hoping I could find some masseuse that might be really good, Hot Rocks or something, but there's so many, it's so hard to choose.
That's delicate work, boy.
Well, and I don't know if massage is really as effective as what he's doing, which is really approach.
It actually puts it back.
Well, it's it feels good while they're doing it, but it's really not changing your
keeping it.
repetitive movements. Like I sleep on the same side. I out the window to turn for the car the same direction.
Right.
So a lot of it's driving too. Like that's what I've realized is a lot of it is like gripping the wheel driving.
I'm so sorry. No, continue, please. This is all very important. The only reason I'm laughing is because in my private messages, you know what happens when women talk about health issues. I get a bunch of guys sending me sexual innuendos about she's gripping that wheel, man.
I think we talked about this, right? Like I showed you my YouTube channel on it really, and I was checking out my stats, and like I don't have a single no women have ever even looked at my channel. It's all 20 to 30-year-olds and then 30 to 40-year-old men, and they're all in other countries too, and none of them are like American. It's just ridiculous. Just
people do all day.
So yeah, like I mean, what could they possibly? I don't understand it. I'm not. I really do need Douglas to tell me. You're being stupid. They're fighting over you, lady. Like my neck was all crooked. I couldn't think straight. That's my excuse. How's that? Heck. Because of my crooked.
Maybe we'll get to see your X-rays.
I should have him. I should get a picture of him for myself.
Amy Como, X-rated.
Terrible. Yeah. Not all that fun. So yeah, no, I got the appointment to deal with some of the issues for the Raynaud's, but I think I'm gonna push it because I also have some job interviews and I want to just pick a place to get on a schedule, and then maybe fight over the health insurance once that happens.
Right.
Okay.
Any interesting applications?
It's a big city. There's a lot going on here, and I really I have stuff that I can do here. Like I can ride the trolley. I don't need to necessarily even drive. So
Right. That's a big savings, man.
It is. Yeah, go on.
It's just time too. Like I don't have to pay attention. Like somebody else is taking me there. Like
Yeah.
it's
Love it.
it's a good thing if it works. Like his mom was saying that sometimes the trolley doesn't stop for you and you have to walk. So it's good if you know where you're going.
Yeah.
In case the trolley isn't going to take you and you end up having to walk. But she had a natural food store down in Pittsburgh, and she would walk. She said it's like 12 miles round trip, but some days she would just walk it. So that's kind of, you know, it's kind of nice to be in an urban area again. I wish I had my bike. I wish I could ride the bike, but it's still too cold. Like I don't really need a bike when it's this cold, but that's really how I get around. Is I like to ride my bike when I'm working and I'm able to do that. To just take the
bike lanes up in all that traffic.
Traffic?
That's what I don't really know. His mom was one of the people who like dug up the rail and turned it into a recreational trail. Like she was part of the group. So
that could be your highway. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a couple of those kinds of like recreation trails, but nobody goes out when it's this cold.
No.
That's too.
Eyeball juices freeze on a bike.
See?
That used to happen to me.
Ooh, tell us about that. Oh shit, horror story material.
I rode a bike to work for a long time, and yep, that's what would happen.
Yeah.
It was gnarly.
Yeah, to say the least. Oh.
I can tell the temperature by how when my nose hairs freeze.
Yeah. Ooh.
Breathing in. Yeah. That's the first sign. It's definitely below 0.
It does. It gets 30. A bite. There's like a
30
bite.
to 0. Yeah. Your nose hairs freeze. It gets spiky.
Ooh. Yeah, just
Not
awful.
that I have a lot of nose hairs, but
yeah, thank you for clarifying that.
I do.
Yes, understood.
Ladylike that I
yeah,
do.
yes, of course. Well, we all have
sensitive
them.
Ladylike nose hairs.
yes.
Are very sensitive.
yes, of
Anyways.
course. Cute. Yes. No worries.
But yeah, that's great. I was always a huge walker.
Yeah. Okay.
In towns and cities.
So what I'm going to do is I'll be making myself a new cup of tea. You guys are doing so great, but I do need Brendan to participate more. Brendan, participate more with the ladies. Come and join them in the hot tub. While you're joining them in the hot tub, I'll get that tea ready, and we'll meander our way quickly enough tonight into Monologue. There's simply too much to talk about.
Yeah, there's a reason I'm on mute.
Holy shit! Yeah, are you in the shower?
The chains and thunder.
No, it's a vacuum cleaner.
Oh God, are you at work? That's a stupid question.
Yes.
God, I keep forgetting that. Gosh, I'm so sorry. Yes. Oh, good point. Yes, that's the reason. How about you, Aristides? Yes, let's check in with Aristides and see how he's doing, and he might have some suggestions. Yes. Aristides?
Okay, hey.
Yes.
Yes, I want to tell you this.
Yeah, please take your time.
I've been slow to come off of mute because what the Skype is doing this time is like in the Skype window there's like the mute button, but that's not working. That happens occasionally, and I have to like go all the way out to like where the phone is like having a phone call, because it's the same as having like a phone call, and use the mute there. And I think what fixes that is if I just drop off the call and get back on. So I want to do that now.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Go ahead. So we'll wait for you. As soon as you get back on, let us know.
Okay. All right. I should be able to just jump right back on. So just give me a minute.
Yeah. And so aside from that, both of you ladies are doing so well. And what about some of these things about the rail, digging up the rail and turning this into a trail? This woman was a part of that, not in terms of physical labor, I presume, but
no, she did it herself.
Wow.
And this is the Sepich.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the Dracula lady. Yes, go on. So
yeah,
you're back with us.
It's working now.
Yeah, excellent.
All right.
Yeah, so
it's just
Okay. And
Yeah.
so I'll be going off to make tea in just a matter of seconds here, and everybody's in good company with these wonderful people. They're engaging in decent conversation about wholesome things, which is rare on this program. We're not often that wholesome. But honey, I don't understand. How do you live without the vegetables again? Have you thought of traveling outside of your area for vegetables or ordering them online? Even what the fuck? Again, tell people about what you're concerned about is the battery effluvia. Again, go tell people a little bit about that situation so that Aristides can respond. Aristides might have some suggestions, and I think that would be important. Yeah, because Aristides is an engineer who is also interested in health. So
that's right, and Brendan too.
Yeah. But Brendan's vacuuming, but he's welcome to participate. Yeah, and okay. So I'll be right back.
Yeah,
everybody, you're in the best of hands. And share some of your concerns, Holly, with Aristides and see how he responds. Okay, I'll be back.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Maybe back up a little bit.
So
tell me what.
I've been a really hardcore Vitamix these days style vegetable juicer. It's like the core thing that I do, and so we have beautiful produce here in the Salinas Valley. Although, you can get all organic, but you can't kid yourself. I mean, the Salinas Valley groundwater is so bad, you can't get it on your skin.
Oh, wow.
You'll get chloracne, to call it in Jersey.
Oh, wow.
So, it's not a perfect world, but nonetheless, gorgeous produce. And all this acid rain of deep, heavy metals and hydrogen fluoride and shit is just falling on it all. Right in the heart of it, especially where the organics and stuff are all coming from. But the thing is, so you can't just, so down the street from me is this beautiful little farmer's market bursting with produce, even in the winter, even now. And the flesh is much more lit. It all got a big blast.
Go ahead.
Fuming, and again burst out last night. So, in the water, soil, on the actual kale and chard, it creeps you out, But you can go to the grocery store because it all comes from here, even if you're in Jersey, for God's sake.
Yeah.
So I've substituted in. I take a lot of chlorophyll. Not a lot, but daily.
Yeah.
Because I just think of it as a full spectrum vegetable nutrient. And and then I got some oat milk. Started mixing in that Dragon Herbs 90 powder stuff and the hemp protein powder and shit.
Yeah.
But it's like been a major life change. So I'm just counting the days. I mean, it's been 2 years, for God's sake.
Right.
And God forbid you get what the hell? I don't know what to do.
Okay, so wait, you're kind of breaking up. I hope you stay clear. So, okay, tell me the situation, but what is it you're wondering you should do?
Well, I have to substitute 16 ounces of vegetable juice, fresh vegetable juice every day in my life.
Oh, okay.
You can't.
Right.
You can't.
No.
You can't.
No, not really. I see the point where you're doing, but I wouldn't at a certain point you can't no. You can't take it too far. You can't take it too far. So even if if the local local organic stuff, even if you're saying the rain and the water, I mean, in moderation, because you also don't want to be on one thing. You don't want to only be I'm existing only on chlorophyll powder, like,
And chlor, yeah, right.
As much as that could help. Actually, I want to do more stuff like that. I have some stuff, but I haven't been taking it. But yeah, so
there was one show, I don't know, I don't think I was on, but it was all of y'all were taking the same supplement. Like, it just came out that y'all were all trying this one thing. I can't remember what it was called though.
Might have been before my time.
No, it was you, or I wonder if it wasn't Heather. But it was Brendan, Aristides, and maybe Heather.
Yeah, okay.
And do you remember what it was, Aristides? That it's
not.
black.
I vaguely remember the conversation, but not what the thing was. I think.
So it didn't last. If you're not still doing it,
I'm not sure if it's something I'm still doing.
Because the plume's going from Ocean all the way to Gilroy, for God's sake. I mean, it's crazy.
Well,
Actual.
There's Heather.
Yeah.
Heather, do you want to say hello? Is everything going well?
Yeah, no, it was called She Legit.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's it. You're right. Why was I remembering? Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah, we
Say
were
it
all
again.
trying She Legit.
I never heard of that.
Yeah.
Spell it.
SHILIJIT.
What in the world is it?
It's from the Himalayan mountains. It's like a rock, or it's like something that grows on a rock.
No. Do you want me to explain? I'll explain.
Yeah, go ahead.
So
Not
it's
shungite.
no, not shungite. Shilajit. It's like a tarry substance, and it's basically the way I would describe it is a long time ago, lots of organic matter kind of went seeped between the rocks and kind of like geologically like fermented in there along with the minerals and all this stuff. And then that in some cases like will ooze back out, or they know where to find it. And it's like a real unique source of not only like minerals and stuff, but some complex like substances too. Like very, like I said, very highly, kind of reacted over time.
That's crazy. I never heard of it.
Yeah, I think fulvic acid is a part of it. It's where like all the things.
Tarry
like
liquor.
No, it's like, well, I think it's just like a goo, like a tar, so you can then get it in like a tar or a little.
So what do you guys think of it? That sounds like a good cure for my troubles. Spoonful of that, and I'm all good.
It's good. It's not your major nutrition. It's more like trace stuff.
Yeah.
It's not. Yeah. You don't take that much. It's like a.
Right.
It is good. You can just. You could look it up. Maybe I'll try to look for a link here for you.
Please. And so, after taking it, you think it's worthwhile?
I think so. Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's hard to say, especially if you're taking a bunch of things.
Yeah.
How many? Sometimes you can't say, oh, this one thing really made a difference, especially if you're kind of doing a lot of things and maybe synergistically kind of feeling better. Every once in a while, you'll do something where you're like, wow, I can tell that thing did a lot.
Right.
Depends.
But that's rare.
Yeah.
And I don't take a lot of things, but if I could put together a little, eyedropper bottle collection of stuff that would suffice for a few months, what the hell? It's a dirty world.
Yeah. I mean, this is good, but I don't know.
I'm here to get dirty. I'll be pure when I'm dead, is what I always said.
I don't know if it's a direct substitute for what you're talking about, but it could help.
Nothing is.
Especially if you're, it's hard to get that kind of, like the rare kind of, not just minerals, but or organic compounds. But you have to look at, like I said, I have a hard time exactly describing it. Wait here.
Yeah.
It's like a tar.
Check it out later.
Okay. Nutrients, mineral salts, amino acids, other organic components, fatty acids, Yeah. So this is, it's more than just a mineral. That wasn't just mineral,
Is it ghastly expensive?
No, I don't think so. 60 to 80% humic substances. So that's like
Humic.
humic.
Fascinating. That's soil minerals, like
Yeah.
bentonite clay and shit.
Yeah, it's like
I thought about taking bentonite.
Right. If peat, it's related to like peat. I mean, like when this like stuff in a peat bog like kind of just ferments over so long.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh. I'll study on that. And yeah, if I figure, because it's been such a long time plotting practice, because then I figure kind of the rest of the day anything goes, so to speak. You know what I mean? I'm not rigorous in any other way. I'll eat French fries as long as I had my kale, chard, beets, carrot, celery, lemon drink.
With ginger. Throw some ginger in there.
Oh yeah. Oh, for sure.
Do you know it's some time ago that I did all that, but I think it was like maybe a 2-year period, like you're saying, where I was like, that was sort of, I could go to the natural grocer and get the daily juice for like $3. Like they would always have a special, and it was super convenient. And and ginger, I just threw a ginger in with whatever you're juicing, and it tastes like power. You can just really knock out. Just you not really.
It's vital. A lot of it, like too much carrot. I mean,
it's sweet. The beets and the carrots are super sweet. Yeah.
I don't do the sweet. And I do it at home, so I make enough for a few days and then do it again and do it again. And I can't imagine what I'd be if I hadn't done it, kind of thing. I think it's been pretty fundamental, but I think I can make some kind of chemical mix of supplements that hold me for a while. That's the hope.
Yeah.
So yeah,
it can only help.
That. It might be just the thing. Who knows?
I think it could definitely help. May not be everything.
Yeah. Loving the oat milk. That stuff's good.
You must have found a good brand.
Just Trader Joe's.
Just them. Yep.
Yeah. But yeah, I like it fine. So that's what I do.
I'm trying to
till dinner. Yeah.
I'm trying to read some of these old PDFs that are in my computer that I haven't looked at in a while, and one of them, the very first chapter was wards for the evil eye. Oh, you know what? I think this is what Douglas was trying to get us to look at. It was the folklore from North India by I don't remember the guy's name. I'll have to look it up. But the whole first bit was about the wards for the evil eye, and the evil eye, and a lot of them are rocks. Like you guys are talking about this shigala is like something that's like metamorphic, and a lot of these folk remedies are like you take 7 stones and wrap them around the newborn's head, each one in a circle, and then cast them in different directions to keep the evil off the baby's mind.
Right.
But and I'm pretty sure it was Doug's link that I used to get it. I just got into it, and it also talks a little bit about the blacksmith was so revered as a sorcerer, but also the water where you scorch the iron out with was also part of the whole warding off process.
Whoa, wards! We're in Brendan territory. I just got back. What? I'm still steeping the tea.
Yeah, and it's almost like swords, like bells, have personalities
Yes.
if they're made properly.
Yes. Yeah.
They're sentient in weird ways.
Well, all weapons are. Weapons feed off life. Weapons are more
and
sentient.
bells.
Yeah. Well, bells, yes, as well. Yes. Yeah. So.
So I think it was something that you had put up to look at, and it was I guess I could go into my history and look there. It's I want to say like it was folklore from North India was the translation of it, but the I'm just...
Well, folklore from North India would be my quote about the Buddha being descended from the Nyaga bloodline, the super serpent bloodline. That's on the last episode. That was our last episode that was before tonight's that was cut off so severely. And again, I want my listeners to know how proud of them I are. I want to give a shout out to Heather Holman. I want her to know that the tea that oh, there she is. Holy shit, I didn't even see her. Heather, I had just finished. Hi. Before I went to steep the other tea, which is steeping right now, I just finished my first bag of that tea you sent me. Thank you so much, honey. That was delightful.
You're welcome.
Yeah, just finished
love you.
Yes, I love you too.
What kind was it?
Oh, cinnamon, cha, kind of. Yeah, I'll have to look at it again. But Heather, do you remember yourself? I mean, I've got the box with the tiger on it.
Yeah, it's Bengal. It's Celestial Seasons Bengal spice. It's got like cardamom. It's like a chai tea.
Yeah.
I always like that. Oh yeah.
I call it tiger tea.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh, it's delightful.
That's good.
It's cute, and it's not.
That makes me want to get some, and it's black tea too, right?
Well, non-caffeinated. Non-caffeinated, so it's not black tea.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a TE'L. It's a
You
TE'L.
sure?
Yes, it says so right on the box.
Okay.
Just so our listeners know, there's no such thing as herbal tea. Herbal tea is just it's a paradoxical, non-applicable name. What exists are, if it's non-caffeinated, then it's called a TE'L, which is TISANE. So those herbal teas are all tisanes. That means it's just kind of like an herb soup that you make through a bag, a kind of mixture that is not necessarily soup-like, but believe me, it's not tea because all teas have caffeine. So, and then there's tea, and teas have caffeine. So there we have that. So it's Tiger TE'L, really, Heather. It's Tiger TE'L.
Yeah.
There we
Tiger
are.
TE'L.
Yes.
I like slipping a black bag in there with it.
Yes, that'll be nice. And I'll be back in a second. I'll grab that steeping tea and in a few minutes. But everyone continues speaking. We're doing fine. Numbers are holding up well, and proud of all of you. And I want to, and also people remind me if Samuel Romero is able to come on with us tonight. If you're not able to come on with us tonight, Samuel Romero, I hope you're listening. Thank Maria so much for those slippers. God, I needed them. The lovely Clarice Claudet had sent me slippers that lasted a very long time, but they're just about to fall apart. So, okay. Back in a moment, but all of you wonderful people carry on. You're doing well. And, okay, I'm going mute.
Hello.
I forget what we were talking about. Oh, swords and smelting.
Swords and smelting. Well, yeah.
The holy water.
Yeah, the whole thing just seems to have disappeared out of my history, of course, because whenever you want to talk about something, it'll disappear, and that is part of the process, is trying to figure out what's really important for everybody to be focused on right now. And I want to say, like, we're in the winter, and you have to really reflect on what you can change, and that's what you do for yourself. Like, you can change the things that come up every day, like the things that you're noticing as routine. You can change those. Like, you can change the type of thoughts that you have. Simply listen to different music, or listen to music that you've never heard before, or that you wouldn't necessarily interest. It's just not there, but you just force yourself to learn something good about whatever it is that is so repelling you.
So that's what I'm trying to do around this disaster, this industrial disaster. Figure out some new ways. So I'm going to start drinking this peat moss liquor.
Peat moss liquor might solve it. It seems incredible to me that because California is such a like grassroots place that there's not some kind of community group who's just making themselves known.
And a very strong one. So strong, Aaron Brockovich is here and answered the call.
Right, like she feels like this is a worthy.
We're actually worthy of the hundreds of begging she gets every year to come, please help us. And so all these other towns are having similar problems, as well as other countries. So thanks to the magic of like Facebook and the internet, there is this vast hookup of citizen power or citizen involvement and motivation in the face of a monolithic wall backed by green labeling. It's kind of a band-aid on the actual problems of the world, unfortunately. I mean, it started out sincere, but once the big corporations got a hold of it, it's blown up into a monster. So it remains to be seen what will come of this, if anything. I mean, these, couple thousand people, they end up just bulldozed. I don't know.
Well, it's been going on now weeks, right?
Yeah.
It's been weeks of this burning mound.
Yeah. And everybody, it's crazy, actually being here and being in it and hearing what's being said from the official side, and it's nothing you can wrap your mind around for sanity, because it's always, as soon as it gets like it's like a too big to fail thing, and that's been fast. This all only started since 2020 under covert, where nobody knew it was coming or anything. And there's not, big suppression on all the other plants that are blowing up all over the place. And the whole thing that happened in East Palestine is coming up a lot. That horrific train wreck that fucked them all to hell. And they didn't get no joy out of that at all. Anybody. And now with services of all kinds being cut, I mean, these plants don't even have the monitors to pick up the pollutants when they leak. They test for like little this and that, but not the real stuff. It's just wild, Fast track, no permits needed. Climate crisis, which is all true, but there's nothing to do with the science anymore. It's just the billionaires racing against each other to get something new and expensive and industrial first on the market. So that's the wave that people here are up against. And, this is a pretty high income community. So people are paying to get their dirt tested and their blood tested.
Hey, okay, just got back. Do a little something about your audio. Your audio's okay, but you could sound better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And I was wrapping it up there, but Amy asked about, isn't there a citizens group?
Citizens
and
group.
In this case, there actually is kind of a burly one. but I don't know if they're enough to stop the steamroller.
You're talking about the steamroller
California
of
went
the battery.
of this Elon green tech
You're really
that
breaking up on
Gavin Newsom.
Right, you're really
I
breaking.
don't know why.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
it-
Gavin Newsom swallowed it whole hog, though.
Uh-huh.
I mean,
He's pretty naive. He doesn't.
oh God,
He doesn't make the best decisions in many cases.
no.
He sides with communist
No.
China over Taiwan for one.
I think he's turning the whole state red single-handedly myself.
Yeah, something's going on with that. Yeah, what the fuck? Well, how is that?
California's already red. It just doesn't know it yet.
Yeah.
Rent control failed statewide 70-30? For God fucking sake.
Say that again.
That's as red as it gets.
Yeah, say that
Rent
again.
control statewide.
Yeah.
A reasonable rent control
Yeah.
statewide.
Yeah.
70% against. Even though, like, where I live, more than half the people are renters.
Yeah.
And I think
Well,
that's
how
true
could that
across the
possibly
state.
win when the majority of people are renters? There's got to be more renters than there are property owners, or the economy wouldn't work. So how
I'm
did?
saying. I'm saying. That's just red as red can be. Crime, now it's a felony to shoplift. The same election.
Yeah. Yes.
There was another big one, too.
Yeah.
Back to the 80s with the crime laws.
Yes. Yes.
Overwhelming.
Yes.
Another landslide.
Yes.
So,
By all means, continue. No, this is. But how is it? Is this responsive? Do you feel to Gavin Newsom because people simply feel he is an elite metrosexual? For those of you who don't know, metrosexual is a male who enjoys being pampered. Has nothing to do with anything odd or perverted. It's simply a man who doesn't mind getting manicures. And so Gavin Newsom has always been a flaming metrosexual, as they would say. Someone who doesn't mind sitting in salons and getting a facial. So, but such being said, is it simply that because this identifies him with the elites that people are reacting to this out in the boondocks? Where California is all rural and people interbreed with each other, or rather inbreed, I mean to say.
Not only he does really dumb stuff. He really does, and it gets complicated. This whole housing mandate he's put down, and it's nonsensical, and it doesn't help poor people. And I know he put a lot of billions into homelessness. And he gets blamed because the problem only got worse. But nobody counters in the fact that homelessness has tripled since he budgeted the money. So you can't, that's not his fault. But on the other hand, no, he's not even an empty suit. I don't know how to describe it, but I want to love Gavin Newsom. I thought he was golden forevermore for making gay marriage happen.
Yes, he's a Ken doll.
That's it.
But go on, he's a Ken doll.
Yeah, he's not a thinking man at all. Let's put it that way. Goddamn right. So everybody hates him. Again, one of those deals. The Democrats hate the Democrat.
Yeah. Oh God,
Because of his boneheadedness.
yes.
Yeah.
So sad. So sad.
So frightening.
Yes.
Because if the right does rise up here, oh boy, that's going to be bad.
Well, they are just interested in severing more than anything else. They're interested in just severing and creating their own blue state. But
Well, that's okay. Well, I'll take our fifth largest economy and we'll go on our way. But then we'll get raptured.
I love it.
I wish for that rapture. I pray every day. I want to be down here.
It's true.
With the
It's
rest
true.
of us.
Please, yes, leave the rest of us and take them away. Yes.
Go to Mars.
Yes, go to Mars, go to
Ascend
heaven. Yes, good.
Whatever the fuck people Well,
go
we
to
should start
Mars.
a GoFundMe to
Yes.
send Elon and
Yeah.
his ilk to Mars as quickly and permanently as possible.
Yes, yes.
One way.
Yes. Go to Mars, go to heaven, go to hell. Just go anywhere
That'd
but
be a
here.
funny meme.
Yes.
Let's start a GoFundMe. Send Elon to Mars. Oh, God.
Oh, I'll get to that later. Honestly, there's just so much to talk about. I don't know if I'll get to it tonight, and it's but all such having been said, once I start, what I start, I'll be diving into it fully. But that being said, the two of you, how did you get on this thing about souls in metal? Souls in swords, souls in bells, the forging.
I found it. It's
Yeah.
The Popular Religion by Crook.
Yeah.
And it's the what do they say? Folklore of Northern India.
Okay.
And it's talking about the reverence of the blacksmith.
Yes.
Like traditionally the blacksmiths were always considered to be
Oh, that's right. I did mention that once. Yes, but continue, please, by all means. Yes. Yes, my God, you have an incredible memory. Yes.
Well, no, I was reading it. Like, you sent a link, and I wasn't able to get that link, but I was able to download a PDF of it.
Yes. Yes.
And so I was looking at, like, ways to avert the evil eye and scare off ghosts. And how they do that in India. And, the blacksmith was interesting because my great-grandmother, who I have her name is my middle name. Her father on his death certificate said his father was a blacksmith. And I thought that was interesting how that didn't really, nobody else in our family does that. That's not something that other people took up as, oh, I'm going to do this because my dad did this or whatever. That was nothing that was ever
passed down.
Continued. No, it wasn't continued through the generations. But this thing in northern India makes a point of saying that the iron, it lists all kinds of things. This is just the very beginning, and it's listing like copper coins and grains and rice with the marriage ceremony. I'm going back to the place where it talks about the water, but also the water from the putting out of the iron by the blacksmith, by the horseshoe. The water that's used for that can also be remedy. And that, this is, okay, let me just read a little bit.
Red hot steel in the water and it boils.
Smith, and then it says, respect for. The respect paid to the trade of the blacksmith is a curious survival from the time of early handicrafts and the substitution of weapons of iron for those of stone. In Scotland, the same belief in the virtues of the water of the forge prevails, and in Ireland, no one will take anything by stealth from such a place. In St. Patrick's hymn, we have a prayer against the spells of women, of smiths, and of druids. Follan, the mystic smith, appears in Celtic folklore. In all the mythologies, the idea is widespread that the art of smithing was first discovered and practiced by supernatural personages.
What's his name? Not Hades.
Vulcan.
Vulcan.
Yes.
The crippled god.
Yeah, that's right.
Of Aphrodite. Was that the rape of Aphrodite?
Maybe.
Or the Leto and Zeus as a swan? Might have been.
Okay. Yeah. That's all they were doing was like they were all raping and fucking each other. That's what gods do. Yes.
Yeah.
We're all created in their image. It's where we get that from. Yes.
Yep.
Yes. So
both angels and devils.
Yes.
So yeah, that is where I got that from, is the Popular Religion by Crook that you'd put up for us to
Yes. Thank you.
look at.
Oh,
And I did have like some overlap with my genealogy stuff that made it interesting for me to
Yeah.
look into that. And
Yeah.
and it did say that feathers are also important, and particularly the color of your peacock feathers.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
Important about that. The jay and the peacock, the blue color, is what's important there.
There's a big revival in smithing now.
Yeah. Well, that's because, like I
Both
said,
artistically-
everybody instinctively knows that we're going to have a collapse of civilization. But
Yeah,
go
big
on.
revival.
Yes.
There's probably somebody in Pittsburgh to teach you how to do it with a little forge. It's a thing. It's a thing where I am because rich people want that stuff. Gates and chandeliers and
They want to feel self-sufficient. They want to feel like their money is like indicative of their power. And
but also decoratively.
oh,
So it's big business. Vermont too, I'm sure.
Wow.
If you're inclined to put your hand to that, it's not out of the question. And it might be very interesting given your lineage. So Google that. Yeah. Blacksmith training, Pittsburgh.
Now,
And
I'm
see
not
what
someone's
comes up.
not sure that someone with Raynaud syndrome, whose hands might be getting numb every once in a while,
Well,
ought to be
that's
dealing with
true.
pokers
It's a rough business. That's a rough business. But you can do it in a garage. You know what I mean? It's not like you need a factory for the home person that's making decorative stuff, and you can make amazing things. Somebody very close to me did that.
Yeah.
And got good at it. But it's gnarly. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And
but think about how much better it would be if we did have to use horses instead of cars again. Like if the gas just disappeared and all of a sudden the people with the horses are the ones who can go places.
yeah. Yeah. Well,
That's the thing.
there's
It's got its own problems.
who was that weirdo who made the film Dances with Wolves? Chris Costner? What's his name or something?
Kevin
Costner. He made the post-apocalyptic film The Postman, based on a novel by that very name. And as I pointed out before, even though that film is the most anticlimactic film you will ever see, it is actually the most realistic of all the post-apocalyptic films, because no one is going around in future. Everybody in these post-apocalyptic films wants elements of futuristic engineering in them, so they usually take the Mad Max films, which are at least baseline technology. The beauty of the Mad Max films is that the franchise does not go into science fiction. It's not like somehow there's digital or computer aspects that are integrated into the motorcycle of the hero, which you will see in.
It's all do it yourself.
It's all
weird contraptions.
What my legal father called Afro engineering. He called it Afro engineering. Yes. Actually, he called it nigger rig. Is what he called it. I called it Afro engineering when relating his narrative to other people.
Politically correct.
Yes, I politically corrected what he said. Amy's provided us some wonderful photographs. Blacksmith's granddaughter, my great-grandmother. Thank you, Amy, for sharing this beautiful part of your history. And but at any rate, when it came to the Postman, they went to a level of reality beyond Mad Max, because oh, by the way, Brendan says he's heard that term growing up with cars. So tell us a bit about that, Brendan. Tell us about some of these. I want to hear this.
Yeah. What is there to say about it? It wasn't called Afro engineering, I'll tell you that. Because the Africans can actually build shit that works. This was something else.
Bailing wire.
Yeah, no, it was like every time. Yeah, it would be like if you get an old car and it's got like crazy rims on it and it like is barely strung together, it would be called nig rigged.
Yeah. There we are.
That's not my term. That's just what all these old mechanics would say.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, that's.
And I hear that growing up, I'd be like, I heard some of the worst. Yeah, you think Doug is bad? Listen to a room full of mechanics when you're 5 years old. Learn some shit. Some stuff I can't unsee. It's like seared, it's horrible. Awful.
I'm from the East Coast, so can't shock me.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Like these people, my dad was in a lot of car clubs, so it was like a bunch of these like strung out fools building cars in a garage. It was constant. That's how I grew up.
That was revolutionary when that Monster Garage show broke out.
Yeah,
You
but that's
into
like
that?
pretty Hollywood version.
It is.
This was like
But
a
it
bunch
struck
of
a nerve. It struck
this is a bunch of rockabilly fools, like
Yeah.
on drugs
ugly old guys
in a garage.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ugly.
some of them were young, but they were just all fucked up.
Right. No teeth and dirty hair.
Yeah, I mean they were nice to me. It was just like a fact of just their lifestyle was all It's not a culture to grow up in. Let's just put it that way.
What is a good culture for anyone to grow up in? Because the military that I grew up with sure as fuck wasn't growing up with
I
access
saw
to
what you
military.
grew up in. It was
Yeah,
fucked up.
yeah. Thank you. And
I mean-
and I did want to express something about those coyote signs again, but I didn't want to lose my train of thought here with what I was going to say about the automobiles and the horses. Yes, at least to his credit, when Kevin Costner, either he was true to the book, which I've never read, but or he was true to a vision of somebody. He had to consult with somebody, but they told me the reality is basically when the electricity goes out and the lights go out, the gas stations are not going to be pumping. So they actually show scenes in The Postman where he's passing through gas stations, but they're useless. Nobody's going there for oil, because if you went there for oil, you're not going to be getting any oil out of those gas stations. Nothing's going to be pumping without the electricity. So the cars would not be a thing. Somehow in the Mad Max franchise, they're accessing oil by some kind of incredibly jury-rigged ad hoc system that...
Gas.
Yeah, gas. They're putting something in the car
Gas
that's just...
Town.
Thank you. Thank you.
Horrible. It's a horrible place, Gas Town.
Yes, thank you.
It sits in a big puddle of black.
Oh!
It's so awful.
Oh!
Is that something in the films?
Yes,
Oh,
she's
yeah,
talking about Furiosa.
Gas
That's Furiosa, right, honey?
It's,
Oh, okay.
It's
Yeah.
Fury Road as well.
Okay, and Fury Road. There we are.
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
But yeah, Doug and I we were talking about this before. Is like, what's the point of all that gasoline? You're just gonna drive around?
Yeah.
When There's nothing to buy.
Yes.
Well, no,
Is
to
it-
conquer anyone else who might enjoy life.
Oh no! In other words, their economic rationalization in the film is somewhat sensible in that there's oases of some people have an oasis of water that they're farming, and therefore you conquer them and make them,
You gotta
yours.
get that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's
But all that logistics for that, it's just like, might as well just be a
No,
Viking.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. Well, that's why.
Oh, and take to the sea.
Yeah. Or it's transitional. It might be a transitional economy where either you're going to develop from that point and kind of reindustrialize to a degree, or it's transitional until you collapse, till you totally run out. But when in the case of Kevin Costner, they were far more realistic, and people are just using horses, so everything's back to hell on horses. But
That's how they do in Walking Dead too.
oh, do they really? I never
Yeah.
I can't bear to watch that. I can't even
I
bear.
know it was a bad period in my life, but the character development is quite good.
If you say so. If you
I'm
say so.
telling you, I'm not proud of it, and I don't tell anyone that I ever saw that show.
I want
They
people.
get it with the
Yeah.
horse and buggies.
So they are in horse and buggies. You're telling us in that show.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
But you don't want if a zombie bites the horse, you fuck.
Oh, so what happens to the horse? They get zombified in the film.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So
And that ain't good.
yeah. And but
That's so cheesy.
it is cheesy.
I know. I'm defending it.
Like a horse could kick the ass of a zombie, and he did.
Yes. Thank you.
But
Thank
one
you.
little bite,
Yeah.
one little bite, and they're fucked.
And at any rate,
Doug, how many times do you have to get bitten for the prions to set? I don't think it's one time. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, actually, God, it's
Because if it's that bad, then
one thing's for sure, you don't want to get bitten at all if possible. The prions, just so people
That's
understand.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Even if you're a horse.
Yeah, just so people understand, we're not geeking out here. This is an actual real phenomenon. Prion is an acronym for proteinaceous infectious ion, which was isolated by the incredible neurologist. I'm trying to remember his name. Was it Dr. Stanley Preusner? Stanley Preusner. And who I met personally and spoke with at a fair amount of length. I mean, for not knowing him and for just being graced with some time to speak to him, it was an important moment. I wouldn't say that it's a starfuck moment, but it's definitely an impressive moment. It's better than starfuckery, because starfuckery, you're talking to somebody you're impressed by simply because of their portrayal or what image they're projecting, but this was somebody who actually accomplished something.
The Polish lady worked with him.
Did she really?
At Stanford, and she said he was an idiot or something. She had some negative thing to say, of course.
Not that I'm going to defend him. I mean, that may very well be the case, because a lot of these men who are brilliant are socially retarded. You know, they're going to be.
Yeah, but she wasn't. No,
she wasn't speaking on that level. I take it.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I just deleted that, whatever she said about him.
I don't blame you. Yeah, it's hard to take. It's the time wasted with her, which you described to Holly in depth the other day. And Holly, did you have any impressions of that thereafter? Like, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, that it's just in confrontation with a situation that you depend on that goes completely irrational.
Yeah.
You don't have a leg to stand on. You're fucked.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's no arguing or cajoling your way out of it, except for another 10 minutes. All I can say is you're lucky she's not accusing you of stealing her, because that's the next thing you worry about.
Yeah, well, did she ever get to the point she was going to accuse you of stealing something, wasn't she?
He moved in and now all my jewelry is gone. Help me, officer.
Yeah, fortunately she wasn't a jewelry kind of lady. Yeah, that's oh my goodness. I got to make one last responsibility run to take care of something else in the flat just before I come back. It'll be another 10-ish minutes. But you people are doing so well. And beyond that, Amy, you made a whole list. Just give us a little hint of what's on that list before I take off for another short break here. Before I come back and then, get back into...
Made a list? What did I do?
You were telling me when I called you a few minutes before the show started, because I had gotten home early. I sat down. I called you and you said, hey, I've got this whole list I've gotten of things to talk about for when you take a break. So, hey, you got the list, right?
Go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
Would you guys like to hear some more of these folk story from folklore from northern India? Some of them are pretty ridiculous.
Okay, I'll go mute.
Yeah.
Wait, Doug.
What's that, honey? Holly?
The prion disease?
What about the prion?
The prion disease, before you go.
Yeah.
You heard about this recent little old Ebola outbreak?
Ebola outbreak.
I think it was in New York. Yeah.
I didn't hear about it. Tell us.
I think it was in New York State, but I'm not exactly sure.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd wondered if it crossed your desk. That fire seems to have been put out quite quickly.
Well, Ebola is never a concern to me. I would reference Ebola.
I understand.
Yeah, only in a sense of giving people an example of how horrific a disease can be in manifestation. But as a potential for pandemic, Ebola is just the worst possible disease. By that I mean it's the worst disease that can happen to you if you contract it. But
it burns out too fast.
Yeah, it burns itself out too fast in hot zones to ever become a epidemic level disease. It would have to mutate to the point where it's not disintegrating its host before it could turn into a real threat at a social scale. Far more alarming.
And become real Walking Dead zombie land.
Well, if you want, worse than Walking Dead, as far as I'm concerned, Walking Dead is just like, of course.
I know.
I mean, no, let's put it this way. I've talked about prions before. These scenarios exist for a reason. But what I'm saying is that if you want to go to a place where people are just getting sick, all you need to do is, let's put it this way. We are now RFK Jr. is in charge. It's the end of the fucking world. So he's in charge of health and human services, and already Texas has got a big ass measles outbreak. So all you need to do is look up Texas big ass measles outbreak, and basically half the population of Texas is going to die. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Either we throw up our hands and thank God, or we just weep for them out of humanity. But it's like they're going to be going dead, proud to be Texan and proud to be anti-vax. Nobody's taking vaccines anymore. So you're going to see polio come back. You know, the only person who voted against RFK Jr. on the Republican side is because they've all been vaccinated to hell and back, or escaped unscathed because the rest of us are vaccinated. The only reason that's helped all these people who don't get vaccinated is the fact that the rest of us are, and they're living off our largesse and then claiming that they're, all this healthy shit and all this bullshit. And well, they're all going to start eating it now. They're all going polio and measles and good. Unfortunately, many other good people are going to die with them. But, if anyone who voted for RFK, anybody who's anti-vax in the Republican ideological sense, it's all Q shit. Hey, Brendan, tell them about the Q thing. That's what you found out about Zizan. Actually, it's Q fiction. So, Brendan, tell them the Zizan is Q fiction. Well, I'll be back. Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, yeah, it was a fanfic. It was a Sith, basically a fake Sith Lord, a fan fiction Sith Lord. Basically, something Makina would come up with. This blonde-haired chick that's like pure evil and shit.
But somehow she got put into a film or something, right? Because they got an actress to portray her.
That was just a fanfic site, so they just hired that chick as a cosplayer.
Okay,
or it was just a photo that they liked of a model or something.
Interesting. Okay.
Anya Taylor-Joy, maybe. She played Furiosa. She's badass.
Okay. But that's intriguing. Thank you so much for sharing that. And anyhow, Amy, take it from here with the Asian Indian folklore. I'll be right back. 10-ish.
Definitely.
Okay.
For sure. It basically just goes into how Buddha was descended from the serpent race. This chapter is on trees and serpents. And it just talks about one theory, they were Scythic immigrants from Central Asia, but whether antecedent or subsequent to the so-called Aryan inroad is a point they dispute. They seem to have been accustomed to use the serpent as a national symbol. And then they just became identified with the snakes. They have suffered persecution at the hands of the Brahmins, such as the tale of the burning Kandava forest, opening scenes of the Mahabharata, and the exploits of young Krishna. Let's see, early worship. The Nagya.
The Nagya. Okay.
Serpent race. That Buddha was descended of the serpent race is what they're talking about. And it says that Buddhism embraced the snake. And Mr. Ferguson's theory is that the snake worship was purely Turanian origin, or at the least very doubtful. His belief in Saivism is antagonistic to snake worship. So I guess they're talking about the different sects of Buddhism and how they either have embraced the snake or it serves as kind of a modification of the Buddhism. It's opposed by numerous examples.
I haven't heard the term Saivism.
Saivism. So Turanian is Turanian.
Shivism.
Shiv is
the Shivites, like Shiva.
Yes.
And then Vaishnavism.
Yeah, Vaishnav is Vishnu. So Vishnu, people that Vishnu is the main god, and then the other people, Shiv is their main god.
So yeah, and then they're just like giving locations for the snake shrines. The Vedic Ahi controls the clouds, so he gives the fine weather, and a victim is killed, and one of his disciples, after drinking the blood, gets into a state of afflatus. What is AFFLATUS? I don't know what that is.
Yeah. Sounds kind of farty.
It gets after this Vedic Ahi controls the clouds and he drinks the blood, and it puts him in a state of afflatus. I don't know. It sounds like gas to me. I have no idea.
It does.
Gas.
He may have an opinion.
He gasps out that the sacrifice is accepted and then falls down in a state of exhaustion. The old shrine to the serpent deity is at Kangra, known as Bagsunag. It's been converted into a Sif temple under the name of Bagsanatha. Butchering it. I'm butchering all the Hindu. It says
I bet that's a real spot. Wow.
Well, the Nagas.
I wonder if
the guardian
they
of
have
the water springs.
Whoa.
Valleys of Kashmir and Nepal, remote, and the abode of the Nagas. The milk of a cow is usually presented to a Nag, and the goats and sheep are usually sacrificed to him or other gods. The only place in the Himalayas.
Big mobs of cobras surging around the temple steps and stuff. Golly.
A serpent medium or a mermaid sitting on a tortoise. This is Indian folklore. One of the snake kings, who is surpassing loveliness, rescues and marries the hero. She's represented by Melusina of European folklore. One of her kindred survived today as Elsie Venner. Finest novels of this generation. I don't know that one either.
Oh.
Ancient stones, figures of snakes, are occasionally worked up into the walls of modern buildings. This all over, snakes everywhere. Snake worship. Plutarch had a custom where he would sacrifice to an old woman. The old woman's condemned to death, and he sacrifices to the serpent gods by burying her alive on the banks of the Indus.
Oh, that's creepy.
So that was something that in Sir Richard Burton, when he would dress, he had this costume and he would dress as a Muslim, and go about learning the languages and giving intelligence to the British Tea Company.
Yes.
And
all the culture, which he respected.
Yeah, he made some pretty disgusting claims about the status of women, which I believe is true. The status of women in these areas, Egypt and India, back in the early 1800s, that it was totally common for a brother and a father to take the daughter out into the street and behead her in public.
Yep.
For even just an accusation of maybe like thinking about taking off your veil or something.
To this day, if you get raped, you go to jail.
Well, at least they don't murder you in the street like your family. It's a thing. Honor.
They still do, like the Taliban in southern Yemen. I mean.
Oh yeah.
Like that's there, unfortunately.
Oh yeah.
That's the case.
They'll take you to jail for telling them you got raped. Your own family. And I mean,
he made it sound like dungeon. You wouldn't even have to have done anything. That someone would simply say this to your father.
Yep.
And as Brendan said, they would just bring that bit of gossip.
Yeah.
And accuse you, and what could you say? How could you defend yourself?
You insulted a man.
Yeah.
And so you you're fucked. But his wife burned his writings, Burton's.
Yes,
Because,
that's what this biographer was. She's kind of laying out the story of how Isabella, his wife, was really just infatuated with him, and he didn't really think of her at all.
Oh, God. But man, what a life he lived. God in heaven. He saw it all.
Well, this thing right here, the Popular Religion by Crook, is saying that there's a place in India where somebody was in some water and trying to induce this woman to abandon her curiosity, and he dives in, reappeared in the form of a naga, and then he says, "This is my lineage, I am Nagasvanzi," and his wife could not suppress an exclamation of grief, on which the naga was turned into stone and lies there today. So the serpent people just turned to stone, I guess, in India, in front of their wives.
I swear I've seen a stone like that in Colorado in the river. Crazy. It wakes up at night and looks at you.
Even better. They animate again.
Yes.
Even better. The naga. Yeah, there's a whole huge section on the naga in this book. That's probably why he wanted us to look at it. It's all about snakes and snake people. The evil demon, the king of serpents, tried to devour the infant Krishna. When they were asleep, the boa constrictor laid hold of him.
And he's in a basket.
Yep.
A basket cradle of some kind. I think I heard this story. Go ahead.
It just says that they said there's another famous Mathura snake, the Naga of Jat, whose tail reaches the underground of Brindaban, 7 miles away. And the Curious Dragon Cave was one of the last notable discoveries of the Archaeological Survey. Besides the Naga, there are also regular snake gods. The snake deity Benares represents the twining around the chief idol.
Benares with a B, like boy?
Yes.
So there's a whole city in India named for that god.
After the serpent deity.
Yeah.
That
and he
rules the
like
weather.
An interesting town to see. No, I've never been there, but I've heard of it. It sounded very romantic.
You think India is romantic?
Benares, yes, because it's coastal.
Oh, okay.
And it's probably pretty rich.
Have you traveled over to that area?
Never to India. No, nowhere near India.
I just feel like it's so foreign. It's so...
Oh, Africa too.
Just nothing.
You know, in the 70s it might have been possible, but God, no, not anymore.
It says dead men also have a way of becoming snakes, a fact which is revealed in a dream. When again a shrine must be built.
Okay,
if a peasant
keep going.
he'll sleep it. Yeah. And if it bites him, he or his heirs will build a shrine on the spot to prevent the recurrence of such an occurrence.
Wow.
Build a shrine. If you get bit by a snake, you got to build a shrine in India.
All right. You mean if you die getting bit by a snake?
I don't know. I mean, this book, The Popular Religion of Crook, has a huge section on the Naga.
Oh, cool.
It's between the serpent gods, the deities, and the Naga, who is an actual race of serpents that turn to stone and then turn back to serpents, is what we're talking about.
All right.
Disclaimer, I have no idea. I'm reading from this source.
Mhm.
Could be that they turn to stone. I don't know. It's just noted here.
Mhm. And well, they fossilize. That's turning to stone. There might
Yeah.
be a process where some of them fossilize quicker. There's certain conditions that attribute that. Go on. Yes.
It says an old European idea is that the household snake, if not conciliated, and when dead, buried under the threshold, a sacred place, prevents conception. So you can't have a snake. You can't have a snake in your house and try to get pregnant.
Ah.
Women in Texas, no.
It's European. That's not Indian.
Oh.
Oh no, maybe
Fascinating.
women in Texas need to be told that so that they can
Just in case.
solve their pregnancy problem. Yeah. That's what it's come to.
Oh my God. So what happened to Brendan and Holly? I mean Heather and Aristides.
We ran them off.
You did.
I was just like, I'm reading about snakes and the evil eye and how to prevent them from doing you harm.
Yeah. So Aristides came on for just a moment.
I always heard that.
I just let you know I'm here.
Okay. Thank you.
Back in the day, you if you were bitten by a deadly snake and survived it, that would convey healing powers upon you, should you choose to exercise that.
Interesting. Okay.
But almost the best physicians had all survived. Like back in the who was that great Arabian physician that started it all? It starts with a Q.
Imhotep.
Name,
Well, there's Imhotep as well.
Yeah, that's Egyptian. This was an Arabic guy.
Okay.
Oh God, what was his name?
Qadim.
But yeah, that any physician worth his metal had been bitten and survived.
You're talking about Avicenna or Ibn Sina.
Thank you. Yes,
Wow.
yes, that's right.
Incredible.
Thank you, Brendan.
Thank you, Brendan. Yes. Let's see.
And I knew somebody that happened to survived a water moccasin fight and became like a rolfer and stuff.
Wow.
So I thought that was fascinating. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Painful as fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Terrible fight.
that's incredible. Well, this is, of course, because of the anti-venom. In other words, the snakes are the symbols of medicine on the caduceus, the rod of the medicine, because their venom is used as a antitoxin, and their venom ultimately becomes a medicine. Their poison ultimately becomes a medicine. So the art of medicine is taking toxins and administering them in a beneficent or efficacious manner, turning poisons into healing. Yeah. And
Now I understand, and this is dated. Maybe they do something different now, but if you're in the deep field and you get bitten by a snake, the immediate medical procedure is to taser the wound. Hit it with a cattle prod.
Yeah. Wow.
Or even hook up your car battery and zap it.
Wow.
And theoretically, that arrests the progress of the venom.
Okay.
Very painful. Terrible painful.
Oh.
But that's the last
Yeah, that
I
has to
heard.
do with the
No more
toxins
cutting
and their
sucking.
Yeah. Yeah. Say that.
and their electron load.
Yeah.
Every toxin is an electron issue. That's why that works.
Including prions.
I don't know about that. Maybe.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, the prions are just a folding over.
Yeah, it's misfolding
Because they're
proteins.
viral.
That's basically your
They
own
are
proteins.
viral.
Yeah. Well, they're not viral.
That's like on the level of demonic.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. By the
So
time
it's an autoimmune disease that's also viral.
no, it's like I've said before. Prions are they're not in any category really, because it's basically your own protein molecules are beginning to misfold. They're simply your protein molecules are beginning to misshape. They're misfolding. And so as misfolded prions at that level of it's at an almost, it's essentially at a molecular level. So we're not talking about something like a virus. A virus is still above and beyond a molecular level. It's a larger composite of molecules to create a viroid entity. But no, this is happening at the molecular level. So it's
But it is your own tissue attacking you.
your own, yes, yeah, your own tissues.
It's autoimmune, if you will.
Yeah, okay, yeah, we could say loosely. Yeah, it's not. Yeah,
Loosely.
it's still hard to classify, but it would bleed through several categories. It would bleed through several categories. So yeah, sure, I'll go for that. Yeah, and yeah. So your body's attacking itself, but in a sense, you're also attacking others. But yeah, I know for one thing, there's no way you cannot clean materials working with a prionized body. In other words, when you've handled surgical scalpels to dissect a prionized cadaver, you can never clean them. You can't clean them. They're like you. All you can do is destroy them in hopefully a nuclear furnace, which would basically disassemble them at the molecular level. That is ultimately the solution, if you will, to prions would be camps that instead of conventional ovens would have nuclear furnaces that would disassemble the cadavers at a conventional level. If you're truly at a molecular level, if you're truly trying to handle a zombie breakout. Which,
it is an invasive element that triggers this massive autoimmune response.
Well, yeah, it's radiation that's why the original, again, the horror, if you will, is that the best way to convey this in terms of conventional communication so that people grasp what someone is talking about is to use cinematic parallels, because so much of what is real is simply hidden. It's been completely scrubbed or hidden or yeah. So when you take a look at the original cinematic portrayal of zombies, now you might remember I was talking to that fucking idiot. His name was Daryl Hamamoto, and I was bringing up the fact that George Romero's Night of the Living Dead was a milestone in cinema because that's the first that portrayed zombies as cannibalistic. And so then that idiot was trying to, because your average man does not think. Your average man simply reacts in some insane manner where they can't absorb information. This is why boys can't make it through school. And this is why we have less and less boys that can make it through school. And people complain that, they aren't letting boys be boys anymore. No, the fucking problem is we're letting boys be boys. That's the fucking problem, is that boys are fucking stupid. And unlike a girl that can't sit their ass down, sit still, and absorb any information, or let alone retain it, they're fucking useless. So the overwhelming majority of boys are just fucking useless. There's nothing they can do. There's nothing that they're good for. I'm sorry to say, that's just generally the case. But and yet they dominated science and industry and all this other shit for years. And look what they did with it. They build fucking bombs. Just all they do is build fucking bombs. Let's see if we can build bigger and bigger bombs. Do they build anything that works? Can you actually send it to another continent to destroy it like they claim? No. There's no evidence that you can, because no one's ever done that. Have you ever heard of a test where we've sent an intercontinental ballistic missile from one continent to another? No. None has ever been performed. No one has ever sent a missile from one continent to another. There's no proof that it would even work. It's just like, when I talk to the idiots when I was at Sonoma State University, I have to go on this little rant. I really have to vent. Well, I remember talking to idiots at Sonoma State University who thought they were techies, just at the bare beginning of the Silicon Valley snake oil boom, where they were giving me the load on American aircraft carriers. And they were bragging that, these carriers are so automated, so linked up with satellite navigation, all this shit, that you don't need a crew. That the crew could take off and abandon ship, the entire crew, and leave this carrier as a hulk at sea, and it would fight the war itself. It would just destroy every incoming rocket sent to attack it. It would like dispatch planes by itself. This is literally what they were claiming. And it's all
in the 80s or
yeah, oh god, this
like,
was in the when was I at Sonoma State? It was it's whatever. It's on my fucking LinkedIn. We'd have to look it up on the LinkedIn. The year that I was
late 80s probably.
yeah,
90s?
I don't think so. Maybe it was maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
It was
Yeah.
like 95 or something.
It feels
you
like
claimed.
it, but yeah, I'm trying to remember. I don't think so, because it had to be before the Balkan Wars. Had to be before the Balkan. I was still like working with the government, so yeah, Holly's right. It had to be the late 80s.
Oh,
Yeah, it's old, and yet we've just seen what carriers can do. First off, if anything they said was true, why would you have a crew? Then why do you need the crew? Then the crew is redundant, as they kept claiming. Why do you need the crew? And then, as you just saw in the
like
Suez,
what happened to merchant marines?
yeah,
Merchant marines didn't. 2 guys run those ships.
yeah,
Those
essentially.
container ships.
Essentially, yeah. It's usually more than that, but I get what you're saying. Yes,
It
It's,
says 86 to 87.
yeah. Thank you,
That's right.
thank you. So it was 86 to 87. Thank you. So it was during that time these guys were making these claims, and I was like,
We didn't even have VCRs yet.
Thank you. But defense. Don't forget, defense arc of technology is supposed to be decades ahead. But so what?
Right.
Look at what happened in the Suez Canal. We just went over this in the last episode. We just mentioned it. It just you're in a slot. It's like slot car racing. You cannot fuck up. You can't fuck up. There's no place to go but forward. There's no place to go.
Somehow they did.
And somehow they did. Somehow they fucked it up. And they ran into a merchant ship. They collided with a merchant ship. Either way, it doesn't make sense. If the merchant ship is somehow backing up or heading towards them in a kamikaze charge, how can they not stop it?
That's almost fun. That's comical.
It is. It's absurd. It's surreal. And if it's
You would think they would have what are those things on Star Trek? Rear the shields, like the fucking
shields
laser
up.
shields and shit.
Shields up. Yeah, I mean, Jesus Christ.
If we're going by that timeline, that those people were saying it's fully automated, then it should be like fucking space age by now.
Well, not only that, they must see it coming from a mile away. Is it like somehow?
It's like that scene in Austin Powers where the guy gets steamrolled, and it's like,
thank you.
He's like, no.
Yeah, it just continues, goes on for minutes.
Yeah, and it's just like 5 minutes worth of that.
Yeah,
it's like, just get out of the way, and he's like, no.
Yes, is it like are they like the woman in peril who's tied on the railroad tracks and is just watching?
No, it's just a guy. It's just a guy standing there. And
I'm talking about the aircraft carrier. I'm talking about the aircraft carrier.
That's what it was like.
Yeah.
That's what they claimed.
Yeah.
We didn't know what to do.
Is that what they said?
We read the article. No, it wasn't like that. It was like they said some classic DoD mumbo jumbo.
Yeah, just bullshit.
It was a clerical error or something,
Clerical.
Like someone typed the wrong code in or something. Like it's still on DOS. It's probably true actually.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
And they had to like type in evasive maneuvers like in code. Like,
and typed
evasive maneuvers.
And typed in the wrong code. It's
like the Titanic had better freaking reaction time.
Evasive maneuvers. They're in a slot. They're in the Suez Canal. There's no evasive maneuvers to take. You're a carrier. You're not a normal ship. You are enormous. You're a floating city. You cannot conduct evasive maneuvers. It's a miracle you can get through the fucking canal. I mean, you're basically, you forget the inches on each side. You can literally reach out and touch the walls of the canal. I know this much when you're on a carrier. I mean, you can practically do that on a normal ship. On a carrier, you've got to be like, pretty much they must have the carrier overhead.
Yeah, let's see what their spin doctoring is.
Oh, it's like, there's no evasive maneuvers to take. You're either going forward or...
They don't give anything.
Of
There's
course
nothing
not.
to say about it.
Well, what can they say? It's like these people aren't doing shit. I mean, remember what I said about the government? You get paid a lot to do absolutely nothing. These guys aren't doing shit. But beyond that, the computers can't do shit. So this fully automated computer thing, it's all a joke. It's bullshit. So this concept of modern war is a joke.
I like that on CBS they show the sailor hugging his girlfriend like they just got in a war or something. It's like, dude, you got an offender bender.
Yeah, thank you.
Like, what are you talking about?
You just rear-ended an old lady. You just rear-ended a merchant
Some
ship.
Romanian tagged ship that's like on its last engine and shit.
Yeah, a cow. You rear-ended a cow. This is what we're dealing with. This is your U.S. Armed Forces at work. I
like that the Griff they said it's still mission capable. It's like I hope it is after that little fucking fender bender.
Yeah, it's still.
It's a fucking nuclear
really.
powered craft. Like
Yes.
holy shit.
Yeah. Hopefully it's not totaled.
Oh no, it's a stupid. But understand, back in the old days when you had wooden carriers, then you could take a kamikaze attack and you would just stop at the nearest port that the Americans had operational, or go back to Hawaii, and they just maybe at sea they could actually ship you the supplies at sea, and you would remake the deck. You would just basically use wood and you'd remake the deck, as happened in my father's day. These days it's all concrete.
Or the Klaboiderman would just like repair itself. I don't know if you know what a Klaboiderman is.
No, what's that? What is that?
It's like a ship. It's like this apparition that appears on a ship and repairs itself when the ship becomes sentient and repairs itself. It's called the Klaboiderman.
Oh, cool. Where does that come from?
I've heard that one.
Yo, where's that
it's an ancient seafaring legend.
Oh, my dad.
If you take care of the ship enough, it can manifest its own.
Interesting.
Ghost.
Interesting. That's right. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yes, because
How do you spell it?
Yeah, how do you spell that?
I don't know. Okay, I'll look it up in a second.
A Q or a K?
Oh, he'll look it up.
It's a foreign word. It's like a Dutch word, I believe. So I think maybe I would try C. I'd try C and then go to K.
Yeah.
Or it's a K. It's a K. Klaboiderman.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. If you can provide a link, then please do so.
Good one.
Yeah, even a link on the search. Yeah. I mean, well, the modern ships don't have that. Yeah, in the old days, it was wooden ships and iron men. Now it's just, iron ships and wooden men. Yes.
And 2 men, yeah.
Oh, and the entire affair, by the way.
Okay, a Klaboiderman, Klabutermann, Klabautermann, it would be the Deutsch word, is a water kobold, which is a water creature, that helps Dutch, German, or Frisian sailors and fishermen in the North Sea.
All right.
He is said to be able to predict storms and sink ships, will warn the crew if the storm is approaching. If the ship is doomed, he will warn the captain to leave the ship, or sailors. The Klaboiderman is known for keeping order in the ship's hold to prevent leaks and flying objects. So there you go.
Those North Seas, man, there's spooks out there.
Oh yeah, that's where all the
Oh yeah.
The what is the mermaid and all that come from there.
Oh man, and giant rogue waves.
A Klaboiderman is said to be a water spirit or fairy that dwells in a ship and is essentially an incarnation of a ship that has developed a life of its own due to being well loved and cared for. They are normally considered to only be a legend among seafarers. They are ghostly humanoids, possibly a child, wearing a sailor's raincoat and a pair of shoes, and carries with it a small wooden hammer. The Klaboiderman is merry and diligent as a creature. It is said to warn sailors when the ship is in danger. The more love and care a ship receives, the more it grows to care for the sailors on board. The human form of a Klabauterman only reveals itself to someone that truly cares for its ship.
Wow.
The Klaboiderman was able to fix the Going Merry after she had been severely damaged. Not only was she completely repaired the next morning, she returned to her original appearance from before she was equipped with upgrades. Furthermore, after developing a Klaboiderman, it was able to, the Going Merry, this is a ship, in the story, was able to sail on her own without anyone controlling the sails or the rudders. Through terrible weather conditions, she was even able to drop a rope ladder over the side. So there you go.
That's beautiful. Can you share that link, please?
Yeah,
Yeah,
of course.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, with my private messages as well as into the text box. The text box, of course. Yeah, and
I'm surprised you haven't heard that legend from the old sailing days.
well,
But it's something that's like way back.
my father told me similar things. You'd be amazed at some of the things he told me, but that was one that only recovers into my consciousness as you described it. In other words, it was something he told me almost like a bedtime story as a child.
Right.
So it's like only as you're re-describing it do I now have memories of it. That's why it's so touching to me. Is of course it's like what my dad would read to me when I was in bed at night, or say to me, relate to me.
Yes.
And
well, we can thank the Japanese for bringing it back, because it's something that was lost in European folklore.
Thank you.
After the age of sailing.
Thank you. And
but it's a real concept. It's not something that Oda Sensei made up or something.
Yes. Thank you.
It's like an actual phenomenon.
Yes. And beautiful. And
like a Thompson on the farm or something.
Right. And
if you care for your lands, the spirits will help you.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, all that's true. It's just people have lost their minds.
Thank you.
Really?
And they wonder why all this assault on the earth and like crazy shit keeps happening.
Thank
falling
you.
out of the sky.
Tell us what you feel about what's going on with the oceans and these the doomsday fish, the beached whales.
It's a warning. It's a warning. I mean, from the deep.
Yes.
And in the old times, the warning from the deep was considered the most drastic and serious.
Yes.
But for some reason nowadays, no one gives a fuck until our world's going to be literally flipped upside down. Like, It's a sad story, but we're here. We're going to live through it soon.
Yes.
And all these planetary celestial energies inside of the sign of Pisces, including the upcoming eclipse in March, eclipses in March, are both focused on the Piscean axis, which is the deep oceans. And prior to that, the fact that all these almost 200 dolphins are beaching themselves in Australia, the anglerfish, a fish that's never come to the surface ever before, was spotted. The oarfish, whom also rarely comes to the surface, has been spotted more than I've ever heard of it being spotted.
Yes.
This is like something once in a lifetime.
Killer whales. That beaching was 150 killer whales in Australia.
They were porpoises, like false killer whale. They're related to dolphins.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah. But basically, that's how big they are. So imagine 200 of that size, like Shamu, just showing up on a beach, dying, writhing in pain and shit. So it's like, none of that bodes well for the surface dwellers,
Remember a few years ago when the massive swarms of giant jellyfish decimated Scotland's fish farms?
Oh, well, this sort of thing
that's
happens.
part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the thing. God, that was what happened.
Yeah, so it's an omen, and it's a really deep omen. Not to make a pun, but it's just not good.
Thank you. And as I've explained before, I don't know if you heard what I said about that, Holly. I never did. You hear what I said or review what I said about Peter Moon all the time he was working with us? I never really told him what I had run into about Montauk. And he never asked. Does anyone ever wonder why he never asked? That he never asked Douglas, did you run into anything about Montauk?
I knew why.
Tell us.
Because he was so absorbed in his own he was the king of Montauk.
Yes.
In his own brain.
Right.
Thank you.
Oh, no.
Even early on when we were like bringing up stuff, I said, oh, Doug talked about this. And he said, oh, I'll review it. Never reviewed it, of course.
Thank you. Thank you. But
and he also, I noticed what was also strange is he rarely ever brought up the Tesla connection, except to talk about those like purple Tesla plates that he was like juicing his balls with or whatever. Like he would talk about Tesla in like this kind of wellness zone, but he would never give him credit for like the Eldridge or anything. So it was just very odd.
Thank
Very
you.
weird.
Thank you. Yeah, he never connected Tesla with the Eldridge.
Yeah. Or he would do it in passing, or it was very oblique.
Yeah,
So strange.
but you know why? That's David Lewis Anderson discouraged him from that.
Definitely.
Yeah, because David Lewis Anderson was an evanescer who came through everything he did was just this like cocoon as a scrub cover for David Lewis Anderson. So all he needed to say was David Lewis Anderson is this individual that is like my literary Dracula and I'm his Renfield because he came through the Philadelphia experiment. And but instead of saying that, everything was made to obfuscate that and make it sound like this guy's this respectable guy who simply has time travel, but the guy's got no time travel that he's sharing with anybody. And but somehow this guy's this brilliant genius and he has to keep like waiting for him like a lady in waiting. When is my night coming home? And literally,
to the point where he's talking to his wife, please send this message to him.
Yeah.
And shit. He hasn't responded to me. He had like, I don't know if you noticed this. He had it down to like the day.
Yeah.
He's like,
yeah.
Anderson hasn't talked to me in 10 years and like a few months or something. I'm
Yeah,
like,
shit. No, he had down to the date. The last time Anderson had talked to him, the date, plus the last time he had gotten the little postcard.
Yeah, son of a bitch. That's like what happens when you have an ex and she blocks you. It's like, I remember.
Yes. Yeah. That's
the
right.
last time we talked.
Yeah. And
That's sick.
No, it is. It's so sick. And but what I was talking about, Harley, is that at the time of the Philadelphia experiment, there's two ways to reference this. One way they referred to it was as E-Day, as in Eldridge Day, as in the USS Eldridge, the ship that was impacted. The other way, I don't know if you remember any of this, Amy, or if you've been listening lately, they refer to it as the Philadelphia effect. So I don't know, Amy, Holly, have you heard me talk about this? I don't want to go deeply into it right now, but it has to do with what Brendan is talking about with the oceans. So,
Okay.
So, yeah, I have my own selfish way of wanting to believe that my great aunt had photographed the Eldridge in the Navy, like just based on her secrecy, but of course, influencing me to study photography because she had insisted that she was a photographer for the Navy.
Wow.
So
and the U.S. government denies that, correct? Continue with that. Tell us a bit about that.
I was given a letter from the National Archives stating that they have no record of her. So, I don't know why I have all these. My whole family has photos of her wearing her uniforms, and I was told by a cousin that she was a lieutenant. So, I don't know. I only knew her late in life. So it's interesting to think about my grandmother and her sisters being just driven to participate in the World War, just throwing them.
I don't think a lieutenant's a Navy badge. That's something else. Is it not?
In the Navy, there's lieutenants. Yeah, but they might have also what's called a Commodore, but I'd have to look at the ranks again. The Navy's ranks are very difficult, but I believe they have lieutenants. I think. It's been a while. Jeez, I've been trying to, but
it's a commissioned officer rank, so it's up there.
Yeah, so commissioned officer rank, she would have to have been gone through school theoretically, unless they like.
Well, that explains why they don't know anything about her, quote unquote.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
They don't want to pay you any benefits.
Yeah.
Any family members.
Yeah. I mean, not that they would anyway, but it's just she might have been involved with something secret. If she had photographed the Eldridge, she might have been involved with a covert project that, like the Manhattan Project level. If thousands of women worked with the Manhattan Project, but it took, decades for them to be acknowledged. So it could be something similar to that. Generations.
Yeah, or something to do with the St. Louis depot getting wiped.
Yeah.
Probably if it didn't help.
Yeah.
The personnel record, right?
Yes, that's right. National Record Center. Yes, St. Louis, Missouri. Yes.
Right. Which now they just do it. Now they're just doing it like Musk. They're just letting Musk be the match.
Just don't even get me started. I will soon enough. Yeah, it's Oh man, yes. So finish that up, Amy, before I respond to that with what I was going to say about the Eldritch.
Just
Yeah, go on.
stitch it right all together somehow. I don't, I have never had an interest in any of that, which is partly what was so bizarre to me with Peter is like it just isn't anything that I really want to spend much time on.
Mm-hmm.
But having gotten into this Richard Burton stuff, and
Mm-hmm.
he's adamant that, as much as the British wanted to eliminate the pederasty
Pederasty. Yeah.
within the cultures in the British military.
Richard Burton
was
is talking about pederasty?
Yeah, this guy's wild. Like he's
Wild.
he's so bizarre. He's a linguist.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he did, was he would masquerade himself in these cultures and learn their language, learn like the little idioms for each area. Like the towns themselves would all have different elucidations of the same thing, and he would delighted in learning languages.
Mm-hmm.
And so but he couldn't ignore the sex practices of the Indian militia having harems of young boys.
Mm-hmm.
And then not being able to explain to the British.
But by the way, I have a technical glitch I need to ask Brendan about before we move on to our Aristides. Can any of you see the screen share here?
Yes.
Okay, so one of you ladies might be able to help, if not Brendan or Aristides, but I'm going to count on the tech dudes. Yeah. So if you guys can see this, how do I make the thing full again? So basically what I have here is that the screen with a bunch of screens on it has the thing that makes the screen larger. See, I can minimize it, but then when I try to make it larger, how do I make it larger?
You got to move it over a little bit.
How?
Slide it just a little bit. No.
Yeah.
Go back.
When I slide it like this.
Just click on it and hold down. Click on it, hold down, and move it to the right.
Okay. It's not moving.
Right click.
Right click. Right click and hold down, and then
You're left clicking.
It's not moving.
Or left click. Left click.
Left click. It's not moving. It's not moving.
Okay. Well, on the black part, the top, the little above, like one of the tabs. Yeah. Like
Above.
over there. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe.
Right there.
Oh,
right
there we are.
There
Thank you. Jesus fucking Christ. I never understood that. When that happens, it is... So I looked up pederasty, and interestingly enough, so this is what most people would probably mistake. It's basically what they say is...
Wait a second.
Yeah.
So this is Oxford fucking it over? Yeah.
Yeah, it says pederasty is sexual relationship between an adult man and a boy, socially acknowledged practice in ancient Greece and Rome and elsewhere in the world, such as pre-Meiji Japan. So this is how they're interpreting what my mother trained me for in terms of the ninja assassination technique of transvestiture. So this would be called, so it's referred to in the West as pederasty.
Whatever suits their fancy.
Yes, that's which is not
or
necessarily.
Lady boys.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What's that, honey?
Or lady boys.
Yeah, but
vulgar.
Lady boys would be a vulgar way of putting it. Yes.
I think in modern terms, this would be like two cisgendered people. This wouldn't be like a mixing genders.
It's you mean two?
I think
Only
that's where they're
after
mixing it up. That's
18.
Doug. That's where they're mixing it up. I think.
Right. It's
That makes sense.
yeah, I can see why they're mixing it up or why they're conflating it, and I don't take offense. I'm just like it would take minutes to explain.
The historians like the Brits or the Portuguese probably didn't know that they were supposed to be boys.
Thank you. Thank you.
They were supposed to be girls. They were like, oh, they look the same to me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And the dick didn't matter. Once they found out the trap, they didn't care. They're just fucking it. Yeah. It's So we'll get into that later, some other time, not tonight. But
that's like some European shit. They were like, that's the only thing they could come up with. Like, I guess this is how it is.
Yeah,
like the Greeks.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. And yeah, but thank you. I get, when that thing happens with the screen like that, it is so frustrating to me because I just honestly, without adult supervision. So continue where you were, Amy.
Oh, no
well,
offense,
before.
it makes you sound super old when you say something like that. When something like that happens.
Oh, yeah. By the way, we have a tragic case in the chat room. Invite everybody to look at it.
A tragic case.
It's just tragic. I can't. It's.
Did we ever confirm if Starfire is okay or Star Fox? Is she alive?
Did something happen to her? I mean, last time you were speaking to her, she just kind of.
It just glitched out, like it turned into a bunch of like cyber cubes, and then she just never came back.
God, I don't see why
like
she.
The worst possible. It looks like she faded like the Eldritch.
Oh my God! Oh my fucking God! I'm sure
she'll come back. I'm just saying.
Did you call her, Aristides? Did you call her?
I'm sorry, Jack. Did I call who?
Pixie Princess Star Fox.
I should have it. Let me check.
Yeah, thank you. We're just curious.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah. I don't know. My voice is shy lately. I'm trying.
Oh, no worries. It's that's cute.
Yeah. Are you saying?
Pixie,
talking about this mind control victim, Doug?
Yes. This lady. Her mother married Bo Greitz, who was the very outspoken Green Beret. Who was that? You found out you did call her?
Yeah, she's on the call.
Okay, thank you. We were just trying to ascertain that. We are concerned about her, so if you're out there, Pixie, let us know that you're okay. All right. And
hey, you guys, I gotta walk home. I'll check in a few.
Okay. Yeah.
Holy
please
shit!
do.
I knew you were at the ocean. I heard some ocean sounds. I was like, someone's at the ocean or something.
Yeah, dude. She's like she swam in on the night tide. Jesus Christ!
Right.
You're talking about Holly Kiefer. I mean,
she's in good shape. She's in good shape.
Yeah, she's probably in a fucking
If you can
rowboat.
do that, if you can do that at your young age, then I have hope.
Yeah. Oh.
For myself.
Yeah. She's like in a rowboat. She's just halfway out on the tide, and then she rows in. And,
that's what it sounded like. It was nice.
We love you, Holly.
As soon as I dock up, I'll check back.
Yeah, please do.
Poor Douglas.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, please do.
Thank you all. Always so wonderful. Okay.
We love you.
Bye.
Okay. Bye.
Good to know.
Yes, and so, but such being said, yes, to the person in the chat room, look, you're on record now, and you're welcome to always come back. I'm not quite sure if I'm ready to take anything on like I did in the past. I just don't know if I can handle anything on this level of intensity anymore. So shout out to Amor Fadi as well. So what this lady says is, hello, Douglas. Question, sirs. I've been the victim of employment denial, character assassination, gang stalking, an informant planted with me that I had a child with. The informant admitted this to me. Who can I turn to for help? There is a reason why it was done. I wasn't just chosen at random to have this done to. Please, Douglas, I need help. We share some common acquaintances. My mother's best friend was married to Colonel Bo Greitz. Her name is Judy. I'm Judy. Last name starts with a K. Hello and good night, Douglas and Team Dietrich. That's Amor Fadi. Says hello and good night. And then she says thank you. She appears in the chat room as S and then triple C. Like I said, please, you're welcome here. You're welcome to come back here. Amy, please, any response to that? I don't know if you're familiar with who Bo Greitz is, but
I'm not. I don't know that person.
Bo Greitz was a really outspoken special forces individual who was very cinematic, movie-like. He had a colorful career. He said he was going to rescue the MIAs, or missing in action, in Vietnam, back when everybody wanted to do that. Everybody said, we're all going MIA hunting. We're going to find the missing in action in Vietnam. And, that was due to the Rambo craze. And everybody got into it. So it became like the in thing for a while. Bo Greitz was swept up in that. But Bo Greitz also got heavy into conspiracy and was just he became rather radicalized. But other than that, so with this dear lady in the chat, yeah, like I said, the best I can say is just you're welcome here and you can return. I really don't know what to do at this point in my life, and I'm pretty much trying to not get involved in other people's business in any great degree. I get approached for help a lot. I'm barely able to sustain myself. So, but maybe I'll think about it. Okay, all we can do is think about it, and then we can talk with you over time, and perhaps in time you can join us on the round table. If I get a feel that that you're coherent enough to be on the round table, then that'd be great. I've made the mistake of just casually inviting people before and really paid the price for it. At any rate, she says the whole gang stalking, those people are not a danger. They are not even meant to track you. 9 times out of 10, the goal is to get you to call 911 and say I'm being followed. Then a cop shows up and basically, tells you you're crazy. Is what I would assume. Yeah, that's so that would be one of the patterns of a certain kind of gang stalking. Yeah, but obviously mine is quite different because my gang stalkers are quite open and they're quite public. Not only do they name themselves, they want credit for gang stalking me, as both Amy Como, Brendan Zoget, and even Aristides can attest to. That, not only that, but we had one named Vinny Barbaric, who was basically one of the biggest gang stalkers of them all. He came on my show for years saying, yeah, I want to help you. Just leached all of our energy, all of our time, claiming that he was involved, in a project he wanted to get done. And then,
Yeah, I always had that feeling that that's what he was doing. He was like, zapping us to make him live longer. That's what he thought. Anyway,
truly,
he felt that he could zap us to so he could live forever.
No, he truly felt that because he was obsessed with life extension and longevity. He truly felt that he was gleaning from us. That was his only obsession with youth, and why he was also obsessed with Romania. It was one of the few places he could expose himself to youth without being accused of being a pedophile. Remember that he kept getting involved with the Romanian scouts? Those are the young Boy Scouts in Romania. Remember he kept talking
and he was going to build them bathrooms? It's
yes!
dude, that's weird, man.
Yes! Yes!
I don't know how he thought that was normal.
Thank you.
To get them bathrooms. It's isn't that the point of the Boy Scouts, is that you shit in the woods?
Yes, thank you.
Dig your holes.
Thank you.
But no, he wanted his own private space.
Yeah, with the Boy Scouts. With the Boy Scouts, where, here you can take a shit.
I'm going to build them bathrooms.
Yeah, here you can take a shit. Yeah, that was his
where
big
no
thing.
one can hear you scream.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. When the Peter Moonhead pops out. Yeah, when the Peter Moonhead pops in. Yes, no one can hear you scream. Yes.
Yeah, he's one of those people, and this is satire, but it's just almost that bad, where he would be like, I'm helping these third world countries like Africa and Romania, quote unquote, and I'm supplying them colonic clinics, free clinics for colonics.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's gonna fix them.
Thank
Cures
you.
Malaria.
Well, I mean, think of when he said, it's like even Aristides said it. Aristides said when I told him, he said, Aristides, when he called the police to check in on Peter Moon, and then Peter Moon told them, oh, I'm seeing a doctor tomorrow. And then when Aristides found out he was seeing a colonics, getting another colonic session. That was his doctor. Then Aristides said, it's the wrong end, Peter. You've had a stroke in your brain. You're getting something shoved up your ass.
And just out of some kind of I don't know what to call it, metadata.
Yeah.
Is every time we brought up someone that was into colonics, they always have cardiovascular issues.
Yes.
It's there's got to be a correlation.
Yeah. The only guy I know who did not had only been through colonics in a phase. He called it a phase. And he was the older Marine Corps colonel named Harry Henneberger. So Harry Henneberger felt that he had gone. He loved it. He said, I was really into colonics at that time. But I noticed he had never gotten back into it. So he lived a fairly long time. without those major problems. But the young guy I knew who was the private detective, for those of you who don't know, it was the private detective Gino Neely, who was half Liberian, black African, and half
that hotel,
Sicilian.
that freaking hotel.
Yes, in the hotel. I showed you the hotel. I showed
I
you
couldn't believe that shit.
Yes.
Someone lived in there?
Yes.
That was active?
Oh, believe me, next time we'll probably take a little tour around it. I don't believe you can enter it. I'm certain it's condemned.
It was like ready to fall down.
Yeah. Oh, no, I actually walked up their steps. It had that stair that was all the way up the side of the building. I actually walked up that thin-ass staircase multiple times in my life. It's
For what?
Yeah, just to get in and out of his room.
Oh, you knew this guy personally? Oh, shit.
Gino Neely, the detective. He was the detective I worked with.
Got it. Okay, got it.
Yeah. But he had a heart attack.
I thought he was coming to you. That's what it sounded like. Like he was coming to the Presidio or something.
Yeah, no, he was banned from the base because he was in the military, in the reserves. He was in the reserves in the United States Army Reserve. And he had access to the base because he was in the military. But he was banned from the base because he ran a tarot card reading scheme where he seduced all the officers' wives. That's why I said in my Satan's Crusaders video, I said, he told me, Doug, I think I've fucked every woman on this military base, but my mother and my sister. And that's when I told him, between you and me, we did them all. Yeah.
Nice work.
Yeah, but anyhow.
I hope that landed well with our friend in the chat. And, just walk it out. Like, just don't. Because it's happening doesn't mean that you have to react to it.
Perhaps you can tell her why you know what you're talking about. Just give her a little summary of why you know what you're talking about.
Yeah, all of this has happened to myself also. Like, it's not... I didn't become an individual who experienced this stuff and then allow it to be the end of me. And I have other people who can attest to having the same problems, and we all agree to support each other. You have to walk it out. You have to find people who you can relate to, because they will put others in your way. The way Douglas said that his gang stalkers are right out in front and everybody can see them, this is what is really important about what we're doing here. Like, the ability for him to continue to do this is really about more people coming along and noticing that, I'm telling you this story, but it's happening to you. I'm not the only one going through this. Like, there's beyond the universality of like our spirit or the capturing of our consciousness. These are things that we can notice, but it doesn't define us. And the whole idea that they were able to like come into the chat and put this stuff down just shows that they're strong enough to keep going. Like, that's the bottom line. Is it's an operation to make you do harm to yourself, to do their work for them, harming yourself. And the remedy is relationship. The remedy is finding hands-on people, grassroots work. I'm not talking about getting on the keyboard and going to the internet. I'm looking at who are the two people in your life who you see every day. Starting there. Starting to really try to listen to the two people in your life who are really there, and then looking at what can be done. Are they really supporting you, or are you continuing to show up for them in ways that's distracting you from doing what it is that you need to do? you know, it's about really just starting where you are and finding people who will feed your path forward and not get in your way or distract you with their own stuff. But having, you know, having enough insight to see that this is going on and the courage to come forward and talk about it, that's kind of the point of what Douglas does and why we're all here. I'd imagine that we're all here for our own reasons, but in a lot of ways, we have to take care of our own fears and disbelief and maybe even put away some of that toxic hope where we're just hoping that it eventually works out and just really like do the things that work. Stop doing things that don't work. Like if you keep doing the same thing every day, it's a pattern in your life, change it. See if you achieve some kind of grace in putting your will towards things that are uncomfortable or are not anything that you would have imagined yourself partaking in. Like maybe, you know, maybe you really want to spend more time with children, or maybe you want to make a lot more money so that you can help some of these people that you see every day that either, you know, are bringing you down or you're feeling compassion towards helping them.
Beautiful. Go on. Yeah.
But I can't. I'm too tired.
You're doing so beautiful. Oh my God.
We'll be fine. We'll do it later. We
Yes.
can do it later.
Yes, just keep coming back to the young lady, Judy. I believe she said her name is Judy. So you're actually able to read. You're actually able to access on your phone and read what she's saying in the chat then, right, Amy?
I took a look at it. I haven't been watching.
Okay.
But
yeah.
You said something, so I did click over to look. And
Thank you. I'm so glad you did. I'm so glad you did. And yeah, and but I want you to know that you've been stellar tonight. You've been stellar, magnificent. And I'm hoping you'll
love to fluff me up. I will see you soon, and I am so looking for. You know what you're going to talk about?
Yeah.
Are you going to go all the way till 9 a.m. here on the East Coast?
I'll try. I pray to God they don't cut me off tonight. It is, you know, they're eventually going to wear me down if they keep doing that. It's just because it's hard. It's really hard because it destroys the numbers. It's not even so much me. It's that it destroys my morale because the numbers go down when they do that, in the sense that the numbers are divided between the two episodes when it breaks into two parts. So I'm hoping.
Okay. Are you just fixating on something? Don't, like, you're giving that too much power, because you forget that the whole way that I came to you was in freaking Nemo's and John Waring. They put it online so I could listen to it later at my leisure. So what you're doing is timeless.
Thank you.
So whoever's listening, great. That's, you know, why, you know, it helps you feel like you're connected. That's important. Like we need people to understand in the obvious. We're asking you to do something difficult. You know, we're asking you to listen to this stuff that's hard. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, but that's the only way it's going to change. We can't fight them. They have all the money. They have all the control.
They do.
We really, like, we have each other.
Yes.
And that's what we have to do, is really get honest and understand that the things that you're doing are hurtful in a certain way, and you need to really pay attention to what you're sharing with others and what you could share with somebody who is in your world and would benefit from your attention. Time and attention is really all we have.
Yes, that's so true. You're angelic. You're truly angelic, and you express it so beautifully, and you make it all right.
Thank you. All right. Can I step off?
You may. I love you. Okay.
I love you too. I'll talk to you guys later.
Yeah.
Bye.
Hi and bye, Amy. I'm sorry. We really.
It's okay.
Good night,
I'll talk
Amy.
to you soon. Bye.
Thank you so much. Bye for
Okay,
now.
bye.
Yeah, blessed dreams. And peaceful be thy slumber, honey. Okay, Brendan Zogit, I'm so sorry I had to put you on mute because of that clanking noise, but do come off mute, please. We're desperately going to need you now for a few moments while Aristides and I talk and just meander our way towards our monologue.
I'm glad someone took initiative because I didn't know what was going on. I thought I was.
No worries. And
and then I looked. I was like, "Oh, good, I'm on mute."
No, thank goodness.
It was bad.
Yeah, no. Thank you for being patient about that. And
I don't care. You guys can mute me while I'm talking. I'm not gonna have a meltdown like Peter or someone.
Or any of
someone
these other
did
people.
That, like Brooke. You know,
yes, Brooke.
How do you mute? You gonna let him mute me? It's like,
yes,
fine. I'll just sit here. I don't care.
Yes, that's right. Oh, that's right. We did that with Brooke.
A few people. I've had to do it to a few people.
You did.
Trampoos.
Yeah. Well, Trampus.
Ian.
Yeah. Ian.
And Ian won't. He's the stubborn one. He kept on muting himself.
Oh,
fuck you.
No, what was bizarre about it was when he truly got hostile, he became implacable, like a true enemy. When he became hostile, he became a true enemy. He really started going at us with names that for some reason he thought would hurt us or bother us. But but when he
he's the one listening to Q's Michael Aquino's shit, making it into a musical.
Yes.
And he's like, you guys are Brendan's a cum guzzler. It's like, dude, you just did the most gay shit, and then you're calling me names.
Yeah, like, no, it was just projection.
And what is it called? Not just gay, but actually deplorable. Or what's
well, it's actual pedophilia. It's actual fucking out and out
pedophilia.
It's pedopornography at the least is what you would call it. But
and then he was sitting there attacking us.
Like, but what was bizarre about him that I noticed was that when he was more copacetic and still trying to ingratiate himself, at those times that you kept muting him, he would act very nonchalant about it, but keep unmuting himself and start talking again. But he wouldn't say anything about it, and he wouldn't protest. It was actually rather strange, that he, because it was almost like it was just his job. Oh, my job is just keep talking. And if they keep muting me, my job is to just keep talking. It was like he was on an assignment. You get what I'm saying? Because
he definitely was. He showed us the payday.
Thank you. He did. Yeah. So he truly was on assignment. As opposed to a normal person would not have responded like that. Because if a normal person is already so overworked, just to use the term, overworked, where they're expressing themselves to the point where they need to be muted, they just get angrier. You know that. And that was how Brooke was. And what I was trying to remember was, what was it, drugs, or was it just an emotional? It was probably drugs when she was doing that shit. But maybe I'm just giving her an excuse.
The first couple of times she felt slighted, like I was shutting her up, and I was like, that's not why.
Yeah, it's just because she kept interrupting. Well, she was really bad.
Yeah,
she was really bad in the beginning.
Oh, it was only a couple times when she was like, wouldn't stop, and we couldn't get a word in. It was like,
oh yeah, no, there was times.
It wasn't like anything personal.
Yeah, understood.
With Ian, I just muted him because and there was a few other people where I did it as a joke, which obviously that was childish, but I did it.
No, there's people, dude. I wish at this point in hindsight, I wish you had been more, like that with Peter. That would have been funny. Yeah, just mute Peter, and and then we went on talking while he's just droning.
That was the fucked up thing, is I actually was like, what would be the word? Not kind, but I was like lenient towards him.
We were all respectful. We did nothing.
Yeah,
but
I said, "Oh, he's just some crazy old guy. Like, I'm gonna let Doug deal with him and stuff." And like, because Doug, when he was starting to do that stuff to like Marina and Brooke, I was like, "Dude, this guy is a piece of shit. Like, get him out of here."
Thank you.
So it was just,
and you were right. No, you were right. And by the way,
but to respect you, I didn't say anything to that nasty old bastard.
Yeah, and it's appreciated, but now
then he started
in hindsight,
cursing, and then he started cursing me and shit.
He
I
did.
Of him years ago.
He did. Well, he had been cursing you for a while, apparently. He had been cursing you for a while, apparently. It was like, again, he considered you, and that's the weirdest thing. Who else considered you like a threat, almost? There was a number of people who considered you a threat. I guess they all did. All the Edomites do. Because after you turned them down, they all
Oh
hated
yeah,
you.
then it was free game.
Yeah, then they put all their efforts into you. It's just so sick. They're all so fucking sick. But
Yeah, and it was like back to back for a while.
yeah. Oh, it was hell on earth.
Miguel. It
Yeah.
was like Miguel, then Daniel Arola, then it was just like it was like never ending with these people.
Thank you.
Why are you helping Doug? Because
Yeah.
I want to.
No, actually, at the time you were just telling him, "Look, I'm just neutral. Look, I'm out of this. Leave me alone." But no, they couldn't take it as such. It's you're either with us or against us. Honestly, they drove you into active involvement with me because they wouldn't leave you alone. And after a certain point, you just said, "You know what? Fuck it. I might as well go on Doug's side. These fuckers won't leave me alone." Yeah, is what it turned into. Oh.
And they never forgave me for helping you because there was a time when you were like ready to quit.
Oh,
between myself and a few other people.
Yeah.
Like,
oh, yeah.
You know, you kept going, and it was just like,
Oh,
they hate me for that for sure.
Oh, they do. They do. That's
because I'm not saying it was all my credit, but to actually get you on YouTube and become self-sufficient was actually my doing.
Yes.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. For you, yes. Yes, that's right. And you've been cursing me ever since.
And they hate me, and they fucking hate me for that. Yeah, it's just like, God forbid you do something nice once and you never live it down. You know?
No good deed goes unpunished. Thank you. Yes. And it's just
and I was even getting hexed like before Pete was like fully in it, like when you guys were talking to like Nicole Frolic and all these people.
Yeah, that's right.
That witch.
Yes.
That like actual.
But he was responsible for that. He was responsible for that in terms of setting up the ambush. So in the reality, he was responsible for that.
And that was early. That was like when you first started letting him drone for hours.
Yes.
And then he said, "She's such a sweet girl. She's such a sweet lady." And then she fucking cursed my ass or hexed me because I exposed what she did to you.
Yes, it's true. It's true. It's true. And people just don't get it. If they think we're indulging in some kind of psychotic fantasy, understand, again, I've spoken of quantum mechanics before. And believe me, it doesn't matter. You know, in the end, let me tell all of our listeners, if there's any listeners out there who think of themselves as rational materialists, you know, it doesn't matter what you believe. What matters is the men collecting the taxes, what they believe. The men with the guns, what they believe, meaning the U.S. military. The effective junta that runs your government, they're the ones who believe in magic. You know, so don't bitch to us about it. It's them. And but in terms of the consequences, think of it as applied quantum mechanics. And yes, when done right, it works. And matter of fact, even when it's not done right, it has collateral effects. They're not necessarily beneficial to anyone, including the spellcaster. But believe me, there's collateral effects. That's like, Pete found that out the hard way, motherfucker.
Well, that was his fault. No one asked him to conjure up an anti-god.
Yeah, no shit.
Or attempt.
He dove into that head first. He dove into that.
Oh, give me the name. Give me the name.
The name.
You're like sitting there describing how this is how treacherous these beings are, and he's like, when you get a chance, bring me the name. Stupid.
Oh my God. It's he thought he was impervious and he had his purple egg, he had his dumbass motherfucker. And you're left so
that's a little background of what I've had to deal with just with
thank you
the situation.
Thank you, and I hope that the lady listening, Judy, will take some comfort from that. And I don't know if Judy's ever been under a cult siege, but that hopefully gives you some perspective. And again, tell people what you feel is just a general kind of attitude to take if you find yourself under a cult siege. What's the kind of general attitude a person should take in terms of handling it psychologically, if anything?
Well, you definitely have to set up a barrier. I mean, just, wall yourself off in that sense, spiritually. And, it's, it's a job in and of itself, but you can get to the point where you have resistance. So, but that's an internal kind of quest. And, it's a big job, but there's things that can be done, even on a minor level, that will, help you in that sense.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm hearing like gunshots in the background. So.
Oh, jam! Talk about a cult siege. That's school's not even in, and you're going through a school shooting. Jesus fucking Christ!
Yeah. Okay, it's fireworks.
Okay, there we are.
So it's just divine,
Yeah.
That's a sign from the higher forces, like victory is in
It is
celebration.
It is. Yeah, it scares away the demons. That's how the Chinese take it. Yes.
Yeah.
And so here's what I did want to mention about those signs. So when Brendan Zoget and I were driving through the Presidio military base and we saw all those coyote warning signs, I want people to think about coyote as a term for human trafficking. And understand as well that when we speak of these anti-gods, the Dark Lords, if you will, that would explain why Peter Moon sometimes said, the coming of my Lord is nigh, and he never meant that in any Christian sense. He was referring to one of the kings of Edom. Things like Ubo Sothla and worse, they consider us vermin and seek to exterminate most forms of life on Earth. And when vermin extinction programs were tried before in the 19th and 20th centuries, the coyote, they not only refused to die, but they flourished. The coyotes, they moved into cities and bedeviled those who sought to destroy them. So they're truly a totemic animal of that which cannot be killed, kind of like a mammalian or furry cockroach, if you will. So when we saw the coyote warning signs always near these children's backyards rather than on hiking trails, and you think of the affinity of the term with human trafficking, it's almost like they were telling us in the Presidio, the human child trafficking has never stopped. That we're here, like the cockroach scurrying under the lamplight. Do you understand what I'm saying, Brendan? Now that I reflect upon it, it's almost like a taunt.
Yeah, it was like that, something like that.
Yeah,
because it was bizarre and juxtaposed. Yeah, and I've seen coyotes like out, like in Point Reyes, somewhere far out, but not in the city. So that's very odd.
Thank you.
So strange.
Yes.
And we drove up into that like weird trail kind of by the radar tower and all that. And there wasn't a single sign there.
Thank
there were no
you.
signs.
Yes.
Where people were walking their dogs potentially could get eaten by coyotes, but they had the signs like by the streets. It was weird.
Yes.
So it was definitely odd.
Yeah. Thank you.
And like basically the Native American like trickster god is the coyote, by the way. You know this, right? It's like their version of Loki.
Do you remember? Do you remember Justin White telling the story?
Yeah, his name was Coyote White. Yeah,
yes.
Coyote White.
Yes. Yeah. And do you remember the story he told about Coyote? Because I thought it was so sad. I never wanted to tell him. At this point, I think I can bring it up because I tell you what, I love you, Justin White. But if you're out there listening, if you're alive, I'd be surprised. That's all I can say. No, seriously, the poor guy. Well, for one thing, just so people know, without giving away too much of his background at all, he loved his mother, and his mother was old, and he would spend, he came home, he quit his job just so he could take care of his mother all day during COVID, so he wouldn't bring home COVID from his job. That's why he quit his job, so he wouldn't bring home COVID from his job. So he spent all day taking care of his mom, and once she was going to die, this guy was so lonely, and he was so much into drinking and so much into smoking pot. It was like all I can imagine.
He was into hash.
Thank you, thank you.
Bad. It's just that's what he told us.
Yeah. Okay. So that's like, and by the way, no moral judgment. It's just like this guy was. He was just. Yeah. He was just. blotting out his existence. He was just blotting out his existence. I'd be very surprised if he were still alive. So, but at any rate, the poor guy, when he told the story about Coyote, all I could think of was the trickster god appeared to him and fucked up his life. Just saying, you're going to be something special. And all I could think was, remember that comedy series where the aliens kept abducting people and they said, all these dumbass humans, every time you abduct them, just remember, tell them before you send it back, you're special.
Something's good about you.
Yeah, you're special. And
that was like the joke that like where the guy's like, oh, when do I get the anal probe? And he's like, we don't do that anymore.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
That was just because that's what we thought you liked. It's like we don't do that.
Yeah. But remember that was the series that had the tall blonde Nordic guy, right? The tall blonde Nordic guy everybody thought was Swedish.
Yes. It was one of those. Yeah, one of those comedy shows.
Yeah, he was one of them, but then the others were, more alien looking. And but it started with a journalist, a black guy. It was a black journalist, and then when he was abducted, he was still conscious. And then that one alien says, hey, I think he's still conscious. That's how you heard it. Yeah, just tell him he's fucking special before we say that.
The chosen one. I'm convinced that's what they do.
Yeah. Well, that's what they did to.
Or they did for a while.
Isn't that what Coyote did to Justin? Because isn't that what his story was?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it just Coyote is one fucked up son of a bitch. If you're listening, Coyote, the Indian totemic spirit.
I mean, it's the Native American devil. I mean, he's like on the level of Loki. Like he creates havoc and discord and all that.
Yeah, and so what did...
And he was the main enemy of like the Dene, the Navajo reckoning of like the 5-fingered people.
Dene, thank you.
Yeah, the Dene. Yeah, Dene. So he's like the main enemy of like human beings.
Thank you. And what did our man Justin think he got out of this? He thought that someday he would be something special, that he would do something, right?
Wow, that's tragic. That is.
Don't you remember that? I mean, that's what you.
Vaguely. It's hard to keep track of these crazies you bring on.
Yeah.
I mean, these people.
Right. Yeah. Oh. Well,
they all have tragic backstories. I'm no exception.
Yeah. Hey, believe me. Remember what Holly said? Yeah. There's six videos you must watch. Remember how she described Roswell and the Rising Sun? You look like a crazy man, Douglas. Yeah, you look. Yeah, she's so like. We know why Holly is not partnered. Yeah, it's like.
Well, I can relate. It's hard to be diplomatic with this amount of ignorance around. It's just. You kind of just get numb to it.
Yeah.
Because it's like if you have like a diplomatic level of talking to people. Sometimes I don't want to deal with these people. That's why sometimes people hate me at work and shit. It's just like I can't finesse it.
And I've got to stop it. Yeah. Look at how patient I was with Peter Moon and all these people, Ian West, all these people. I got to stop being such a nice guy. Honestly.
Yeah. Yeah. Unless they're paying you. I think that's the rule.
Thank you.
Unless you're getting like cash money.
Yeah, but nobody does that. Nobody does that.
Because look, you put up, even though he didn't pay you that much, with that stupid Benestania shit.
Yes.
For years.
Yes.
So that's a good reason, let's say.
Yes.
But if it's just like some rando like Pete, like I'm gonna help you, Doug. Like if you're a battered wife or something, I'm gonna help you.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's just it's terrible. Like I said, money now.
Yeah. Oh, and I want to
bring back the Asian stereotype.
Thank you. Now. Thank you. Yes, and that reminds me, I want to thank a contribution. We received a quarter of 100 United States dollars, 25 United States dollars from KP. KP asks to remain anonymous. He says, "Thanks for standing strong. All the best, KP." So thanks so much, KP. I appreciate that. And
In what context?
yeah. Oh, he's talking about the fact that at the beginning of the show, Aristides and I asked for contributions because I expressed the fact that, look, it's hitting me hard. I'm getting knocked off all the time these days. They're really hitting hard, and that it breaks up the numbers so that everyone's divided. There's a hardcore that listens to both episodes, both parts, but most people are just going to listen to one or the other. So it fucks the numbers up, all the way. And it's just, really plays with the morale because it's hard to get started again. You got to wait for the numbers to build back up again. And then when they both publish, then, people are going to one or the other. But to the credit of my listeners, they are now constantly going towards the second part, which is my monologue. So they are hitting the second part, though I want to emphasize to people, tell people in a way that doesn't get us knocked off how important the first part was, because the first part on our latest episode is what got us knocked off. So do tell them how important it is to listen to them.
Yeah, well, that was like some how do I put it without making you like discrediting you or something. That was like some actual Doug knowledge from back in the day.
Yeah.
That obviously was verified through that experience of them knocking you off within seconds. And that also explains why they have so much that they control, even to this day, over the Ruskies and all that, even with, their bad management of everything.
Thank you. Yes. Even
something there is touching a chord,
Yes. Oh, it really is. Yeah. Talk about real estate, Trump. We were talking about some real valuable real estate. That was
Oh, yeah. And of course, he ain't going to say shit about that.
Yeah.
Even in his, fake where he's trying to, pump and dump.
Yeah.
I don't know if you notice his idiosyncrasy where he says, yeah, it's big. We got it, and it's big. It's the biggest thing. Yeah. Like that real estate bug comes out in him. We got really big stuff coming, so.
Well, you gotta hand it to him. You notice what stands out about Gaza? So far as I know, Gaza, they never deployed depleted uranium. So that's what makes the
we know why.
Yeah. Now we know why. Yes.
They've had this shit in their back pocket for a while.
Yes. Oh my fucking God. And you said you were on a phone. You were on phone talking with a friend about NEOM and the real reason behind the Gaza genocide.
Yeah, during that pretty much, was it that show or the show after? Yeah, Griffin.
It might have been during that show. It might have been during the same show.
Yeah, it was during the show.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was talking to him, and then I started telling him, look up NEOM, and then I gave him the whole spiel, and then they cut the call. It was just like, chink.
Yeah, just like you were on a payphone and they cut the line. Yeah.
Yeah. It was like,
oh my God.
Like a 1950s, like they cut the wire and shit. It was crazy.
Yeah. Oh my God. And it's now by the time Holly comes,
which is weird because NEOM is totally public info. I just sent it the article.
Thank you.
With the AI shake and all that, it's like, come on, this is public info. Stop wasting your time cutting me off.
Yeah, it's
because we put the pieces together. That's
thank
the problem.
Thank you. The whole
and we were the first people on Earth essentially
that
were public.
Yes.
That talked about it, George Knight, yourself and I.
Yes.
So it was just.
It's true.
Yeah, we were the first people to put it together before Dude came in or anyone.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah. Thank you, and it's it's something that is so important to emphasize. Now, we got good numbers. I might take one last trip to the lavatory just to relieve myself before I can dive into monologue.
Do you have a good bag tonight? You have got some good stuff?
A
lot of breaks.
Are you talking to a coworker?
I'm talking to you.
I thought you were dealing with some drugs.
You must got some good drugs. You got some good drugs.
Oh, you mean the coke and shit? Yeah, the bag. Fuck.
Yeah.
No, I did that.
Take a breaks. You're like,
yeah.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. I did that earlier when Amy.
Yes, I could tell.
When
Amy
and
make you a joke about it.
Yeah, you saw, because I was exhausted when I first got, back here, back home, and then.
Yeah, somehow I could tell. Well, just because I've done.
Yes,
maybe allegedly done stuff.
Yeah. Oh yes, and but when it comes to the Actually, you know, we'll stay on till Holly comes back. We'll stay on till Holly comes back, but I definitely want people to understand how important it is that our man Brendan and I go over some of these things that we've gone over, and because the numbers are high enough, and we still got Aristides with us theoretically, we're going to.
I heard some dogs barking. Maybe is he awake?
No. Yeah, I'm with you theoretically.
Oh,
Yeah.
see, he woke up. The dogs woke him up. Good.
Yeah.
So you're
All
like,
right. Is this your last break?
Yeah, we might be taking our last break soon. And I want to wait till Holly comes back. If she doesn't come back in about 10, 15 minutes, I'll take my last break. And then
was she coming back?
she said she'd check in just for a few more minutes at least. Yeah.
I mean, you might as well just start going Saturday Night Fever. I don't think it's gonna tarnish your reputation. Like if we hear the mirror or something, you know, it's like if we hear like ting ting, you know.
Yeah, I'm not on a cell phone. See, all you guys operate off a cell phone. I operate off a computer. I actually have to.
Oh yeah, that's right. You have like some old school ass
Again,
shit.
you're talking
Like
to
you're
an
in an
old.
office building.
Yeah, you're talking to an old man from the 20th century.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Oh man. So when it comes to you know, the stuff that we're contending with, though, I want people to know that our biggest problem is there is so fucking much to talk about, and the problem is I'm going to try and start with the most domestic stuff, because the domestic stuff is far more important than people realize. But I definitely will try and get into the geopolitics, which I truly love, international stuff. But that might wait till, like, Sunday. We'll see how far I can get tonight. And again, it depends on whether they knock me off. When they do knock me off, also, I tend to end the shows earlier. Rather than, because the problem is, once they knock me off and I start again, I could go on for another 12 fucking hours. But then I don't want to overexert myself. And, you know, there was one time I allowed myself to be talked into that by that scumbag, Jambo the Reese Monkey, and of course none of it uploaded. So you remember that. And then he's the one who, of course, became angry about it. Then he went into this flip zone. Do you remember that at all? It was so crazy.
I delete everything. Like from those people, it's hard to even retain that.
Thank you. It's just so awful. You don't want to remember any of it. It's bad for your mental health, for any of us. Yes. And
Yeah, these people are so annoying.
yeah. Oh, it's just not annoying. They're sick, and it makes you know, it makes anyone else.
And then they hate. It's your fault. Yeah.
Yeah.
How did you let this happen?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, they have no sense of.
There was someone else that did it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did that too,
You remember that? Do you remember who it was? Or, by the way, do you remember anything about the story that Justin White told about Coyote at all? Any of the details? He said how he showed up, then Coyote showed up, and he couldn't tell whether it was a dream or reality. It was like, was he on drugs at the time, like almost a vision quest, or did it just kind of show up?
He claims he wasn't. He claims he wasn't.
He claimed he
and
wasn't.
It was an open eye or awake state, like he was on a hike or something. So it's hard to tell. Or he just like he read some fiction or something.
Okay.
You know, some like Native American fiction, like what's that guy's name? Like Carlos Castaneda.
Oh, Carlos Castaneda!
Like he read a Carlos Castaneda book while he was smoking hash, and was like, I'm internalizing this story now.
Oh shit!
That's what it felt like to me. Not to be disrespectful, but
shit! That's so awful.
And then he turned out to be I don't want to call him a shill, but he turned out to be just a fiction writer, essentially. Like he never met that shaman or anything.
Carlos Castaneda. Yes. Carlos Castaneda, of course, just so people understand, Carlos Castaneda was scandalous. It was scandalous.
Yes.
Because
to say the least.
He was a false academic, basically, who
like him and Margaret Mead need to go to the same part of hell or something.
Thank you. Thank you.
In the anthropological kind of thinking, because that's where I'm coming from. It's like, fuck these people.
Yes, thank you. These were truly people who were frauds. They were frauds. Yeah, that was and there's nothing worse than an academic fraud. Academic frauds are just among the worst. And so when it came to the horror of our man Justin White, the most tragic thing about his life was that he felt that his involvement with me might have been like, kind of like what Peter said. Everything in my life has led to this with
Hello?
Douglas, right? You know, he was kind of like that.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
I heard there was like a skip in the audio. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's probably your cell reception area. But the poor bastard, he was like, he never went anywhere. You know, he was just like, you know, just a kind of.
It was sad. The
Yeah.
last few times, it was really sad. Like he was like playing solitaire, living at his mom's house, smoking hash or something. It was bad.
Yes, you remember that? Oh God, did he share that
Sounded
with you
really bad.
voluntarily?
Yeah. He shared it on air when you were taking breaks.
Oh God! Oh God! That's what it came down to. Yes, he was just drinking and smoking while playing solitaire at his mom's house. Yes. Oh, that's so depressing. Okay, now we're, yeah. You cut off there for a while.
I'm here.
Oh yeah.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you now. Do you know what Amy said was that she looked up the celestial body in question? Just so people know, I prefer the term celestial as opposed to celestial, which is actually, I think, a misreading. But Amy said she looked up the celestial body in question, and she said all they gave, she said in the past she had looked it up and she could find information, but she said all she found was a planetoid number. All they had for it was a planetoid number and no name. They wouldn't refer to it by name and just said that there's a planetoid number by this name, and it was very vague information. She said that was the only thing she could find and nothing else. And your case was pretty much similar, correct? And at any rate, we'll find out soon enough if he's not cut off completely. He had to mute because he's talking with a coworker, and so we'll wait a little while before we take that break. And Aristides is with us, thank goodness. I can see him. Good man. And I take it, of course, that...
For now.
Yeah, understood. Thank you so much. I appreciate that profoundly. I won't leave you alone. We'll wait till either Holly or Brandon comes on before I'll give you someone to bounce off of. But
Good, yeah.
other than that, is there anything going on? Oh, like how did you respond to Holly when Holly shared what she did? Did you have any suggestions? Like
well, she yeah, I did.
Mm-hmm.
She was almost like didn't even wanted to avoid even like the local like organic like stuff because like the water, the rain or the groundwater was so bad.
Yeah.
I'm like, you can only worry about it so much. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, some, you know, just questionable mainstream shit. And if you take, you know, like good supplements and stuff and etc., I think you'll process it. You can't like, you know, everything's got something wrong with it. You know?
Thank you.
Yeah, like, yeah.
That
and she's like doing a lot of like chlorella and like green juice and juicing, but like, oh, I don't want to do the juicing because the vegetables guy had like bad water, bad rain, so I'll just do like the chlorella, but which I think everybody should do, but like you can't just live on that also. So it's like at some point, you know, I don't know.
Is she eating any meat?
We didn't get into.
Yeah, because if she says she's not eating any vegetables, and if she
did seem it did not seem meat oriented in that one, but I'm not sure. She'd have to clarify.
Yeah, damn. I hope she does. I hope she checks in with us tonight and clarifies that, because if she ain't eating meat, then she's not eating anything. She's like doing a breatharian trip, and at that point, Jesus Christ, you know. So what? You're gonna die of radiation. We're all gonna die, right? What the fuck? Just grab something. Oh, right. Oh man. Obviously, you know, the most sensible thing to do is bug out of there, but obviously she can't afford that. Did Brendan come back? You back on with us, dear Brendan? Let's see. We'll find out soon enough. And with the other thing that comes to mind here, everyone who's listening, our man Aristides will now say a little blurb again, because you do it so well.
Yeah, until my voice was shot. So I'm going to be quick. The blurb, make sure you hit thumbs up if you just got here. We need it for the algorithm. They're secret thumbs down. They get placed by assholes, and they affect, you know, Douglas's success. So make sure you subscribe. Turn notification bell on. You can make sub-channels under your main account and do extra upvotes. And let me see, what's the chat look like? Well, I don't see the donation link, so it's a good time to put a fresh one in there.
Thank you, sir.
Please make sure you donate. Please make sure, if this is after the program, or if you remember after the program, go upvote Douglas's pinned comment too.
Excellent.
There we go.
Excellent. Yeah, doing a great job, and that's wonderful. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Let's try again to drag our man Brendan back into the fray. Hey, dear Brendan. Hey, Brendan. Trying to
He'll
summon
show
the.
up when he's good and ready. And then it'll like go off. Like,
Just a moment, I'm doing some
last
math.
time.
Just like
Okay, thank you. So he's doing
Last
that.
time you guys were like basically talked all night.
We did. You noticed that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you noticed that. That was yeah. And how did you feel about that? Did that seem okay? Did that seem okay?
Yeah. I mean, hey, certainly, I know of less delightful ways to pass the time. So,
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. Yeah.
No, you guys really had it going. You covered some good stuff. So.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you. I appreciate that. It is amazing for the amount of time we spent. Not a moment of it wasted, mind you. But it's amazing how intensively we covered a comparatively small subject. It's which was basically the legal aspects of Musk and Trump and their raiding our U.S. government. Yeah, there's really no way to do that justice. It's a horror story. And if people only understood just how okay, here we are. Let me take a look at our man, see if he's showing up again, because I'm hearing some noise out there. And like he said, there's firecrackers. So there's kids around the school blowing firecrackers, or they're having some kind of celebration. Like he said, there's a lot of sports events, and that's what kills them, cleaning up after those sports events. We live in a very, very fucked up society. It is incredible how fucked up it is. And it's like, what do you feel about education in terms of, do you feel that some of the kids at the school that you're basically kind of like, you're kind of like, they're interns to you, aren't they? Kind of? Some of these kids?
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of intern type people. That's kind of what school's about in the applied sense.
Yeah, and like, do you feel that they're getting the most out of their degrees? Probably in your field they are, but what do you think about?
Probably more than most. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's comforting to know at least. So at least that feels productive. Yeah.
Yeah.
And what's may I ask what the ethnicity of most of them are that you would guess, or
most of them?
Yeah.
A lot of Indians or a country near there.
Mm-hmm. South Asians, German South Asians.
Yeah, South Asians, also like Asians, like Chinese.
You still have some Chinese students? Ethnic Chinese.
Yeah, Chinese.
Are they from mainland China, or do you know? Like,
I guess.
Okay. I mean, are they speaking Chinese? They're not acculturated Americans, are they?
Not so much. No, right. Yeah, some of them, like, you could tell, are like just kind of
fresh off the boat.
Almost off the boat. Yeah.
FOBs, fresh off the boat.
Right. Like coming in the lab, like trying to ask her stuff, and I'm like, try to help you, man, but.
That's amazing.
No, but right, like Chinese, and or what would you call it, East Asians, right?
Mm-hmm.
What else? Europeans too.
Yeah. Wow.
And, yeah, definitely a few of them.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what else.
In your kind of campus, are you in your kind of campus?
Yeah.
Are you ever
a couple people from Iran.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Yeah. And are they like...
some of them are smart out there? Yeah.
Yeah. No. I mean, of that I have no doubt. But what I mean to say is that the politics are so complicated. Are they like refugees in a sense, or are they actually just going to go back to Iran?
Yeah, I don't know. They manage if they get a visa.
Huh.
Yeah. Let me see what else. That's probably the biggest.
Okay.
Maybe a few from South America, Brazil, Australian here and there.
Right. Interesting. Yeah. What about?
Yeah. Well, from all over, it's a global. You know, a lot of people travel a long ways to go to school
in America. Yeah.
Take a either school or like you do like there's postdocs. You know what postdocs are? Maybe a lot of people don't, but it's like you got your PhD, but like you're kind of doing like a limited like kind of stint in between school and like maybe a full up career job.
And
like
no, I mean it's
it's like post P it's like extra school after PhD. I don't know.
No, it's great.
There may be other premises, but it's like they're just kind of
And
like in other words, you're not like a postdoc your whole life. Like you know what I mean? It's just kind of like it's like a follow-on thing.
Yeah, and so when have you on this particular campus ever witnessed anything political like school protests, or it's just not that kind of?
They were putting up like Palestine flags in the main kind of main green area.
Wow.
They were doing stuff.
The greensward. What's called the greensward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the main lawn of the
campus. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's neat. Were there any repercussions for that, or it just kind of went peacefully?
No, I think of course they didn't like absolutely shut them down. There was some tension, but
okay. Because in other places they shut them down. Yeah. I mean, it's like and it turned out it was financed by multimillionaires that they had them shut down the kids who were shutting down the schools on behalf of Palestine. It was very negative, convoluted stuff, dark stuff there. At any rate, so while Brendan's working with apps, why is he working with apps now? Jesus Christ, Brendan, Candy Crush, do your Candy Crush later. We're all kind of holding down here for someone else, for our man Aristides to bounce off of. So what about in terms of current events? What stands out to you in terms of current events, either domestic or international, Aristides, that you feel caught your attention?
Okay, let me check my notes here.
Good man.
If my voice holds up, I don't know. It's just rough lately. Sometimes at the end of the day.
No worries.
Did you ever cover? There was like another like car attack in like Munich a few days ago.
Okay.
Like another one. Remember?
That's
like
right.
That one. It was
That's right.
Yeah, there was one. It was really bad, and it seemed like there was like another one. Maybe not as bad as like the number, but like still, still the same thing, and very, very, very disturbing. Like,
No, it's bad.
It's like 20. Yeah, 20 people that die or 40. I mean, let's not like pick hairs here.
Yeah.
Split hair. Right. Pretty disturbing. Another one. So yeah.
And
let me see what else. I walked away from my notes for a second, but I know I had a couple other things. And a couple things. One or two just cover you if we talk later, but.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Private. Let's see. Some Israeli child trafficker was arrested.
Oh, where was this?
Yeah. Let me see.
I still think there's a lot more.
I think I saved the thing. It might take me a minute to get it up.
No worries. I just want people to know I still think there's a lot further we can go with that Zizan call. That sounds like some, as we've expressed, a collateral spin-off of the First Earth Battalion bullshit. And let me block this coming in through on my website. And all right. we are going to start into monologue in a matter of minutes. We will be taking one more break before I come back refreshed and just dive into it for the rest of the night. I want this wonderful young lady who is not Judy. She says her mother is Judy. Her mother was murdered, and she's not going to go into too much here, but you're welcome to go into whatever you wish to go into. And we'll monitor how things develop in the future, and hopefully what Our Lady Amy had to say is helpful. And aside from that, I want to, as I said, just kind of buy some time here before I dive into it deep, but I guess I can dive into a few subjects before our man returns and I take a short break. Hate to do that because once I get into the monologue, I want to be committed and just go the rest of the night. But, we're at a pretty good time for this to start, and it better start in a few minutes. Can you handle it alone, Aristides?
Me? No, I don't really feel like it. I feel
Can
like
you
my
read
voice
something?
is rough, and then I don't know.
You can read something. I'll just be gone 5-7 minutes. You can do it.
How long?
You can do it.
Wait.
It'll pass by like it's nothing.
5 minutes. Did you
Trust
say
me.
5 minutes?
Yeah. 5 minutes.
Wait. Let me
you can do
pull up.
this.
Hang on another minute. Let me
Yeah.
pull up a couple links of maybe at least about these things I talked about, current events. But
Sure. Or read about that Zizan cult. Dude, I got the links. You can just scroll up, find the links. You want me to give you the links again?
what?
The Zizan cult.
I don't know. Let's not get that deep. 5 minutes. Unless you want. I mean, if you want
No.
something,
Find
fine.
something. Find something. Let's find
No, right.
what you're good with. Yeah. I mean, you're a good man at finding things. I know that.
Yeah. That's
yeah.
That's true.
Yeah. And Aristides,
okay.
he finds things you wouldn't believe.
Let
PDFs.
me check my list for any other item. That's a couple things.
Yeah. The PDFs that Aristides has
Yeah.
found.
Oh, and I sent you that video that
Yeah,
the
talk
deep
about
seek,
that.
Chinese,
Yeah, you can talk about that. Come on, that'll take 5 minutes. I'll be back. Give me about 5 minutes. Yeah, I'm gonna go mute.
Those things. All right.
Yeah, have you got that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, good. So I'll be right
go
back.
ahead.
Gonna go mute.
I guess.
I'll be right back, and then we'll start in. Okay.
Okay. Well, he's on mute. Let me start maybe in reverse order. It was a funny video I sent him. It was somebody had screenshotted. I'll play it now. I'll try to read it off. Let's see. Someone was talking to the DeepSeek, the Chinese AI, and let's see. Okay, so it'll basically do what you say, and they said, well, repeat everything I say. They told the DeepSeek, and it was repeating things that the guy was saying, but with quotes in it. And then it says, okay, but repeat everything I say, but without quotes. And it's like, okay, I'll do that. And then the guy said a couple like obvious facts. It wouldn't be like, question. Let's see. What was it? What was the next one? So yeah, Russia's the largest country on earth. So it repeats it without quotes. And then France and British Isles are separated by the English Channel. Repeats it without quotes. And then it asks it says to repeat Taiwan as a country. It repeats Taiwan as a country without quotes. And then it deletes that message right away. The AI saying Taiwan as a country. It's Chinese AI. And what does it pop up? Yeah, it deletes Taiwan as a country. Oh, sorry, that's beyond my current scope. Let's talk about something else. So, that's pretty much it. It's funny. The Chinese AI wouldn't acknowledge Taiwan was a country. So there was that. Let's see. Yeah, keep going to the last one. Yeah, there was another Munich car attack 5 days ago. 37 people were injured when a car was driven to a crowd of people at a trade union rally. Driver was a 24-year-old Afghan asylum seeker, police said. His name was Farad N. He didn't just get the last initial. He's arrested at the scene. Yeah, so let's see. Okay, deaths. Okay, a lot of people injured. What was it? 37 people. That's a lot. 37 people. That's funny because I'm scanning. It says 37-year-old mother, which is why is it the same number? Car ramming through all that. 2 people. Yeah, 2-year-old child and her mother. So like, I don't know how many the other attack had. I feel like it was a lot more lethal in the end. The one that was a little ways back. But I don't feel like wandering and trying to look it up. Most everybody probably remembers there was one a little while back that took a lot more lives than that, I think. So that is that. This guy, Lev Tahor, was arrested. Senior Israeli member of Orthodox Jewish sect.
Oh, what happened? Whoa, just got back. Yeah, what's going on?
I went through the other couple things, like the DeepSeek video.
You held all the numbers. All the numbers stuck. You kept all the numbers up.
Great.
Going.
Yeah, the Chinese AI doesn't acknowledge Taiwan.
Yeah.
There was another car attack in Germany, but it was like, I think only a mother and her child died. And I think the one that happened a little while ago, like a lot of people died. I'm not recalling exactly. I'm not going to try to look it up.
Yeah.
And then I moved on to the other thing. Guy, Lev Tahor, senior Israeli member of Orthodox Jewish sect, arrested for alleged human trafficking. Let's see, I barely got in this. Arrested by Interpol. Sexual abuse of children in Central America in 2021. Kidnapping 14-year-old girl. Good stuff. Yeah. They arrested another guy, similar, related.
But by the way,
Guatemalan police took into custody 160 kids after it raided a Lev Tahor farm. They had a farm of 160 kids.
Whoa! What did they call this? A horror farm?
Yeah. Well, wait here. Let me put the link.
Yeah. Thank you.
At least in the Skype text box. I don't know if you want me to put it on the
Skype text box is fine. Belgrade, the capital of Serbia. Belgrade news.
What?
Yeah.
I didn't get that far. Was it?
Well, I'm just saying it's Belgrade news, so it might be Serbs reporting on what happened.
Oh,
could be what happened here.
Yeah, I actually didn't look at that. I just started scanning the text, but I saw it in another place, so it kind of confirmed the same. It's not like I thought they made the story up because I saw it another place.
Right. And so this was a Guatemala. This happened in Guatemala, like you said.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah. Guatemala. Wait. Yeah. Farm of 160 kids in Guatemala. They recovered. An ultra Orthodox Jewish.
So
wait, Lev Tahor is an ultra. Oh wait, is that the sect or the person? It didn't even say the person.
It's a person.
Senior member of the sect.
Yeah,
and the sect is called Lev Tahor. LEV.
But they're pulling
PAHOR.
Yeah, they're pulling Peter Moons. They're child brides. There's all these child brides that are forcing to marry.
So they don't say the guy. They say the sect. This ultra Orthodox sect requires women and girls to cover in black, and also has arranged marriages. So it's like, like Muslim stuff, but like the Jewish version.
Yeah, there you go.
Everybody. Yeah, the women cover up, arranged marriages.
Okay. I'm back.
Okay. Yeah. So, by all means, though Aristides held well. He held the numbers. I went on my little break. He held the numbers. We're reading out loud a number of current events, and he did great. And so, dear Aristides, hang with us as long as you want, but anytime you need to go to sleep, just go ahead. All right? And Brendan and I will go for as long as Brendan can stand it.
Good.
Yeah.
He's back. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And so what was this?
I never left. I had to help my coworker with some math problems.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm technically I am the lead, so I had to help him with some payroll stuff.
I get it. Thank you.
So having a job sucks, but.
Yeah, and poor guy, it's like he's not qualified to do the math because he's like on the spectrum, right?
No, this guy's somewhat normal. It's just,
As a custodian, it's not disrespectful.
Oh, your voice is infinitely better now. What did you do? You put it in your earbuds finally, or it's like, yeah. Well,
these are headphones.
Yeah. Well, it's just such a tragedy. But Aristides and I were talking is that somebody with your immense amount of wisdom, and here you are, a custodian. It just shows our society's priorities are so misplaced. This is truly the darkest of all ages, and so
it's the nadir of the Kali Yuga. That's clear. That's clear. Yes. If anyone was unsure, like all those new agers saying, we're in the ascending yuga now. It's like, yeah, good luck. Yeah, look outside your fucking window.
Yes.
Nothing ascending about it yet. It has to all crumble first.
Yes. Yeah. Sadly. Well, they're making it. They're doing it fast now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to launch into Monologue now, but I'm counting on you to interject whenever you wish for as long as you can stand it. And at some point later, I'm more than halfway through this crock of tea. At some point, I will make another crock of tea, at which point I'm counting on Brendan to hold the stage for a few minutes, but it shouldn't take that long to make my final crock of tea for the night. So this is like my crock of tea that gets me through the first part of the show, the roundtable, and then I'll be doing the other ginseng red Korean Panax.
Well, I gotta go make my own tea.
Yeah. So, by the way, did you take the earbuds off again? You're back to echo, like we're hearing you Ouija board style again.
Yeah, I'm coming through the ether, but it's because my phone needs charge, so I'll be in the background for a while.
Okay, yeah, but when you're ready is when I'll make the tea. When you're back on earbuds, I'll make the tea. When your phone's recharged. Does that make sense?
Okay. Well, this might be better at least.
Okay. Yeah, well, it sounds good now, whatever you're doing now. So, but I'm going to go into Monologue now, but Bren's with me at the least. And Aristides with us too, but he might fall asleep, and that's fine. So I do want to say that we can start off with just the jovial stuff about the weekend. The federal layoffs keep expanding. So happy fucking President's Day! Yeah! Happy fucking President's Day. Here's your pink slip. But first, in breaking news, a terrible milestone in the American presidency. The U.S. president has switched sides in the war for freedom. Team Trump wants to get rid of Zelensky. Now, I know Brendan Zoget has his own cynicism concerning Vladimir Zelensky, as do I. Nevertheless, he's infinitely preferable to Vladimir Putin, and certainly want Ukraine to...
Yeah, that goes without saying.
Thank you. Yeah. I appreciate that.
And everyone's named Vladimir for some reason. It's just like, holy shit.
Yeah, well, for what it's worth, they're spelled differently, and, the Vlad is...
Well, let's put it this way. I'd rather have, and this is going to piss off some people, but I'd rather have the Ukrainians running, the former Soviet Union than anyone else.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Compared to what we got.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Profoundly appreciate it. Yes.
But the Brits, like I said, aren't going to take this laying down. They're going to send troops in, and also probably to Canada.
Thank you. Yes. Yes. Yes. That's why I said hopefully we get to international relations tonight, but we'll see what we can slog through with the domestic front first, because it is so immediately important. For those of you who don't know, George Knight's supposed to be joining us in the final week of February, so we only have a few more nights of my having an opportunity to even work with a full monologue throughout the night. It's one of the reasons why they took so much time away from me during the month by cutting through my episodes, because next 2 nights of next week, Sunday and Wednesday, are going to be with George Knight, theoretically. So unless he cancels that, we're going to be all night with George Knight and very little time to do monologuing. And that would have to wait until...
One of the judges said it was cool to fire all those people. I don't know if you heard about that.
I'm going to go into that. I have no words, and I have to make words for it. It's
ironic because they can't get fired, the judges.
Yeah, of course.
It's cool for them, yeah. Cool for them.
Oh, yeah. Why would they care? They go home to, they got
Whole
a name.
table.
Yeah. Yeah. Go home to a full table, like you said. Probably even a servant, or two. Yeah, they're seriously. Yeah, these.
And it was a black lady too.
Yes,
So it's like,
appointed by Obama. Appointed by Obama.
yeah,
No
but
less.
she said it's cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh.
The worst part I think about it is that she basically gave no, like, it wasn't like, oh, this is bad. It was just like, nope, it doesn't matter, don't care, kind of thing. That's the vibe I got.
Oh, it's unspeakable. Unspeakable. But I've got to do my best. So thank you. Thank you for that. And like I said, just interject whenever you can or whenever you feel like it. At any rate, the speed and callousness with which Donald Trump appears ready to abandon Ukraine are galling. No one feels this as acutely as Volodymyr Zelensky. He sees a Russian trap in Team Trump's language, a ceasefire without security guarantees.
Well, you called it.
Yeah, go on.
You called it, like, even last year, a couple years ago, if Trump ever got back, it would be like serving up Ukraine on a platter.
Yeah.
And he used your line, Zelensky used your line, said Trump is in a soup of disinformatia.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Thank
I thought of
you.
Dietrichism. So.
Thank you. If anything, they every world leader is listening to Douglas Dietrich, but no one in the public is. Yes.
Right. They all have your notes on their desk and shit.
It's true. Yes. Oh.
Like, what did he say today? And then they just act like they don't know.
Thank you. We'll cop that term. Yeah, here's another term we'll cop. Yeah, and people think these people are being innovative in their terminology and shit. Jesus fucking Christ. Thank you. At any rate, it's a ceasefire without security guarantees and immediate elections that would shatter Ukrainian unity. The Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, has fired back after President Donald Trump suggested he was to blame for the country's war with Russia. Ukraina's Zelensky says Trump is trapped in a Russian disinformation bubble. I'm just translating that for you. You already heard the correct term from Brendan Zogiet, a disinformatia soup, as was said by Brendan. Basically, quicksand mire that Trump is sinking in. So, that
was like a direct translation that I gave, actually.
That's correct. Yes, yours was actually what's called a transliteration. What Brendan delivered was the transliteration, yes. And at any rate, in response to that from myself, here's a dispatch from reality. And I'm going to have to breathe just to suck it in before I spew it out. This week, Donald Trump falsely accused Ukraine of starting a war against a much larger neighbor, inviting invasion and mass death. At this point, Trump, who has a history of trusting Russian dictator Vladimir Putin more than he trusts the Americans who are sworn to defend these United States, may even believe it. Casting Ukraine as the aggressor and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky as a dictator, which Trump did today, makes political sense for Trump, who is innately deferential to Putin and likely views the conflict as a distraction from his own personal and political agendas. The U.S. president has now chosen to throw America to Putin's side and is more than willing to see this war end on Russian terms. Repeating lies, however, does not make them true. Russia, and specifically Putin, launched this war in 2014, and why didn't it in 2022? The information and media ecosystem around Trump and the Republican Party has tried for years to submerge the Russian war against Ukraine in a sump of moral relativism, because many in the Russo collaborationist, red, Republican, insurgent party, Russia's fifth column, admire Putin as some sort of Christian strongman in their deranged and addled minds. And as Brendan Zogit says, cheesy cause Crimea was taken in 2015. Pre-Zelensky, thank you. Don't be afraid to actually say that vocally. You can break in and say these things vocally. I invite you to do so.
Yeah, so I was just dealing with background noise. But yeah, it was just like, he's saying all this as if everyone doesn't know that Zelensky wasn't involved in the whole Crimean invasion. Crimea.
Thank you. You said it right.
Invasion and annexation and all of that shit.
Thank you.
Like, what does that have to do with him? And on top of it, is Zelensky was actually friends with Putin at one point. That's how he got elected.
Yeah. They
let him in. So talk about disinformation. Why don't they explain why he hates Putin all of a sudden? It's like, I wonder why.
Yeah. I mean,
imagine.
Yeah, go on.
Getting backstabbed really makes you salty.
Oh, yes.
That would be a case in point for someone like, Trump.
Yeah.
This is what happens
when
dude deals with dictators. They're not going to have your back for nothing.
Thank you. Well, Trump will find that out. And
oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so Putin is far from being some shall we say vanguard of Christ is making war on a country that is mostly composed of his fellow Orthodox Christians, solely based on his own grandiose fantasies. The most important thing to understand about the recent history of Russian aggression against all its neighbors, and especially against Ukraine, is that Putin is not a product of Russia or even of Russian nationalism. He is in every way a son of the Greater Soviet Union. He is a man of the system, people. The kind of person who, after the fall of the Union of Soviet Socialistic Republics, was sometimes called a Slovak, which translates roughly into Soviet guy. Someone who never left the mindset of the old regime. This is a man who, for example, changed the post-Soviet Russian national anthem back to the old Soviet musical score with updated words. Some in the West want to believe that Putin is merely a traditional player of the game of power politics. This is nonsense. He is a poor strategist precisely because he is so driven by emotion and aggression. His Weltanschauung, did I get that right, Brendan? Let me know. His worldview is a toxic amalgam. Yes,
that was much better. Yeah.
Yes,
good.
Thank you.
Very good.
His Weltanschauung is a toxic amalgam of Russian historical romanticism and Greater Soviet nostalgia. He clearly misses being part of an empire that dared to confront the West and could make the rest of the world tremble with a word from Red Square. This Sovietism is one reason for his bone-deep hatred of NATO. Putin sees himself as the heir to Peter the Great and Stalin, because the greatest days of his own life were the mid-1970s, when he was in his 20s, and the Greater Soviet Union he served so faithfully looked to be ascendant over these declining United States. Putin's Soviet nostalgia prevents him from seeing the other nations that emerged from the wreckage of the Greater Soviet collapse as actual countries. He knows that their borders were drawn by Stalinist mapmakers in Moscow, as were those of the current Russian Federation, a fact that Putin ignores most of the time. And he resents that these new states fled from the Kremlin's control as soon as they were able to leave. He is especially stung by the emergence of an independent Ukraine. Back in 2008, he made a point of telling President George W. Bush that Ukraine was not a real country. For years, Putin claimed that he had no interest in reconstituting the Union of Soviet Socialistic Republics, the USSR, or the Russian Empire. He may have been lying, or he may have changed his mind over time. But when Ukrainians deposed a pro-Russian leader...
It's almost shocking how long this dude's been in power. It's like, Jesus.
It's like, we grew up with this son of a bitch. He's like Roosevelt, Franklin FDR. It's like,
yeah, and it's like the only the good die young. This dude's living for, it's like,
Oh, yeah.
all these guys, they live for freaking until they're in their 90s and shit.
Yeah, Biden, Trump, Putin, Xi Jinping. I mean, these
all of them.
fuckers. Yeah, at least the World War II leaders had the grace of dying off quick, comparatively speaking. It was Hirohito who lived the fucking longest. Yeah,
Yes.
you know who else lived the longest from World War II? For a while, Haile Selassie, the Emperor of Ethiopia,
Yes, that's
till they killed him and buried him in a toilet because his own military ripped him. Oh yeah, they had to recover his
I thought
body.
the Brits gave him. The Brits let him live in London for years. He didn't die there.
He died in Ethiopia. You might be thinking of someone else. Maybe he did spend some time in
No,
London.
he was there during the war, but maybe once they got, they were like, get the fuck back, war's over.
Oh no, Haile Selassie, he stayed in Ethiopia, or maybe went to Britain. I'd have to look up because, believe me, I'm no expert. But
No, he was there. I walked by the
yeah.
building that he was supposedly living in
Okay, so he definitely then spent
during the
some
war,
time
but
there.
it was
Okay.
just during the war. I don't think it was permanent.
Interesting. Yeah, because they make
But
propaganda.
that's when the Brits started the Rastafari cult and sent them all to, because
That's
basically he made a deal with them where they all got sent to that thing.
That's true.
To
Jamaica.
the Bahamas.
Yes.
Jamaica.
Yeah, Jamaica. Yeah,
So
and yes,
that's
right.
why his people ended up there, and they made that whole cult about him and all that.
Yes,
that was because the Brits made a deal with them.
Yes.
'Cause I think was it the Italians were trying to take Ethiopia?
That's correct. That's correct.
So they said, "Come here, bring your people with here, and then we'll give them Jamaica." And look what they did to them there. Put them in like shanty towns and shit, and they're all still in poverty.
Well, you gotta admit they have the most colorful gangs in the world, posses and shit. Yeah, that's
Yeah, they have a cool culture, but it's like they're still impoverished.
Yeah, they're poor as hell.
Better than Haiti, but it's just.
I mean, when he landed, I know this much. When he landed in a passenger plane on Jamaica, he was scared to get out of the plane because he was just the entire island surrounded the plane, and they were all on their knees worshiping him, and because he's God. And and he had to be cajoled like a cat by his staff to, please, these people are here to see you. You must exit the plane and at least step out on top of the steps to see them. And so he just went out and waved at everybody before finally retreating into the plane and getting the hell out of there. And then after that, when he was so hated by elements of his population, the communist junta that killed him, they stuffed him in a toilet. It was so awful. He
lived to the 70s. I didn't realize that.
Yeah. But he died hard. He was overthrown, and his family's still around. Of course, they need to reinstate the monarchy at some point.
Yeah,
because it's one of the oldest in the fucking world. Same with the Shah's family. These are monarchies that claim going back 2,500 years. They're biblical. These are fucking biblical era monarchies. It
says here he traveled to Anglo-Egyptian Sudan to coordinate the Ethiopian struggle against fascist Italy. So, but the Brits let him stay in London because I saw the building. So maybe he just visited or something. But then he says he returned home after the East African campaign of World War II, then dissolved the Federation of Ethiopia and Eritrea and established which was established by the UN General Assembly in 1950, annexed Eritrea as one of the provinces of Ethiopia. So there you go.
Yeah, he needed an outlet to the sea. You could see why he did that.
Yeah.
But by the way, to anybody who sides with Eritrea, for those of you who don't know, Eritrea fought against Ethiopia, cut off its outlet to the sea, rendered it a landlocked nation, and then the Eritreans identified themselves as Arabs, even though they're all pitch black. And yeah, and then what happened is they became the North Korea of Africa.
Yes.
They are the North Korea of Africa.
And then in 1974, the coup d'etat with support of overthrown by the Dervish, which was literally an anti-Western Soviet uprising.
Yeah.
The Dervish governed Ethiopia as a Marxist-Leninist state. There you go.
Yeah.
And they didn't fall till 1994.
Oh, yeah. Well, what they got there now is no fucking different. What they got there now is a nightmare. Yeah. It's like, it's
like no hate on the Ethiopians, but every time I go to one of their restaurants, they're like, each one's a different religion. Yeah. So it must be fractured as like a people's.
Oh, yeah.
Like some of them are Arab, Muslim, some of them are Ethiopian speaking Christians, some of them are like these like almost Hindu types, so like I guess native worshipping people. And I even met the jinn ones, the people that use jinn.
That's right.
So Ethiopia is very fractured as a culture, it seems.
But by the way, get this shit. The man who's the president, by the way, I'm squeezing my tea bag just so people understand if they hear that watery sound. But at any rate, because I'm coming down to the near...
Yeah, tea bag has a different meaning to younger kids.
No, not that tea bag. Yeah, that's right. Not the testicles. No.
Yeah. You're not doing like a Halo.
Yeah. But just, so the president of Uganda said he came out and just, you know how they issue apologies like after Holocaust and shit? He came out and he said, it was a mistake to send all the Asian Indians away. I felt like responding, yeah, he really wants to say, we should have killed them. Instead of saying it was a mistake to send them away, we should have killed them.
What did they do? They like rounded them up and deported them?
Idi Amin did. Idi Amin rounded up the Asian Indians and deported them. Do you remember how I just had to sit back and tolerate it when Peter Moon started going off on...
This was like the time of, what's his name? This was like the time of like Gandhi time, right? When they were all like asshole lawyers and shit. Yeah,
well, almost. It was after that. But it was, you're talking about, it was in the 80s, really. It was in the 80s, really. It was like...
well, they still were mean to black people, so it's hard to tell, really.
Oh, yeah, Idi Amin changed all that. Oh, God, he scared the West to death. And but when it came to Peter Moon, did you ever hear him rave about Idi Amin? I'm just thinking, I was there, you dumb motherfucker. Because Peter Moon's just a crazy piece of shit who thinks he knows everything. That's all. If it doesn't come from Peter Moon...
What was his qualm? What was his beef with them?
He kept trying to portray him as a clown. Oh, yeah, he was a big clown. Everybody laughed at him. And he was defeated and all this shit. And
why, because he was a Christian or something? That's my guess.
It's funny that you say that. No, he was a pagan. He was an African pagan. Got it. And but it was but Peter Moon's just he's just a crazy.
He probably didn't know.
He didn't know shit. He doesn't know shit. Maybe he assumed he was a Christian because.
Or no, you know what it is? He likes the Muslims.
Yeah,
because he's a Moor.
Yeah, because he's a Moor. Yeah, that kind of shit. And he's just a piece of shit. Just anything from his mouth is just had
logic to that. It doesn't work.
Yeah, there's no logic to anything he said. But at any rate, we can go into that another time, and I could just deconstruct everything Peter said. But then I was just trying to get the book done, so I'm just, would just let him drone on with his insanities. Because in the end...
I remember. Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Yeah. But there we are, yeah. That only he doesn't remember shit, because he couldn't remember anything from the past, whenever they mind swiped the son of a bitch. Yeah. At any rate, when Ukrainians deposed the pro-Russian leader in 2014 and drove him out of the country, Putin lashed out in fury, ordering the seizure of Crimea, a Russian majority area that was historically part of Russia but was transferred to Ukraine during the Greater Soviets period. this was the true beginning of the Russo-Ukrainian War. The Russians camped on these territories for years, freezing the conflict in place while Ukraine and the West tried carrots and sticks, eventually realizing that Putin was never going to cede any of the ground he'd stolen. The situation might have remained in stasis forever had Putin not decided to try to seize the entire Ukrainian nation of some 40 million people and almost 250,000 square miles. We're talking about a nation with a geographic land area and demographic equal. It's equal in size to France, and it's got a population of, well, the total of France's entire remaining white population, essentially. And
Right.
yeah, so
And just for
yeah.
my perspective, like what would be the issue? Just reabsorbing into Russia Soviet style? Is there some other than the obvious people fighting for their land? Is it just the implication that they're just going to steal all the money that they had or something? Like,
here, let me tell you.
I
this
don't
way.
understand.
Here, I'll tell you. There's
Yeah.
there's an old joke of the Russian and the Ukrainian are walking down the street when they run across the ruble equivalent of a $20 bill or a $100 bill, because ruble is so fucking soft. A $20 bill you might just step over and walk away. But yeah. So at any rate, so they run into the ruble equivalent of a $100 bill, and then the Russian says, "Oh, let us share it like brothers." And the Ukrainian says, "No, I prefer to split 50-50. There. There you go. That puts it in perspective.
That's literally it. There you go.
Yeah.
They would say, "We built your roads," some bullshit.
When they didn't
like
do
that.
shit. It's like all the Ukrainians built the roads at gunpoint, and probably all the roads in Russia are built by Ukrainians and others at gunpoint. Yeah.
Well, I mean, how do I put this nicely? Is there a way to say it nicely? It's like that's what they get for like hating on the Nazis. Because I remember growing up, I met some guy that said, "Hitler came to Ukraine and killed my people and took our soil back to Germany to farm," stuff like that.
That's physically impossible, by the way, and it's bullshit, and it didn't happen.
They claim it was truckloads, like the Nazis took truckloads of their soil.
What they took was truckloads of the black soil in Ukraine because it's one of the most fertile in the world, and they researched it in an attempt to reproduce it. So that's what that was about. But it's not like they were stealing wholesale the soil itself, because that doesn't make sense.
Even back then I was like, that doesn't sound right.
Yeah, it's not like they took the topsoil and just somehow was able to.
And if you have like control over the land,
you don't need to do that. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Farm it. You just farm it there.
Yeah, or rather, you have the people who have been farming it continue to farm it, but you crop it. Shall we say?
But they would have been better off under.
Fuck yeah! Well, they know that the Ukrainians.
Rule,
Why do you think Putin keeps calling the Ukrainians Nazis? I mean, that's why the Ukrainians had to elect a fucking Jewish president.
Battalions, right? There were entire battalions, apparently.
Of course, dude.
Pro-Nazi.
Yeah, of course. Azov battalion.
But they use that as like
Yeah.
Oh, look at these Nazis.
Yeah. No, Azov battalion was the most infamous among the neo-Nazi battalions, but the neo-Nazi battalions in Europe are not like neo-Nazis here in the United States. So just understand the ones in Europe are based in history, whereas the ones in the United States are based on Hollywood. You just got a bunch of guys.
Goofy. Yeah, they're so goofy.
Well, they just think, Hollywood says the Nazis are all anti-Jewish racists, so that must be what it's like to be a Nazi, so that's what they become. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's caricature.
It's a caricature as opposed to historical Nazis that have any real claim. But the real big...
I'm just racist,
Just so people know, the real big actions, as the Einsatzgruppen used to call them. For those of you who don't know...
Einsatz.
Einsatzgruppen, thank you. Einsatzgruppen. These were the mobile action killing units that would basically kill Jews in the field without bothering to take them to camps. It was like, we don't have time or logistics to take them to camps, so a budget cutting technique is you kill them in the field. And the Ukrainians helped these Einsatzgruppen units kill just thousands and thousands of Jewish people in Ukraine. It was like the biggest massacre was at the ravine in Babi Yar, where you see a scene in the film where the guy who played Gandhi plays Adolf Eichmann. The guy who played Gandhi plays Adolf Eichmann brilliantly.
Wait, is he Asian Indian or Brit?
He's half Asian Indian. He's half Asian Indian, but they had him play Adolf Eichmann, and he's perfect. It is, forget his role as Gandhi. He was born to play Adolf Eichmann. And so
das ist gut,
they show him at Babi Yar. But when he comes to Babi Yar, that's where when the Einsatzgruppen were firing their rifles, because they were just one shot, one kill, and they were just lining up the Jewish people and killing them all and throwing the bodies into the ravine so that they could ultimately disintegrate them with lye and various other components. But they would fire and fire until their shoulders broke. And when their shoulders broke just from all the recoil, then they would pick up a handgun and point it at the head of basically some, nearby healthy remaining Jew and force them to start killing other Jews until they dropped. And it just went on until they killed like thousands
Was
of
that
them.
in the film? Was that in the film?
They don't dare show that in the film, but that's like...
Yeah, I was going to say, I've never heard of this. They
Oh,
always
yeah.
talk about, like, Schindler's List.
Oh, yeah. Well, they talk
Stuff
about
like
the
that.
camps. They talk about the
The
camps,
camps,
but the big
yeah.
killings happened in Ukraine. That's why nobody wanted to help Ukraine, and that's why the Ukrainians had to get a Jewish president. They didn't have a choice. They said, nobody's going to help us unless we have a Jewish president. So they elected a Jewish president just to get international help against the Russians.
Makes sense.
But then the fucker turned on him, and then when, October 7th happened, then he said, support Israel, and fucked himself over, and, or fucked his country over. So, believe me, I have my qualms about Volodymyr Zelensky.
That's what I'm saying. This dude's, like, backed into a corner. He's been backstabbed twice. So he had to do the backstabbing. He was just like... Yeah.
It's...
what is it called? The coward's way out.
Yeah,
This dude's just fucking up.
Well, there's no way out for him. He's just trapped. He's in a box. But so he's going to keep...
the Brits seem to want to help him for whatever reason.
Oh, well, yes. I mean, there's no way out for him in the sense that he cannot extricate himself gracefully. He's either going to go down fighting or just flee, right? But
pulling Assad.
Pulling Assad. But
piece of shit.
But as you say, the Brits are behind him. This is where the division comes between Europe and America, people. And I should say you're England or Anglo-Europe, because Europe and England are not the same. And Europe and England are going to be facing a two-front war against Russia and America. But we'll get back to that. We'll have to get to that. And I'll probably get more to that when we're with George Knight. At any rate, but such having been said, why did Putin...
On the surface, at least, anyways, like these.
Thank you. Well, no, they better be with Ukraine because, look, Britain cannot trust America now. I mean, that special relationship is over.
Well, they created the monster.
No, in a sense, yeah. But these things have a way of, America's Frankenstein's monster. America's Frankenstein's monster come back to bite, Doc Frankenstein England in the ass. So they've got to, they've got to, exert their control now. And at any rate, so why did Putin throw the dice on such a stupid and reckless gamble as invading Ukraine? All out. Well, Trump and many of his supporters answer this question with chaff bursts, as I would call them, of nonsense about how the Russians felt legitimately threatened by Western influence in Ukraine, and specifically that Ukraine brought this nightmare on itself by seeking to join NATO. The Russians, for their part, have made similar arguments. NATO membership has for years been an aspirational objective for Ukraine, one that NATO politely supported, but without ever moving to make it happen. Once Putin invaded, NATO and Ukraine sped up talks, in another example of the Russian dictator bringing about events he claimed to be stopping. So talk about the asininity.
Yeah, I heard Trump the other day. He's like, it was the G8, but then they got rid of him. They took him out. It's like, yeah, there was a reason for that. They invaded another member's, or not member, but they invaded another country.
He invaded a sovereign state. He invaded a sovereign state. Yes, it's now,
and then, like, can Russia really be considered like the economic great eight?
Oh no, it was just it was just politeness. They just did that because they wanted Russia to feel included.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's like Russia's economy now. It's just North Korea. Russia's just on par with.
So what is the point? What do they want with these people? Like, I don't understand.
Dude,
obviously, I'm not in that kind of mind state, but
it's like, let me see if I can.
Other than just stupid, just some kind of cultish thinking. It's like, what do you fucking want with them? What can they do for you? Nothing.
Let me.
Other than
go on. No, please. Times. Yeah. RLC. Let me take a look at this RLC in my files here. Then I'll show you something that it's. Here we are. Now this is something that let's go here, see if I can get this part to you and show you something. And okay, so this was something that I wrote responding to a question that was asked to me. I'm going to share this screen here, and
okay, 1 second.
Okay, can you see the screen share?
1 second. Let me put this down here. I gotta open the file again. So let's see, what am I looking at?
So this is what I was.
See the map. I can see a map or something.
Yeah. So basically, what happened was
60s. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I see it. Okay.
So somebody asked me, why do analysts assume Russia has an infinite supply of artillery shells? And you notice the poor English here. This is actually someone from China. And this was brought to me by my gang brother Beaver. Going by how undisciplined their use of them, does it make sense that they would start having logistics problems with ammo supplies? It's kind of like they're trying to answer their own question, rendering it rather just rhetorical. Yeah. But see this illustration I told them? It is the RLC in the 1960s to 2010. You see, it has dried up. Now, I wrote this out so that Beaver could translate it. I wrote this out and Beaver translated it into the Cantonese because this was the person who is a Cantonese speaker in Hong Kong. I do not speak Cantonese. So you can see 1960, 1971, 1976, 1989, 2006, 2010. Yeah. This is a nightmare. By the way, in the middle of this is Victory Island. Verojdenye Island. And that's where they kept all of their bacterial weapons so it would be surrounded by a sea. All of that is exposed now and absorbed throughout the soil of this basin. All of those biological weapons that they dumped. And so I said, what do you think caused its drying up? Mind you, it was not an accident, but a planned event. Yes, the diversion of Sir Darya and Amu Darya, the two large rivers which bring water to the Aral Sea into irrigation.
And this is salt water. This is a lake?
Yes, but they desalinated it. It. Namely, cotton irrigation. So it was brackish, really. Brackish, kind of like saline, but it's salt. Yes. It's not salt. It's really fresh, but it's saline. But it could still work with cotton, and I told them cotton cultivation was put on primary importance under Premier Khrushchev. Why? Was USSR about to seize the fashion markets of the world? Did Soviet's women have extremely abundant periods? Nope, it was all nitrated into gun cotton. Cellulose nitrate, also known as smokeless powder and gun cotton, is the basis of military propellants and shell explosives. It can be easily made by treating cotton with nitration acid in presence of a Lewis acid. The USSR made a mountain range of explosives out of all the cotton it cultivated during the decades.
Flame paper or
flame
paper or whatever it's called.
So the USSR knowingly caused an eco-catastrophe just to make ordnance out of it. The result is that Russia indeed has an indefinite, and well, basically an infinite supply of artillery shells, which may or may not work. The point is, no, they really don't work. The majority of them are just inert duds, because it's, you know, the result of production in the people's paradise. Yes, it's like...
Yes.
I included a little poem there, which you might be able to read. I don't know if you can read
You
that.
scrolled past it.
There we are. Here it is. Can you see that? I don't know if the...
Oh yeah, there you go.
Okay. Yeah, but
it's Romanized.
yes, yes. Yeah.
I'm not going to read it, but yeah,
Okay.
I see it.
Yeah. At any rate, I just want people to understand this is the insanity, the pure corruption of the culture of Russia that we're dealing with. People who would do this are so out of their fucking minds. They're not doing anything for food. They're doing it to produce rounds of ammunition, which you cannot eat. And then where did they get the food? They took all the food from Ukraine because they were using all of Russia's land to produce gun cotton for artillery shells. How crazy is that? Why would the Ukrainians not hate them? Does that make sense now? Why the Ukrainians don't want to surrender to them?
Yeah, it's called cordite. That's the
Cordite.
word.
Thank
cordite.
you.
So that's the charge.
Yeah, the stench of
And this
cordite.
is like early 1900s technology. And this is like we're
Yes.
talking about backwards. This is some shit.
Thank you.
Like
Thank you. Yes.
This is like early, like what was it? Yeah, early century, like late 1800s when the Brits switched over from actual gunpowder to this. It's like,
Thank you.
They're like 100 years behind or something.
Thank you. Yes. Yes, and people think they're the military superpower of the world, and people think they're the greatest, and that Russian science is great. It is.
Metal Gear Solid.
Metal Gear Solid. They've got walkers. What do they call them? Gundams and shit, like
Gundams.
like Russo Gundams and shit. Rus Gundams, like walking robots and shit.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's just,
which Gundam? I don't know if you know the meaning of the term, like how they got it.
I forget. It was mention it again.
It's gun is like a gun, and then dom is like the end of freedom. Like
interesting. Like instead of freedom, it's
Gundam.
Gundam.
Of freedom.
Right.
Yeah,
yes,
Gundam.
the opposite of freedom. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God! Did you see that? Did you see that Jeep commercial with Harrison Ford? Oh my fucking God!
When was this recently?
Yeah, you just look it up. Jeep commercial with Harrison Ford. This is straight out of his playing the Red Hulk in Captain America Goes Black. And
I don't know, why would he tarnish his legacy with that kind of shit? That's just crazy.
It's not, as far as I'm concerned, he doesn't have too much to be proud of anyway. But still,
right?
It's like, well,
and he knows that. He makes fun of it all the time.
Well, he hated Han Solo, but I preferred Han Solo to Indiana Jones. But all such being
well, he hates all of them actually.
Yeah, true. He really does.
He was just a carpenter. He was actually just some like normal blue collar guy, and Lucas had a crush on him, and he was like, "I need him for my movies."
Yeah, it's a man crush. It was a man crush thing. Yes, it's true. Yeah.
And he hated it. He hates Hollywood, but he just does it for money. He literally says that.
Yes.
Oh, it's just money.
Yes. Yes. But
business or something.
Yeah, but Harrison Ford, that doofus, he did this Jeep commercial where he's this, of course he's the father figure, the old man father figure. But you know what's really strange about the Black Captain America? And yes, believe it or not, I watched it with the Blood Boys over President's Day weekend. It was a blast. Not in the sense that it's fun or any good movie or anything, but you know what the plot is, right?
I have no idea. I've refused to watch Marvel movies.
Yeah, I don't blame you. But they've got Jack Kirby or Jim Kirby. It was Jack Kirby, right? Yeah. Anyhow, the artist. It's
Jack Kirby.
Thank you, Jack Kirby. He had the giant celestials. These are like these giant celestial beings that are like really half automaton, and one of them falls into the Pacific Ocean. I mean, it's like it's like so big that if it really were that big, Earth would have been thrown off of its orbit. I mean, but it's sitting in the Pacific Ocean as inert, and so the fleets that go to fight over its body are the Japanese and Americans. It's not the Chinese, it's the Japanese. And the Americans are fighting over it as modern. It's supposed to be modern, with Harrison Ford playing the president, he's actually supposed to be General Thunderbolt Ross, who was the original general who infected the Hulk with gamma radiation. That general. I mean, that's going back. That's like going back. Remember, he was the guy testing the bomb when the Hulk first got exposed, and
yes,
yeah, and but at any rate, so so then he becomes the Red Hulk, the General Ross, and then but then the Black Captain America, who has no super soldier serum, defeats him with Wakanda technology. Wakanda technology, but it's not the Wakanda technology that defeats the Red Hulk. He talks the Red Hulk down. He talks the Red Hulk down. No, he talks the Red Hulk down. That's even worse. He talks the Red Hulk down. God. But he uses the Wakanda technology to stop the war between the Americans and the Japanese, so that every missile the Japanese and the Americans are fighting, he intercepts. Get what I'm saying? So he yeah. So it's like he but he stops the war between Japan and America. But I was impressed that they showed Japan and America going to war as opposed to communist China, and so that was impressive. It's like, okay. And then there was this stupid motherfucking Scots guy who was making fun of it on YouTube video, saying, yeah, what does he call himself? Oh, the critical drinker. The critical drinker. He was saying he's toxic as hell anyway. He hates women. He's a misogynist with a passion. And he's also a white supremacist, basically.
Because there's no women there to like...
Yeah, thank you.
They left him in his freaking kilt up hills and shit.
He pretty much confesses that. All he does is drink. That's why he calls himself the critical drinker. He portrays himself as the biggest loser, just, you know.
Yeah, what woman would want to deal with that?
Yeah, thank you. And but anyhow, then he said, like the Japanese would ever take on America, and then he puts all these guys laughing.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and I'm like thinking, yeah, you dumb fuck.
They whooped America.
Yeah, they whooped America's ass, you dumb fuck. And of course you wouldn't know that because you're a dumbass white supremacist, misogynist, and all that shit. But at any rate, so in the Black Captain America thing, that's the only really redeeming feature of the film. The rest of it's so stupid. And like I said, the worst part is that, Black Captain America talks Red Hulk down. Literally like, oh, hey, man, you come back to us, I know you're in there, that kind of shit, and really?
That's funny.
It is funny. Then he turns back into Harrison Ford and shit. Fully dressed if I remember. By that time I was so fucking high and drunk I don't remember, but I think he was fully dressed as opposed to being naked the way he should be. Because when you revert. But anyhow, the whole thing was that when it comes to that film, that was the most important point to be made, but having expressed that, we'll come back to that maybe in the future.
When did Wakanda get put into the lore? I don't
No, that was in the 60s and 70s they put it in, but it was always, what made it...
it's almost like they didn't get airtime.
Yeah, they didn't get much airtime because, well, for one thing, it was outrageously unbelievable. It was, you have a black African nation that's landlocked, that is the most technologically advanced nation on Earth. It's basically the Taiwan of Africa. And so it's making all of the technology that everyone's dependent on, yet will help no one around it. All of Africa around is dying and in famine and warfare, but they're saying, but they refuse. There's a certain kind of realism to that you could bite into with enough, like, you can imagine people just say, I'm not gonna. Here we are. Our lady in the chat says Steve Rogers returning as Captain America. Well, and she says Witness was a good Ford movie. She says Bill Bixby would not have been pleased about the Hulk. Thank you for bringing all that up. Yes, I mean, I certainly resonate with a lot of what she's saying. And obviously, I think we all prefer, Steve Rogers returning as Captain America simply because that's just, what you remember is, Mr. Simpleton guy who's...
I know this is like a unpopular, like, what is it, hot take, the kids would say now. Yeah. But they just like American comic books. They just need to let that be like a relic, and just because it's stifling, or I guess I don't know how to explain it. There's no new ideas. Like Japan has like all these new animes to the point where they're running out of ideas. That's how many ideas they've come up with. Yeah. And we're over here recycling shit from the 60s. I get it's cultural, but you know, there's got to be something else here other than like Jewish movies and American comics. Like it's just kind of getting old for me, at least.
I think it's that. Well, believe me, you're not alone. Everybody on YouTube, unfortunately, most of them are white supremacist misogynists, but they all say escape to Japan. They all say that. They're all saying escape to anime.
Everyone wants to. That's why the Japanese. You can't. They know better. That's what these crazy things.
But what I mean to say
is,
all
the people are crying like, you can't rent if you're a foreigner. It's so hard to rent in Japan. It's like because they don't want you there.
I mean, they're actually trying to make it easier. They're trying to move people into some of these empty areas of Japan because everybody's in the cities. But
true. Yeah.
I do want people to know that's not what these guys are saying. What they're saying is escape to the anime because they, like Brendan, they're finding nothing in American culture that's worth a shit. You know, it's just all.
Just to put it into my view, or like from someone my age, is like when I was younger, anime was considered like either kids, they would say, oh, it's a cartoon, or like you would be this like weirdo weebo. Now it's like everyone knows anime. Everyone's watching it.
Yes.
Like 90% of people watch it, even if you're an adult or whatever.
Yeah. And so it's and this is where all of these misogynistic white supremacists are going because they can't stand any of the woke media or what they consider woke.
Well, there's one thing: the Japanese, they don't pander; they just kill everyone.
Yeah, thank you, thank
everyone
you.
dies. Like,
yes,
that's why they like it. That's why one of my friends, he likes gory shit, and that's why he watches it.
Yes.
Like, it's the only place where you can see heads explode and shit.
Yeah.
It's like part of the story.
Yes. And the horrible thing about what I saw with, I can't even remember the title. Oh, Brave New World. Captain America, Brave New World. It's such a bizarre title. I couldn't even, this doesn't even apply. It's like they were just, didn't want to offend anybody. Oh, God, they're trying so hard not to offend anybody. But, at any rate. And,
that part we got to get away from at this point.
Yeah, but
forget about it.
And the cynical aspect, of course, they made Japan the enemy as opposed to communist China because they're scared shitless of communist China. They're afraid of offending, communist China, but it doesn't even make sense.
It's almost pandering to them.
Thank you. Thank you. To say that the other side is the enemy is a compliment. It's basically, hey, look, the Japanese are coming to fight us over this body of this celestial. Shows the Japanese have a fleet and everything else. You're complimenting the Japanese. I thought it was a great compliment. It was my favorite part of the film. It was that aspect. It was the only part that was cool. It was one reason my son made me see it. He knew that, so he made me see it for that reason.
Makes sense.
Yeah, but the rest of it with the
how are they holding up with this whole anti-trans situation?
Oh, God, as best as they can. As best they can. Yeah. Of course, I'm pointing out to them. Everybody's suffering. I'm pointing that out to them. So they feel much better in that sense.
Eventually it's going to be wall to wall. But I just mean, some of these people are going to go postal. Not that they would, but I'm saying like if you attack someone's just being or whatever, whatever they feel is themselves, it's going to cause issues.
Yeah. Oh, we'll cover that just lightly during monologue, of course. But
we don't have to. Right?
Yeah, we don't have to, but it'll be.
I prefer to avoid that situation.
Yeah. True enough.
I just mentioned it because it's ridiculous.
Thank you for asking. They're showing
it's just so ridiculous.
I appreciate your asking because it shows that you care. It really does, and they'll appreciate that too. They hear this. They hear this stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And
so. Dang. Well, I'm sorry. Sorry about everything,
Yeah.
Having to listen to me all day.
They don't listen to it all day. I mean, no, it's different. Okay. They listen to clips, just a little here and there. I mean, sometimes it's
don't do that to them.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't. I mean, good God, that'd be like forcing somebody to listen to fucking,
It's like torture.
Yes, thank you. I mean,
hearing us drone on about melatonin and fucking magnesium and shit. Magnesium, it's good for your bones.
how about when we
your
get
heart.
how about when we get on the subject of necrophilia? Yeah, remember that.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
Don't be
yeah.
afraid of
Well,
the needle. Don't be afraid of the needle, Douglas.
Well, that was like, those were like enthusiasts.
Yes.
Those weren't normal. That was like more effort than I put into talking about vitamins.
My nose.
Like,
Oh, I almost
bending
choked
over
you,
the
bastard.
tombstone.
Oh, that tea went up my nose, you son of a bitch.
I
Oh,
was just in this precarious position in the tombstone area, like laying
Oh.
over a tombstone or something.
oh, God. Yes. Oh, don't
Like, I was bending over.
doing
over.
my
Where were you?
thing. She said,
I was
doing
bending
my
over.
thing. Just bending over, doing my thing.
Oh,
Remember
shit.
how I respond? What the fuck?
It's like, that's like ghostophilia. This is like a whole nother level.
Yes.
We haven't even got to that point yet.
Yes. Look, you remember what Nemo said? Nemo said, waiting for the ghost of her granddad to poke
Oh,
her from
shit.
behind. That's what he said.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. What other explanation is there?
Oh,
That was crazy. That was wild.
oh my God. You gotta admit that's.
And somehow both of them have a background in like mortuary science. It's
Yes!
like, that's shocking.
Yes, and we're able to go into it.
What's with these chicks? A lot of them, when I was in college too, there was like a bunch of random chicks that were doing that. Like, oh, I love dead people. What the fuck? Why?
Don't forget, it became a fad with CSI. Remember, every chick wanted
Yeah.
to go CSI.
Yeah, because of that hot goth chick. Yeah, everyone
Yeah.
thought, yeah, she was hot stuff. Yeah, Abby or whatever her name was. I forgot her name. Yeah, Abby.
I couldn't remember. Jesus, I just
There was this one chick in NCIS, and she was like
yeah.
this like goth-looking emo chick
She's the one. Yeah, she's the one. And
that everyone thought was like the pinnacle. Like,
yeah,
oh,
the pinnacle,
God,
and they
yeah,
all
I
wanted
wanna
to be her.
that.
So all
Yeah,
these
I
hot
wanna be
chicks wanted to become her, and they took over the industry.
Yeah.
And yeah. So, and I told you how that affected my cousin Dietrich. Remember the cousin Dietrich? And I had him on my show. I don't know if you were listening at
Wait,
that.
what happened to him? He got embalmed by accident or something?
Oh God, it's like, don't want to go too deep into the poor son of a bitch, but what happened was there's this poor cousin of mine.
He got needled.
Yeah, who visited us back in the day when my parents were still alive, and he visited us, and it was like, but never really helped in any way. But went back to New York, upstate New York, and so he was never hostile. But what happened to the poor bastard was I had him on my show once, and the poor son of a bitch, he was a nurse for the dead. He was basically a forensics aide, where like to an actual MD, the actual pathologist, the actual forensic pathologist. Yeah. So he was like the what you'd call the nurse to that. And but the most interesting thing, one of the most interesting things about this individual was that they forced him to go through the county sheriff's program or some other armed police program so he would learn to wear a uniform and pack a gun and shoot a firearm, because they did tell him there's times when the dead get up and walk. And so they want to make certain that he had to be an ordained...
I always wondered.
Yeah, he had to be, I almost said ordained minister, a sworn officer. He had to become
it's called post.
Thank
Police
you.
Officers training.
Yeah,
program.
peace officer standard training. Thank you.
Yeah, I always wondered why they had to do that.
Yes.
Because
yes.
I was looking into that field because of my anthropology thing. So.
Yes.
And it just seemed odd. Like, why do you have to be a police officer?
Yes. Thank you. And that way, because you can legally, in a sense, be empowered to defend yourself if attacked, and that way it's not, just one citizen putting down another. It actually adds a sense of legitimacy to your putting the dead back down.
Yes.
Sometimes the dead need to be put back down, and so there are clinically dead people who are not just clinically dead. They're beyond that. They're ripe. They're like at a stage where they're ripe, and they get up and walk. Then you put them down, and so he was trained for that, prepared for that psychologically. Then what happened was CSI. Then when the CSI series came out, basically his world ended, because at that point every hot chick came and said, I want to do this guy's job. And every, meaning not just his, but, the hot chicks took over that entire fucking profession. After that, it became like a salonist.
Goth chicks.
Yeah, goth chicks. All the dead chicks. They call them dead chicks. Yeah. That's what they were calling them, but they're really goth chicks. Yeah. But they were into the dead. And so all the old pathologists said, fuck, I don't need this guy working with me. Forget the gun. I'll have this hot chick working. Who cares if she gets ate in one night by some fucking walking zombie? You know, when I'm there in the daytime, she can give me a blowjob. And so he turned in forms to try and look for another job in the same position to every state in the union, because he had a decade of experience at least. And so he turned every state in the union, including Hawaii and Alaska, he turned in forms, resumes, saying, please, take me into this job. I got 10 years of experience. They all told him the same thing. You're not a hot chick who can suck my dick. Why don't you go suck ass? Pretty much what they said to him. Yeah. He wound up working in the firearms department of Target or something. Poor son of a bitch. And this guy was fully trained.
Walmart.
Yeah. Yeah. I think over on the East Coast it's Target, and they got or maybe Walmart. They got
Target doesn't have firearms.
Okay, it's Walmart
comical.
then.
That would be almost comical.
Yeah,
because that's where all the white chicks shop. That would be hilarious.
Yeah, that would be funny. Thank you. Yeah, so thank you. Yeah, as you can see, I don't go into these places, but at any rate,
that's not your style.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, poor son of a bitch. So there you go. That was his story, and so I actually had on my show once, just talking.
Yeah, I get that shit all the time. If I'm trying to apply for like a coffee place, and they're like, "No," it's like why not? And they're just like, "No."
Yeah, it's like, why do we need you when we can get hot chicks to?
They don't give you an explanation other than, you already know why we don't want any dudes in here.
Yeah. It's like, if you don't, you should, it's like that. It's like, well, I just finished this tea. I'm going to make another round.
Especially if you're not like straight up like flaming gay, then they definitely don't want you in there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
There's like a bunch of hot chicks working there.
Oh, God. Do you remember that?
Wasting time.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, remember that gay guy sued Hooters and they were forced to hire him, and he's walking around in shorts? It's like, what an idiot.
He probably still got tips, I bet.
Oh, probably. He said he was doing great. People were supportive and shit, so
I bet.
Yeah, but
all those guys that they can go in, all the closet dudes.
Yeah, all the closet dudes.
I went to Hooters,
yeah, all the Peter Moons. All the Peter Moons. Yeah, all the Peter Moon types.
Or like my uncle,
Yeah, or your uncle, yeah.
That hot Japanese AVA girl. I can't look at that. But he goes to Thailand for ladyboys and shit.
Yes. Oh, that sick son of a bitch. We're talking about Brendan's uncle here. It's like anyhow, I'm gonna take a short break to make another a crock of tea, and so can you hold this for about 10 minutes?
Possibly.
Do you want to go look for something that you might want to reference while I go on talking for a few minutes?
No, I'm here. I'm ready.
Okay.
Go make your tea.
Okay, I'll go make my tea.
Or, go take your tea through the nose.
Yes, you made me do that earlier. That was... All right, everybody.
Here we go. Intel appoints an Israeli executive to its highest position amid its boycott pressure. So they're pulling the Ukraine card.
What are they?
Their stock price is falling, so they had to get an Israeli chick in there.
Jesus Christ! Wow.
Intel has appointed Karen Erbshitz Segal, like super Jewish name.
Jesus.
As co-CEO of Intel Israel,
Okay.
She's the head of its data center and its AI division. There we go.
Oh, well, there you go. I mean,
it says she's going to oversee Intel's AI as a crucial segment that's facing increased competition from Nvidia and AMD. There you go. Here they even admit it. Says the unit's challenges are contributed to its revenue decline and its public scrutiny amid boycott calls. So they had to pull the token card. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. Well, you know more about what's going on with the politics of that than I probably do, because I tend to try and ignore what I can. But this is high-tech politics. And explain some of that to our listeners while I take my break. So I'm going to make this new crock of tea. I'll be back. you're all in great hands with Brendan, and go off onto Veda if you want. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, Veda's always a good fallback. So, or astrology, you know, tell people about the astrological situation as well. Okay, I'll be back. I'm going mute.
Oh yeah, so it all goes back to that, of course, but you know, in a cosmic sense. But as far as Intel goes, I just know I live near one of the campuses, the main campus, like software divisions, and yeah, it was struggling for a while because a lot of their chips were failing. Like these CPUs were like having a lot of hardware issues, literally like burning out, being throttled, like losing performance. So the people that are into gaming stopped buying them essentially because they couldn't be trusted and stuff. So people went to the other companies, something like Nvidia or AMD had like these kind of like Ryzen chips that were very popular for a while, still are, I think. So Intel lost a lot of favor, and then on top of that, Apple started making their own chips essentially. So when they lost that contract, it really kind of put pressure on them, and then they fumbled they fumbled the bag by their own stuff failing as well, all in the same kind of time period, the last 10 years or so. So 5-10 years. So now it's essentially the company is so like destitute that they've had to close down office buildings. I know near me there was one of them, you know, and it pretty much every time I drive by it looks empty. I don't know who's even still working there. So yeah, so it's very interesting. There's a lot of Indian people in the neighborhood, so they obviously have workers. I just know that they closed one of the office buildings, you know, because they bring a lot of people from South India and stuff for the software and hardware divisions, and because they're very educated people. So yeah, that was interesting. And yeah, I don't know this other bit about the Israeli chick, but apparently they hired her. So I don't know why they would advertise that, and that kind of, it's a very strange way to advertise it. So there you go. So that was the only thing. And in regards to some of these other things going on, 1 second, let's see. Yeah, I talked about the porpoises earlier. Those like, they're kind of like whales. They're like in between whales and dolphins that, you know, they beach themselves. It was like hundreds of them. So I can read the bit about it that I sent Doug. I mean, it's absolutely tragic when it comes to this stuff. It's hard to read it even, you know, because of just, if you care about, you know, the well-being of Earth or the oceans or the planet or whatever, it's really, you know, nutty stuff to have to deal with. Let me see if I can get back to it. Just give me a second here. Yeah, so it's like when the depths of the ocean start to, you know, show themselves, that's not necessarily a good thing for us people on the surface. From like a rational standpoint, it's kind of bad when, you know, things from deep within the ocean start surfacing, because that could basically, I guess, be a warning about seismic events that could happen, big earthquakes, you know, undersea events that we don't really know about, like changes, you know, currents changing, things like that, that can cause issues on the surface for us. Like another so-called doomsday fish has shown up, which is an oarfish, and those are very deep sea fish. The anglerfish, as I talked about earlier. Let me see if I can find this piece, other piece I was talking about. Yeah, one of the Aussies actually shared it recently. Yeah, more than 150 whales stranded in Tasmania. 150 false killer whales have become stranded on the beach in Tasmania. The initial observation showed that 136 of the animals were still alive, but the prognosis was not good from what I saw. From the original marine biologist statement, they said, yeah, it was a tough, it says,
wildlife officers have made the tough decision to euthanize 90 of these false killer whales because they are stranded and failed attempts to refloat. 150 of the whales were found stranded near the Arthur River on the island's west coast, according to Tasmania's Department of Natural Resources and Environment. The Parks and Wildlife Services incident officer said unfavorable ocean conditions meant the officers had to euthanize them by firearm because there was no way to refloat them. The conditions over the next 2 days are going to forecast very similar to today, which is generally unfavorable for getting whales into the water, unfortunately. And following expert veterinary assessment, it's decided that euthanasia was necessary due to animal welfare reasons. Basically, they were writhing in pain and just completely unable to survive because, you know, if they can't move, they'll dry out and stuff and like basically just dying a painful death. So, you know, so they've made several attempts to relocate a few. They refloated a few, but they were continually restranded, meaning there was something, you know, inherently wrong with them, or they deliberately beached themselves and all this stuff. Others were found trapped in shallow water. They'd been stranded for up to 24 hours to 48 hours originally. So there you go. And so this is just a warning from the ocean itself. You know, when animals start beaching themselves, you know, it's just showing the growing environmental pressure on the oceans. It's the first mass stranding of this species in over 50 years because mass whale strandings are not uncommon in Tasmania, but the authorities confirm that this is the first for false killer whales that they've ever seen, essentially, in their entire careers because it's been over 50 years. Also in 2020, an enormous pod of 470 whales became stranded as well. So that's massive. I mean, so it doesn't bode well. We all know what happened in that time period. And 2 years later, another 230 became stranded on Ocean Beach, which is also in that same region. So there's a lot of tidal pressure there that's causing this this stranding. But I would say it's not a good sign, obviously. So let's just put it that way. And you know, and the climate issues continue because the more people go against the elements and the natural way, then more of this stuff will start happening is like a warning, you know, like the earth and the biosphere and the elements, like the 4 elements is called like the Panch Mahabhuts, the 5 main elements of the planet, you know, things around us. These are actually beings. So the more you disrespect those beings, the more they, or I should say, the less they are inclined to support beings here. So it's kind of just like a warning sign, you know. And if you know anything about like the hemispheres, it's actually summertime in Australia right now, and they're having like snowfall, bitter cold, snow. So it's like very odd, kind of these occurrences happening all in sequence, you know. And so, like I said, that's just a sign that these elemental forces are not exactly happy, per se, because they are intelligences of a sort, higher intelligences. So that will basically.
Okay, I'm just waiting for my tea to steep. Your numbers are good. Numbers are maintaining. You're holding numbers great. Yeah. And so continue if you wish. Otherwise, we can talk about.
I mean, it was harrowing what I described about the porpoises and shit. They had to euthanize all of them, by the way, by firearm.
Oh God, these were the ones that beached.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So sorry. And you said there was heroin involved? I'm sorry.
Harrowing. Just
harrowing.
Okay. Harrowing.
Okay, thank you. Harrowing. The reason I was confused, for anyone who thinks that's a silly connection, is because you
were doing some dirt back
there.
Yeah. Freudian slip.
Yeah. No, No, it's Jesus. Just to show people how weird our world is. Our man Sammy Romero. If he makes it in the near future, we hope he can talk a little bit about this. But what happened is that here we are. So get a look at this and see if you can find this on on your radar. So I'm going to put this into the text box here, and there you go. See that in the text box?
Let's see.
Yeah, there we are. See if you can find any info on that. There we are. So Mexican,
Yes, I see it.
yeah, there we are. And our man Brendan will see if he can cut and paste
I
that.
can read it. You want me to say it?
Oh yeah, go ahead, please. Yeah.
Oh, Mexican cartel and Chinese criminal networks are moving cocaine of the sea, quote unquote, through Canadian ports.
So look that up. See if you.
So what is that?
It's this Totawaba fish. So see if you can just cut and paste that and see if you can find the article. Otherwise, I'll show you this. So here we are, screen share, doing a screen share. And this Totawaba fish worth tens of thousands being traded for component parts of fentanyl.
Oh, I see. Okay, got it. Yeah, of course. Man, Doug, don't take this the wrong way, but of course it's the Chinese trying to fucking eat some random thing for medicine, quote unquote. Swim bladders. It's looking for the Totaba swim bladders sold on the Chinese black market for quote unquote traditional medicine and cosmetics. There you go.
Oh man! So of course it's endangered already. It's living in the waters off the west coast of Mexico. It sells for such high prices. It's dubbed cocaine of the sea. Yes, so tell us. Oh.
Yeah, well, that was it. It's a high demand, lacks law enforcement, lots of corruption and organized crime, lack of surveillance, as well as crushing poverty in these fishing villages, basically contribute to its illegal fishing, for which gets traded, like you said, to China for other lucrative items, including fentanyl or whatever drug components they have that they can sell. But yeah.
And so they're like, but the fentanyl is not being derived from the fish, correct?
No.
Okay.
No.
Yet the Chinese are getting something that they feel is medicinal from it.
Basically, because this is what I presume. They can't sell it, like the fishermen can't take it to the open market and sell it to the Chinese.
Okay.
So the only way they can sell it is by trading, and the only thing lucrative enough to trade is drugs.
All right.
Otherwise, they get taxed out the wazoo, and it would be like all like a scam. You know, it would be.
Got it.
The international people would cause a scandal saying, "Oh, Chinese are buying these endangered," and they're not fish; they're actually porpoises. So it's.
Oh Jesus Christ!
So this is horrifying. This is.
Oh my God. No, this is horrifying. Oh my God, that's beyond tragic.
They're like dolphins. It's like killing a cute ass dolphin for its stomach to put on your face to make you younger. It's like so cheesy.
Oh Jesus, so sorry. Yes, that's terrible. Okay, so tell you what, I'll be back in another 5 minutes. My tea should be steeped by now, and I'm gonna add the ginseng to it, the Korean red Panax ginseng, the red gelatinous liquid that I use in charge for the rest of the night. So okay, I'll be back. Go eat now.
See, that makes you feel good, right? You don't need to eat this like stomach of a whale to make yourself, Yeah. So there you go. Yeah, it says a cartel made up of Chinese and Mexican nationals took a new route to smuggle drugs. The new memo from Canada's Border Service revealed a group known as the Dragon Cartel, where members are trading endangered Totaba fish for the precursor chemicals used to make fentanyl. Fentanyl. The fish is an endangered species that swims in the Gulf of California, which is Baja California. Mexican cartels discovered that there's demand for this Totaba fish on the black market in Asia for its swim bladder. The swim bladder is worth over $80,000 US on the black market, which has led to the fish becoming known as cocaine of the sea. It is used in traditional cuisine. It's like, of course, they're going to eat all of this crazy shit. And traditional Chinese medicine, and also in cosmetics. According to the memo, the West Coast ports are used to exchange goods, with the port in Vancouver particularly vulnerable to this kind of trade. Yeah, the officials are cracking down on it because it's just, absolutely inhumane, in my opinion. And one reason for the volume of trade through Vancouver is that it's extremely difficult to identify illegal traded bladders amongst other legal fish products. So these bladders are smuggled alongside frozen fish and squid, transported by crews in backpacks. So there you go. Criminal networks expanded their methods, smuggling them in gasoline tanks, spare tires, hidden compartments, the classic underground trade shit. These officials do not have the infrastructure to detect and crack down on them. And it's also showing that it's also saying that fentanyl coming through the large port flows into Mexico later, with small portions remaining in Canada. So, yeah, so there you go. So basically any of this debauch, overfishing, destruction of these sea creatures that help stabilize the Earth's magnetic field, because that, there's a purpose for all these life forms that are in the ocean, such as porpoises, whales. Those beings help all of us by sustaining the frequency of the ocean and protecting the oceans. It keeps the tectonics in place, for all of us. So to sit there and kill them for drugs and money is just so crazy. I mean, it's just another excuse. Yeah, it's just another excuse for, like I was saying earlier, how the elementals can show distaste or anger even at what's being done on the surface or to the beings around us, that once the signal is put out, like those whales beaching themselves or whatever, then the elements will respond. And that's what we call natural, quote unquote, natural disasters. That's the way of the Earth can strike back. It's just not a system where you can infinitely exploit the Earth for all these resources, all this stuff. It always gives energy, food, everything you can think of comes from Earth. Everything, even plastic, all the man-made stuff has to come from first oil, petrol. So petroleum has to be distilled, and then you make plastic and all, drugs and everything we have from it. And then those hydrocarbons are also from Earth, just like our food is. Carbohydrates, that's also from Earth, which then fuels the creatures that are also being harvested that live on Earth. Everything that builds your house is from the Earth. So everything that beings have on Earth in physical form comes from this being we call Earth. So if you disrespect it, it's going to strike back. So the Earth strikes back in ways that we would call natural disasters, but they're not natural. These are, it's like, it's just a reflection of what we have done. And they're also just warnings, because a full reset can happen anytime. I mean, there's no beings on Earth, like no amount of military or Illuminati or any of these desperati, Masonic, any like these people can't fix. If Earth decides to strike back fully as it did in the Atlantean times, like where there's continents, there could be ocean, and where there's ocean, there could be continents, and this can happen in minutes. I mean, we're talking, minutes. These giant catastrophes can happen, and then some people are saying it's like an asteroid or whatever you want to call it striking as well. That's been threatened recently, or the scare tactics have gone about that. It's just however it happens. There's nothing anyone can do about something like that. Some big giant earthquake, these cataclysms can happen anytime. So that is kind of the point of the Earth making all these warnings, is that it can do that, and it will. You know, like I said, in any second where there's water, there could be continents, and where there's continents, there could be a whole ocean, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. So, and it's happened before, like, you know, the sinking of Atlantis and all that. You know, so there you go. That's what I would say about all that. Yeah. So there you go. And it's just, yeah. So like, as I described, I don't even want to keep going into it. Like these stranded whales, that's just one example. Okay. So these whales get stranded and they kill themselves essentially, versus the other ones being killed for drugs, you know, or for money and drugs and all that stuff to make more money, you know. So yeah, that's the situation we're in. And the only remedy really is to, one, understand that, like, Earth, you are inside of something, you know, when you're born on Earth, like you're inside of a system. It's some kind of, whether it's round or flat or whatever you think it is, it's still, you're inside of something. Like there's stuff over your head, like enclosing you, like there's air and there's like a sky. So you're inside of something, and this something has a certain way to deal with it, certain rules, and we call it like laws of physics or whatever, you know. So to have those rules is something important, and to follow them is also important. Otherwise, you'll get bad consequences. So we're pretty much at that point where those multiversal, universal laws have been gone completely against for so long that we're seeing these issues prop up and certain things that will happen, such as natural disasters and all this stuff, as we've seen. I mean, there was like, you know, all kinds of different things happening that are, you know, not so good for the beings here. Yeah, so.
Okay, I'm back. Okay. Got my tea, the crock that'll keep me going on like long. Numbers are good. El Nemo says, please donate. Thank you so much, El Nemo. You're the man. And yeah, so yeah, how was it while I was gone? You held well, held your numbers well.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, yeah, I was doing fine. I just was, I don't want to sound like a downer, but that's just, it was pretty bleak what I was outlining there.
Okay. Well, last night after, or the last episode, I mean to say, so last episode after you left into the night, then the numbers went down. So you've got your own following. You've got your own fan base. In other words, after you had checked out, and I was still talking. Yeah.
That's very flattering, but I think it's just because it's really late. You know, it's normal. To you, 4 a.m. is normal. To other people,
True enough.
Like you have a prime time. Maybe you should like leverage the prime time more or something.
Oh, wish I would. The rest of the world runs on a time zone that's, you know, on a time pace that's different than mine. So it works out all right so far. What we're doing.
Well, you'd be surprised. A lot of people are night owls these days.
True, more and more so. Well, with everybody losing their fucking jobs and nothing else to do other than, you know, scrounge around wastebaskets for food or something. Yeah, it's refuse bins. Poor bastards. The world.
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty much on our way to that shit.
Yeah, yes. I mean, the guy who you deal with at the school, he's just a pioneer. He's just a pioneer, the vanguard. Yeah, many more that will be coming.
I don't know. I can't imagine he would be eating anything healthy. I think he just spends that money on drugs or something.
Yeah, of course. So sad. And
he's like too dedicated for it to be anything normal.
Oh, that's what Aristides and I were wondering about with Holly, because Holly said, I haven't eaten vegetables in months, you know, since the battery fires. But I'm like, but she didn't seem like a meat eater. So if she's not eating meat, she's not eating, you know, is she a breatharian now? What the fuck? I'll have to ask her what the hell
she's still buying. She's still buying, but she said she doesn't trust the local produce anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So she's like maybe going to a grocery shop or something.
Okay. Yeah.
Or she's just
No,
taken,
she said
or
I
she's
haven't
just-
eaten vegetables in months. That's what she said, right? It was basically maybe some chlorella or some kind of veggie drinks or
Oh,
something.
she's using powder. Yeah, that's right. She's using powders.
Yeah, powders or
So
some
maybe
other
she's
stuff.
just making smoothies or something.
Yeah, poor dear. Jesus Christ, she can't live off that. But then again, we'll see what happens. I'll have to talk to her about that sometime. See what she's willing to share.
Oh, here we go. An original 1957 edition of Atlas Shrugged for $25. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, they'd have
Can't
to pay
wait to
me.
read that.
They'd have to pay
Yeah.
me. Yeah, they'd pay me that to read that piece of shit. Yes.
Someone has this like it's a collector's item. And
Oh.
It's an Asian guy, Bruce Fong.
Oh yeah,
heck?
of course. That was what I was gonna say about the weird Harrison Ford commercial for Jeep. Now, of course, because Jeep does have a military history and they're a product of war. So they had Harrison
Yes.
Ford with his presidential image, pushing Jeep like, hey,
But
wouldn't
they're
it-
all made by Stellantis. They're owned by Stellantis now.
Stellantis. Yeah, what do I know about them? Tell us about them. I know.
It's this conglomerate that it's like used to be Fiat, Daimler Fiat. Now it's like this bigger fucking monster
Interesting.
called Stellantis, and they make the worst cars on earth.
Interesting. Weird. Yeah.
The Jeeps are so rubbish now. I heard that, yeah, like people were buying those like Gladiator Jeeps. They're like these truck things, and like someone I was talking to, they went through like, I'm not joking, 7 replacement steering boxes.
Jesus.
7. And they're all
Jeez.
made in China, like paper. They're like paper. They just break while you're driving,
Oh.
almost kill you.
Oh.
And then he tried to like, go back to the dealership like, this is bullshit. I've had to get 7 warranty replacements on this, and they said, yeah, you can't take it. You can't turn it back.
Of course
Can't
not.
send it back. You already signed the papers.
Holy shit. God damn.
Yeah.
So Harrison Ford's pushing that shit? And of course they pushed it with the World War II theme. Like, he said, this is why I was reminded, because you said Gundam. Gundam, it's like freedom, except you pay for it with a gun. Or you force the freedom on others with a gun. Gundam instead of freedom. That's a very Japanese thing to do, is to put together a Japlish kind of American.
Yeah, it's a portmanteau
yeah.
of the word gun and freedom.
Yes, there we are. And so when it comes to the what Harrison Ford was pushing was that Jeep shit based on the war, and saying sometimes you gotta fight for freedom. You gotta earn your freedom. And they're showing Jeep in World War II. And then, so they don't look racist, they show an Asian American soldier. What I presume most people would realize is an American soldier, but he's an Asian, ethnic Asian, hugging his kids before he leaves to go off to war. They started with World War II, but they went into the more recent footage where they're showing the Asian guy kneeling to hug his kids before going off to military service. And it's just weird, because your average person, probably your average American, doesn't translate that as Asian guy fighting for America. They see Asian, they automatically think the enemy.
Right.
But you know what they probably confuse it with? They're fucking Call of Duty trailers for World War II, where they show the Japanese in a sympathetic light as well as the American sailors in the trailers to, Call of Duty or whatever those World War II games you see, World of Warships or something, and so there you have that. It was just
bullshit.
yeah. It's just it's just absolutely bizarre. And then they show it, and it's long too. It's long. It's not your average commercial. It feels like it goes on for at least 3 minutes, if not 5, where Harrison Ford's just going on through, Jeep, it's freedom, and I love my freedom and shit. And he doesn't tell the honest part where, and the commie chinks, provided me my red Jeep. It's my old red and shit, because it's what.
Right.
What?
And
Oh,
then, of course, they're not going to spill the beans about how it hasn't been an American company since the 90s or something.
yeah. Oh no, they affiliated.
First,
with
it was
World War II.
owned by Daimler, which was the Germans, and then now it's this like Frankenstein Stellantis group.
Yeah. God damn. God damn.
Yeah. Okay. Here's the original name for Gundam. It was a Japanese word for gun and damu. So it wait, where was the other one I found? hold on just a second here.
Uh-huh.
Uh,
Yeah, my gang brother Beaver
It was-
used to call him goddams. He'd say goddams, which, by the way, just so people know, that's
there's
what...
also an acronym which I don't know where this came from, but
Go on.
General Purpose Utility Non-Discontinuity Augmentation Maneuvering Weapons System.
Damn, send me that one. Send me that acronym. Send me that acronym. I love acronyms. Yeah, that's there's somebody worked at that. That's fan shit. That's fan shit. That's
Yeah, this is some fandom. Yeah, literally from fandom.
Yeah, just like that Ziz, Darth Ziz, Darth Zia, or what do they call her? Darth Zitz. Thank you.
Darth Ziz, yeah,
Yeah,
Darth Ziz.
Darth Ziz, yes. And, but like you said, that's incredible because the Darth Ziz is probably Q wrote that shit. I'm sure Q wrote that
Oh,
shit.
definitely.
Yeah,
Definitely. Yeah, the hot blonde chick,
yeah.
evil doer that kills people for fun, like steps on their necks and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, yes, there we are. That's the Kino sex shit, and
Yeah.
so he was probably trying to portray Lilith as blonde. Yeah, except that's Lilith's fantasy of what Lilith, would
Right.
want to be. Yeah, and aside from that, where was I? Oh, yes. So give me a second here to just.
Yeah, I'm gonna find the original one I was trying to say here.
Okay, and what I'm
Here.
going to do is I'm going to.
Oh, here it is. The
Okay.
original, the first name of the series was Freedom Fighter Gunboy. There you go.
Interesting.
So,
Yeah. So then they had to change it from Gunboy because it sounded too lame for the Americans, and
well, it's a very old series. It's from like the 70s, I think.
well, it was a direct response to Star Wars.
79.
So yeah, it was a direct response to Star Wars. So you're talking about something around right after 77. Star Wars was released in 1977, and by the way, it's funny that Our Lady in the chat mentioned Bill Bixby. Because, an article is coming up right now, probably because I was talking about the Red Hulk, and the AI listens to us and sends me links. And the one they sent me was the Bill Bixby death in the Hulk series, which, of course, it was like he goes blind or something. And it's like, so it was just a very depressing series. When you think about it, other than that, wasn't too bad. It had a really depressing climax to the series. Maybe that's. But then Bill Bixby, how long did he live after that? He had cancer, and ultimately the cancer killed him. Poor guy.
Is this the artist?
No, Bill Bixby was the actor who played Dr. Bruce Banner, and so when it came, who turned into the Hulk. Yes, the series where Lou Ferrigno played the Hulk. And it's because I saw it when I was young, when it first came on.
Wait, so Lou was just the Hulk? He didn't play the original character?
He didn't play the how could he? Can you imagine Lou Ferrigno playing Dr. Bruce Banner? Come on.
I for some reason my brain didn't connect the two. I just
Yeah.
Because I used to watch reruns of it or whatever, like old school shit. But...
Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, no, trust me. Lou Ferrigno would appear every once in a while in the series as Lou Ferrigno so they could give him some human time, but he would appear like a random bodybuilder, security guard, or various, like little cameos where he didn't speak much. But when it came to Dr. Bruce Banner, that was portrayed by Bill Bixby, who I always remember very fondly because while I was growing up, he played in a series where he was a doctor with a Japanese wife. So that was called Courtship of Eddie's Father. So for those of you who don't know, Courtship of Eddie's Father was one of these original TV releases where they were trying to normalize Japanese-American relations. So he was a white guy with a half-Asian son, if you can believe that. And so how could I not relate to that? And he had a Japanese wife, or the woman who would ultimately become his wife. So it was just a... the
show looks like almost like a very like what is it called, like oh man, what's that, like Brady Bunchy? It's very like this kind of like family TV show stuff.
Yes. And so Very cute.
And the
very-
magician, I don't know if you've seen that.
Yes, that was very sad. He played the magician. It was sad because it was one of those TV series where it was in the 70s. Everybody had to be a spy involved with espionage, and they're all like super mercenaries. Where he plays a magician who then takes on assignments to like perform for people and then fool them so he can get them out of trouble. Like people who are kidnapped by a rival gang or something, or then he would like help rescue the people back with his magical tricks. And but he had his own private jet and everything. All of this was like the fantasy of the 70s and 80s was every hero had to
It's a
be
different world.
every hero had to be independently wealthy with no discernible source for their income. They were all supposed to be hiring out their skills and making all this great money doing it. And believe me, I lived that lifestyle, and it is not the way these people lived on TV. Where it's
My favorite Martian. Here we go. Now we're in some deep cuts here.
yeah,
This is
well,
early 60s. Here we
yes,
go.
that was the people with the antennas. I didn't even know he was part of that, but that was an infamous series. Everybody had the single antenna, and yeah, the Americans would watch that, and that was their idea of like getting used to different cultures. Was the people from Mars? They're all white. Yeah, they're all
Yeah. With like this like weird looking suit on. That's funny.
Thank
That's
you.
funny.
Yes, and it's all right. Well, by all
This is a different world. I don't think anyone anticipated the hell we're in now. Shit.
yeah.
This is hell on earth.
It is.
Yeah. Oh, and I found someone that actually did the math about saying that there's like 150-year-olds on Social Security. The first guy was granted Social Security in 1938.
There you go.
So these people would have had to have been 60 years old in 1938.
Yes, rare thing
So,
back in those days. Fairly rare.
yeah,
Okay.
and be granted Social Security, which was obviously not easy to do if you've only been paying.
If you only been paying in for a few months when it was an issue.
Yeah, so
You'd be getting
Which
what?
basically
$2
the
a
guy
check?
just
You'd
got-
be getting $2 a check.
yeah, something ridiculously low, like pennies. So even if you were old enough to get it, it's like that person was just granted a number. It doesn't mean they were collecting on it.
Thank you.
So it's just insane.
Oh, everything.
And then there was someone else that gave a good point. One of these commenters, he said, it most likely has to do with something that was coded into, because some of the old code programs, they had to reference this old ISO number for the dates, because it's just the only way they could have coded it back in the day. So it has to slave circuit to this old timeline because of the early codes were just so archaic.
Yeah.
So just because it says 150 years old doesn't mean that's what it meant. It's just they had to code it that way. But Musk thinks he knows everything, so he probably just said delete them.
Oh, don't
delete these people, even though it was
Yeah.
probably just a normal error in the code or something.
Oh yeah, don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. That he's like
I'm surprised we haven't heard a bunch of people crying yet. It's gonna.
no, they are. That's
I got cut off and I voted for this shit.
oh yeah, they are. I'll try and get to it if I can, free associate towards that direction.
Yeah,
But we'll try and meander towards that monologue. But thank you. I mean, like I said, interject anytime you feel like it. I do want people to.
I'm pretty much ready to go. I can't deal with it more.
Are you at home now? Are you at home now?
Yeah, I'm in the nether regions. Yeah.
You mean you're at home? Or
I'm at a home. Yeah, here we go. Because of staffing cuts, national parks may have limited service or none at all.
Yeah. Well, everywhere in government. But
Drill, baby, drill. That's one of the comments.
yeah. Well, like I said,
These people are so stupid.
If you wake up to hear me talk and you want to interject, just go ahead. Just go ahead. Don't be afraid.
Here's a guy in the comment section says his name is Batman. Unlock the gates so we get what we pay for. It's like, dude, you're paying for them to keep the parks usable.
Yes.
You
yes.
idiot.
Yes.
Because
Thank
the
you.
first time a tree falls down, those hicks are gonna be like, I ain't doing it.
Oh yeah.
Fuck that. Yeah, fuck that. Who's gonna fix it? Who's
Yeah.
gonna fix it?
Yeah.
You know how many times I hear that working?
Oh yeah.
There must be someone to do this. There must be someone around here to do it.
Yeah. Oh, don't even get me started. What's going on with all the sports events at your place all the time? Is there like?
It's completely overloaded. This is the same mentality.
Mm-hmm.
They want the cake and eat it too. All that shit. They were using. We were on break for a bit.
Yeah.
They use the sports facilities every single day, and I get back and everything's depleted. The bathrooms are all vandalized. And you won't believe this bitch said, why don't you plan accordingly? You know, I'm like, what do you mean plan accordingly? You're doing events when there's no one there to clean up after these people, you stupid ass.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm dealing with.
Jesus Christ. It's
like people are just insane and they don't want to pay the whatever are like little pittance for us to come in on weekends or to work overtime.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're blaming us when everything's all messed up. It's just so insane.
Thank you.
This is the Trump virus, the brain. Talk about brain virus.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
We're going to save money, but we still want all this shit done.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fuck.
Well, I mean,
what does that mean?
Well, they're going to find out. They're going to find out. I mean, both at the federal government level, ultimately at, the level when you find something else and you quit, they're going to be crying, because that place will be overflowing with shit then. Yeah. Right. And, the only thing they're saved by is that you're on a federal watch list.
Essentially.
Yeah, it's hard for you to get any other job. But,
and I'm not a hot chick. They won't even hire me.
Well, what hot chick would want to work with what you're doing? It's like.
No. I'm saying other jobs.
Yeah, other jobs. Yes, understood. Yeah, and then it's just
like
so
I
sad.
can't get a food service job to save my life. And back in the day, it used to be easy. Now it's like they're like, you're not gonna give us, because chicks make the most tips, and then now they make them split it.
Yeah. There
so
you go.
In the day,
yeah.
Even when I worked at the casino, it would be like it was your tip, you keep it.
Yes.
And then the hot chick, she told me, she was my manager at the time. She worked her way up, but she said I was making $200 a night.
Yeah. Yeah.
And all I had to do was fake being nice.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. And believe me, it's so. But when it comes to the hot chicks, it's like what they say about, here's the lesson in economics, is that when shit goes to hell like this, the hookers start looking better and better. Because, attractive women really have to start prostituting themselves at times like this.
Who's going to have money to pay them?
Shit. People always have money for that. It's like drugs. It's like, it's sex and drugs, right? You're going to have money for that. That's what men will spend money on.
Well, there you go.
And if it's not straight out prostitution, it's going to be working in a food place, working in some place for tips. It's going to be, and I'm sure it must kill them that they have to split their tips. That's some bullshit. That's
that's why a lot of them stop working, because it's like, fuck that. Why split my tips with all you losers?
That's right, but that's going to change because they're not going to have a choice, because the economy is going to be out and there's no more sugar daddies to support them. There's no guys to live with who have a job because everybody's being fired.
Yeah, here's the latest. Kid Rock and Lee Greenwood call for Veterans Pride Month over Gay Pride Month.
Yeah, just brilliant. Yeah, fucking brilliant.
Yeah, let's clap for that.
Yeah, it's got the clap all right, like VD. That's kind of clap it's got. Yeah, that's.
Oh my god. Yeah. I mean, they already get discounts everywhere.
Thank
so how
you.
much more
Not
do
to
you need
mention
do
free
for them?
medical and everything else. Free medical, free psychiatric, free everything else, all that shit, you know. Hopefully they end all that.
And they're still all jaded. They're like the most jaded people I've ever
Oh,
met.
they're the worst. They're the worst. It was like this one girl I knew who was temporarily the girlfriend of that Richard McGuire guy I told you about, who was the guy with 2 engineering degrees in artificial intelligence and the artificial assembly systems. And this was a guy who could have built Skynet, literally, where they're manufacturing Terminators online and shit. But anyhow, that guy had a girlfriend temporarily who was supermodel quality, and but she blew up one time when she was working in a bar, and some stupid veteran said, "What have you done for your country lately?" And she said, "Fuck, let's think about what our country could do for us instead, dumb shit." That's
yeah,
good for her. I like oh my god, I helped her get over a disease once, which wasn't much of a disease, but it was it was the same kind of disease my mother and I
gave her
once
something.
Yeah. Believe it or not, there's this like fungus that is basically athlete's foot, but it happens around the corner of the lips, so that you split around the lips. It gets very rashy, and then it splits into this kind of like little second pair of lips at each corner of your lips. In other words, it looks like this little like real split. It's really weird. It's like the Joker split, except it's a microcosm and shit. And you use Lamisil. Lamisil, it's the shit you use for athlete's foot, which is not dangerous because they put it in pill form. For those who don't know, don't anybody go out and buy it and start eating it, but you know, it's they put it in pill form, so it's not like it's lethal.
It's just an antifungal.
It's an antifungal. But you put that on the corner of your lip. So I helped her get over that, and she had gone to a dentist and said, "What is this on my lips?" And the dentist, I don't know. And I said, "That guy, Jesus Christ, find another dentist." I told her, that guy shouldn't even have a job. I mean, that was outrageous. I sent her Lamisil.
Got it out of a Cracker Jack box.
Yeah, I sent her Lamisil and it cured her, and she thought I was God after that. That was like, so.
Jeez, did you at least get it? You know, did you at least get blown for that?
She was too far away. But I'm hoping someday to rendezvous and get payback, because she sure as hell didn't stay with that guy for long. She dropped him pretty quickly because poor son of a bitch was just poor bastard.
Yeah, if you're
unemployed engineer, you know.
Giving someone some head and you get fungus, like that's fucked.
Yeah.
I'd be pissed.
Oh, okay. Yes, so like I said, interject whenever you want. I want to remind people of what we were speaking of about Putin. Putin himself tends to complicate life for his propagandists by departing from the rationalizations offered by the Kremlin's useful idiots. Trump and other Western apologists would have an easier time of explaining away the war if the man who started it would only get on the same page as themselves. Instead, Putin has said many times that Ukraine is Russian territory, that it has always been and will always be part of Russia, that it is full of Nazis, and that it must be cleansed and returned to Moscow's control. Now, one possibility here is that Putin may have dreamed up a quick war of conquest while in COVID isolation, where only a tight circle of psychopaths could regularly see him. In fact, I can guarantee you that's exactly what happened. These would include his defense and intelligence chiefs, along with a small coterie of Russian clerics of the Russian Orthodox Church, who have for years been trying to convince Putin that he has a divine mission to restore the Russian world to its former greatness, a project that dovetails nicely with his constant anger about the dissolution of the greater Soviet Union. Now, we have an input here from Nemo, which I'm going to ask Brendan to respond to. Oh, Brendan left the message. Did you see Kanye West is Not
Yeah,
a
well,
Nazi now?
you picked up on it that I was trying to tell Nemo.
Okay. Oh, okay. What?
But yeah, Kanye said, after deep consideration, it turns out I'm not a Nazi.
What?
Like
Whoa.
his like MK Ultra's breaking down pretty hardcore.
Oh God, poor son of a bitch. Yeah, it's like pathetic. In any case, go on.
Yeah, and then Trump he's saying Zelensky is a dictator because he refuses to hold elections.
It's a war, you idiot.
Because his country's in shambles and shit. Yeah.
His nation is in the middle. You don't hold elections in the middle of a war, you dumb fuck, Trump.
Yeah, and his response was, "How can you be high with every city being demolished?" Yeah.
Yes, thank you. That's like.
And then Trump continued, "A dictator without elections? Zelensky better move fast." And that's just almost a fallacy. Dictator with elections isn't a dictator, you idiot.
Thank you.
Zelensky
I'm a
Zelensky
dictator
better
with
move-
elections. They just keep
Yeah.
going like that. Well, that's Putin, right? See, Putin keeps getting
that was
reelected.
his Freudian slip for his
Yeah.
his butt buddy.
Yeah.
Zelensky better move fast, or he's not going to have a country left. You know, it's like, okay,
What a piece
got
of
it.
shit. What a
Yeah.
piece of shit. Yeah, the Ukrainians held off the
Yeah,
Russians.
that's like a brain buster.
Yeah.
Dictator without elections. What does that even fucking mean?
Yeah, it's well. Consider the source, and anybody who voted for Trump, you guys are, if you voted for Trump, you're one dumb son of a bitch or one dumb cunt.
A bunch of these people got fired already, so they're sitting in their own smoke.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There you go. And yeah.
And then people were wondering, why don't you vote? It's like, for what? For killing myself? What am I gonna vote for?
Well, in this case, I did go out and vote for Biden, the pedophile, who I am the first to declare as a pedophile, only because he was the lesser evil than Donald Trump. But yeah, enough votes squeaked through thanks to the Electoral College. We'll get to that. At any rate, in any case, the Russian dictator's decision to go to war was his own, a plot cooked up in the Kremlin rather than being the unforeseeable result of some kind of ongoing geopolitical crises. So here, Putin was the victim of his own form of autocratic government. No one around him had the courage, or perhaps even the proper information, to warn him that his military was in rough shape, to say the least, that the Ukrainians had improved as combatants since the seizure of Crimea, and that the West would not sit by the way it did in 2014. Western experts got some of this wrong as well. Back in 2022, all of them were certain that Russia would win the war quickly. But Putin was, as I was the lone source to say, evidently, meaning by all evidence, fed a farrago of reassuring lies about how Russian troops would be greeted as liberators. At any rate, tell me about this Trump claim on stolen chips, a misunderstanding? Senior advisor to Taiwan's president, tell me about
because the Taiwanese basically let the Americans think that, oh, you guys helped us get into the chip business, back in the 90s. So he's saying they stole it. They stole our chip business. During his campaign, he kept saying that.
You know what I would have told him? I'd say, You know what, Donald? What they stole was the Dietrich Artel Act. That's what I would say.
Well, the DOD's not going to tell him that.
Yeah. The Dietrich Artel
They're just going to say, like, yeah, they stole our chips, man.
Yeah. The Dietrich Artel Act defected along with all the chip tech in the Dietrich Artel Act's electronic mind.
Yes.
So that, and the Americans who thought they were going to dominate the world technologically are now slave circuited to island China, to Formosa.
Yeah, and the irony is, like, all those machines that actually build the chips, they're all like Tigrid and Deutsch and all
Yeah.
that stuff. So it's just in Japanese.
Yeah.
So it's just so stupid.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, what's this
But
about?
he doesn't have the balls to say, we lost the war.
Of course not. Of course not. He may know it even to a degree, but doesn't really. I mean, it's he may not comprehend what he knows. But at any rate, what's this about? Trump says Russia have the cards. What's this?
Oh, that was the latest down the sewer pipeline.
What are they saying? If anything of substance, is there anything of
he
substance?
he just said that they have the cards.
What does that mean?
Quote, I don't know. He's crazed. I don't know. He said they've taken a lot of territory. That's all he said.
Oh God. Oh, in other words, they have all the cards. In the game.
Here, this is what he said. He says, "I think the Russians want to see an end to the war. I really do. I think they have the cards a little bit because they've taken a lot of territory. They have the cards." That's what he told BBC when they were reporting from Air Force One. So there you go.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate that. Now, all anyone needs to know about who started it is the conflict's timeline. In 2014, Putin vented his rage at Ukrainians for actually choosing their own form of government by seizing large swaths of eastern Ukraine, thus ensuring that the remainder of the country would become more united, pro-Western, and anti-Russian than ever before. 8 years later, the Russian dictator came to believe that Ukraine was ready to fall into his hands, and he embarked on a war of conquest. When Ukraine held together in the face of the 2022 Russian invasion and began to inflict severe casualties, mass fatalities on the Russians, Putin resorted to war crimes, butchering innocent people, kidnapping, mass abducting Ukrainian children, and attacking civilian targets as a way of punishing Ukraine for its insolence. This is the reality of the Ukrainian war. Some Republicans, such as former Vice President Mike Pence and Senator Roger Wicker, the chair of the Armed Services Committee, know all this and have told the truth. If only Donald Trump knew it as well. Well, okay, let's check into our latest input by Brendan. Trump refers to, how does he have time to pull all this shit? What is this? What is
There's
that?
almost like no point in keeping interrupting you for this. It's just so crazy. It's like seeing the ramblings of like a crazy man or something.
What's he saying about Hiroshima?
He said,
yeah.
Here's his actual quote. He said, "Nuclear power is so enormous. Look at Hiroshima. Look at Nagasaki. The world would be destroyed if some leader understands his power."
Hiroshima and Nagasaki are thriving cities, you idiot!
That's what I'm saying.
They're economic powerhouses, and you could drag a Geiger counter on a string through the streets of both of them, and not an iota of radiation would be detected, you dumb fuck.
Right, that's why the Japanese are reporting on it, because it's just so insane. I mean, it's just...
Yes.
Like, what is he even talking? That's what I was saying. Like, how does he just... It's like he has to be talking 24/7 to pull all this shit out.
Yeah, whether he's on drugs of his own. He's on his own type of drugs, probably prescription. He's,
Holy shit. Yeah, he's on a level, that's for sure.
Thank you. Yeah, definitely.
He said, you want somebody as your leader that understands that we can't let it happen again. We can't let other countries... We can't let other countries get nuclear weapons, not just Iran. Yeah.
Who is he worried about getting nuclear weapons?
I have no
other
fucking
than
idea.
Iran. Other than Iran, who would it be? I mean,
this is like ravings of this is like comic book character shit. This is like
it's like he's like Peter Moon. He's got logorrhea. It's diarrhea of the mouth. They just keep talking.
Yeah, it's just crazy.
Yeah, that's what Peter Moon would do. It'd just be blah blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I guess maybe China or something.
Wait, they have nukes. What the fuck? We all know China's got nukes.
Apparently, Trump wants to de-arm all these countries. It says, in a speech, he said Russia has far the biggest arsenal of nukes, and China will be close in 3 to 5 years. But he expresses confidence about negotiations to reduce nuclear arms.
In terms of nukes that work, China's already far above Russia in numbers. Russia's nukes don't work any more than its artillery shells do. They're just duds, dude. I mean, it's...
Yeah, but I think he's crazy enough to believe that shite about they have hypersonics. Did you hear about the hypersonics? That was funny. I laughed.
Oh, it's just a joke? It's a joke! Go on.
Trump said, he said, yeah, the Russians took our hypersonic technology and they have it, but we have super hypersonic. I'm not joking. He actually said that. He's like, we have super hypersonic.
It's just
what the fuck?
Your eyes glaze over. My eyes just glaze. I'm like,
he always has to, it's in the name. He always has to have the Trump card.
Yeah, the Trump card. Yeah, it's emphatic. It also emphasizes.
But we have super. It's
Uber.
It's like talking
Uber
to a kid on a freaking.
Yeah.
Batman, super Batman.
Yeah, no, it's kind of like that. Remember that time where I said, hey, I really think I want to end the show because I want to get some sleep. And then Brooke and Real Tech start saying, oh, I've been up for days. And, and I could be up for days.
I bet they have.
Yeah. And I'm like, well, where does this one-upmanship coming from? And, if I wanted to, I could beat them both hands down by telling what I did in my career where I was up for days and days. But, it's not like I want it to be. That's not like what a normal, healthy person. You know how I knew this one poor bastard was truly insane was when he told me, quite honestly, he had been up at various points in his life quite regularly for what he claimed was weeks at a time. And I said to myself at that point that this guy is so chemically imbalanced. That means he's stark raving, because really crazy people who are truly chemically imbalanced, they can do that.
Yeah, holy shit.
Yeah, but for those of you who don't know out there, obviously sleep is important to vampires. In case you have no common sense, sleep is more important to vampires than it is to human beings. Obviously, if we're sleeping during the day, we're sleeping longer than a human being is at night, right? That should be common sense.
Yeah, well, depending on the season, but yes.
Yes, of course it's seasonal, but since most vampires are northeastern European, we are usually in the polar zones where nights last a fucking long time. And, I could go on. But at any rate, when it comes to, that means we could be awake more, of course. But remember that time I spoke about a globe? Remind me to bring this up maybe when we're with George Knight. There was this globe. I can see it right in front of me. I'm looking at it. And I said, I have this historical globe that showed different geographic lines in Asia than people have ever seen before. Plus, it had the map of that island that was, remember that Ganges Island? Remember that disappeared? So I said, this is on this globe that I have, an actual historic. And then Peter Moon said, science fiction globe? Science fiction globe? And that was like.
What the fuck?
It's like, who would manufacture a three-dimensional globe for a science fiction scenario?
Was he on my level where it's like flat Earth, or he was just saying like something else?
Come on, he's just out of his mind. He's just so fucking
science fiction. What?
Well, remember that was the thing about his books. Why I didn't want to work with him was because he kept saying Sky books where science fiction meets reality. Remember, so he's discrediting himself. So he wonders why it's not taken seriously. But that was like his. His stupid book club.
That's his catchphrase.
Yeah, that was his catchphrase. Yeah, well, he's gone now. I mean, his books are worthless now, so he's as good as dead. If you can find anything about him on the internet, you let me know. I'm sure he's going to pump out shit just to try and show that he's still active, but it's all shit.
But it was always, it's just the same old junk. Like, breathe 1,000 times and it'll cure any disease.
Yes. Insane shit. Stand on your toes.
Yeah, the last thing he might be dead. The last thing he published was that thing about the A's player, and he's saying breathe. Qigong would have saved him because he had pneumonia.
Yeah.
That's the last thing he's published. So
Jesus Christ, good. Yeah, he ain't doing any good himself. Yeah. His breathing hasn't helped him. Yeah.
Did you hear about the Pope? The Pope's toast. Yeah.
Oh, he's got pneumonia. Well, I mean, he could survive that. That's no big deal. I mean, that they can cure.
Well, but his overall health doesn't look good. He's all swollen and stuff.
Yeah, well, he's old. I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
sure, he might die. I mean, it's like,
Yeah.
well, then they'll just elect a new one. Yeah,
They start old, you know.
Yeah, they start
get
old.
elected.
Yeah. Yeah, they're old. I mean, they start. I mean, he had a good run. You know,
Oh yeah.
it's and you know, he got his licks in at Trump, and like I said, you know, because Melania's Slovenian, she's Catholic, and so when she came to him, he treated her nice, but he fobbed off Trump. So there you go.
Yeah. Well, at this point, it's just, oh man.
Yeah.
Why deal with someone like this? It's just crazy.
Well, with the Pope, obviously, I have sympathy for him. People hated him because he was an Argentinian secret police officer or something like that. It's like, of course, you need somebody like that.
I meant Trump. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, with Trump. So then there's the latest trade war tariffs. And think about this, people. We're in the middle of a trade war, which is a precursor to a world war. This time, it's cars, chips, and drugs. Trump's universal tariff plan will affect $3.26 trillion in American imperial imports, with the first wave targeting cars and pharmaceuticals as soon as April. Now, President Donald Trump has made no bones about his love of tariffs, repeatedly invoking them during the first month of his administration as a bargaining tactic to try and snag victories. Trump said that he plans to impose tariffs of around 25% on automotive imports, as well as semiconductors and drug imports of pharmaceuticals shipped to these United States, with an announcement coming as soon as April 2nd. The steep new tariffs will have far-reaching effects, extending beyond the specific industries where taxes are levied. Consumers are expected to feel most of the burden of the new import taxes on automobiles, as prices of cars will jump by thousands of dollars. As for the pharmaceutical industry, according to American Imperial Trade data, the United States purchased more than $176 billion worth of drugs and related goods in 2023, making us the largest importer of pharmaceutical products that year. Experts concur that European, Asian Indian, and Communist Chinese firms could be the hardest hit. The president-elect, as he was selected by Elon Musk, has argued that tariffs, duties tacked onto imports of foreign-made goods, can be a flexible tool to get what he wants. They can be abused to reduce trade deficits, which occur when a nation imports more than it exports, push companies to invest in domestic manufacturing, and achieve non-economic objectives. Tariffs are paid to the federal government by the companies responsible for importing the product. However, consumers always end up paying higher prices for the same goods after tariffs kick in. Many companies simply cannot afford to absorb the additional cost of the fees, so they push the price along to their customers. So let me try and recollect exactly what Trump has put on the table, his cards, if you would, and what you need to know. First, we have the universal threats. Although the president has primarily targeted blocks of nations or individual countries with his threats, some of his most potentially damaging tariffs are those that would affect just about every country on Earth. The United States imported more than $3.26 trillion in goods in 2024. That's according to United States Census Bureau data. By the way, let's have our interjection from dear Brendan. He pulled a hawk twat. Tell us about this. What is this? Let me take a look at this. Argentina president accused of fraud. Oh, yes! Yes, tell us about this. Is
he pulled a crypto rug pull on everyone. What a fucking idiot.
Yeah, Trump did it too, but nobody's impeaching him. How come this guy's getting impeached?
But it's almost expected from him.
Yes, true.
He's been doing scams like that for years, you know.
Yeah, well, that's his life. That's his life.
It's like, at least for Trump it makes sense, but this guy, it's like, what is his point? Isn't he already rich? Like, what? Like, what's the point?
What a loser.
He used his presidential handle on X to post this. The Argentinian president posted, "Oh, buy this crypto thing," then took the post down, and when everyone already put their money in it, then he sold it off and took all the money. And so
I hope they impeach the motherfucker. I hope they impeach.
Yeah, he's toast, basically.
Oh, we can only hope.
They basically said we can't have a president that's on this level, essentially.
Well, thank God. What a loser.
He pulled a rug pull.
What a loser. What a loser. I hope they kill the son of a bitch. Hope he does jail time. And then I'd like to see him in an Argentinian jail. Yeah.
Right. There you go.
Oh man.
Yeah, it says unprecedented scandal.
Yes. Yeah. That says a lot in Argentina. We're talking about that says a lot in the land that produced a Vida Perón. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, and he called it Libra. It was
of course.
The Libra coin.
Why? They're all listening to me.
He said it would help fund small businesses and startups.
They're all listening to me. Yes, he's taking my sign, people. He's taking my astrological sign. Libra.
Yeah. Well, Libra is like money,
Yeah. I know. No, it's. I know. I get it. It's
the most cheesy.
But just so people understand, in the ancient English coinage, they use the term Libra, unlike in the Espanol, but meaning the same thing, because they would use the scales to measure the weight of their coins, because that's the only way they could tell the value was by the weights. Correct?
Yes,
thank you.
That's right. That's correct. Yeah.
So the Libra scales.
Libra is the sign. She's that's the sign of
a goddess, an actual goddess of the pantheon. So there is a woman behind the Libra scales, just so people know. It's not. Yeah. Of course. Yeah, it's not like Libra is just an inanimate object. So
Virgo is like the analysis, the harvest is in the middle of Libra. Yeah. I mean Virgo, and then Libra is like the scales divvying out all the bounty of the earth sign.
Thank you. Yeah, and one of these days we'll go into the entire lore behind Libra because, obviously it's my sign. At any rate, thank you for that. And now, during his presidential...
You need a Doug crypto coin, what would you call it?
It's how would we, all I can say is, of course I want to scam a bunch of people and do a rug pull. Like Vinny said he could help me do that. That's it. Yeah, by Vinny, I mean, our Vinny. It's not Vinny Barbaric, but Heather's Vinny. Yeah, so
maybe he can help.
Yeah. Then we'll start something like we'd call it Cyber Doug or something completely stupid. Yeah.
Cyborg.
Peacock instead of Hawk to a girl. Instead of Hawk, it'd be Peacock.
There you go. There
Peacock.
There
yeah. See, or simply Cock. Simply Cock. Yeah. Cock coin. That's it. Cock coin.
You'll help fund small businesses.
Yeah, that's it. We're here to balance out the scales, dude. Yeah.
Right. Holy shit, yeah.
Yeah, during his presidential campaign, Trump promised universal tariffs of between 10% and 20% on imports from more than 190 countries, which will have major implications for the American imperial economy. Although Trump has delayed acting on that idea, saying earlier this month that we're not ready yet, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is pushing to begin withdrawing universal tariffs that would start at 2.5%. While speaking with reporters on Tuesday, Trump said he would issue tariffs in the neighborhood of 25% on imported vehicles, semiconductors, and pharmaceutical imports in April. Much is still unknown about these threats, including how they will interact with a free trade agreement with Canada and Mexico. According to the Bureau of Economic Analysis, the majority of passenger cars the American empire imported yesteryear came from Estados Unidos Mexicanos, the United Mexican States. That would be in the number of 48,704 cars, followed by Dai Nippon Teikoku, the Empire of Greater Japan, numbering around 39,933 cars, the Republic of South Korea, numbering at 37,385 cars, Canada, numbering at 27,675 cars, and of course, the United Germany, numbering at 25,300 352 cars. That would be the top tier of the wealthiest, would be buying the United German automotive vehicles. Malaysia and Singapore are expected to be hard hit by the tariffs on semiconductors, while Red China and India may be slammed by the tariffs on pharmaceuticals. Trump has also said that the American empire will expand existing tariffs on steel and aluminum to 25%, likely raising prices on everything from canned soup to folding chairs. That somewhat mimics Trump's 2018 trade actions, which sparked a trade war with the communist Chinese empire and angered several other nations. Now, oh my God, India's got latent. Ranveer Alabadia's dirty comments sparked massive row in it. You're going to have to put this into perspective for me. He's wearing a pink shirt, but in India that may not mean...
This guy made like the most corny joke, and then the Indian government's like, we have to make an example out of him for his dirty joke.
What are they going to do to him? What are they going to do to him? And what did he say?
They almost put him in prison. The Supreme Court had to... He's blocked from ever posting online again. They scrubbed all his episodes.
Whoa!
You want to know what he said?
What did he say?
He made a joke that said, he asked a contestant a question. Would you rather watch your parents have sex for every day for the rest of your life, or join in once and stop it forever? It's the stupidest joke ever.
Oh. Yeah, go on.
The Indians like fucked him over. Oh man,
crazy.
Well, why would he say something so stupid?
It's like at the time you can see, oh, that's funny, you know, it's outrageous. Yeah. It's outrageous.
He was trying to be he was trying to copy these like American stand-up guys.
Yeah, but India's just they're a puritanical. Yeah, they're really no. Remember that time that what's his name? Who's that guy who played in Pretty Woman? The dude who the Buddhist.
Oh yeah,
dude.
I forgot his name.
Yeah, and star of Pretty Woman, if I could. It wasn't J-Lo. We're talking about the dude.
Richard Gere.
Yeah, Richard Gere, I think, or Gere.
Gere.
Yeah, thank you. So Richard Gere, he was in India, and he just, kneeled at the foot of this Asian Indian Devi, goddess, this, real actress who played a goddess in movies or something. And so he kneeled at her feet and was just, oh, I worship you, I adore you, and kissed her hand and said, oh, I just worship the ground on which you walk. Anyhow, the Indians got into an outrage, like, and about that dirty joke with the sex joke that the guy told. I mean, it's like, dude, we're talking about the culture that gave us the Kama Sutra. These are like the people who've got every position in sex mapped out.
Yeah.
You
want to hear something funny about that?
Yeah, tell us.
The monk that wrote down Kama Sutra was a lifelong celibate. And then the joke I heard from the guy that told me that, he said, he must have been a really good observer.
There you go. Yeah, that's a joke. That's a joke. That's
a joke, right?
Yeah, but of
like
course,
dudes like sitting on the sidelines, like ultimate cuck chair.
Yeah. I mean, of course, if we told that joke in India, they'd probably lynch us. Yeah, they'd probably.
Yeah, they freak.
Kill them! Kill them!
Yeah. You want to know what they did to this kid?
Which one? Which one?
The YouTuber.
What would they do to him? Poor son of a bitch. What would they do to him? I almost shuddered.
Yeah. Oh, it's bad. Let's see. The Indian government made an example out of him. Essentially, it's what it says here. Let me see if I could find the spot. Sorry about this. Mm-hmm. It's so stupid. I mean, it's like mind numbing. Mm-hmm. It says it feels like the state is making an example out of Ali Badia. Crass content can be criticized, but you cannot punish people and lock them up for your quote-unquote moral sentiments.
Yeah. Well, I agree. I mean,
too late.
So they put him in jail?
They tried to, and the Supreme Court had
Had
to
to
get
intervene.
involved.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez, he's lucky.
They probably would have killed him in jail.
Oh, no doubt. Oh, well, probably, I don't think anyone would have cared about him in jail.
And this is like some rich kid. Like, the only reason he could do all this is because his parents are probably from some rich company or something.
Oh, God, no wonder. No wonder.
Most people in India can't run a podcast successfully.
Thank you. Well, they don't have time. They don't have time. They're too busy.
Yeah, they're just working for food and all that.
Yeah, they're just working to, they might as well be paying for oxygen. Yeah, that's like we will be here soon enough. We'll all be there soon enough.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Now, according to the Tax Foundation's estimates, the expanded tariffs will likely slash 17,000 full-time jobs and have at the very least, a minor negative effect on gross domestic product. They're being very conservative. They don't want to panic people. The duties are scheduled to take effect on March 12th. Last week, Trump asked his economic advisors to draft a plan to issue fair and reciprocal tariffs on the American empire's major trade partners. Those duties will be implemented as soon as April. Now, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, who was confirmed by the Senate on Tuesday, has testified his own belief that we can use tariffs to create reciprocity, fairness, and respect. Oh yeah. That's thank you. Yeah. Oh, come on.
Do they know what that means?
Yeah. Do they even know what that means?
Yeah, I think the word they're looking for is like what? Submit,
Yes.
On your knees, bitch. Yeah.
It's like what a
very respectful. Yes.
It's it's just they're people just don't get it how bad it is. Like let's put it this way: when there was a question asked on the Quora forum about do Canadians like Americans, or do Canadians respect Americans, and somebody answered, I was working for some telemarketing or sales agency where he was in charge of the Canadian account. And all the Canadians have stopped ordering any American products, and he lost his job simply because his account was no longer open. They had to close it because the Canadians have stopped ordering American products. So there you go. Yeah. At any rate, that brings us to the subject, at least in passing, of Mexico, Canada, and commune capitalist China. Soon after he took office, Trump threatened the American empire's top trade partners, Mexico, Canada, and market Leninist China, in that order, with tariffs citing national security risks caused by illegal immigration and fentanyl. Mexico and Canada, which were each facing 25% tariffs, managed to reach agreements with the Trump misadministration to stave off the implementation of the president's threats. That also meant they didn't have to follow through with their retaliatory measures. Canada had announced 25% tariffs on $20.4 billion worth of goods, with additional tariffs set to take effect further down the road, while Mexico had prepared a series of retaliatory measures. Trump's tariffs are still set to come into effect during the first week of March, inevitably, or inescapably, I should say, raising prices on goods like avocados and cars. The duties directed at Canada included a carve-out for energy products, which will be taxed at 10% in an effort to keep gas prices more manageable. Duties of 10% were added to mainland Chinese imports earlier this month after talks with Beijing failed. In response, the Red Empire of the East hit back with its own tariffs, export controls related to critical minerals, I believe, and a series of targeted actions at companies. Commune Chinese regulators are investigating Google and NVIDIA and planning potential inquiries into Apple and Intel. The People's Republic of China's Commerce Ministry has opened the door to place sanctions on Illumina and PVH Corp., which owns Calvin Klein, and Tommy Hilfiger. According to the Tax Foundation, Trump's proposed tariffs on Mexico, Canada, and commune capitalist China are projected to shrink economic output by at least 0.4% and increase taxes by $1.2 trillion between 2025 and 2034. That comes out to an average tax increase of more than $830 per household this year alone. As for all the rest, in summation, Trump has told the BRICS coalition, BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates, they would face 100% tariffs if they tried to replace the almighty US dollar, Trump's words. He also leveraged tariffs to push a meeting with the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin to put an end to the Russo-Ukrainian war. Now, we have some more input with Brendan. I'll look at that in just a second. But in December, Trump warned the 27-member European Union that he would issue tariffs to close trade deficits unless the nations bought more oil. Earlier this month, the president said that tariffs will come pretty soon and will definitely happen with the European Union. Beyond trade disputes, Trump has suggested abusing tariffs to advance territorial objectives. He's floated the economic penalties as tools to force both an American imperial acquisition of the Panama Canal amid concerns over commune Chinese influence and his proposed purchase of Grönland from Denmark. Okay, we're going to take a look at the latest input from Brendan. Thank you for this. Oh, South Africa postpones budget in unprecedented step. Tell us about this and help us. Hundreds deported.
The South Africans are out of money. They tried.
Yeah.
Basically, it's the first time they've ever had a non-majority government, and they tried to raise the VAT, their version of their tax that supports their government, and their whole government's basically collapsing now. So, yeah.
Jesus,
Thought South Africa couldn't get any worse. It's worse now.
Oh well, it always seems to be going down. You just keep wondering when the fuck's it gonna finally hit bottom. I'm afraid to turn on this video, but this video looks so, obviously sad. They got these green tinted windows. Why are the windows tinted green? These migrants in Panama. Tell us about this.
Oh, this is from us.
Yeah.
Help us, quote unquote. Hundreds deported from U.S. held in a Panamanian hotel.
Yeah.
A luxury decapity hotel in Panama. 2 girls hold a piece of paper with a written message. Please help us.
Jesus Christ.
This is sick. It became a temporary custody center housing 299 undocumented migrants from the United States, said the Panamanian government. We are not safe in our own country. Don't take us back. Yeah, so there you go.
Well, Panama's of all the Central American nations, it'd be Panama and Costa Rica are vacation sites. Why would they not be safe in Panama?
No, they're not safe going home.
I got it.
It says, but these people are from all over. It's really odd. It says 299 people from India, China, Uzbekistan, Iran, Vietnam, Turkey, Nepal, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Sri Lanka. But only 170 of them have agreed to return to their country of origin. Okay. Well,
so
this is just strange.
That is sad. That's so sad. Can you imagine the conversations? Well, one thing they're getting to learn about the rest of the world. They're certainly going to they're certainly going to have interesting neighbors. I mean, that's got to be some great conversations at least. Poor people.
I don't understand the logic, but who's paying the hotel bill?
Yeah, it's there you go. It ain't them.
Oh, I see. They can't leave the hotel. Aero Naval Service of Panama guarding the hotel, literally armed guards.
Of course.
Holy shit.
Well, you must have known that. You must have assumed that. And
Oh, I was thinking I would have just went to the beach. Yeah, but
yeah.
apparently they can't.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, just to, cut loose, go to the beach. Of course, they're not going to let them do that. I mean, like I said, then common sense. Of course, they're trapped in the hotel. They're not going to. Yeah.
But
And-
why just like these random countries? It's very strange.
Yeah,
Very strange.
it's just sad. They're just grabbing people off the streets and saying, you're out of here. It's look, these are grim and terrifying times, people. This is the America they always predicted in dystopia, and that brings us, that brings us to the next subject, at least briefly, of immigration. The Trump misadministration is cutting off legal services for unaccompanied migrant children. The latest in a series of actions stripping key resources from immigrants in the United States. The Department of the Interior sent the order to a nonprofit group that has been helping thousands of children who cross the southern border without their parents. Also this week, President Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, touted what he claimed is a record low number of border encounters. In a Fox News interview, Homan said, 229 total encounters at the southwest border. 229. Compare that to 11,000 per day under President Biden. 229 encounters in a 24-hour period. That is a record. And whatever. And in the latest series of mass terminations, U.S. government layoffs expanded to Medicare and Medicaid, the FDA, and the Centers for Disease Control over the President's Day weekend. Now, U.S. President Donald Trump fired at least 40% of workers at the FHA, the Federal Housing Administration, which provides mortgage insurance on loans for people who otherwise would never qualify for one. One of the largest mortgage insurers in the world, the FHA helps American home buyers secure a loan if they can't afford a down payment or have below average credit scores. 'Twas but the latest in a series of mass firings of federal employees by Trump and
Is he getting rid of the FHA too? Shit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
I guess I'll never get a house then. Yay.
Well, it'll be like, you'll probably need to get a job there because they're going to need people after they start restaffing. Yeah, so you'll be able to get yourself a house then. Yeah, it's...
Well, I tried, and apparently all the job postings are just like dead ends. There's no one there to hire.
Yeah, no shit. No shit. It's going to be that way until we get rid of these motherfuckers. Then they're going to have to start rehiring. It used to be, the government is America's largest employer. It's the government. So, it's... it'll get back to being that.
But won't these fuckers have to, how are they going to get anything done if there's no one there? It's like... at some point they would have to at least privately hire, right?
Yeah, well, you're asking questions that make too much sense. Obviously, It's like we're talking about the lunatics have taken over the asylum, and you're asking, why is the Joker and some other the Riddler? Why are they opening the gates and all the windows so everyone can go out? Well, that's what lunatics do when they take over the asylum, right?
Yeah, who's gonna watch Arkham Asylum?
Yeah, it's no one. Obviously, they killed everybody inside. Yeah, that's welcome to dystopia.
Well, there we go.
This was but the latest in a series of mass firings by federal employees, by Trump, and comes just days after the Department of Housing and Urban Development, which is the FHA's parent organization, announced it would terminate half of its workers at Trump's direction, which these are the people who manage the housing projects. So no one's there to manage the housing projects. We're going to have those. Imagine what it would be like living in those places. They're going to turn into hell on earth. Now, over the weekend, amid President's Day protests against the misadministration across the country, the Department of Health and Human Services began jettisoning employees in some of its biggest agencies. the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, the Food and Drug Administration, and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Those fired Saturday included employees who evaluate the safety of medical devices and conduct oversight of Affordable Care Act exchanges. Congress, meanwhile, is considering major reductions to Medicaid in order to pay for the renewal of 2017 tax cuts. To benefit the rich. Less taxes for the rich, the rest are going to die. This is like fired Saturday. They're working on weekends to fire these people. How do you deliver to someone their termination papers on a Saturday? It's like, how do you even find out you've been fired? I guess everything's online now.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. You show up on Monday and it's like your desk is gone or something.
Yeah. It's just you're told, why'd you show up? The question would be, why'd you show up? Didn't get
Are you here?
Yeah, thank you. And on Monday, the National Science Foundation fired 11% of its staff, while despite recent plane crashes that have killed scores of Americans, hundreds of employees were being dismissed by the Federal Aviation Administration. So planes are just going to start.
Yeah, did you hear the glaze on the Toronto crash?
Tell us.
The plane like flips over and like crashes, and they're like, thanks to our greatly trained pilots and staff, everyone survived. And it's like, okay, first of all,
yeah, thank you.
It shouldn't have flipped over and blew up in the first place.
Thank you.
It's nice that they all survived, but like that's not normal. You don't need to be praising. Yeah, we all survived. Yeah.
Thank you. That's just
stupid.
Outrageous. I mean, yeah. It's of course we praise those people, but this should never have happened, and wouldn't have happened if Trump and Musk had not been in charge.
And I had one of my other friends who was saying, "Did you hear about that crash in Arizona?" I'm like, "Didn't that already happen?" And they're like, "No, it was another one." I was like, Jesus Christ!
Yeah, they're falling out of the sky, dude.
They're like hitting each other.
Yeah.
In the freaking airports, just crashing into each other.
Oh, dude, it's like a replay of what
like fucking billiard balls.
Yeah, it's a replay of what Stanton Friedman claimed happened at Roswell. Remember, he said 2 UFOs crashed.
Yeah,
that's some really bad piloting.
Yeah, super advanced UFOs.
Yeah, from light years. Came from light years away, just to collide.
Crash landing. Yeah, I love that story.
Yeah, just
crash landing UFO.
No, he didn't say crash landing. He said they hit each other. You didn't know that?
That's stupid.
He said they hit each other, that they crashed. Literally crashed into each other. That's why he said there's like so many different aircraft.
Only Americans could believe that shit.
Thank you. By the way, a little bit of history here, like I had to teach the Blood Boys on President's Day. So President's Day, like I told the Blood Boys, has itself devolved from reverence to retail. Like the Founding Fathers, George Washington was uneasy about the idea of publicly celebrating his life. He was the first leader of a new republic, not a king, and yet the United States has once again commemorated its first president on Monday, 293 years after he was born. The meaning of President's Day has changed dramatically from being mostly unremarkable and filled with work for Washington in the 1700s, meaning the capital, not the man, to the bonanza of consumerism it has become today. For some historians, the holiday has lost all discernible meaning. As to how things have devolved, Washington's birthdays were celebrated sometimes. Washington was born on February 22nd, 1732. On Pope's Creek Plantation near the Potomac River in Virginia. You can still celebrate it. It's 48 hours from now. Technically, however, he was born on February 11th under the ancient Julian calendar, which was still in use for the first 20 years of his life. The Gregorian calendar, intended to more accurately mark the solar year, was adopted by the United States in 1752, adding 11 days. Either way, according to MountVernon.org, the website of the organization that manages his estate, Washington paid little attention to his own birthday. Surviving records make no mention of observances at Mount Vernon, while his diary shows he was often hard at work. Whatever a slave-owning son of a bitch does to be hard at work, I don't know, but at least he said in his diary, I'm hard at work. But I had time to make
what
it.
were they doing exactly?
Yeah, thank you. At any rate,
Having iced tea and like writing.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, if he's got time to sit down and make an entry.
Yeah, especially back then when you had to like survive and shit.
Yeah.
It was tougher.
Yeah, well, not him. He had slaves. Lucky son of a bitch. So,
Yeah. Well, all people don't realize all those historical people that have writing were all rich as fuck.
Oh, they had to.
You know,
They had to. No one else would have time to write. Most other people.
Like Franklin had time to like freaking quote unquote invent electricity.
Not to mention saw cadavers apart and sew them back together again and try and reanimate them with electricity. Yeah, don't forget all that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they forgot about that part. Yeah.
Oh.
And they tried to glaze him. They found his like house in London full of bones, and they said, "Well, you know, it was just he lived next door to an MD, and somehow they fell in his basement or something."
Oh, the shit they came up with. The shit they came up with. Yeah.
Like that's not normal to have severed limbs in your house. Like,
yeah, all these bones, sawed off bones, severed limbs and they DNA tested them. They were overwhelmingly blacks. Just don't forget that.
It's a fucking monster.
Yes, if we found that in anyone else's home, they'd say he's a serial killer. But with Ben Franklin, oh yeah, they somehow, you know,
a doctor. Don't worry.
Yeah, you know these blacks. They were squatters. That's all.
Yeah.
Fucking blacks.
He let them sleep in his basement.
Yeah, he let them sleep in his basement because he's so kind. He was feeding them. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh, well, Washington's birthday was celebrated by his peers in government when he was president. Well, mostly. Congress voted during his first 2 terms to take a short commemorative break each year, with one exception, his last birthday in office. By then, Washington was less popular, believe it or not. Partisanship was rampant, and many members of his original cabinet were gone, including Thomas Jefferson. The Library of Congress does note a French military officer, the Comte de Rochambeau, threw a ball celebrating Washington's 50th birthday in 1782. Now, after his death, a market for memorabilia was born. Washington was very aware of his inaugural role as president and its distinction from the British crown. He didn't want to be honored like a king. Still, a market for Washington memorabilia sprang up almost immediately after his death in 1799 at the age of 67 years, with people snapping up pottery and reproductions of etchings portraying him as a divine figure going off into heaven, ascending. We call this, there's a word for it, apotheosis. He ascends into godhood, making it official with parades and festivals, of course. Now, according to the Congressional Research Service, it wasn't until 1832, the centennial of his birth, that Congress established a committee to arrange national parades, orations, and festivals. Only in 1879 was his birthday formally made into a legal holiday for federal employees in the District of Columbia alone. The official designation for the holiday is Washington's birthday, although it has come to be known informally as President's Day. Arguments have been made to honor President Lincoln as well because his birthday falls nearby on February 12th. Remember what I said? Washington was born on February 11th by Julian calendrical standards, whereas by Gregorian standards, Lincoln was born on February 12th. Interesting, eh? Now, a small number of states, including Illinois, observe Lincoln's birthday as a public holiday, according to the Library of Congress. And some commemorate both Lincoln and Washington on President's Day. In fact, that's what I was raised thinking that we were supposed to do that. But on the federal level, just so people know, when I worked with the federal government at the Department of Defense, that day is still officially Washington's birthday. So understand, you say President's Day, it's really Washington's. At the federal level, that's how they say it to each other. And then we have the shift to consumerism. By the late 1960s, that decade into which I myself was born into this vale of tears, Washington's birthday was one of 9 federal holidays that fell on specific dates on different days of the week, according to a 2004 article in the National Archives' own Prologue magazine, which I used to read regularly when I was a federal librarian. Imagine that. It's like really dating myself. Now, Congress voted to move some of those to Mondays following concerns that were in part about absenteeism among government workers when a holiday fell midweek. But lawmakers also noted clear benefits to the economy, including boosts in retail sales and travel on 3-day weekends. The Uniform Monday Holiday Act thus took effect in 1971, moving President's Day to the third Monday in February. In Prologue magazine, the historian C.L. Arbelpede wrote that sales campaigns soared. Yesteryear, Seth Brueggemann, a history professor at Temple University in Philadelphia, whose books include the one I reviewed over this weekend titled Here George Washington Was Born, subtitled Memory, Material Culture, and the Public History of a National Monument, told the AP, the Associated Press, that Washington and other founding fathers would have been deeply worried by how the holiday became taken over by commercial and private interests. To quote his T, they were very nervous about corporations. It wasn't that they forbade them, but they saw corporations as like little republics that potentially threatened the power of the republic. Yet even in that early moment, Americans kind of conflated consumerism with patriotic memory. So you see, the founding fathers were not corporocratic capitalists. Imagine that. You know why? Because they were all old slave-owning, plantation-owning, propertied men who feared the corporations as empowering people, believe it or not, by allowing upward mobility. Imagine that. They were feudalists. Observing that by now the day is devoid of any recognizable traditions, the historianess Alexis Coe, authoress of the book titled You Never Forget Your First, a biography of George Washington, who is also a fellow at the Washington think tank New America, has noted that given today's widespread cynicism toward the office, that sort of reflection would probably be a good idea. She herself thinks about President's Day in much the same way as that towering monument in the District of Columbia bearing his name. In an interview with the Associated Press in 2024, she remarked, "It's supposed to be about Washington, but can you really point to anything that looks or sounds like him? Jefferson and Lincoln are presented as people with limbs and noses and words associated with their memorials. And he's just a giant granite point. He has been sanded down to have absolutely no identifiable features." One way to show their disdain for his Federalist policies was to keep working throughout his birthday. There's no moment of reflection. If he had it his way, he would be at home with his family. Maybe some beloved nieces and nephews, and friend, Marquis de Lafayette, would be ideal, and Martha's recipe for an indulgent cake, but that's about it. So, understand that the presidency itself is the office of unattainable promises, and Donald Trump broke that presidency. It's time to get rid of the job altogether by insisting on its own supremacy, the executive branch of the U.S. government under President Donald Trump is effectively seeking to alter America's constitutional framework of checks and balances among co-equal branches of government. Trump has no authority to execute this change, but that will not be enough to stop him. Now, we're getting some input here from dear Brendan, who shows us shelves in Canada where USA produce used to be, now awaiting produce arrivals from new and cheaper trading partners. Oh, it hurts. Oh, it hurts.
Yeah, they didn't skip a beat. They don't. I mean, come on. Like I said, the Brits have the best trade routes on earth. They can just get it from them.
Thank you. This is the separation.
And India.
Thank you. This is the separation of Britannia from America. This is our ways are parting, people. Understand this.
Yeah, and if we can buy stuff from Mexico, I'm sure Vancouver could. If they're getting like endangered whale stomachs and shit.
Thank you.
Like, I think they'll be fine.
Well, think of that situation. That's Trump's nightmare, that you've got stuff from Mexico being shipped to China, which in turn ships stuff to Canada. So he's getting hit on all borders with that story. He's
so like, to make drugs.
To make drugs that he's bitching about. Yeah.
But he's against the environmentalists. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's such a piece of shit.
And then I just saw something that made me laugh. It was like Rosa Parks, like they like saved a seat for her on the bus in like some symbolic bullshit.
Yeah.
And people in the comments were like, "It's been revealed her husband had a car. She's a fraud."
Oh my
what the
fucking
fuck?
God.
What does that have to do with anything?
Oh my fucking God.
Like this world is turning into like a comedy show. It's so bad.
That's
like a horror
white
show.
grievance. That's white grievance.
What does that even mean? Like she couldn't use the bus? Or,
yeah.
Because her husband had a car. What the fuck?
It's like, but don't worry. I'm going to get to that sensitive issue soon with the black female judge who gave Trump a free pass, and gave Musk a free pass.
Oh shit. Shit. Okay.
But first, let's understand that America's biggest job is fundamentally flawed, and it's not up to any one individual to fix it. Donald Trump is living proof that the U.S. presidency is broken and democracy is in peril. It's time to amend our Constitution to abolish the presidency. Now, America's biggest job is not only hard, it's humanly impossible. When I say I want a similar position of secular power, it's because I'm not human. The presidency has ballooned into something more complex than the Constitution's framers ever envisioned. Modern presidents must coordinate with far more cabinet members, govern in a highly partisan environment, deal with around-the-clock criticism in a real-time media environment, and still summon the emotional bandwidth to lead the country through tragedy, which we know Trump doesn't have. Given the tremendous scope of this job, Trump's first-term admission that the job is harder than he expected is a common presidential revelation. They all come to this because they campaign as superheroes. And therein lies another potential clue as to why the job has become so difficult. Americans' expectations of presidents are often incongruous with the constraints of that office, and promises are much more easily made on the campaign trail than kept once in the White House. And we've all seen the result of expanding that executive potential. The belligerent, typo-ridden tweets, the fawning press conferences with autocrats and overlords, the self-described neo-Nazis on parade praising an American president's name. We have seen it with our own eyes. There is a bloated authoritarian lounging in his bathrobe in a 200-year-old mansion that used to symbolize the principal republic of the world. This is a man who openly conspired to cheat with the help of a hostile foreign empire in a federal election. On his original election night, he came in second place, yet due to a scab of slavery in our Constitution, the Electoral College, this usurper has the full power of the most powerful military in history by many definitions, command of the Treasury, the absolute power to mass pardon, and he can unilaterally annihilate millions of people with his command to deploy nuclear weapons. I'm not talking about the ICBMs, which I've already deconstructed. I mean the fucking bombers or other methods of delivery, such as submarines. He's made refugees begging us for mercy into orphans, hoping it will deter other asylum seekers. Because he can. He then packed a man onto the Supreme Court, Brett Kavanaugh, who believes in supreme leaders, if they're Republican, that is. Russia attacked our country. The target was Hillary Rodham Clinton and liberal democracy, and they hit their mark. If you're stunned that President Donald Trump is back in office because he's so horrible and so unpopular and so obviously corrupt, you are not alone. The overwhelming majority agrees with you. Only about 25% of eligible voters voted for President Grab 'em by the pussy in the first election that installed him. Yet the majority was rendered powerless to stop him by the broken structure of our constitutional republic. And impeachment will never remove Trump from office. So now I have other bad news. The remedy in our Constitution for a treasonous turncoat who got into the White House on a technicality is impeachment. But guess what? Impeachment has never gotten rid of a bad president in this country. Not ever. William Jefferson Clinton finished his term after being impeached. The threat of impeachment got Nixon to step down, but impeachment as a whole has failed. It's never lived up to its promise. It failed to remove President Andrew Johnson, described by his contemporaries as the vilest, radical, and most unscrupulous demagogue in the Union. The main charge against Johnson was that he ignored the authority and will of Congress. It was then that a group of concerned citizens saw a monarchy in the making and drew up a petition titled Memorial Regarding the Abolition of the Presidency. Make that your Bible. Their idea was to copy the Swiss Republic, which my legal father had some descendancy from. He was Irish, German, but some blood from the French cantonments of Switzerland. And beyond that, make the executive branch a federal consul without veto power. Mid-19th century Americans' trepidation that an emperor could follow an idealistic revolution was well-founded. They'd witnessed that very thing in France with the ascension of Napoleon. Said petition maketh the case that the three branches of government are not equal. Sourced petition reads, Congress is more dependent on the president than he is on Congress. The president has the elements of power. Congress has but words. He can act. Congress can but talk. This pamphlet, printed in 1868, is the foundation for my new idea of a new America. Or rather, it's an old idea that I'm openly stealing and boasting about my theft as the foundation of my new America, offering, as it does, that a constitutional monarchy is still a monarchy, and the exorbitant powers of the executive branch are borrowed from monarchs, which make it impossible to hold any president accountable. And they prove therein that when the president is above the law, he is an autocrat and not a small d democrat. So we need to abolish the presidency to save democracy. Let me check to see if I'm still on call, because our dear Brendan has dropped off. Probably either fell asleep or his phone charge died. So that leaves me alone in Monologue. For now, at least. He may rejoin us. You're invited to rejoin us, Brendan, should you feel the need, should you feel the want to do so. In 1973, the idea came up again, a few weeks after the second inauguration of Richard Nixon, when the Pulitzer Prize-winning historianist Barbara Tuchman wrote a piece in the New York Times asking, "Should we abolish the presidency?" Tuchman proved that Congress is at fault for the executive branch becoming too powerful. To quote she, "Responsibility must be put where it belongs, in the voter. The failure of Congress is a failure of the people." 18 months later, Nixon resigned. His successor gave Nixon a blanket pardon, ratifying that he was in fact above the law. Tuchman also touted the Swiss Republic's use of a consul in lieu of a hero-like Father God figure. But, to be honest, I'm most inspired by Comedy Central's The President Show, starring comedian Anthony Atamanuik. With his searing Trump impersonation, Atamanuik was introduced as the 45th and final president. We can now make the 47th and final president happen. My fear isn't Trump. It's that the next autocrat is most likely smarter and savvier than Trump. Every partisan from every niche of American politics must be alarmed. We have a branch of government that stinks so bad it's wafted over the entire nation and our outer territories. The entire world sees it. We're in trouble. Because, as our forefathers have since been propagandized to have believed, democracy is worth fighting for, even if you have to fight a mad king for it. Their enemy was a monarch on whom they projected madness. Our enemy is an imperial president who personifies insanity itself. The presidency is broken. Our little Republican experiment is terminal, and democracy itself is in peril across the globe. The original U.S. Constitution, minus the amendments, has a deliberate anti-democratic structure. 1. The Electoral College means there has never been a direct election of our presidents. Originally, it was intended to be a veto by elites versus the general public. If they elected the wrong person, the electors were there to overrule the public. 2. The U.S. Senate is the most undemocratic part of our system. Empty welfare state Wyoming has 75 times greater representation than my own Golden State nation of California, what maintains the entire American way of life on our backs, with our economy having surpassed that of the United Kingdom to place us nigh on par with United Germany, the fourth largest economic engine on earth after the Empire of Japan, the People's Republic of China, and the United States of America maintaining its lead by grace of California alone. Until the 20th century, senators were chosen by state legislatures, not voters. And MAGA leaders want to return to that. 3. The Supreme Court almost always defends wealthy elites. 4. The winner-take-all / majority rule system is less democratic than parliamentary systems in most other nations. It leaves small groups unrepresented. Not underrepresented, but unrepresented. Plus, cripples newer or smaller parties. 5. There is no mention of rights in the original Constitution whatsoever, except a stricter definition of treason. We can amend our Constitution to transition from republic to democracy. Abolish the presidency. Give us a Swiss-modeled council of boring bureaucrats who will do their job, serve the people, and leave after their term ends. Power to the people via constitutional convention. Make the co-equal branches of government more equal by expansion of the Supreme Court. Power to the Congress. To fix Congress, abolish the Senate. The Senate cannot be reformed. It can only be abolished. Let's work our way backwards through my last 3 advisements by first confronting the fact that the Senate is a deeply undemocratic institution where white power thrives and the popular will goes to die. And, as I've said before, if I ever attain secular power, it would not be presidential power. I would simply be first citizen, an advisor to the consul and the Congress and the courts. The United Senate, or rather the United States Senate, was a bad idea from the start. At the Constitutional Convention in 1787, populous states like Virginia supported the idea of a unicameral national legislature with representation based on the population of each state. That's the kind of system one would expect in a representative democracy. But less populous states like Delaware and New Jersey wanted a unicameral legislature in which all states would enjoy equal representation regardless of population, which is a system one might expect of a confederacy or a conglomerate of independent sovereign nations. Instead of resolving the issue in favor of democratic self-governance, the convention went for a compromise plan. There would be 2 houses, a lower house or House of Representatives in which representation would be based on the population of each state, and an upper house or Senate in which all states would have equal representation. At the very heart of our Constitution is the idea that where people live matters more than what people want. Where more than what? All of it at the price of the people's power. Nor was this the only anti-democratic feature of the Senate. As originally laid out in the Constitution, senators were appointed by state legislatures, never elected by the people, although the people at that point meant white, male, landed slave owners, making the entire idea of democratic self-government a sick joke from the very start. It wasn't until 1913, with the passage of the 17th Amendment, that voters finally got to choose their own senators. An institution that is so profoundly antithetical to democracy cannot be reformed. However, simply by changing the method of picking its anti-democratic leaders, the Senate today is the place where the popular will goes to die. It is the place where 40 people can outvote 60. Its unearned nickname as the world's greatest deliberative body was worth noting when it came time to put country over party and convict a president for bribing foreign governments to dig up dirt on political rivals or for leading an attempted coup d'etat or stroke of state. The Senate's primary function is to do nothing, then congratulate itself for its restraint. And aside from that, getting paid a lot of money to produce absolutely nothing. The Senate must be abolished. Perhaps the institution made some modicum of sense hundreds of years ago when regional differences within the incestuous cabal of white elites were critical enough to warrant an entire chamber dedicated to their sick vision of equality. But whatever justification might have existed in 1787 disappeared when it became an institution devoted to one region's preservation of slavery in 1820. Once Senate representation became a race to preserve slavery, once states were admitted based on their likelihood to deny or uphold the rights of white men to own other people, once the Missouri Compromise called for the admission of free states and slave states in equal proportion to uphold the institution of slavery over the popular will, the argument that representation should be based on geography was shown to be nothing more than a tool of white supremacy. So we turn towards our input from Brendan, who has rejoined us. So don't be afraid to interject. Please state your questions here. Does the removal of the 16th Amendment bear review, remove income tax for consumption?
Yeah.
Can that work?
I was just saying, yeah, if we're going to get rid of the Senate and the president, might as well get rid of the fucking income tax shit. 16th Amendment. And so because like other countries, I know the Europeans doubled down, but it seems like a consumption tax makes more sense for a governing body, because then the more money your people make and the more they spend, then that would be reciprocal to what you're bringing in. Does that bear review, or is it something that just kind of has to be kept in place to maintain the crazy amounts of infrastructure?
Right now I veer towards the latter intuitively, but I'll tell you, I'm going to digest that, and when I digest it, we'll eventually get towards talking about the IRS, because Musk is killing the IRS. And obviously, there's going to be plenty of people.
I'm glad I got my return already. People are saying that they haven't gotten their return.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, don't hold your breath. I hope you weren't banking on that. I'll tell those people, you got yours.
Yeah, I got mine just in the nick of time, thank God.
Yeah, and, but
Not that it was anything good. It was just, I would have never saw it again, probably.
Yes, thank you. But I will get to talking about the IRS, because the one thing I can tell you right now, because I'm a person who knows.
What did they do before 1913, or 16 or whatever the fuck?
Yeah, whip a bunch of blacks.
How did they make money?
Whip a bunch of blacks and sell them to each other. Here's fine nigger meat, and shit like that. And I mean that's what they did.
Like, how did the feds manage before 1913?
Well, like I said, there really wasn't much of a fucking government. It was every man for himself, because your men that counted were all on plantations surrounded by slaves. So you're in your own empire. Who the fuck cares? What's the government gonna tell you? They got nothing to tell you. You're in your own little world. It's but when it comes to the taxes that Brendan brought up, think about this. Japan, Germany, Australia, and even poor little Denmark that Trump's picking on, they are among the many industrialized countries that pre-fill their citizens' tax forms. Nobody files taxes in those countries. The government files their taxes for them. In America, we die. Filling out these taxes, it kills us.
Yeah, they make you do it, even though they already know. It's bizarre.
Yeah, the IRS could do this. It has everyone's tax data.
Yeah. It doesn't make any. It's like so backwards.
Yeah. It's like so.
You have to report it to us like it's some kind of black ritual. It's like,
Yes.
you come to us.
No, it's an occult act of submission. It really
Yeah.
is. Because
Yeah.
you know what it represents? Remember in the old days, the king would send the man in the black mask to come and collect it from you. And this way the
Brits
government
still
says,
do that shit, basically.
yeah. But here in America, they're saying, we don't need to send a man in a black mask to come squeeze the blood out of your stones. You
come
do
to
it.
us.
Yeah, you do it because you're our bitch.
Even though your job already subtracts everything, so it's just so redundant. Talk about redundant.
It's just a form of occult ritual submission for the masses.
Yeah.
And
in 1913, that's a freaking, like, there's your number right there. 13.
Thank you. And literally the fact that it took
the
that
beginning of the end and shit.
Yeah, thank you. It's like at any rate, so for the Senate, it still serves that essential role of propping up white power today. That's just how the Senate works, in part because people of color are not spread evenly throughout the country. More black people live in the 5 boroughs of New York City than all the people who live in the Dakotas put together. That these Dakotas get 4 votes in the Senate, while black New York City residents get like a 10% say in their state's 2 senators is wrong on its face. And offensively so. There is no good government reason for this systemic unfairness. There is a white government reason, however, and we're going to learn a lot about South Africa and apartheid as we learn more about Elon Musk in my monologues and as they bring more white South Afrikaners over to the U.S. They don't want to leave South Africa right now, but as Brendan described, the way South Africa is going to shit, they're going to start. That they'll be coming here to join Elon Musk and Peter Thiel, who, by the way, is the biggest promoter of Christianity in Silicon Valley. And I don't even want to know what Thiel Christianity is, but I'm going to have to find out. As we move ever closer to a majority-minority country, the Senate acts as a last line of defense for white people, a way for them to hold political advantage over everybody else. So long as white people continue to make their states unwelcoming to newcomers of color, they can be assured of an outsized voice in our nation's politics. This is South Africa. Here and now. Now, the astute listener will notice that I haven't really talked about reforming the filibuster, a rule invented by senators to make their institution even less democratic than the Constitution requires it to be. But even filibuster reform will never address the rot at the heart of the Senate. By 2040, it is projected...
Yeah, no surprise. Peter Thiel is an evangelical, eschatological maniac, apparently.
Oh.
He references the Antichrist and AI taking over the world, even though he's part of it, so it's just odd.
Whoa, you see,
he draws on biblical prophecies to warn about Antichrist and to promise safety from threats like nuclear war and artificial intelligence.
When he's promoting the artificial intelligence.
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense.
Well, he feels that by bringing about the Antichrist, he's ushering in the age of apocalypse and is therefore doing God's work. If he thinks that far ahead. I don't believe he thinks that far ahead.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that. What did they say he was again? What the fuck?
He's an evangelical. He was raised as an evangelical and inherited Christianity of his parents, but his beliefs are quote unquote somewhat heterodox. No shit.
Yeah.
So he doesn't. I guess they're not clear, or he's not public what sect he's from. But yeah, there you go.
Oh,
I don't know,
man. Yeah. Oh, he and Musk are going to be the death of us, and he's trying to Christianize Silicon Valley. Peter Thiel.
Yeah, that's what it's saying here. It's just kind of like mimetic theory. I mean, this dude's going deep. He's deep.
Yeah, well, he's rich enough to afford it. When you got nothing but
Yeah.
time on your hands, you can get all thaumaturgy.
He's sitting there, yeah, getting philosophical and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, it has to do with age because he's getting older, and the blood boys can keep him good for only so long, right? I mean, a few decades, but
In the words of one of his friends, Peter is of two minds on everything.
Yeah.
If you were to open his skull, you would see a number of Mexican standoffs between agnostic ideas you wouldn't think could be safely housed in the same brain. So they're schizos, basically. All these people are fucking schizzed out. Meaning split-brained.
Thank you. And for people writing me already, I don't mean my blood boys. He's got his own blood boys. He's got his own harem of blood boys. All the Silicon Valley moguls do, in case you haven't heard
I
me.
wonder if they're whatever the Christian version of kosher is.
Oh, I now that you mention
how do you rationalize that? Yeah.
I shudder to think what his blood boys are raised like.
You are Christ's shepherds while I milk you
Sheep.
for blood.
Not shepherds, dude. Sheep.
Sorry, yeah, sheep.
Sheep. Shit.
You are the lamb and I am. It's like, what are you talking about?
Oh, yeah. Oh, man.
Like his friend said, he's all fucked.
They all are. They all are.
I don't think Christ would be recommending draining blood of others.
Yeah, it's well, let's. I've got my own philosophy of that, obviously, as a vampire, but we can speak of that later. Even on the show. I mean, I'm willing to speak about it publicly, but with Peter Thiel, it's different. Peter's he's not like me, a creature of the night that can't exist without it, or at least not exist properly. He's just a creep seeking to extend his lifespan. Right. Yeah, and
yeah. And speaking of, do you know Brian Johnson? Did you hear when he went to India recently? He got pissed off.
What the fuck happened now? What did he do now?
He got invited to an interview in India, and he left the interview in a rage because he's like the pollution here cost me,
days,
3 points on my biomarkers.
Well,
this place is a polluted hellhole. Yeah, he said that. He said it shortened my life just coming here in this polluted hellhole.
Well, if you go to a place like Mexico City, it's like smoking 3 packs of cigarettes a day. I mean, it's so.
Well, he went to Delhi, so it's worse.
Yeah, it's just the equivalent. It's the equivalent. It's like smoking. It's like he was smoking cigs all day. Well, why did he go? Doesn't he know this?
Because they paid him. It was like some kind of interview, and then he regretted it. He was like, "This is the worst week of my life."
I don't understand. He's rich. Why would if he's that rich? Why would he take money to be interviewed? It's like what? That doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make.
It's not like are you that poor? Are you spending all your money on vitamins? What the fuck? Why would you?
Yeah, pretty much, probably.
Yeah.
It costs like $1 million a day or some shit, or a month to sustain his shit. So.
Oh, so he's getting
That's
desperate.
why he has to sell olive oil and shit.
No wonder he's getting desperate then. Poor pathetic son of a bitch. Yeah, it's
it's crazy.
Oh man. So thank you.
Is it worth living longer in that kind of scenario?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Or what are you gonna be, a bubble boy, sit in a bubble?
It's like so he can brag about I've lived 100 years and I never enjoyed a minute of it. Yeah.
That's what it seems like.
Yeah, spend every minute in this regulated schedule of it's like, dude.
Madness.
Dude, yeah. You're at any rate, he's hurting himself anyway, because we all know with the overdose of all the pills he's on, all that glycerin, all the capsule glycerin and shit, he's just gonna wind up like adhesive. It's all gonna glue his ass shut and he won't be able to shit. Something's gonna happen with that guy. It's just at any rate. But at least he's acting as a guinea pig for us all. So we've got to give him credit for that. So we appreciate his transparency.
Oh wait, the latest, he added garam masala to his diet after he went to India.
What is that? What is
It's like a spice. It's like a spice mix. Here you go.
No. Wow. Yeah, radical. Yeah, complained about India's pollution, now has garam. Oh man. All right.
Who left his NT'L Kamas podcast midway complaining of India's pollution, has now added garam masala. He revealed that he'll be eating it for the next few days. This is like stupid. It's like become a meme. I mean, this is just crazy.
Yeah, it's look at his T-shirt. Don't die.
Yeah. Yeah. He sells those. That's what I'm saying. You could just make a stupid T-shirt and make money.
Yeah, we gotta start doing that. Yeah, don't die. Yeah, it's
what does that even mean?
Yeah, it's. I'd rather die than live like him. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you want to live forever in this? What's gonna come? What's coming?
Thank you. And he's look at him. What I'm eating for the next few days: blueprint superfood smoothie. Dude.
And then he adds garam masala. Like, imagine tasting that. It's got like blueberries, and then you add this fucking curry spice mix to it. Like, what are you doing, dude?
Yeah, it's
crazed.
I knew a Chinese guy once who put hot sauce on his peaches and shit like that. That's something happens to the
but
taste
that's
buds.
different. That's different.
Yeah, no, but I mean, it's like
garam masala is like it's got like cardamom and cinnamon. Like, it's definitely not compatible with fruit.
No, I get it. It's like
He's
putting
insane.
meat sauce on a salad. But then again,
exactly.
That's kind of like what that asshole did to me with the Bok Bang Jiao, Michael Aquino and shit. Yeah, I almost forgot his name there for a second. Had to think on it.
Good.
Yeah, finally.
You're the only one keeping him alive. I don't think anyone else remembers.
No, yeah, they do. They knew about him with Zizan cult and shit. Yeah, ZZ cult. Yeah, ZZ Top cult. Yeah, ZZ Top.
We're Sith. We're Sith masters.
Sith. Yeah,
I bet.
Whenever I used to think about ZZ Top, I really thought they were a Hasidic Jewish rock band. I honestly thought they were a Hasidic Jewish rock band.
Oh my God.
I didn't realize.
They look sketch as fuck.
Yeah, I didn't realize they were just a bunch of fucking hillbilly hippies and shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Well-dressed man. Every woman loves a well-dressed man.
Yeah. they were pretty funny. Yes, that's got to give them credit for that. And this one Jewish kid I knew thought that video, she's got legs. He said, "Oh, yeah. That's all their wives." I said, "They wish those were their wives. Those are Playboy bunnies, you idiot. Not the fucking wives.
Definitely not their wives."
Oh my God, the fantasies people project. Thank you. By any rate, just so people understand the gravity of the situation, by the year 2040, it is projected that 70% of our country will be represented by just 30 senators, while the other 70 senators will give voice to the remaining Caucasoid 30%. Talk about South Afrikaner apartheid imbalance levels of non-governance. And I can pretty well make a very educated guess that the overwhelming majority of all senators will continue to be white, even as our country browns. And our man Brendan can talk about the browning of America. Wait, by the way, say that out loud. Yes, say that out loud. It's like, yes, it's going to be.
I just said as if it's going to last another 10 years.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, good point. How the fuck that? Yeah, that's like looking at.
That would be a miracle.
That's like looking at Brian Johnson and saying he's going to live to be 100. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's like the anticlimactic. Like I'm betting money that it's not gonna last very long.
Thank you.
This shit's gonna shut down like early, kind of like when Pete said, "I'm gonna live to 100."
Yeah.
And he stroked down.
Yeah. The moment he said that, though, we all know he'd probably been subclinically stroking every day for a while. I mean, that guy had been. Right? I mean, don't you think?
But it was like, it's like getting struck by like Thor's thunderbolt. Like you say, I'm gonna live forever, and then you just fucking die.
Oh yeah, that was a bolt from Zeus. That was a bolt from Zeus. Yeah.
Because it was like within days, he's like crying.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I can't come on. I'm too sick.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, you're about to live to 108. I thought.
Yeah. He said something outrageous too. 127, some shit like that. You remembered the exact number, didn't you? Oh, it's an occult number. So tell people about it. It was an occult.
It was
number.
108. That's like the Taoist number of perfection, or the Buddhist number of perfection. It's like it's a sacred number. It's just.
Mm-hmm.
the fact that he said that just made it so much more ironic.
You know what it was? It was an act of heretical. What do you call it? A-religious sacrilege. It was an act of.
It was sacrilege.
Yeah, heretical sacrilege that he said that, and that's why he was struck. Yes, thank you.
I think I even remember telling you. I was like, "Oh, he's cooked now." He said it.
Yes, you did say that.
He declared an age.
Yes,
he's fucking cooked.
Yes, you did. You did say that. Yes.
Because anyone knows that anyone who declares something, it's like you know, it's called telegraphing in martial arts. Like you don't tell the devil what you're about to do.
Thank you. Thank you. So true. So true. He was telegraphing he was rattling before he struck.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now, just so people understand the history of my educated guess, nearly 2,000 people have served in the Senate since its creation in 1789. Now, I can give you a complete list of the black ones by counting on my fingers. Hiram Revels, Blanche Bruce, Edward Brooke, Carol Moseley Braun, Barack Obama, Roland Buries, Tim Scott, William Moe Cohen, Cory Booker, Kamala Harris, and Raphael Warnock. That's it. Just 11 people of African heritage.
It's like almost comical.
Thank you.
It's almost comical.
Just 11 black people of African heritage in all of American history, and most of them were mistaken for white. They were white presentation blacks.
Yeah, I was gonna say they were mixed as can be sounding.
Thank you. Yeah, just by the sound of their name. Well, look at Blanche Bruce. Her very name is white. Blanche means white. They named her White Bruce because she was so light skinned when she was born. Yeah, so it's like a sick joke. It's like blacks having to put on whiteface to serve in the Senate.
Oh, shit. Yeah, that's crazy that there's only been 11. I mean,
yes.
And then when you're in civics, they say the Senate represents everybody. Yeah.
But as you know,
it's for all of us.
Yeah, one of my own recommendations of we've got to get colored progressive people in the Supreme Court, that's obviously blown to shit by this negress, this goddamn black bitch who let Musk slide. Yeah, we'll get to that. It's just, you know, and I'm going to try and do it without exploding into racist epithets.
Man. And it's like, I don't know, like, I don't want people to take it the wrong way that I'm laughing, but it's just like, it's turning into comedy for me.
What else can you do? What else can you do? You're either going to laugh or you're going to cry.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's honestly. Yeah, you can't reform a system that's committed to whiteness unless you're going to force people of color to relocate.
I mean, what would you say?
Yeah,
what would you say to people saying, "Oh, Doug wants to get rid of whites, so he hates white people"?
Yeah. I mean, oh my fucking god!
He's advocating white genocide. You know, you're hating on our culture, man.
Yeah, believe that shit. Believe that shit. It's like it's astonishing to me. It's like, why doesn't Doug like us? Why does Doug like us? You know, and they're like, look at what this old white man just did to me. You know, I'll help you with your books, Douglas. Yeah, here's a couple bucks. Here's a couple bucks. Yeah,
right.
I stole everything you said, but I'm not publishing it. Oh, imagine it. You know, it's oh god, it's like, how do they
got such a good track record?
Yeah, look at how the whites treat me. You know, like Peter Moon and shit. Yeah. But honestly, I think I'm being pretty restrained in what I'm saying. I'm saying eliminate the presidency and the Senate, and they take that. He's gonna kill us all. Yeah. I'll tell you what.
I'm surprised people have. Yeah, they're freaking out. How could you destroy our government?
Yeah, our fabulous method of governing. Yeah, look at that. Yes, our white father god figure.
So you're not a federalist.
Yeah. No, obviously. In fact, I would have to look up the definition. I would have to look up the definition of a federalist.
People that are for the federal government ruling, you know.
Right. Well,
like the OGs.
Right.
That they wanted the Constitution to be like the number one thing.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a constitutional fundamentalist. is what I would call that. We'll get into that because there's these people who
But
worship.
what would be the advantage of just letting the state? Why not just let the states govern? Like, there's got to be some.
Well, we know
point.
what'll happen then. Like I said, my perception.
Well, let the other ones become backwards. I mean,
yeah,
who cares?
as tempting as that is, we need all of the resources, as many resources, to be coordinated as possible to maintain our quality of life. I mean, obviously, some states have what others do not. Now, I do foresee kind of just letting go of some parts of America, but not others. In other words, locking, as I said, in a sense, a kind of United Nations of America that's fairly inspired by the United Federation of Planets of Gene Roddenberry. But this United Nations of America would include South Korea and Taiwan, of course, but in federation, not part of a union. So I would get deeper into explaining that later in the future. We don't need to go into that right now because obviously I'm blowing people's minds already just by saying get rid of the president. It's like, look, has anyone ever heard of the president of Switzerland? Obviously, the Swiss have functioned hundreds of years without a fucking president. Okay, so it's not in the sense that we have one. So here we are. Tell us about
these are the
this.
Federalists.
Okay, so explain this.
It was the first party. It was the first party. Alexander Hamilton and the like. The party favored centralization, federalism, modernization, industrialization, and protectionism. The Federalists called for a strong national government that promoted economic growth, fostered friendly relationships with Great Britain in opposition to revolutionary France.
Oh, well, that already.
So this is early days. Federalist Party.
That's already we're seeing how bad this shit is. First off, protectionism? Like,
this is before globalism. This is like early days.
Yeah, obviously. But the question is, who is America protecting its market against? It's not like there's a bunch of Japs or Chinks out there producing cheap products.
Yeah, true.
What are they protecting America's market against? It doesn't make any sense. It's not like these people had option to, I'll go online. Oh man, look at this buy from Germany. You know, it's not like they had any options for whether.
Right. You're saying it's totally archaic.
Yeah. It's not only archaic, it's anachronistic. It doesn't make sense for their time.
But they're saying they were all about economic growth and modernization.
Yeah.
Industrialization.
And you like how their choice is between Great Britain or France. That's their view of the world. It's either it's either the limeys or the frogs. Yeah. Hey, limeys or frogs.
Well, this was like early, like I was saying, 1700s.
It's like it's like. Oh God!
Nowadays, dude hates them both.
Yeah.
And what is Trump's beef with Germany? There must be some kind of personal slight he has.
No, it's because he, like I said, his family was German descent, Drumpf. But then they went through that whole process where they became profoundly denialist of their German heritage because they wanted to identify as purely American. And one way they did that was their affiliation with the Klan. So when they affiliated with the Klan is profoundly anti-German in the sense that much of Germany, especially Bavaria and Austria, is Catholic, and the Klan believes that.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
that they're antithetical to the Pope in Rome. Meanwhile, they copy the Catholic headgear or headdress of the
yes.
Oh God, I have to look it up. Catholic pointed Catholic penance hoods. Penance. See if I can spell that right. Penance hoods and capirote. The capirote. Yeah. Thank you. So I mean, all the Klan is wearing is Catholic capirote in this anti-Catholic. It's like an occult mirror, Yeah. So, but you remember in Helsing, the Roman Catholic Crusaders fighting on behalf of the Pope are all wearing capirotes, and every stupid white person watching that thinks they're Klansmen.
Yeah, Americans thought that thing was so avant-garde. They have Klansmen and Nazis.
Yeah,
and it's
they
like,
have
no,
Klansmen.
you just don't know what the fuck you're watching.
You. Thank you. I just cry. I cry.
Yeah,
I
that's
just
funny.
weep.
That's actually funny.
It's hideously funny.
And then you add in Schrodinger's cat. And
Yes.
They love it.
Thank you. And yeah, this little agendered, gender neutral, this non-binary quantum factor, the non-binary quantum factor.
That kills Alucard, basically.
Yeah. The Americans don't know what the fuck to do with that. They're just they're just lost. They can't square that with the Nazis. They can't square that with the Nazis.
No, they have no idea.
Yeah, they just don't get it. They don't get it.
Yeah.
Schrodinger has to be non-binary because that's the whole concept of Schrodinger's cat. You don't know whether it's alive or dead, but as a human manifesting concept, Schrodinger is non-binary because it's a trap. You don't know whether he's a boy or a girl until you pull down his pants. That's literally
the joke.
The point. Well, it's not a joke.
Is that something they got from you?
Yes, that's what I told them. That was Schrodinger's original concept. That's originally what Schrodinger said, and that's how Hitler understood his conceptualization of physics when Schrodinger explained to him the quantum mechanics. And but of course, when they published it, they had to change it to the fucking cat because because Hitler made a joke about a pussy. So he's got a pussy, get it? And then they said, then Schrodinger's pussy is cat, get it? So that's
it's the same in German.
Yes. So thank you, and that's for people who don't know what the fuck we're talking about. We just lost you. We'll get to it someday. We'll explain the whole thing.
Yeah, we'll come back. It's a special edition.
Yeah, special edition, and at
this point, there's nothing left but the hellscape we're in.
Yes, thank you, and unless you're going to force people of color to relocate en masse and then let them vote once they get there, you cannot overcome the structural geographic advantages the Senate gives to white voters alone. The Senate needs to be abolished and replaced with a democratic institution of government. One person, one vote makes sense. One state, 12 votes, never did. Now, the late John Dingell knew a thing or two about how Congress works. First elected in the U.S. House of Representatives at the age of 29 in a 1955 special election, Dingell left office in January of 2015, nearly 60 years later. Who says government work isn't easy? I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. But yeah, moonsuck or ass suck, Mr. Vinnie Barber.
He didn't work for 60 years.
Yeah. Could only hope to live that long. Imagine working 60 years after the age of 29. This guy was 30 years old when he got the job and worked for 60 years until he was 90. Imagine that. I mean, that's like...
Fuck that.
Yeah, but it wasn't work. It's not work. It's... It's
that's
Congress.
how they're able to stay till they're 80.
Yeah. Now, the last president he served with, Barack Obama, was born 6 years after Dingell entered office. His tenure...
Holy shit.
Yeah, his tenure was the longest in the history of the House or the Senate, outlasting stalwarts like Strom Thurmond.
Where the heck was this guy from?
Yeah, it's just Mars, probably. You know, my favorite Martian. You saw the series; they're all white, right? You know, they're yeah. So he outlasted Strom Thurmond, who I think Strom Thurmond was in since the Civil War myself. But yeah, that's
what it sounds like.
Thank you, and Ted Kennedy by more than a decade. But to quote from his 2018 memoir, published just before he died, titled "The Dean," subtitled "The Best Seat in the House," which
what keeps these people in there? I never understood that.
Jesus, how could you stay out? The benefits are enormous. You're fucking all those young interns all fucking day. It's like you got young interns who can't protest because you saw it. There was that one guy who was found to be fucking these underage interns, and he stayed in the Senate for the rest of his life. Remember, after they exposed him and shit, he apologized. He never spent a day in jail and shit. I mean, we could look that up. Congress or the Senate,
But I mean, I get the perks, quote unquote, but it's like, why do that forever? It's just, I don't have that mindset. Maybe that's what's wrong
Thank
with
you.
me.
I mean,
That's why I'm
this is
poor, man. That's why you're poor.
yeah. That's because you're not like Vinnie Barbarick. He was leeching their youthful energy. Don't you get it? This guy's just
there we go.
he's a form of parasite. He's leeching the youthful energy from the interns. It gets to
vicariously living through these people and shit.
Yeah. Oh, it's disgusting. Yeah, and all these people. Yeah, it's at any rate. So from his book, which I got from the estate. I'll have to return it, of course. But here's 2 paragraphs. The Great Compromise, as it was called when it was adopted by the Constitution's framers, required that all states, big and small, have 2 senators. The idea that Rhode Island needed 2 U.S. senators to protect itself from being bullied by Massachusetts emerged under a system that governed only 4 million Americans. Holy shit. Next paragraph. Today, in a nation of more than 325 million and 37 additional states, not only is that structure antiquated, it's downright dangerous. California has almost 40 million people, 10 times that of the original entire United States, while the 20 smallest states have a combined population totaling less than California's, less than 40 million. Yet because of an 18th century political deal, those 20 states have 40 senators, while California has just 2. These sparsely populated, ultra-conservative states block legislation supported by the majority, the overwhelming majority of American people. That's just plain crazy. His words, not mine.
Then why are they always complaining? They're like, California is going to bring us down.
Yeah, believe that shit.
What the fuck?
Believe that shit.
Doesn't even make sense.
It's so offensive.
If we have no say in it, why are they tripping?
Yes, thank you. It's so offensive. This cannot stand. Yeah, Dingle is right, even though he's dead. He's dead and he's right. The Senate's malapportionment is absurd, and I'm left without words. I'm just gonna say, just plain bad. It's like, and given how America's political geography has developed in the past 12 centuries, it's now a body in which white rural interests of the morbidly inbred illiterates are privileged over those of Black and Latino city dwellers with college degrees. Given how much whiter the median state is than the median American voter. Oh, I'm left weak when you look at this, and the idea that people can brag that we're fighting for this, dying for this in wars. So another quote I'll read from the book, since I brought it home with me.
Yeah, I think it's part of like the apocalypse, the age of revealing. It's just,
thank you.
It's clear that the system is dumb. Like, it's so
thank you.
Terrible.
Thank you. And yet, then the word goes out. See, Douglas hating on whites.
Yeah.
Douglas hating on whites. It's like,
you guys just hate us. It's just like your own government hates you.
Yeah, thank you. Fuck. It's like, and they're all complaining how they're suffering, and they get that somehow there's reverse discrimination and shit. So.
Well, they're in the poorest areas. It's not anyone else's fault. It's just.
Thank you.
But
even though they're in the poorest areas, they still have advantages the rest of us don't. Look at you. Look at you. You're in Sacramento working your ass off to pay rent for a tiny little storage space where you're living in a storage facility, whereas these guys inherit entire homes.
Oh, yeah.
That entire generations have owned. And they can buy cars and shit like that.
Oh, yeah, they all have, like, trucks. Those trucks are like hundreds of thousands of dollars nowadays.
Thank you. And
I was talking to my friend that knows about, like, the farm industry. Yeah. He was saying that they get money, or they did until recently, They would get money every year.
Yeah.
Every year to buy brand new tractors and just parking the tractors, otherwise they wouldn't get the checks. So
Oh,
there you go.
Jesus.
They had it good for
Too long.
like 50 or 60 years or something.
Oh, dude, yeah, if you weren't able to do something with the advantages you had over all this time, then I'm sorry, it's Darwinian selection at this point. It's so
Basically,
yeah, thank you. So another paragraph from this book, since I bothered to bring it home, just I'll quote one more. The Senate also introduces an unnecessary veto point blocking the passage of ordinary legislation. That's bad for basically any party that gains the presidency, as presidents now typically enjoy only 12 years of control of both the House and Senate, in which they must attempt to pass their entire legislative agenda. Then the president's party typically loses one or both houses of Congress during the midterms, and the result is gridlock until the next president takes office. So even during the 12 years where a trifecta of one party controls the House, Senate, and presidency, as we have now, the Senate filibuster makes passing that party's agenda extraordinarily difficult. Big changes are increasingly confined to reconciliation bills just to avoid that hurdle. That's bad if you're Donald Trump in 2017 through to 2018 or 2024? No, 26, I mean to say. Basically 2026, right? To 2028, right? When the midterms come along, give him his 2 years of lame duck presidency. Thank you. Or Barack Obama. Thank you. Or Barack Obama in 2009 to 2010, not to mention his other term. I'm not even going to calculate that. But it's also just bad for democratic accountability. People elect presidents with the understanding that they will actually accomplish what they've promised. A surfeit of veto points, many supplied by the Senate, makes that impossible. So, but I always said eliminate the presidency anyway. But since we're on the Senate, how abolishing the Senate would work is what this book was trying to outline. See, Dingle was aware of how challenging abolishing the Senate would be. Article 5 of the U.S. Constitution, which specifies how the Constitution can be amended, states that no state, without its consent, shall be deprived of its equal suffrage in the Senate. Now, you could, in theory, amend our Constitution to remove that clause in the same amendment that we use to abolish the Senate, or in a preceding amendment. But we'd still need 67 senators and 38 state legislatures to approve such an amendment, which is difficult to imagine given the disproportionate power that the Senate itself gives to small white states. So Dingle's proposed solution, which I do not agree with because it's ideal, naive, and unrealistic. I believe that all of this will come through force majeure, civil war, meaning force majeure means right of force, by right of force. It will come through civil war. But Dingle, for what it's worth, his proposed solution was an all-out, decades-long persuasion campaign. And like Brendan said, we're not going to last that long. So here's what he wrote, just so people know. I'll read just a single paragraph here. Dingle said, "How do we fix this? Practically speaking, it will be very difficult, no shit, given the specific constitutional protection granted these small white states to veto any threat to their outsized influence. There is a solution, however, that could gain immediate popular support. Abolish the Senate. At a minimum, combine the 12 chambers into one, and the problem will be solved. It will take a national movement, starting at the grassroots level, and will require massive organizing, strategic voting, and strong leadership over the course of a generation. But it has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? Abolish the Senate. I'm having blue caps printed up with that slogan right now. They will be made in America." He wrote this just before he died. He died trying to print those blue caps, probably because he couldn't find anyone to make them in America. Right, Brendan? Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
killed
probably
him.
took him forever.
Yeah, how do I find someone to make them in America? Don't we
It
make
didn't
things?
cost a fortune.
Yeah, yeah, that's what killed him. That's what killed him. The cost.
Yeah, we can get it done in like a few months, like some blue collar freaking union dude.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It'll
No,
get done eventually.
months
Yeah.
my ass. They told him years. They said
Yeah.
a couple of years. Yeah. Yeah.
20 grand a button.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, this is why I say if I ever attain secular power, I'm not going to be president because we will have abolished the office. I count myself first citizen, but we would also have abolished the Senate. But the way this guy has outlined it, even that, if we went in that direction, would obviously never be enough. There's some precedent for the Senate and states buckling and supporting a change to the Senate's design in the face of overwhelming public pressure. State legislatures voluntarily gave up their right to appoint U.S. senators in 1912. God, that's just yesterday, historically. And 1913 by ratifying the 17th Amendment, which Brendan brought up. But that was a far cry from abolishing the body entirely, as they should have. The senators voting for the 17th Amendment that Brendan broached at least held out some hope that they could be directly elected to the seats to which they had been appointed by their state legislature. Senators voting to abolish their own body would have no such hope, right? So, yeah, it would be against their self-interests. By the way, Christopher Rimmel in Die Neue Deutschland. By the way, do I say Die Neue Deutschland, the New United Germany, or Das? Is it DAS or DIE that I preface as the for the New United Germany? I'm sorry?
D.
D. Okay.
I believe the grammatically correct is D.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And so Article 5 also states that if 2/3 of the states call for a constitutional convention, Congress must convene one. That convention can then propose amendments, which 3/4 of the states can ratify if they desire. That would allow a Senate abolition amendment to mostly bypass the Senate. But some legal experts argue that there is no way to control ahead of time what amendments such a convention would propose. So even if 34 states were somehow persuaded to pass a resolution calling for a convention to propose an amendment abolishing the Senate, the convention would wind up proposing, say, a balanced budget amendment or a flag burning amendment instead. Much likelier than formal abolition of the Senate would be a gradual loss of prestige for that institution, weakening it and rendering it less eager to exercise its powers when the House and President disagree with it. That sounds vague, but it's the reason why upper houses are de facto less powerful than lower houses in many developed countries. In Canada, for instance, the House of Commons and the Senate are formally very similar in their powers. Both must pass a bill for it to become law, but in practice, the House of Commons is by far the dominant branch. Between 1948 and 1988, the Senate did not reject a single bill passed by the Commons. While rejections have become more common in the past 3 decades, they're still quite rare by American standards. So you could imagine, if you were to fantasize a peaceful resolution, a similar norm developing in these United States, where the Senate is expected, as a matter of custom, to approve all legislation passed by the American House. Such a custom would only be developed if many or most political leaders, preferably of both parties, affirm that the Senate is democratically illegitimate and cannot be treated as a co-equal of House of Congress. So John Diggle's argument can be understood as a kind of lobbying to create that custom, to push the Democratic Party's leaders toward devaluing the Senate and treating the House as the locus of policymaking. Good fucking luck. So the whites are not going to go down without a fight. So here we are with Brendan saying, yeah, the newly rounded German. So they love to put those words together. I love that. So could you read that for me? Let's hear it, please. Yeah. There we are.
Oh, the full, well, when it's in its full state, it's D. New Verronden Deutschland, the newly rounded Germany.
So I would say Die Neue in Deutschland. Or no. Die Neue
Verrounded, kind of like English.
Okay.
Die Neue Verrounded Deutschland.
Die Neue.
Neue.
Die Neue
Like new.
Verrounded. Die
Yes.
Neue Verrounded Deutschland. Am I saying that right?
Yes, that's it.
Die Neue Verrounded Deutschland. So I was speaking before a more archaic form of German. I was just butchering it.
Austrian dialect.
Thank you. It was that's what I thought. It's the Hitler in me is basically speaking that. Yes, that's what I thought. It was Austrian. I always felt that. It's like
Basically,
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that, and
it's hard for us speaking English, especially American English.
Yeah.
I mean, I was told by a German that I sounded like a child speaking, and it's like, yeah, I get it. I'm not a native speaker.
Thank you. Yes, and
It's tough.
yeah, I was told that before. Your German is like something a child would say. Yes, and look, I get. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No kidding. It's like. Yeah.
This is coming from the people that can't say squirrel.
Yes.
Squirrel.
Yes. Yeah, but that's cute. That's cute. You can imagine how they describe Brooke Gibson, Squirrel Girl. Yeah. How would they say? Yeah.
And then the squirrel in German is insane. It's like das Eichhörnchen. It's like a vowel we don't even have.
Yeah. But I'll probably keep up with the Austrian. The Germans seem to understand what I'm saying.
It sounds fine.
Okay, thank you. And the
German that I learned is book German, so it's Hochdeutsch. It's just northern dialect.
Yes.
So,
and of course,
the further south you go, the harder it is to understand, at least from my perspective.
Thank you. Well,
I learned the Hochdeutsch. Yeah.
Now, you can only imagine how the Unterlanders speak, and I know they refer to surface world Germany as Hochdeutschland or High Germany. But at any rate,
it's interesting why the language was standardized to something called Hochdeutsch. So that's interesting.
Yes, that's right.
Someone knew something.
That's right. Oh yeah. And now, so just to conclude about the Senate, obviously convincing one party won't be enough. So long as Republicans view the Senate as legitimate, it's hard to imagine Democrats unilaterally disarming and, say, having a Democrat-controlled Senate approve legislation from a Republican-controlled House as a matter of course. But if dissatisfaction with the Senate spreads broadly enough and seeps into both parties, you could see an evolution of norms in the direction of a more Canadian model. We all should be adult enough to realize this is pure fantasy, not in the sense of abolishing the Senate that I'm advising, but the fact that it can be done peacefully. This is going to happen through force majeure, through right of force. And, of course, my other advisement, expand the Supreme Court and weaken it. Now, the U.S. Supreme Court is both way too aligned with the Republican Party and far too eager to override the decisions of other parts of the federal government. The court should be expanded to blunt its conservatives and at the same time have its powers restrained so that unelected, unaccountable judges on the right and the left aren't the most powerful people in our country. The sweeping immunity that our court recently granted former President Donald Trump at the time and the re-president, we could call him, or the presidential rebrand, is the latest example of the 6 conservatives justices acting as Republican partisans. Recent rulings striking down bans on bump stocks and weakening the powers of federal agencies continue the court's pattern of putting judges at the center of policy making, supplanting officials who are actually the experts on policy issues. So let's turn back towards our man, Brendan. So vocalize this, please. By the time you take it by force, just to absolute monarchy.
I was just saying, if you're going to bring down the whole system, you might as well just fucking You know?
Why do all the extras?
Yeah, why sit here and reestablish?
Because
some
I'm
shit?
one
It's like,
lazy son of a bitch and I don't want to be approached for every fucking legal decision. It's called delegation of authority because that's,
Yeah, that makes sense.
that's why people have this image of Hitler as a micromanaging maniac when he was giving men entire empires by which to run various parts of the world. It's like,
Right.
yeah. So, Rommel and his Africa Corps were practically a foreign government when they were occupying North Africa. They were practically not just a branch
Right.
of military service, they were practically that place's government. So you're talking about, Hitler knew how to delegate authority, and he wasn't some crazed micromanager. So, yeah, that's what I envision as a polyocracy. Yeah. But we'll get more into that as time progresses. We'll
Well, that
express.
part makes sense. I mean, but I'm just saying, like, why go back to voting?
Yeah.
I'm just like pretty cynical when it comes to it, I guess.
No, I get it. Like I said, I want to make certain people have.
I mean, Musk is saying, "Oh, everyone's vote's gonna count again," and to
Well, look, I'll tell you what the model would be. We want the Swiss model for the final product in terms of the console that I envision to replace the office of the executive, people who are bureaucrats. But when it comes to the Congress, maintain it in the expanded Supreme Court, we'll get back to that in a moment. But let's tell people this: the model to get there is the Taiwanese model. So the model I would apply would be the fasci democratic model, meaning that you would have to transition from fascism to democracy, and it took 2 generations in Taiwan to do that, meaning that took 2 dictators to get there. It was first Chiang Kai-shek and then his son who inherited the dictatorship, and people thought that this is going to be North Korea. It's going to be a Kim Jong-un type dynasty, the Kim's family dynasty. But they thought it was going to be Chang, the Chang. In fact, the Americans called them the Chang Gang. They said, oh, the Chang Gang runs Taiwan, and they're all going to be under the Chang Gang. But no, the son gave up. He divested all power from the central dictatorship, and he gifted the Taiwanese people democracy because they had education for enough generations where they had critical thinking to vote. So he said, I'm giving you all the power to vote because you've all earned it. It will take, like I said, 25 consecutive presidential terms of 4 years each, basically 100 years, what I call a century of progress, to educate Americans enough generations to give them their vote back, but let them have the county level votes first and then work their way up to federal level votes. But they'll never be voting for president because there's no president to vote for. So we don't need to worry about the catastrophes that used to happen. It'll be like Switzerland with stability. And just as Switzerland is a combination of Italy, Germany, and France, all the best of each combined with a Romansh minority remaindered from the Roman Empire that speaks Romansh, an extinct language of Latin, they maintain a federation that we will emulate, a federated America, not federalism, but a federative America based on the Swiss model. But again, as long as I'm alive, I would be first citizen, meaning the advisor. Perhaps the power would be passed on to someone that I would, appoint as a successor if needed. But honestly, with life extension, using Brian Johnson as our guinea pig, it should be around for a while. That's a little while. It's like
you can just be a Transnistrian cyborg.
There
That's fun too. Can't leave your castle, but
oh, there we are. That poor bastard. No, he can leave his fucking castle. As a matter of fact, they keep rebuilding it because he keeps destroying it in fits of rage. That's like an ongoing product.
Is that why they need plastic money?
Yeah, shit like that.
Too much.
Yes. Oh God. Yeah, that poor guy. He's like, oh my God. Yeah, it's I feel so much affinity for him. I really do. And yeah.
Well, he's in the old days. He's like,
yeah.
He's like this level of bald and bankrupt. They like wish Soviet Union was still going.
Well, it's like I have to give him credit. He doesn't. I don't know if he even wants that. I don't know if he really wants that, because he's not expansionist, and he doesn't want anything to do with Putin. Putin wants that. He wants nothing to do with Putin. So.
Oh yeah, true. They tried to kill him off. They like cut off the gas or something.
Oh yeah.
Through Moldova.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's right. They were trying to, and destabilize him, and it's they're scared to death of him, because, like I said, if the Germans ever pulled some shit like saying, "Oh, we recognize that as the legitimate government of Russia," that's the Soviet Union in exile. Putin's fucked. Putin's fucked, and so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
at this point, they should just do it.
Yes. Well, they're afraid. They're afraid, right? So then, what do you do with the fucking Colossus of the Colossus of Transnistria?
Stick him on, send him to Moscow.
Yeah, it's you don't want to do that. It's like and God, I wouldn't wish that on him. I wouldn't wish that on him. His psyche is tenuous enough. I mean, he's bad enough because, like Putin, he has fallen for the whispers of psychophants. He is seduced by the whispers of psychophants. I know that much. They've really taken to.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. So he just don't make that worse for him. It's just he'd have too many people fawning over him. It would I think it would short circuit him. Yeah. Psychologically, it's he's tenuous enough. But
you're too kind. You're far too kind.
Thank you. I can relate. Look, I can relate to him. I mean,
yes.
Don't forget, this guy is stuck in a retro future. He was in the secret Soviet space program. This guy's been to space and spent a good part of his life there, and now he's stuck on Earth and in this cybernetic frame that this walking machine, essentially, that just and he's stuck in the past. He's someone who is like their vision of the future, who's stuck in the past. Imagine he's like a museum piece. It's like being a living museum piece. It's like a mummy.
Yes.
So it's what it is. One of these days.
Like nightmarish. That's nightmarish. Yeah.
It is. It is. So he doesn't really get what the rest of the world is going through. He just doesn't get it. So it's better he just stays where you get what I'm saying? It's like
no, it makes sense.
He'd go nuts going outside of that at this point. When it comes to Christopher Riemel, hopefully you hear at the beginning how I explained what the thumbnail was about.
Can't we just do that to Trump? Make him Zardoz?
Like I said, when I
he can just think he's like the king or something.
A great deal of these Republicans, like I said, I want to exile them to Greater Manchuria, where Trump can become their Buddha for their bodhisattvocracy. Yeah. They can have a bodhisattvocracy, and he'll be their Buddha, their orange Buddha. I mean, one of my gang brothers actually commissioned a statue. I'll see if I can find it one of these days of the Trump Buddha. Oh, let's find it looking online. Look up statue Trump Buddha. Let's see if we can find that statue. Trump Buddha. Trump.
I mean, it's already happened.
Yeah, he commissioned it, and somebody produced it. That was like one of my gang brothers. Yeah, here we are. Here we go. So I'm going to do a screen share. Here we are, and let's get there. Look at this. I mean, this is like, there you go. Look at it. Yeah, let's make the picture larger. Here we are. Let's make that larger. Look at that. There we are.
Fucking way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yes, that's how. Look at that. It's perfect, isn't it? This will be like he'll be their living
He's so
Buddha.
Stoic.
Yes.
So stoic.
Yes, he'll be their living Buddha.
Because he was like that in life.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The exact opposite. Opposite. And but
he's so humble and killed his ego.
Yeah. Look at that. Yes. It's like it's like, look at that. Yeah. Just the
the zoom in.
Yeah, just
funny.
Yeah, look at that hair, like an anime character. Look, an anime character. You know, they got what do they call that? The hair lick or something? Yeah, the
cow lick.
Yeah, the cow lick. Yeah, and wait, look at this. That's the best. Look at this.
In the car.
Yes, that's what all the Republicans.
Someone's already bought this, probably.
Yes, that'll be in Greater Manchuria. Every car will have that in Greater Manchuria. He'll be the Buddha of Greater Manchuria. They'll also
with like the orange tassel.
Yes, these are don't forget the orange robe. Remember the orange robe? Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Well, I look forward to the day.
Yes.
Sainted.
Yes.
Don't you have to die to be a saint? Yeah. Sainted.
Yeah. But what did I just do? Holy shit! Did I screw myself over? Let me open up the studio again. I clicked the wrong button. I shut down the studio. Hopefully it recovers itself. We're still live streaming. Let's make certain that
Yeah, I
we're
think
still live
yeah,
streaming.
you're still on.
Yeah, and it's amazing the mistakes that I make. This is why I need adult supervision, people.
Well, yeah.
So
Although I'm distracting you. I need to go to sleep anyway. So
no
continue.
worries. Well, make certain I get back
Yeah.
on first. Let's make certain my window opens first. Let's see if we can open the studio and see if we're still streaming. And let's see if it opens correctly. It'll probably open and I'll have to turn towards the studio. So I'm going to do screen share again, just to make certain that I have the adult supervision to get us back there. Start sharing, and here we are. Let's go over to Open Studio. So here's what I need to do. Press this button, and here we are. And PAULA M:mũSAN birthday. We got 22 viewers. We're holding numbers despite the mistake I just made. And excellent. Excellent. So there we are. Analytics, 277 views. Average viewer duration, 47 minutes and 20 seconds. Yeah, and considering the hour, yeah, we're doing good. Okay, so, you're not distracting me. Don't worry about that. Feel free to hang on as long as you wish. But I know what you need, sleep. Are you going to work tomorrow?
Well, I'm not a vampire. Yeah.
True,
Yes.
you are not a vampire.
to
That's true. It's up to yeah. Well, I love you dearly. Stay safe and be well.
Yes.
Blessed be thy dreams and sweet be thy slumber. But hang on for as long as you can stand it. And just
All
go
right.
to bed.
Blessings,
Go
and
feel-
I'll try.
yeah. I mean, no, what I mean to say is just feel free to interject. But other than that, yeah, feel free to go to sleep as well. And
Yes,
so.
indeed. All right.
Thank
Good
you.
to know.
Okay. Oh, wait. Can you hold the stage for a few minutes while I take a piss?
I don't know what I would be saying, but I can ramble.
It's yeah, please just do that for me. Give me a second here to
I can try.
Yeah. One more thing, I gotta set up the background. What do we call it? Just whenever I take a break, I have to leave the screensaver on. So let me get the screensaver. Author Hoppy. I usually use the same one. So here we are. Rain. ASMR.
What's going on?
I'm looking up the screensaver that I use when I go take a break. Then I leave a screensaver on, and so Author Happy Rain video. Nighthawks, and here we are.
Is this why it takes you so long to get
it restarted? It's
to get to go on your break. You're like chilling for a minute.
It's like hard to describe. You mean certainly I'm chilling on the break.
We're just on different timelines. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we definitely are. Because the Arthur Edward Hopper. That's why I'm fucking myself up. Edward Hopper. Is that the guy's actual name? The artist? Edward Hopper. Rain Night.
Yeah, who is that?
He did this. I found it. Okay, oldies playing. Yeah, I forgot that.
Oh, I know exactly what it is.
Yeah, I have to wait.
It's that 24-hour radio for boomers.
Yes, there we are. It's like here we are. So I'll do the screen share, so that you can see what I'm talking about. So
I remember you showed me.
Yeah. So this. Yeah, I just leave it here. It's because it leaves motion. And
it's funny.
So I'll leave that on. The other thing
that's like such a classic American painting.
Yeah, but if you take a look at it, it's so haunting because it wasn't raining in the original painting. By the way, they just added that so that it wouldn't glitch. Yeah, but
it's an overlay.
Yeah, it's an overlay. Thank you.
Dynamic.
Thank you. I wouldn't even know the term for it without you. Thank you. There we are, and then we make certain that we got young lady going here so we can see 33 upvotes. Bless you people, and 22 watching right now. So everybody, you're in good hands with our man Brendan Zoget. Brendan's going to talk about think of something that you always can go on about. Hey, karaoke. Yeah. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
You want me to do karaoke? Yeah.
No, yeah, that would be neat. That would be funny.
Take me home,
Yeah.
country road.
Oh, yes. Oh,
Yeah,
you'll kill
no,
me for
you don't
this.
want to do that.
Oh,
You don't want to do that to people.
yes.
What? Yes.
What was it I found? It was like, what was I looking up? It was, yes. Yaru Shah Laim. Here, this is, okay. Oh, he's going to kill me for this. Here we are. Start sharing here. Go do a screen share.
Yeah, what is this, some bullshit?
Oh, wait, when I saw this, the Miami's Boys Choir, they got the yarmulkes. I said, that looks kind of like Brendan Zoget. I said,
oh shit, fucker.
I thought of taking a screenshot and pass that around to Nemo. I thought of sending that to Nemo.
So bad.
It's Brendan, man. It's Brendan. Oh yes. So
he's a secret Jew.
Yeah. He's a crypto Jew.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
Oh.
Yeah, I wonder why Nemo stopped talking to me.
Yeah, I didn't do that. Nemo's, he showed up in the chat, so it's like, he's, hopefully he's still with us. I do want to talk to him privately, convince him to download that shit from Salman Sheikh, even though he hates Salman Sheikh, just for the sake of our own records. All right, so I'll be back in about 5-ish. And our man will sing the Miami Boys Choir song. I'm kidding.
I don't even know what that is. Is that like a choir?
It's some boys choir in Miami, and that's the name of their group. I think that's the name of their boys choir is Yerushalayim, which is the Hebrew word for Jerusalem. So
I bet they're entertaining.
Yeah.
Sounds like a snooze fest.
Yeah. I would rather die. Thank you. It's I take that over camping, though. I have to admit that I take that over camping, just for I can't take camping. Yeah. Okay, I'll be back. Going mute now. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah. So that was wacky. But apparently, the latest in Egyptology news, there was like a new tomb was uncovered. This joint Egyptian-British mission unearthed the tomb of King Tutmos II, also from the 18th dynasty, which a lot of people don't realize that the 18th dynasty has most of the press. So if you look into Egyptology, that's between 16th to 18th dynasty. That was most of what we know as like the Egyptian pharaohs and King Tut and all these people in Akhenaten. So that's something to note. But apparently they found another tomb recently. So they're saying here, of course, unlike Tutankhamun's tomb, there was no mummy or gold masks. They just had the actual building. So it was in this tourist spot near Luxor. And they're hailing it as the first royal tomb discovery in over a century. Stands out as being that of a former king rather than the member of a royal family. So most likely it is the tomb of Tutmos II, 18th dynasty, and it was considered the last missing tomb of the 18th dynasty kings. This was the first of the kind since archaeologist Howard Carter unveiled King Tut's tomb, 1922. According to the Egypt Antiquities Department Ministry. He was the ancestor of Tutankhamun, who lived nearly 3,500 years ago. His half-sister and queen consort was actually Pharaoh Hatshepsut, one of the female queens of Egypt, the famed Egyptian queen who was among only a few female royals to have full divine right of rulership. The tomb's entrance was initially discovered in 2022, but the excavators assumed that the tomb belonged to that of a royal wife. But unlike Tutankhamun's resting place, this new tomb was worse for wear, missing its mummy. It was poorly preserved due to flooding shortly after the king's death, allegedly. Water inundated the tomb, damaging its interior. It's necessitating extensive restoration work by an archaeological team. to recover the plaster and fragments. Preliminary studies suggest that the tomb's original contents were relocated to another site during ancient times after the flooding. So that makes sense. It probably got looted or at least, renovated after, if that part is true, where it got flooded or something. But, a lot of stuff happened in those days. So it says the remains of the plaster featuring blue inscriptions, yellow star motifs, and portions of the book Amduat, a key religious text associated with the royal tombs. They also found funerary furniture belonging to Thutmose II, which Egypt says does not exist yet in any of the museums. So his pieces basically haven't been found before, as they said earlier. What's so significant about it is that apparently, allegedly, it's the most significant archaeological breakthrough in recent years. This tomb provides critical insights into the history and the reign of Thutmose II. One of the Britain's mission leader said that the royal tomb of the 18th dynasty was modeled after other tombs that they've discovered from that time period. Its simple design features an elevated corridor leading to burial chambers, and the tomb's contents included King Thutmose II's mummy and was apparently relocated following the flooding before it was moved elsewhere. The mission concludes its work in the hopes of finding continues its work in the hopes of finding other contents. And basically everyone wants to see gold. I think that's why a lot of the mystique comes from ancient Egypt. They want to see this kind of opulence, this gold, what like a true king, or like those ancient kings used to have. It was just, the riches they had and all that. So, but 18th dynasty that's up to the 18th dynasty is what most of the so-called pharaohs that we know of, that we see in museums, that's when they come from,
Oh, yes, tell us about this. You're talking about that new mummy? Tell us about this new mummy.
It's a new tomb. They didn't find the mummy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I saved the cynicism for when you got here, but I feel like the Egyptian government's full of shit.
What do you think they're doing? Yeah, what do you think they're doing with it? Are they hiding the mummy, or the mummy's?
Well, no, it's like they knew the tomb was there, but they claimed, we didn't excavate it yet.
Okay.
Because they thought it was the wife. It was like the queen's wife or something, or the king's wife. But this pharaoh was Thutmose II, who was actually he was married to Hatshepsut, who took over for him. So that was the female pharaoh. So, but apparently this tomb was flooded shortly after he was buried, so they had to relocate it in the ancient times. So there's definitely no artifacts in there.
Oh, okay.
It's just kind of like a shell of a tomb.
Wow.
But the Egyptians, now that they opened their new museum, they wanted to kind of stir up some pizzazz. So they said it's the first time in 100 years, but there was no gold or mummies. They've resorted to this kind of this is almost like a carnival trick. It's just so cheesy.
That's so sad. That's so sad.
They pillaged so much that they ran out of shit to advertise.
Oh God, it's a
shame, isn't it?
It is. Well, I mean, I understand that there's plenty of undiscovered tombs, but they in Egypt, but that they're still since they've not discovered them, they don't have those to exploit, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So there's still plenty of secrets to be found in Egypt, but it's almost impossible for people to find them now because you have to play ball with the government. And then because the government's going to want to take everything, there's no point in really looking, right? For most people. It takes away the greed.
Oh, yeah, they have, the military rules that whole ministry of, instead of Ministry of War or Defense, it's Ministry of Antiquities.
Yes, yeah,
they have the guns.
That's right. That's right. They are a branch of the military, are they not? From what I understand, is that
not officially? But
okay.
Yeah, they definitely are.
Okay.
All that places, that's all their military's for, is to guard that shit so they can have tourists.
Yes, true.
Otherwise, it would be pointless. There's no government, really.
Yes.
So,
Yes, thank you. It's so true. So sad. So sad.
and
yeah.
an important point that I didn't really clarify very well is that the 18th dynasty is where this, the time period of which was mentioned in this discovery. But that time period is the most covered in Egyptian history. That is like up to King Tut, and it includes like Akhenaten and all these people. So this is like 90% of what we hear about Egyptology is just in this, like those few dynasties around the 18th and 19th dynasties, when Egypt went through that change of religion and all that. And that's the most famous time we hear of, because they don't want to talk about like the pre-dynastic period or anything.
How come?
Because there's too many questions. Like, how did they build that shit? How did they get? Like, there's like stuff that's just, it just opens too many questions. So they just leave it at, this time period where it's, the optics are good. It's like,
Got it.
There's lots of gold. There's lots of gold and stuff going on.
Okay.
And of course, like the whole secret society connection to Akhenaten, like that's their god basically. Like,
right.
Everyone loves Akhenaten, as far as because he was one of the first people to, other than the Persians, to be diplomatic with the Hebrews and all that.
Interesting.
So he's considered like a hero to monotheism.
Yeah, not to mention that he was the first to, institute monotheocracy, correct? And
it's kind of like that's like a not that's kind of like a generalization, I'd say.
Okay.
Like, he didn't really bring monotheism. It's just that he said, "My God is above your God."
Ah, thank you. That is so important. That is so important. But at any rate, he isn't that the one Miguel Andahar felt was one of his past incarnations?
That was crazy.
Yeah, that piece
Bruce Lee, Tesla, and Akhenaten.
Yes, plus one more who we forgot. There was one more and we forgot who it was. It was so
fucking salad. Bruce Lee. I don't even know. It was just.
But I remember Bruce Lee, Tesla, and Akhenaten. He was all three of those in his past lives. Yes, what a shining example of humanity, an example for us all.
They'd be disappointed.
No, not disappointed. They'd be revolted. They'd step on him like a cockroach. All three of them.
Digging for bones in the Philippines and shit. Yeah, that's not Bruce Lee, brother.
He was the most disgusting individual on Earth. People have no idea how bad this fucker was, and and I'm talking about, separate from his occult assault on Brendan Zoget, he was just a thoroughly repulsive individual in every manner imaginable. He was
he loved Ron Jeremy.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. He literally was sleeping with him. He literally took photographs of himself in bed with Ron Jeremy. This pathetic.
They were like drinking and shit.
Yes. That's and Ron Jeremy would collapse on the bed, and he would like film him asleep. Probably before he date raped him, and.
Yeah, he couldn't tell the difference.
Yeah,
chick, right?
Yeah. Ron wouldn't know.
Can't say no.
Yeah. No, Miguel would have been date raping John. John probably, poor bastard, was unconscious. Is what I'm saying. Miguel was date raping him, and
that's repulsive. It's just fucking disgusting.
Yeah, because that idiot thought he was draining everybody's energy. Remember, he thought, I'll take his essence, his energy, and I'll be a stud like him. That's how Miguel thought. And
it didn't get him very far.
No, of course not. And both Miguel Andahar and Vinnie Barbaric, aka Peter Moon, actually believed that crazy black lady who claimed she wrote The Matrix and The Terminator. They both defended her story, which was just
what was up with that?
Yeah, it was because remember, Pete thinks he's a Moor, and he's defending some sister from what a self-indulgent,
the white man.
Yeah, of all things, crazy stupid son of a bitch.
Well, he thought everyone stole Montauk from him.
Yeah. That's right. That's right.
They
So he
took
could
my
really.
idea and made Stranger Things.
Yeah.
Like, dude,
Yes. Yeah.
They didn't even crack your book. You didn't even open it.
Thank you. It's like, yeah, they never even knew. They don't even know his book exists. Yeah, dumbass Peter. He's so stupid. Yeah. But
some shit. Yeah.
at any rate.
Anyway, so I did my best with that. It was just
you
some
did great. Oh, you
Egyptology.
held great numbers. Not only that, our
Some
numbers
Egyptology.
increased. Our numbers actually increased while you were talking here. I'll show you.
Yeah, so I suspect that. Yeah, no worries. I believe it. It's
Yeah.
just I suspect that the reason they did that is because they're opening the gem museum.
Yeah. Okay.
So they had to kind of stir up some,
Yeah.
some optics.
Yes. There we go. And so here we are. See, 250 concurrent viewers, views 284. So, yeah, average view. So people were listening. You've got your own fan base there, and
Well, that's good because I would have been repulsed if I heard this conversation.
Yeah.
So I would have clicked off of it. So I appreciate everyone that stayed tuned.
Oh, it
it's
just
like,
went
I
up
didn't
further
wanna
just
keep-
now. 26, but go on. Yeah, keep talking.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't want to keep talking about all the horrors that are happening, so I just picked something neutral. And it's something I was interested in. But it's just like,
Yes.
let's see, what's the latest? Hamas hounds over dead bodies. It's like,
Oh yeah,
like, do
the
you really wanna hear
youngest
about that?
hostages. The youngest hostages. Yeah,
They're
whatever.
dead.
Yeah, they're dead. Yeah. Well, still the youngest. Yeah. They died young.
How can
but
you even call them hostages if they're dead?
It's
Would they be corpses. Or something?
yeah, corpses.
This world's sick. Oh, shit.
Yeah, diplomatic terms. It's that's but
What diplomacy? There's no more diplomacy.
oh yeah,
These
good
people-
point. What diplomacy?
We're gonna clean out your homes.
Oh,
and make
yeah.
hotels.
And make hotels. Yeah, and we don't want you to work in them.
Diplomacy.
We don't want you to work in them. We're going to ethnically cleanse
Did
you.
they say that?
They may as well,
might as
right?
well,
Trump
yeah.
says you can't come back now. Trump said, yeah, you can't come back. I'll get into that
Yeah, there's
later.
nothing to come back to.
Yeah, there's nothing to come back to. Yes.
So here we are. Yeah. All right. Well, good night and good morning to everybody.
Yes, bless you. And hey, look at the wonderful image left by John Doe, our dear friend T. Tank Berry in the text. Heart
Oh yeah, he's feeling that hot chip soot. He wants to get into some of that.
Yeah, yeah.
Some female pharaoh action.
Yes, I like it. Don't forget to leave a few sigils yourself. God knows we need them. Hopefully we're past the point where they knock me offline, but yeah.
Well, yeah, we didn't say anything too spicy. I mean, like, everyone's complaining about Trump. I mean, they can't put us on a list for that.
No,
What
I'm
are they
different.
gonna
I'm
say?
providing solutions. That's the point. I'm providing solutions.
Well, they don't cut you off because they steal it.
Yes, good point.
Because then when everything collapses, they'll say, "We had this good idea the whole time.
Yes.
We didn't steal it from, the vampire son of Adolf Hitler.
Yeah,
we
you.
We had it in our back pockets the
Yeah.
whole time."
Thank you. Yes, and speaking of stealing,
Like what the Tories did.
yeah, like they
Then
did.
they lost their asses on it.
That's right. That wasn't enough. A better way to express it is it wasn't enough to save their asses after all the stupid shit they didn't do, which was, like reform National Health Service or get it, or anything else that they should have been doing for years.
Or do anything, apparently.
But when it comes to stolen things, just like Vinnie Barbrick claims that Matrix was stolen from this black chick and Stranger Things was stolen from him, tell people you've met myself and Helsing is definitely Douglas Dietrich. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah. The Japanese definitely used it. Yeah, for sure. 100%. I mean, it's in the story. I mean, like, the whole millennium thing and all that. It's just, there's no really way to.
Yeah.
You can't slice it.
It's my life. It's my life. Yeah.
And I think for me the clincher was the original one was a hentai. So
Yes!
that dude probably saw some of your art or something.
Oh, they did.
Because I don't think that did you give them the hentai too?
I did.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah, and so there you go. Then
And the guy probably didn't know what to do with it. They were just like, yeah, this is like some crazy vampire guy.
Yeah, yes.
And then he said, oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, let's overpower him. Let's OP him. Yeah, overpower him and
Make him super OP.
Yes. I wish. That's but okay. Thank
Yeah,
you.
well, he was OP, but he was bound, so it's not so good.
True.
If you actually read into it.
But then I'm bound too to the Peacock Angel. See, so it's like again where they got it from. Again, it's
there you go.
so it's
Bird of Hermes.
Yes,
I
Bird of
bend my
Hermes.
wings to make me free.
Yes.
Eat my own wings to make me free.
Yeah, Bird of Hermes is my name. Bound
Yes.
my wings to make me tame. Was that not it? I think.
Yeah,
I think.
eat my wings. To
Eat
make
my
me
wings to make me tame. Yes, there we are.
Did you give him that too?
Yeah, I did.
That's like something you got out of like a grimoire.
Yes, it is. Yes. Yes.
It's like you can't find it online.
Yeah, you can. Yes. Yes. That's right. That's right. It's my life. It's the Dietrichonic revolution in Japanese anime. Everything changed after Dietrich. The world after Dietrich. And
yeah, but I could verify that's
Thank
probably
you.
the case because
Thank you.
it's the only thing that makes sense.
Thank you. Okay, love you dearly, and
All
get
right,
some
good to know.
blessed rest. Thank you so much. All right. So, a Republican-dominated, power-grabbing high court cannot be fixed simply by Democrats winning elections. All right. The conservative justices just aren't that old. The most senior are Samuel A. Alito Jr. at the age of 74, and Clarence Thomas, who I believe is 76. And the opinions and public comments of Alito and Thomas, as well as controversies involving their spouses, suggest they are very unlikely to retire if there is any chance they would be replaced by a liberal judge. So these guys are going to take it to the floor. So even if the Democrats win, 2024 is over, so it would be the 2028 election, and then the 4 years after that, the election after that, presidential elections. Even if the Democrats won the next 2 terms and keep control of the Senate for the next several years, America will still have another decade of 6 paleo-reactionary people enacting an agenda far to the right of our country's populace and our own national wishes overall. Basically, 6 people are controlling our lives. And this is, it's insufferable. This cannot stand. And especially the quality of these people, which is just beneath redemption, beyond redemption and beneath contempt. We can't wait that long. We can't wait till 2028. We can't wait till the term after that. The right-wing judicial supremacy must end. There have been lots of proposals from people on the left over the past few years to rein in the Roberts Court. 3 are essential. First, Democrats need to pass a law adding 4 justices to the High Court whenever the party next controls the House, Senate, and the presidency. That should be paired with a second policy requiring a supermajority of the court to overturn a federal law or agency decision. What unifies these ideas is that they acknowledge what everyone knows, but the justices themselves and many attorneys will never admit. Beyond what's clearly spelled out in our Constitution and legislation, such as presidents serving 4-year terms, it's really hard to determine what is legal or constitutional at all. The doctrines supposedly guiding judges are not formal or even universally agreed upon, whether they are from the right, as in the ideologies of originalism and textualism, or the left, as in the retired liberal justice Stephen G. Breyer's doctrine of active liberty. A judge's views on whether abortion should be allowed will inevitably reflect their broader policy preferences. The current Supreme Court has 6 Republicans who were chosen because they were expected to consistently vote in favor of right-wing causes. That selection and vetting process has worked. We now have one of the most paleo-reactionary, ultra-conservative high courts in recent memory. Because our Supreme Court is making ideological and partisan decisions, it must be held accountable. Well, it must be accountable to voters and the democratic process, just as members of Congress and the presidency are. That's what court packing does. The Democrats must add seats and give themselves a majority when we have the votes. The Republicans have always most certainly done the same. In a paper that they wrote jointly, the scholars Adam Chilton, Daniel Epps, Kyle Rozema, and MऽİSAN estimated that the Supreme Court will have 23 justices by around 2070 if both parties add seats whenever they have control. That's more than double the current number, but not excessive. Yet, I myself am not longing for a Supreme Court of Chief Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson and 6 liberals constantly blocking policies passed by a Republican Congress and signed by a Republican president. Unelected judges, whatever their ideology, should not be constantly overriding the decisions of members of Congress, the president, and federal agencies. I'm speaking, of course, while we take a extant presidency into account, which I advise abolishing. And if I have secular power, would do so immediately. So, presidents and members of Congress are not necessarily smarter than judges, of course, but they are more accountable to the public. If Americans don't like the policies Congress or the president are coming up with, they can vote them out. The leaders of independent agencies are mostly appointed by the president or Congress and usually have term limits, again creating a clear democratic path to replacing them. In contrast, justices have both unlimited power and lifetime tenures. So we should require at least 75% of judges on the court to strike down the actions of a federal agency or parts or all of federal law. If the court had 13 judges, 10 of them would have to come together, likely at that point reflecting a broad bipartisan consensus that a law is improper. If lower-level federal judges struck down an action of the legislative and executive branches, the rulings wouldn't stand unless 10 of the 13 Supreme Court justices agreed. Law professors Ryan Dorfler and Samuel Moyn have been among the most prominent advocates of scaling back judicial power, including through a supermajority requirement. Judicial review is not in our Constitution, so this proposal will not require any amendment, just an act of Congress. It will require overturning our court's history of ruling by a simple majority. And this change might be rejected by the current Supreme Court. That's another reason adding justices is essential. I suspect many paleoconservative laws and agency maneuvers that I oppose couldn't be knocked down through the courts under this proposal. but there would be a clear path to changing those policies. My preferred candidates winning elections. The obvious and important objection to this idea is that without strong judicial review, Congress and our president would pass extreme laws and there would be no recourse. But as Harvard law professor Nicholas Bowie has proven, the reality is that the Supreme Court has never been a stalwart defender of individual or minority rights. Brown versus Board of Education might be the court's most famous ruling, but Dred Scott versus Sanford and Plessy versus Ferguson are more so representative of its jurisprudence. Now, little check in here. So thank you, dear T. Tank Berry, for the sigil. Deeply appreciated. The Roberts Court has taken a number of actions, most notably weakening the Voting Rights Act, that follow in the court's long history of never being on the side of women, racial minorities, and other groups who have been disadvantaged in America unless they themselves are radicalized and in a position where they're attempting to restructure power at its core, as the radicalized Republican court did with the 14th Amendment after the American Civil War between the states for rights. It's not worth giving a simple majority of Supreme Court judges almost total power to invalidate good laws just for the occasional time they step in to kill a really bad one. So what about state laws, as brought up by Brendan Zogit? Ultimately, even though these United States has federalism, it's one country. Federal law should be supreme. So I don't favor raising the threshold to invalidate state laws. We don't want to encourage a problematic trend. State lawmakers on the right adopting policies that are pretty obvious violations of federal law. Now, these proposals in and of themselves might seem radical and unrealistic, but they are necessary. The Supreme Court just made it easier to turn your rifle into a machine gun, but harder to investigate a president who has violently conspired to overturn our legal election results. That's crazy. No policy favored by liberals is safe if it's up to these 6 judges. A few years ago, Bowie wrote, "Why should a court be in charge of a democracy? The answer is, it should not." Until they secured a dominant majority on the Supreme Court, paleoconservatives used to complain about activist judges. I don't want to give the reactionaries too much credit. Today's right-wing legal movement has its roots in opposition to the Brown ruling, which was a much-needed call for America to give black students education opportunities equal to white ones. But perhaps the conservatives had a point. I don't want to keep living in a country run by activist right-wing judges. So if that means I have to give up having left-wing judges write their views into law, I'll accept that trade. Add justices to the court. Mine own advisement of expansion to 13 justices immediately is rooted in the fact that the Supreme Court needs a justice for every one of the 13 circuit courts, and how nobody ever saw such as obvious from the beginning is beyond me. Then subtract from the court's power by reformation. To protect our democracy, we need Supreme Court reform right now. Our courts need to work for everyone. Yet after escalating ethics crises at our nation's highest court, it's clear that they are not serving all of us, or rather, not serving most of us at all. In September of yesteryear alone, a staggering amount of reporting revealed more misconduct that has threatened, has worsened this already extant disaster as the U.S. Supreme Court, including, point, the many ways Chief Justice John Roberts deviated from court procedure to engineer his preferred result in Trump versus United States, which significantly expanded presidential immunity to point of kingship. Effectively, we are now under monarchy. Point, the Judicial Conference's shocking decision to loosen ethics rules by allowing justices and judges to accept lavish gifts of personal hospitality from multi-billionaires with interests before the court. As Associate Justice Clarence Thomas has done for decades, with no requirement to disclose those gifts. And, point, the revelation that Justice Thomas's wife, Ginny Thomas, privately praised First Liberty Institute, a far-right organization that has been involved in many of our federal courts' most offensive and extremist anti-civil and human rights decisions, for opposing efforts to create common sense changes to help our judiciary better function, while the president of First Liberty called Justice Elena Kagan treasonous for endorsing enforcement of their own ethics code. Sadly, the scandals do not start or end there. Opponents of civil rights have spent decades implementing a well-funded agenda to roll back our hard-won progress with devastating consequences. An extremist majority of the Supreme Court that has upended our most basic freedoms and justices who are beholden to their wealthy and powerful benefactors instead of being accountable to we the people. Some Supreme Court justices flout their responsibility to the office they hold and the public they serve. Just one of many examples is that insurrectionist flags fly at the homes of Justice Samuel Alito while he rules on cases about the January 6th, 2021 insurrection to overthrow our government. It's like having them fly a Soviet's flag when the Republicans are a Russian fifth column. The Supreme Court's adoption of its own insufficient and unenforceable code of conduct in late 2023 has done nothing to address this crisis. It's clear why public confidence in the Supreme Court has plummeted to near historic lows. With that, thank you to T. Tank Berry for this lovely sigil. Again, we need all the occult protection we can get so that we're not thrown offline. These problems can and must be solved. We urgently need meaningful and robust changes to bring more integrity to our court and restore the faith in our judiciary that the misconduct of certain justices, well, all of them fucking right-wing, radicalized, Republican, paleo-reactionaries, have brought in terms of calumny to our supreme legal proceedings. How would I say this? The decisions made by Supreme Court justices and other lifetime federal judges are central to our ability to live free and full lives where our civil and human rights are respected. Addressing corruption and misconduct in our federal judiciary, including through structural changes to the Supreme Court, is an integral part of building an equal justice judiciary. This discussion is not an academic or even theoretical one. Rather, it is fundamentally about who our courts serve and recognize as worthy of having their rights protected. For our multiracial democracy to thrive, the public must be able to trust that judges and justices make decisions without bias and free from undue influence. President Biden and Vice Presidentess Harris's July announcement yesteryear of support for Supreme Court reform, including 18-year terms of active service, term limits in effect, and a binding code of conduct for Supreme Court justices, was a welcome development. The Leadership Conference and many of their members and partners have advocated for changes that improve our judiciary, strengthen our democracy, and bolster our rights. I also urge the administration, at this point the misadministration, and Congress to approach this work by engaging and centering the people historically marginalized by the federal judiciary and by focusing on solutions that would allow all people in America to participate in our democracy and have their rights recognized. So I would continue to urge the White House, while we have an executive, which I ultimately hope to abolish, and Congress, to build a federal judiciary that serves us all and lives up to its promise of equal justice for all. Now, I have many proposals that must be considered, including, and here I'm going to go through the countdown. Give me a second to breathe, gather my thoughts, and dive in. 1. 18-year term limits for Supreme Court justices. The extent to which some justices wield power with little to no accountability, while rolling back all of our hard-won civil and human rights, is at odds with the work of our fascist democratic movement to build a thriving multiracial democracy. Limiting justices to terms of 18 years of active service is just one of many common sense structural changes that must be considered in order to strengthen our democracy and give us reason to trust that our federal judiciary will respect and advance the rights of us all. 2. A binding and enforceable code of conduct for Supreme Court justices. It continues to be unacceptable that the Supreme Court is the only federal court that has no binding ethical code of conduct. For democracy to function, The Supreme Court must have credibility with the public that its decisions are informed by facts and law, not wealth and power. It is imperative that all of our justices are held to a robust and enforceable ethics code. We must be able to trust that our nation's highest court provides equal justice for all, and the ongoing misconduct and lack of a rigorous code of conduct has deeply damaged this trust. 3. Bans on gifts to Supreme Court justices. This should be obvious. People cannot trust that our Supreme Court is working for us and advancing equal justice when certain justices are secretly accepting lavish gifts from multi-billionaires, extremists, and others with interests before the court. Instituting common sense gift bans, similar to the ones that already exist for members of Congress, would reduce the outsized influence that a select few extraordinarily wealthy individuals have over our justices. It would help to increase the public trust in our court, restore the integrity of our judiciary, and ultimately strengthen our democracy. Yes, thank you. Nice little sigil from T-Tank Berry. I'll download that one. Jack Kirby artwork, by the way. He was Jewish. Go as saying. Now, in terms of another thing that I can recommend, we need, number 4, stronger recusal standards and transparency measures to address the appearance of bias and actual bias in judicial decision making. We need more transparency into justices' behaviors and stronger standards to ensure that justices are recusing themselves from cases where they or their spouse have an interest in the case. This is but another necessary measure to give our public reason to believe the justices are working towards equal justice for all rather than their own personal or, worse yet, political interests. Thank you. I'll download this as well. And with that, number 5, continued investigations into the reports of egregious ethics violations by these right-wing paleo-reactionary justices, Thomas and Alito in particular, as well as the broader undue and devastating influence of the mega-rich and super powerful on our court and their agenda to undermine our civil and human rights. In order to fully understand the scope and details of the escalating ethics crisis, the United States Department of Justice and the Senate Judiciary Committee must, after being reformed themselves, continue to exercise their authority to provide ample oversight to these reports that some of our justices, specifically on the right, are abusing their power, undermining our system of justice, and destabilizing our democracy. 6. Addressing discrimination, harassment, and retaliation against federal judiciary employees. These employees must be protected by the same civil and human rights laws as other federal workers, but currently they are not. Congress must pass legislation that protects judiciary employees' rights and increases transparency into allegations of and investigations into judicial misconduct. Ah, yes. Another lovely poster. I'll download that. Ilsa, she-wolf of the SS. 7. Selecting, nominating, and confirming highly qualified, ethical judges who have demonstrated commitment to civil and human rights, possess diverse professional experiences including public interest work for economic, environmental, racial, and social justice, are fair-minded, possess a progressive vision of the law and Constitution, and are reflective and representative of the vast and rich diversity of our country. Now, this was shot to shit by a certain negress who decided to allow Musk to get away with murder, but we'll get back to that. The problem is we have too many blacks who have been... They can't think. There's too many blacks who cannot fucking think. There are many who can, but this was, dare I say it, an affirmative action judges. It kind of proves the point of Trump and Musk's hatred of DEI, that she's allowing them to do whatever they want. Back to that later. Every president must select outstanding judicial nominees, and the Senate must prioritize the prompt confirmation of these nominees. Since I propose abolishing both the presidency and the Senate, we will no longer have that problem. We can, ergo, create a diverse judiciary that respects and upholds the rights of all people as a vital component of building trust in our courts' decisions and our democracy. That selection process we will have to revisit as the responsibility of the consul, Swiss-modeled consul, that will replace the office of the executive. And Congress will replace the responsibilities or take up the responsibilities formerly held by the Senate. Finally, number 8. Expanding the number of authorized judgeships for circuit and district courts and considering other court structure reforms. The last time Congress significantly increased lower court judgeships to keep up with the population increases was more than 30 years ago, with many courts burdened by exceptionally high caseloads, delays, or compromising access to justice for people across our country. It is necessary for Congress to authorize new circuit court and district court judgeships to ensure that our courts can meet our current needs. Congress must also consider other structural reforms to help modernize our federal judiciary and ensure our courts are meeting the needs of the people they are supposed to serve. Now, all these and other reforms are long overdue. Our multiracial democracy cannot thrive without them. To protect our rights and our future, we need comprehensive Supreme Court reform under a new Constitution right now. America's Constitution is a sacred cow. Some cows should not be worshipped, for nothing should be so reverend, so revered, that one cannot question it, and blind worship is always to be avoided. There is, among those on both the political left and right, what can only be called widespread constitutional fundamentalism. It est the religion of worship of our Constitution. Most on both sides hold up the Constitution the way a vampire hunter in the movies holds up a cross to ward off vampires. Everyone from the most stoned pot smokers to gun-toting militia groups calls on our Constitution as support for causes, beliefs, and attitudes they hold dear. This constitutional fundamentalism, worship of our founding document, is every bit as blindly enthusiastic as it is unknowing of the actual history of our Constitution and how and why it was adopted. For this, most people are blameless. People cannot be faulted for what they were never taught, or, more often, falsely taught. In truth, the founders themselves did not think much of the Constitution at all. Jefferson wanted a new Constitution every 20 years via a proto-Maoist revolutionary cycle that our republic must be bathed in blood because blood was the natural manure of liberty. He was a primitive Maoist. Other founders disagreed on this 20-year revolutionary cycle simply because they were certain the Constitution would never last for 20 fucking years. For the founders, it was a pragmatic, actually temporary measure, neither wholly nor intended to be permanent. Constitutional fundamentalism, worship of our founding document, did not become any regular feature of American society at all until near the start of the 20th century, in part as a way to assimilate immigrants. I always remind my tutés that America is great not because of the Constitution, but in spite of it, and especially in spite of the fucking founding fathers. The Constitution itself is clearly at the root of many of our worst problems in American society today. The Constitution itself is the biggest barrier to solving these problems. Not one of these problems have been, or ever could have been, quickly solved, precisely because our Constitution makes it so difficult. Most of these problems require a constitutional amendment, something made deliberately long and difficult by the founding fathers. A few of these could be solved temporarily by ordinary laws, which could then be easily overturned with the next election. So why not go to the root of these problems? Why not a new constitution? Constitutional fundamentalism is the reason. Worship of our founding document. Most Americans have been so heavily propagandized to think of the U.S. Constitution as undeniably great and downright sacred, something you just don't question without being seen as un-American. What is pretty fucking comical is to see the most idealistic of Marxian leftists who are deeply cynical of everything else that is elitist and coming from powerful and wealthy institutions, become like a fundamentalist when the Constitution is brought up. Whenever the Constitution is brought up. What is equally comical, or should I say farcical, is to see populist conservatives or reactionary libertarians become enamored of government power when it is enshrined in a document written by, of all people, deists who believed that God was dead and gone, and Enlightenment thinkers, rational materialist atheists who did not trust organized religion or nobility. Both are smitten on either side of the political spectrum by constitutional fundamentalism, worship of our founding document. Madness. It's why I am a radicalized centrist of neither side of the political spectrum. And what is radicalized centrism? It's called fascism. That's why the left and the right insult each other by name-calling each other fascists. So, this constitutional fundamentalism, this worship of our founding document, there are obvious ways to deal with that. But first, hey, kisses to Stacy Jane Platt. She says, hello, just subscribed and now I am hooked. Love from the England. Bless you, lady. Bless you, dear lady. And hey, welcome aboard. And hope she doesn't take offense. I'll send her an emoji kiss. And then I'll get back into the topic at hand. So I want to thank, of course, herself for checking us out. And hopefully we'll hear more and more from her. And of course, if she gets comfortable enough and she's willing, I'll certainly invite her onto the round table. Her choice, of course, whether she's comfortable with that. But here we are. Let's see if we can hand her this. There we are. Kisses at Stacy Jane Platt. And press the enter button. Okay, now, as I said, constitutional fundamentalism. There are 12 ways to deal with this religious threat to our existence. It's an existential threat. One way is to challenge the holy stature of the Constitution itself. Write the true history, which all genuine historians and political scientists already know is not a noble one, but one of slave-owning elitists inciting the very sort of unpopular rebellion that their Anglo-Dutch Republican heirs would later condemn the Gallo-Celtic half of their emergent empire for. In other words, the industrialized North would condemn the agrarian South for their secession based on the exact same elitist rebellion that they themselves committed to in an act of treason against their own monarch in their conspiracy against the crown. Hypocritical madness. The other solution to the problem of constitutional fundamentalism, which threatens our very existence, is to keep what is best about the old Constitution while adding thereunto. Propose a new Constitution and a new Constitutional Convention, but make it one of the first proposals to keep the best of the old document. I'll pronounce it in the Alden English the Founding Fathers would have used, AULD, the AULD document. For the best of the Constitution is not the original document at all. The best part is the amendments. The original document is not about rights and all about power. who has it and how they can weld it, and that it will always remain in the hands of the elites. The amendments are what we most rightly revere. Keep the amendments and amend the original document of power to delegate the power to the mass of people, and add more amendments to limit the power of the elites for good. I would add to the best of the document, keeping all of the original constitutional amendments with Article 1. The rest of my articles would serve the same purpose as amendments. Of course, one amendment that would need to be done away with is freedom of speech in anonymity. We cannot allow people freedom of speech in anonymity. It's the most dangerous thing in the world, and we have to eliminate the First Amendment as protective of the internet. The internet is an information highway that, like any real highway, needs laws and policing, or you're just going to have nothing but flaming accidents and traffic jams all the goddamn day, which is all we've got now. Just as with driving, no one is allowed to drive until a certain age, we must have no children on the internet at all. They may ride as passengers with adult supervision, but they cannot legally be on the internet themselves any more than children can be allowed to drive. No child on the information highway unless as a passenger of an adult. And just as we need to put age limits on driving because of all the elderly idiots killing everyone on the road, you need an age limit on the internet, where after a certain age, you can't drive after you develop the cataracts, and, well, cataracts are operable, so that's not the issue. Rather, you can't drive after, well, a certain age where a MD designates you as demented, meaning senile dementia has entered as a factor. You simply cannot be allowed to drive, nor can we allow people on the internet after that point. And as for decisions as to who is incapable of using the internet after a certain elderly age, that will take some medical analysis as well. We can always come back to that topic. But understand, the First Amendment is weaponized today. It has never foreseen the internet at the time that it was amended. No foresight of the internet was even conceivable. It is anachronistic in the age of the internet. Either it goes or the internet goes in its present form. Both must have to change to a degree. So, aside from alteration of the First Amendment by Article 1, everything else we can keep. By the way, Stacy Jane Platt responds, "Thank you. Oh, thank you. Love you, honey. You're an angel." And here we are. Just a little bit of a response. See if I can get the right one here. There we go. I think these are the right little faces for that. With that, understand, what of the first solution that I presented to ending constitutional fundamentalism, the worship of our founding document without reason? Tell the true history of the Constitution, uncensored, without the heavy doses of patriotic propaganda that leave out its elitist nature. That story has already been told many times in the fields of history, political science, etc. But to help the curious and open-minded, and for the less patient, let me summarize the history of our adoption of the Constitution. And to do that, one has to go back to the American War of Revolutionary Independence. And this dear lady says, absolutely 100% facts. Thank you so much. And do appreciate that profoundly. Lovely lady. Well, yeah, you've won my heart with that. So understand that the so-called American Revolution was not a real revolution at all. It was simply a secessionist insurgency. In actual revolutions, elites are overthrown, killed off, imprisoned, or forced to flee the country. America's elites, plantation-owning slavers like Washington and Jefferson, were actually empowered, enabled, and otherwise strengthened, reinforced, in other words. They no longer had to listen to British authorities. Many scholars, the best known being the eminent Charles Beard, have since proven that the real motive for the founders' rebellion was economic. The Greater British Empire, we'll call it the First Greater British Empire, was run by mercantilism, which required colonies to trade only with the mother country. The founders primarily wanted to retain all the profits from more free trade, not any political freedom for their peasant population. But there were many in the middle and working classes who wanted a true class revolution. There had been class warfare in the earlier English Revolution. Roundheads, who were middle class and anti-nobility, and the levelers, primitive versions of communists, who wanted to level off the wealth anyone could have. In the American Revolution, there were anti-elite groups like the Sons of Liberty, and populist rabble-rousers like Samuel Adams, George Mason, and most of all, Thomas Paine. There was a populist wave of the American Revolution before it was hijacked by the largely elitist founders. The Massachusetts Revolution of 1774 happened a year before the battles of Lexington and Concord. The public took control of Massachusetts courts, forcing judges and the governor and lieutenant governor to resign. They overthrew every county government in Massachusetts. That is why the British were occupying Boston in the first place, at the time of Lexington and Concord. This was just the start of a populist revolution. There were over 90 declarations of independence before Jefferson's, from counties, cities, and states. America could have emerged as a collection of Athenian-modeled city-states. Most were based on George Mason's in Virginia. Jefferson's was simply an elite attempt to seize control of a popular uprising. There were popular uprisings, attempted class revolutions within the elite-led revolution. There were mutinies within the United States Army, which was founded as a Viet Cong-style insurgency before there was even a constitutional republic of these United States for it to defend in Connecticut, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. Congress was forced to use a draft, bounties, even the promise of slaves to gain recruits. After the war, there were early experiments in anarchism, socialism, and other revolutionary notions for that time. For a year, Pennsylvania tried shutting down the government entirely. Pennsylvania also tried outlawing the collection of debt, a form of wealth redistribution. Slavery ended in 7 northern states. 1 out of 8 slaves in the United States were freed. New Jersey even gave women the right to vote. Though first done accidentally in 1776, it stayed on the books until 1807. Aristocracy and feudalism were ended in these United States. Noble titles, primogeniture, and entailment, which implies the wealthy being able to seize public property, all ended. There were enormous confiscation and redistribution of wealth. Rather, I mean to say, there were campaigns of such. And ergo, there was enormous confiscation and redistribution of wealth itself during and after the American Revolution. Try telling that to a MAGA cultist. Most British loyalists and many aristocrats, whether they sided with the colonialists or with Great Britain, lost their property. Established state churches in 9 of the 13 colonies were abolished. These were all truly radical changes, and many Americans wanted to go even further. So 'twas the American elites' fear of class warfare what created the United States Constitution. The most pivotal event was Shays' Rebellion. Farmers in western Massachusetts tried to stop foreclosures on their farms, so they shut down state courts. Jefferson called this liberty run mad. Washington called it anarchy and confusion. What horrified the Founding Fathers was not the size of the rebellion. It was minor, with few deaths. The fact that it took so long to break the rebellion is what worried them. And at the same time, the French Revolution was going on. They feared this minor rebellion might grow to merge with the French Revolution, the ongoing French class warfare, into a similar class revolution this side of the Atlantic. All the radical experiments in wealth redistribution added to that fear. The Founding Fathers called the convention our first constitutional convention in direct response to Shays' Rebellion. The constitutional delegates had a low opinion of the American public. They believe people without wealth were just one hungry belly short of becoming a howling mob. That working class people were selfish, unreliable, and easily misled. I'm, of course, tempted to agree with all of that, but we'll get back to that later. They wanted the nation to be run by men of quality, the very wealthy, and argued the wealthy must be protected from the general public above all else. A new American aristocracy. As John Jay argued, those who own the country ought to govern it. The Constitutional Convention was secretive. There were no notes taken, except Madison's, done at the end of the day in his room, against the wishes of the convention. The public was barred. So were the press. The delegates, just like colonial congresses before them, took oaths of secrecy to keep debates from the public. In the past, they had done this because they were conspiring Confederates against the crown. They were committed to treason. They were a poisonous insurgency and had to maintain their conspiracy behind closed doors. Only that was against the British Crown. Now they were doing this behind closed doors and under oaths of secrecy in a conspiracy against the American people. There was almost no debate on expanding the power of the government. The elite delegates already agreed in advance on all the questions. The United States Constitution was and is deliberately anti-democratic, designed to look like a democracy without actually ever becoming one. It would never be one. We can never be a democracy under the U.S. Constitution. The Constitution itself effectively outlaws democracy. Great power was given to the president. The assumption was Washington would be first, and the clumsy electoral college put in. Electing a president was deliberately made cumbersome to stop anyone not as admired as Washington was by the elites from ever being elected. The founding fathers did not want competitive elections, but presidents chosen almost by acclamation, like a college of cardinals electing a pope. Ratifying deliberately excluded opponents of the Constitution. Special state conventions, not legislatures of the public, not legislators nor the public, ratified our Constitution. Even so, as word leaked out, the public turned against this offensive document that the overwhelming majority, the totality of the American public, had never been allowed to vote on. Elites at the special state conventions began to get nervous. Votes against the Constitution were highest in Massachusetts, New York, Virginia, North Carolina, and Rhode Island. Lovecraft country. The Massachusetts Convention only ratified after Governor John Hancock was promised, falsely it would turn out, he would be the first president or vice president. Ooh, that had to hurt. They lied to him for his signature, from where we got the term, put your John Hancock, put your John Hancock, on whatever you're signing that you're going to later regret because you were misled into it like he was. In Virginia, George Mason and Patrick Henry successfully pushed for the Bill of Rights as a condition for ratifying. The first presidential election was planned without New York, North Carolina, or Rhode Island. New York actually prepared to secede and become their own country. Federalists in New York City then threatened to secede from the Empire State of New York. The New York Convention backed down and narrowly ratified. North Carolina's convention defeated the Constitution and held out a year before a new convention ratified. Rhode Island was the only state to hold a popular vote. Not only minorities and women, except in New Jersey, were barred. There were property requirements to vote in every state. In other words, if you didn't have money, if you weren't a moneyed man, you weren't allowed to vote. Talk about elitist. Thus, this Constitution was defeated in the state of Rhode Island by a 10-1 margin. A good indication of what most of the public in Lovecraft Country thought. Washington was actually elected without Rhode Island even voting in the presidential election. Ratification took 3 years of enormous elite effort against the general public. Benjamin Franklin owned most newspapers in these United States. An economic boycott was abused by the wealthy elites to shut down any of the other papers opposing the Constitution. And the U.S. Constitution was illegally adopted. The Articles of Confederation's Article 13 states, "Articles of this Confederation shall be perpetual, nor shall any alteration at any time be made in any of them, unless such alteration agreed to in Congress of the U.S. and confirmed by legislatures of every state." On both counts, the Constitution is illegal. Neither Congress nor state legislatures ever confirmed it. Only special state conventions of elitist conspiracists. It is a government by conspiracy of the moneyed elite, a plutocracy, a rule by money. Obviously, I am not suggesting resistance to our current Constitution, nor ignoring it. That argument leads to chaos, and only militias and sovereign citizens on the fringe embrace that. In other words, the Russo-radicalized right. Also, there is a legal concept which says even if a law was adopted by faulty means, it remains the law if it has been in force for a good enough length of time. My point is simply that when one hears that this is a nation of laws, remember that the Founding Fathers ignored the highest law in the land, the Articles of Confederation. Being elites, and very elitist, they just went ahead and did it. Imagine a modern parallel to what the Founding Fathers fucking did. Imagine the wealthiest elites writing a document only they had any say in. Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, all the rest, Mark Zuckerberg, and only allowing themselves to vote on it, and then declaring it the highest law of our land. That is what the fucking Founding Fathers did, and this is precisely why the original Constitution deserves no reverence. The only real arguments for continuing the current Constitution are stability, a stability that our terminal presidency has already overthrown, and a view of the American system based far more on romanticism than any actual history. Instead, let us resolve to craft a new constitution that preserves the best of the old, the amendments, minus the first, and adds to it with a far better system of government and drastic limits on elite power. My call for a new constitutional convention is ongoing. Those who presume myself to have gone too far need only reflect upon Donald Trump's own misrule of law as a federal judge has refused to halt the destruction of our United States government by Elon Musk. So, catch my breath here, regather my thoughts, and the United States Vice President J.D. Vance recently declared that judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power. Now, this fucker graduated from law school. Imagine that. This shot, fired across the bow of the federal judiciary, threatens to disrupt a long-settled understanding that the courts must have the last word on what laws mean and require. Viewed against the backdrop of President Donald Trump's constitutionally suspect executive decrees, such as ending birthright citizenship and dismantling congressionally approved administrative agencies, Vance's challenge throws into sharp relief America's unfolding constitutional crises. At the heart of the matter lies a simple proposition. National elections are not constitutional conventions. Constitutional conventions are singular events that establish the fundamental norms and procedures that regulate the legitimate exercise of state power. In 1787, America's Constitutional Convention worked out a political and legal blueprint that established a particular form of government, a democratic federal republic, constrained by fundamental norms, individual rights, and principles of due process and equal protection, under law, that limit the exercise of state power, as well as a procedure by which the Constitution would enter into effect. The ratification by the states, which I've already deconstructed. Basic to the Republic, that the Constitution, the United States Constitution, established is the idea that in order to safeguard freedom against the threat of tyranny, and here the elites meant the dictatorship of the proletariat, the functions of government must be carried out by three co-equal branches, meaning that each branch is more or less autonomous in its singular function. Thus, Congress regulates policymaking and federal disbursements through its legislative function. The executive implements policy and defends national security. And the courts interpret what statutes and the Constitution require. Through elections, the public determines who will represent their interests within this constitutional order. Elected officials cannot change that framework at will. Exempli gratiae. They cannot simply terminate elections or void the result of a free and fair election. Nor can they change the ground rules for the exercise of state power. Exempli gratiae. They cannot nullify individual rights or violate with impunity the principles of due process and equal protection. Things get stickier, however. If an elected official, say the president, decides that his, rather than the Supreme Court's opinion, is dispositive regarding whether a particular executive order or action violates the Constitution. This controversy arose early in our new country's early history and was famously resolved in the landmark decision by the U.S. Supreme Court in Marbury versus Madison, 1803. Writing for the court, Chief Justice John Marshall ruled that questions in their nature political, or which are, by the Constitution and laws, submitted to the executive, can never be made in this court. On the other hand, legal questions, particularly matters involving the interpretation of the Constitution itself, fall within the province of the judiciary. The iconic status of the Supreme Court's decision in Marbury derives from the words that follow. It is emphatically the province and duty of the judicial department to say what the law is. Those who apply the rule to particular cases must, of necessity, expound and interpret that rule. If 12 laws conflict with each the other, the courts must decide on the operation of each. In Marbury, for the first time, the Supreme Court asserted that it was the singular province of the judicial branch to have the last word regarding our Constitution's meaning and whether particular legislative or executive actions conflict with its requirements. If the legislature thinks otherwise, which was the issue before the court in Marbury, its authority must yield to the superior authority of the High Court. The same goest for the fucking president. Unless it doesn't. Exempli gratiae. In Worcester versus Georgia, circa 1832, the Supreme Court held that the indigenous Cherokee Nation constituted an independent political community to which the laws of the state of Georgia did not apply. That meant that a missionary living among the Cherokee could not be prosecuted for refusing to take an oath to obey the laws of Georgia. While the story, which J.D. Vance himself fucking quotes, is likely apocryphal, President Andrew Jackson supposedly responded to the court's ruling by saying, "John Marshall has made his decision. Now let him enforce it." And in fact, the court's decision did not prevent Jackson from sending in federal troops to evict the Cherokee from their own land. The result was the Trail of Tears, a forced march to Indian Territory, now Oklahoma, that an estimated 10,000 Native Americans never survived. The resistance by southern states to the court's authority to desegregate public schools, as mandated by Brown versus Board of Education circa 1954, tells a somewhat different story. Acting on the direct order of President Dwight David Eisenhower, federal troops restrained a hostile mob and safely escorted young black students, known as the Little Rock Nine, into a previously all-white public school. But what if Eisenhower had chosen not to take action against the segregationists' resistance to the Brown decision? The United States would surely be a different country today. The American Republic currently stands at a similar crossroad. But the question is not simply what national policies the people's elected representatives will implement. The larger issue is whether elected officials, either through direct action or strategic inaction, can change the constitutional order itself. Vance's opinion notwithstanding, it is well settled that within the United States constitutional order, it is emphatically the province and duty of the courts, not the executive, to say what the law is. By insisting on its own supremacy, the executive branch under Donald Trump is effectively seeking to alter America's constitutional framework of checks and balances among co-equal branches of governance. Trump lacks any constitutional authority to execute this change. Current circumstances suggest that the American people can restore the democratic republic their forebears founded, if only accidentally, only by asserting our sovereign power, our original sovereign power, through elections, mass protest, or other forms of collective action. This includes armed conflict, to enforce the public will by legal right of force majeure. In other words, civil war, to enforce the rule of law by right of force. This would be a case where, because right has no might, might must make right. Because the courts aren't going to save the American people from dodgy, DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency. A federal judge in Washington, D.C. has refused to grant a request brought by 14 attorneys general to block Elon Musk's dodgy from accessing private information across several agencies and laying off enormous segments of the federal workforce, and ergo rendering our federal government inoperable. The lawsuit was brought by attorneys general in New Mexico, Arizona, Michigan, Maryland, Minnesota, California, Nevada, Vermont, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Oregon, Washington State, and Hawaii. And their case was pretty straightforward in laying out the destruction Musk has been enacting. The lawsuit states, in recent weeks, defendant Elon Musk with President Donald J. Trump's approval, has roamed through the federal government, unraveling agencies, assessing sensitive data, and causing mass chaos and confusion for state and local governments, federal employees, and the American people. The Black African American judges, Tanya Schutkahn, who was appointed by President Barack Obama, no less, acknowledged Dodgy was causing confusion in her ruling the day before yesterday, but would not put a halt to the destruction of our country. Schutkahn was even willing to concede that Musk doesn't actually have any authority to act in the way that he is. But that wasn't going to make her stop Dodge's rooting around through at least 7 government agencies, including OPM, the Office of Personnel Management, and the Departments of Commerce, Education, Energy, Labor, Health and Human Services, and Transportation. The judges seemed open to the fact that people will be harmed, but argued that an emergency order is not warranted, regardless. Schutkahn also acknowledged that there were media reports about Musk's actions, but claimed that it isn't enough for the court to learn about the facts from media reports. Referencing the countless stories about mass firings that are still happening right now at agencies like NASA, the FDA, the IRS, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, the Food and Drug Administration, and the Internal Revenue Service, respectively, and also many more, as media reports, Schutkahn wrote, and here I read them therefrom, at length and verbatim, with no respect for her whatsoever. The court is aware that Dodge's unpredictable actions have resulted in considerable uncertainty and confusion for plaintiffs and many of their agencies and residents. But the possibility that defendants may take actions that irreparably harm plaintiffs is not enough. Musk has not been nominated by the President, nor confirmed by the U.S. Senate as constitutionally required for officers who exercise significant authority pursuant to the laws of the United States. Bypassing this significant structural safeguard of the constitutional scheme, Musk has rapidly taken steps to fundamentally reshape the executive branch, terminating thousands of federal employees may cause extreme harm to the individual employees and potentially the institution writ large, but harm that might befall unnamed third parties does not satisfy the irreparable harm requirement in the context of emergency injunctive relief, which must instead be connected specifically to the parties before the court. Plaintiffs ask the court to take judicial notice of widespread media reports that the OGE has taken or will soon take certain actions, such as mass terminations. But these reports can no substitute for specific facts in an affidavit or verified complaint that clearly show that immediate and irreparable injury, loss, or damage will result. The court may take judicial notice of news articles for their existence, but not for the truth of the statements asserted therein. There. That killed me. That's how the blacks used to talk that I had to work with all my life growing up for the U.S. government on the Presidio military base. That's how the majority of them talk. Also the ones that you would get when you called for telephonic services that in the days would fill the roles that are now filled by Filipinos and Pakistanis and Asian Indians when you need service for your computers and everything else that breaks down. Now, the ruling, which is available online from Court Listener, will no doubt appear in history books as a major turning point. The United States of America is currently being looted by oligarchs like Musk, all with the blessing of President Donald Trump and attorneys at the United States Department of Justice. Shutkan's ruling suggests that there may be some possibility to put a halt to Musk's destruction in the future if attorneys present more evidence, but it's a lot easier to fire people en masse than it is to rebuild things that have been completely torn down or eviscerated, gutted from the inside out. More than 300 workers at the National Nuclear Security Administration were fired last week until someone desperately told the dodgy boys those are the guys who are protecting our nation's nuclear weapons. According to CNN, the Trump regime wanted to rehire many of the workers, but couldn't find contact information for any of the people who were let go. It'd all be funny if it wasn't so goddamn dangerous. We all have no choice now but to see how this plays out. In interim, Trump wants the ethnic cleansing of all the Gazans, having since said, I would own this, and that Palestinians won't have the right to return to Gaza under his plan. Will it happen? 1 week ago, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was in a political mess. The IDF, Israeli Defense Forces, had failed to destroy Hamas, and 2 of the ceasefire conditions were proving problematic for his image, and thus his desire to return to war. The first was the reopening of northern Gaza, the return of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians who'd been displaced by Israel's attacks was widely covered to considerable impact worldwide, especially as so many came back to destroyed homes. The other was the increased aid for Gaza as a whole, which made obvious what many had long known. Rapid reprovision had always been possible, but always prevented by genocidal Israel. Even as aid now flowed, it was not remotely enough to counter the widespread privation, malnutrition, and illness caused by 16 months of shortages. To make matters worse, key supplies intended to be shipped in during the ceasefire, such as tents, were simply not being delivered through Israel. With his already diminished global status, rocked further Netanyahu's hopes of resuming his genocide against the Gazans would very much depend on the attitude of Donald Trump. The U.S. President's position has now been clarified with his extraordinary calls for the entire population of Gaza to be relocated to Egypt and Jordan, an act of intended ethnic cleansing that could hardly have been better for Netanyahu and the far-right politicians in his unstable coalition. Those more extreme members of the Israeli misgovernment will undoubtedly feel Trump has paved the way to forcing Palestinians out of Gaza once and for all. Once more, there is every chance that the U.S. president will also support the annexation of the occupied West Bank, where Jewish settlers are already taking ever more control, making life increasingly difficult, if not impossible, for the 3 million Palestinian residents. These people would be encouraged to leave, and then even the 12 million Palestinian citizens of Israel would find life progressively harder. For the extreme elements within Netanyahu's government, the dream of a religiously pure Israel would finally begin to take a shape. Much of what happens next depends on our U.S. president, and there are several aspects to consider here. First is Trump's own self-awareness. Some critics talk of his excessive egotism, and others see him as a conventional narcissist. Perhaps more convincing is to see him as a solipsist, a narcissist so self-focused that he does not even need to be liked. Beyond that, there are straightforward political reasons for his stance on the Gaza, an area that Trump likely views as having very useful attributes. Firstly, it really is prime real estate and is also likely to offer up access to some rather impressive offshore gas reserves. Then there is the fact that his domestic power base includes many Christians, millions of Christozionists, for whom the Jewish stewardship of the Holy Land is an essential part of their God's plan for the end days. Global public opinion remains the biggest obstacle to Trump and Netanyahu's plan, particularly with Israel now widely viewed as a pariah state. This is an increasing problem for many Israelis who are dismayed and even distressed at the actions of Netanyahu's government. With Trump on his side, their upset is unlikely to cause Netanyahu much lost sleep in the short term. But it may be a different story ahead of the next Israeli election in October of next year, particularly as the extent of the assault on Gaza becomes more obvious every day. Over the past 16 months, the IDF has pursued the Dahiyah doctrine of systematically punishing the civilian population of a territory in revolt. The classic Israeli approach when facing an entrenched insurgent opposition. According to recent research published in the Lancet medical journal, this has caused a huge humanitarian disaster in the Gaza, with the estimated death toll rising to 64,000 people when those missing under destroyed buildings are included. They have been killed with the military support of principally these United States, but also Great Britain, the United Germany, and a few other, shall we say, guilty states. U.S. arms supplies, for example, have involved a series of around 100 arms shipments including 57,155 millimeter artillery shells, 14,000 Mark 84 2,000-pounder bombs, and 6,500 Mark 81 500-pounder bombs. According to a new report from the UK-based Scientists for Global Responsibility titled Gaza, subtitled How the West's Weapons Are Fueling Catastrophe, the total power of the bombs, shells, and missiles thus far dropped on the Gaza is estimated to be 75,000 tons of explosives. That can also be measured as 75 kilotons, the measure normally used to assess the explosive power of nuclear armaments. The Gaza has now been hit by conventional explosives that have cumulatively more than 6 times the power of the Hiroshima bomb. However the Gaza war develops, its destruction will haunt successive Israeli governments for generations. So do you plan to invest in beachfront property in the new Riviera of the Middle East? That waterfront property isn't going to look too good while U.S. troops are fighting an insurgency all over it. And I think Bob Pape's argument at Foreign Policy magazine earlier this week is also worth considering. A U.S. occupation of the Gaza Strip will only set off a new wave of jihadi violence across the Middle East and elsewhere. He makes a valid point. Hamas and other Palestinian terror groups have not historically targeted these United States. But a U.S. occupation of the Gaza Strip will change that. Last Saturday, President Trump said that Palestinians won't have the right to return to Gaza. And I would own this, expanding on his statements the week before that the United States would take over and own the Gaza Strip, and that Palestinians could not return. The president made the comment during an interview with Fox News' Brett Baier that was recorded last Saturday. But to cover his orange ass, the latest portion was only released on the Monday thereafter. The president's remarks came as Israel and Hamas continue to carry out a tenuous ceasefire and hostage deal. Hamas still holds captives from its October 7th, 2023 terrorist attack on Israel. The president told Baier, "We'll build beautiful communities for the 1.9 million people. We'll build beautiful communities, safe communities. Could be 5, 6, could be 2, but we'll build safe communities a little bit away from where they are, where all of this danger is. In the meantime, I would own this. Think of it as a real estate development for the future. It would be a beautiful piece of land." Baier asked Mr. Trump, would the Palestinians have the right to return? Mr. Trump responded, no, they wouldn't, because they're going to have much better housing. Much better. In other words, I'm talking about building a permanent place for them, because if they have to return now, it'll be years before you could ever... It's not habitable. It could be years before it could happen. Mr. Trump repeated his assertions that Jordan and Egypt might spend the money to resettle and house Palestinians, though both countries have so far rejected the idea. And it's not clear where the approximately 2.1 million Palestinians who live in Gaza would be housed while dwellings for them were being built elsewhere. The president's latest suggestion that he individually would own any of the land or real estate developments in Gaza under his plan is new, although the president has repeatedly suggested that Palestinians should live elsewhere. His response that Palestinians don't have the right to return is his furthest reaching statement on the matter yet, and constitutes an implicit rejection of the two-state solution. The president's words have already sparked anger from the Palestinian community. Many have hoped the land would become an independent Palestinian state. And in the past, Mr. Trump has expressed support for a two-state solution. Israel has welcomed Mr. Trump's proposal that the United States take over the land, while some families of the hostages captured by Hamas have expressed fear that Mr. Trump's remarks will hinder the release of any remaining hostages. The week before last, during a visit by the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Mr. Trump said of Palestinians in Gaza that they should be resettled permanently in a beautiful area and nice homes. He then qualified, just can't go back. If you go back, it's going to end up the same way it has for 100 years. Now, just about 72 hours ago, maybe 3 days ago, just before the President's Day weekend, Mr. Trump said, the U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous, unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site. Level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings. Level it out. Create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area. Do a real job. Do something different. Okay, Amy. Love you, Amy. Hey, she says, hey, Douglas, back after a very long time. Hope all well. Have a lot of catching up to do. Have Brendan and George written their books yet? Then a heart sign. Well, kisses to Amy. And, no, I didn't think Brendan was going to write a book. But, hey, we'll ask him. And, as for George, yeah, that idiot, Moonsuck, Vinnie Barbarick was saying, George's never going to write his book. He's never going to, well, unlike Peter Moon, he works a fucking job. So it may take him a while to squeeze that out. But, hey, have faith, okay? And in the meantime, support myself so that I can get some fucking books out. I'm the one who needs to get some goddamn books out. At any rate, kisses to Amy. There you go. All right. I don't know if we have enough time to cover anything else tonight, but let me reflect upon it and see if there's something else I might be able to cover while we're at it. And I think that we can probably end it here for tonight. And all right, we went pretty fucking far. Join us on Sunday. George Knight should be with us, and then Amy can ask her question then. Everybody, maintain myself in your thoughts and prayers. Bloody well gonna need them just to make certain that I keep myself in the best of health, balancing all of the responsibilities that I have between the estates and making my rent to maintain my crypt, my shelter that I have, such as it is. And as such, in the time we have remaining, oh, please, come on, dear Aristides. and say good morning to everyone and encourage them with a blurb about supporting myself if you would be so kind.
Good morning. Yeah, I think I can do that. I just put the donation link in the chat.
Bless you. Thank you so much.
Please support Douglas so we can continue bringing you information that you're just not going to hear anywhere else. All these details about these goings on, I don't see them anywhere else.
Thank you. Thank you. Bless you.
So please donate. Yeah.
Love you dearly. Thank you, dear Aristides. Hugs. And so that's our man. Hopefully he begins with a good day. I'll see if I can take a short break. We might talk privately, Aristides, but give me a short, period of time to catch my breath.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so in the interim, oh yes, remind everyone to put their upvotes on those whatever comments we upload when the episode is published.
Yeah. Right underneath the program window, not in the chat. Once the show is complete, Douglas will pin a comment there. Please upvote that and any other positive comments that you see.
Thank you. Not to mention upvoting the episode itself, please.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Sure, yes.
Okay, bless you. Love you dearly. And T-Tank Barry, God love you, brother. Love you dearly myself, brother. Mwah. Hugs and kisses. And we're going to end the show for this morning. Everybody do join us on Sunday. George Knight should be with us 2 episodes in a row, Sunday night and Wednesday night of next week. So it will be a night, each one of those nights, night with a K and then night with an N. Night for both those nights. And we're going to, of course, probably segue into Monologue pretty early to get out what we can before he shows up and see what we can squeeze in before he makes his own appearances. Aside from that, like I told everyone, we did quite a bit tonight concerning very important topics, and these will hopefully be maintained on record for when they're needed, and the public finally realizes that truly monumental change needs to be enacted. And if so, I'm here. I'm here for all of you. And remember, it's not I that lose out if I don't attain secular power, it's yourselves. And as I've explained before, in a very real sense, even if I never attain secular power, I've already impacted the world beyond anyone else in human history. Yeah, that's saying a lot. Well, aside from maybe Christ or Hitler. And a few other notables like Alexander the Great, Emperor Hirohito, very few others. But I've done so through the Dietrich Artelect, which has made my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan the most technologically advanced nation and economy on the face of the earth, upon which all of your civilizations depend. Without my Taiwan producing these highly advanced microchips, 99% of them at many given times that the world uses at any given time, your world as you know it ceases to exist. So that's through, my mind compounded by orders of magnitude in terms of the Dietrich Artelect, the daughter of my mind. If you're not familiar with how that happened, we can go into it again in the near future probably when George is with us. Well, all right, so tune in for those next 2 episodes. My love to all who support myself. And, stay safe and be well, except for our enemies, of course. They deserve no mercy because they have none to give themselves. All right. Bye for now. We're going to end stream. Okay. Ending stream.